trying to get that juice ain't worth a squeeze.
I don't know.
You
I
could
think we
be
should
here.
hear. I think we should hear Yui's explanation just to see if
For
we
what?
can.
Sorry,
Yeah, look,
I
he's
don't
not
know.
even paying attention. Brick.
I'm at
So what?
work.
Disrespectful.
Well, can one of your friends do it then, or like one of the other Globers? 'Cause I just it's just you're the only one I know the name of.
Jerry's one of the best Globers there is. Or manufacturer is manufacturer to mention. No, he's not. Okay, Jerry is.
I'm the best Glober.
Yeah.
Okay, Jerry. That being said, then Jerry. So why not lemon? Why not Sims diamond?
Because it's a globe.
Okay, well that's just a statement. Why
Allegedly.
not? Like,
That's right.
why globe instead of
It
lemon?
has to be.
Why? That's the fucking question. You guys are trolling.
No, that's axiom one.
It's not a
Tisbo.
troll. It's not a troll. I mean, maybe it's
I
the
mean-
greatest troll
Simple.
of all time. Perhaps it's the greatest troll of all time. What if that was the case, right? That we're gonna
Scientists-
troll people so hard they think the
Scientists
Earth is...
discovered a new dinosaur species that has reshaped the complete history of the T-Rex.
How
We have
world?
measured blankness. Okay, manufactorum. I don't know what a blankness means. And what's the trigonometric survey?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Don't ask. It's his globe.
It just repeat the mantra.
Yeah.
If globe, then
It
globe
has to
is
be.
globe is globe. If globe, then the globe, then you have a globe if it's a globe. Then you say, well, what
Right.
does that mean? What the fuck does that
Globity
mean?
globe.
Nothing. It doesn't mean anything at all. It's just a vacuous statement that just keeps saying it over and over and over again. Best part is, if you can't even convince yourself, that's more proof the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
'Cause
just
it's
say we
that
a lot.
complex.
We've done this. We've done that. It's a globe. We. Just we all over you.
Manufactorum. If you could paste in the chat your proof of the measuring of the sphere, the trigonomic surveys or whatever, that would be cool. Because I want to know why it's not a lemon. Because I feel like it could be a lemon.
Isn't trigonometry using triangles?
I don't know. I feel like it's just angles.
You should
No,
figure
it's
out what a
triangle.
triangle is first. Figure out how they take the angles. You should figure
Yeah,
that
triangles
out.
have straight lines.
Yeah.
Trigonometry is a branch of angles and the side lengths of triangles.
Yeah, look at some images for trigonometry and show us where they're showing curved lines.
So,
The globies just can't help themselves. We have to go to triangles eventually.
Do you know what happened on the 21st
Of what?
of January this year?
No.
Apparently, it's the 8th time in history that something happened.
Okay, you can do trigonometry with circles.
okay, what happened, dude?
A near-Earth asteroid
Okay.
exploded above Berlin. But it's a tiny fireball, so you didn't notice it.
I heard there was a wall in Berlin.
Can you guys see the circle I
Right,
posted in the chat? It looks all scuffed on my phone.
The Japanese lander crashed nose first for some reason. NASA restores contact to Mars helicopter. Space mysteries. Does the Earth's magnetic poles actually flip? Maybe. I don't know. Mysterious black hole energy found.
Oh,
Ancient space rocks contain water. Does life exist on Mars? Well, don't count on it because the samples can't be returned back to Earth. So it's going to stay ambiguous as to whether the red planet actually contained some signs of life. This week in
And
space, listen to the podcast by Tyreek and Rod as they explain global plans for space flights this year.
manufactum. I'd prefer if you could get on the mic so I can ask you the questions properly. But why does this document you sent me got like loads and loads of Fs in it where there shouldn't be Fs? And then like, what is the thing that they're actually measuring? Like, what is the unit?
Gaps in the Andromeda Galaxy may be filled with dark matter. NASA plans to build a new telescope to find out.
All right, Claptrap's asking to be unmuted. You understand what the topic of the channel is, Claptrap?
Yeah, I just asked
Yeah.
like, how is everyone doing? And someone mentioned Minecraft.
Yeah. And then you started going off into other topics. So let's not do that again. But if you've got questions about the Earth or about what we're talking about, feel free. But we're not just going to put up
Okay.
with mindless trolling.
Okay, manufactor Tom. Right. That being said, I'm going to go back to watching my documentary. Tag me in 10 minutes, please.
So
You should figure out how surveying works first.
Well, he's going to explain that to me, right? He's proving his
No,
globe
he's
thing.
not. He's not going to explain shit to you
Why isn't he going to do that?
because he has no clue what he's talking about.
Oh, then you can tell me like what he's bullshitting about. That'll be fine. It'd be 10
You
minutes.
could just
apparently,
look
so.
up how. Just look up how surveying is done.
Talk one on hey, me if you want to talk one on one with these people and get their take on something that no one asked, just give them a call or just join another channel. It's really boring to have a room full of people with just you asking someone questions that they don't understand, giving answers that they can't explain.
Well, it's maybe a
Well, they
worthwhile
should give.
demonstration, though, to see what he does. I mean, I think it's fair to say, okay, well, show us where in those documents it proves the Earth's a globe. What's the measurement? How are they working that out? That's fair. But yeah, if you want to take it into a side view, so you can do that too. He said
Yeah,
he's going to be back
with
in 10 minutes. So.
with somebody who's who can talk. But for you, it just sounds like you got just a bunch of questions that you won't really understand the answers anyway.
No, I get
Very possible.
the answers when I get given the answers. So like, what's his face? Cyclone gave me the answer earlier about the like when you go around the planet, you're actually just going in circles rather than you going around something. In a sense.
Yeah, I think he's maybe referring to the answer that you're going to get from the globe side on this, because I mean, I know this will trigger them, but I'd say what we're presenting is fairly logical and simple to understand for anyone, whereas that what they're going to tell you is, oh, here's a spreadsheet with 100 numbers in it, and these numbers mean that the Earth is a globe. And then when you really press them to figure out what it is they actually did, almost always they're not measuring any curvature, they're adding curvature in mathematically afterwards. That's it. But yeah, hold him to it. When they give you a massive document that says, here you go, here's the globe proof, then you have to say, okay, quote the bit that is, what's the measurement? Show me the details. Explain it if this is your proof. Most of the time they won't be able to. But Manufactotum's, I think, pretty reasonable. He'll probably give you an honest attempt when he comes back. But yeah, anyway, if there's anyone else in who has questions that they want to discuss now, feel free. I'm going to have to go on mute for a bit, though, so enjoy.
I got a question. When you guys have kids, will you teach them to not subscribe to the globe theory?
No.
No.
No, the same reason why you raise kids and teach them about Christianity, so they can integrate with society. You still teach the globe, or teach heliocentric and geocentric and all the different models. That way they know what's going on. See, that's why you see a lot of atheists raise kids and they don't want to teach them anything about Christianity. Then when they get into society and they're bombarded by Christian ideals and Santa Claus and Christmas and Easter, and they're fucking confused about like what's going on here. They're wholly unprepared to live in a Christian country. Just
Yeah, I would
imagine if
say
someone did that to a Muslim, like say if there's people who are Muslims who live in a Muslim country and they're atheists and they refuse to teach anything about Islam. Imagine the problems they're going to run into.
well, I would say again that's something that's like, I mean, there's millions of people who are of this understanding, so there probably are a load of them, and I'm sure I've spoken to a few who do tell their kids, this isn't actually what it is. But yeah, you've, like Chris says, I mean, you've got to make your own decision as a parent as to weighing up what's more beneficial to them. So, I mean, that's a bit of a broad, vague, subjective question that's different from person to person.
I've been trying to get this guy called the Sky Hound or Sky Dog in here. He's got this syllogism that flat earthers are completely unable to get to work in society. They're not going to match because the globe is everywhere. Everywhere you go, you're bombarded by heliocentric proof. So he said, if for someone to be a flat earther, his shtick is that no one's really a flat earther. Kind of like the same thing where he basically picked up the talking point how no one's really an atheist. But he just changed a lot of Christian talking points and just said flat earther instead of atheist.
I know more about the globe today than I ever was as a glober, so I'm actually able to integrate into society better.
Yeah, that's the best part when you saw things like the Jay Leno, Man in the Street, asking people just simple questions about the heliocentric model. Like asked them what planet is Earth in the solar system. You get people saying it's one, the first one is the first planet. It's 8, 27. It's the 27th planet. Like how many planets are in the solar system? There's people like 3, 6. I mean, I know that they kind of clip ones to get the people who really give the most bizarre answers. But that just kind of tells you that's generally what you're working with here. There are people in there who are damn sure that Earth is the second planet in the solar system. And they know this because Tyson said Pluto is no longer a planet. Or something ridiculous like that. Like they'll plant their flag. They're like, bang, yeah. Like the one guy, one of the questions was, what galaxy do you live in? And the guy's like, oh, I don't live on a galaxy. You don't, do you? Okay, what if I told you the galaxy is named after a candy bar? He goes, oh, Mars. I live on Mars. And he's like, holy shit.
Milky Way, you mean?
Yeah, that's what Jay Leno
Yeah.
was trying to get him to say. He was trying to get him to say Milky Way.
I live on Mars because Mars bar. That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, like he not only did he say the galaxy that he lives in is Mars, but he was on Mars. He's like literally men are from Mars, and women are from Venus.
Yes, because they something I forgot this.
It'd be interesting, like, to let a globalist actually talk. Maybe if you say, like, hey, we got some questions here, some basic 5th, 6th grade level articulation. What is the radius of Earth? Like, you just ask them a few questions. Do they know? What is the distance to the moon? Like, if they get these questions wrong, you say, you're fucking disqualified, dude. You can't come in here talking about flat Earth or globe Earth. You don't know anything about it.
Damn.
Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, go back to grade school and try again. Because you look at people coming here, or I've seen the curve of the Earth. You're like, okay, well, sure, mathematically, what does that reach out to? What does that equal? What's that curve? I don't know. But you saw the curve. They're like, yeah. How much curve over how much distance? I don't know. Well, how do you see the curve of the Earth if you don't know how much curve you saw? Was it 1 degree, 2 degrees, 6 degrees, 10 degrees? How much curve are you looking at right now? Boats. Volcanoes.
Yeah, the words and expressions that people use reveals a lot about what they think about and ponder and study and what interests them. So if they come into this discussion and they don't know anything about cosmology, then it shows that they really don't think about it as much if they don't have any of the lexicon.
I mean, I can see getting like say Neptune and Uranus getting the wrong order, right? That's kind of like they're both these like oddly blue colored things and past Jupiter and Saturn. So what? Maybe they say the wrong order for those two. That can happen. Simple mistake. But when they start talking about like they're smart, flat earthers are stupid, you're like, okay, well, how many planets in the solar system? 27. What? Wait, what? Why? Why would you say that? Can you name the planets in order? They're like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Earth, Venus, Uranus, Pluto. Like, holy fuck, dude! You said not only were they the wrong order, but you said Mars twice. What the fuck?
So I'm looking at the 24/7 flat Earth Discord, right? And there's a GIF that's the profile picture. Is that the most agreed upon consensus of what the flat Earth looks like? That the picture that is the
That's a
profile
joke.
picture. That's a joke.
That's tongue in cheek, man. Yeah.
Why is it the profile picture? It's very misleading.
Well, this is really kind of what Globers think that we believe in full, but we know there are problems with this depiction. We know it's not accurate, and we don't claim a map. Ultimately, what you're looking at is a projection, and like the azimuthal equidistant projection, and I mean that's a map.
Oh.
The true placement of continents and their orientation to each other and distances is not verified.
The reason to post this, I think that was Reservoir Dog, right? I was tabbed out. Okay, yeah. The reason to post this is to get the globalists to argue against it, because they don't know. They really don't. This is the point I was making just a minute ago. They don't know anything about the globe to begin with. This is an AE projection. Has nothing to do with flat Earth at all. It is the globe projected from the North Pole using math. So there's only two things there. Math and the globe. And they'll argue against this as being the dumbest shit ever. None of it makes sense. It's incomprehensible. It's completely debunked. Okay, so certainly, Toby, what did you just debunk? Globe or math? All of the globe or all of math? Which one is wrong? Because this has nothing to do with.
Crit just had this. Well, I just want to say, like, what was it, like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, you just had a conversation with two people about this, and it blew their mind. Remember, we went to the Globe Earth channel, and that guy called Space Exists was the host, and these two globalists came in there, and Crit was telling them, about this very thing, and they lost their minds.
Yeah, they literally lost their minds. It was like the most epic thing ever. And they're sitting there asking you questions about like, hey, does this work? I tell them, no, it doesn't work. And then they start saying, okay, yeah, you're right. It doesn't work. It's stupid. So welcome back to the globe. I go, well, no, that's the globe. This AE projection. That's a globe. That's not a flat Earth. So when you say you agree with me, it doesn't work, then it's globe that doesn't work. Or this mathematical projection doesn't work. So which one was broken? Math? Did the math failed or did the globe fail? Or both? Maybe you think both. Yeah, and they literally lost their mind. It was the most hilarious thing ever.
Right.
I mean, they
but
went
at the same time, you have to realize that when these images might be posted, they're not posted in a way that's saying this is what it is. These are like concepts for people to kind of start thinking about things in a different way, right? Because a big barrier for a lot of new people is They just can't even think what possible alternative could look like. And so they remain where they are. But as soon as they start seeing other concepts, they're like, right, okay, yeah, maybe that could be something, a framework. So don't get too hung up on, like, when we're talking about large scale concepts, don't get too hung up on the actual layout and size and all that. These are just like artistic concepts to think about. But yeah, everything else that Crit and Matt's saying is correct. The AE is a globe projection. So, I mean, it doesn't really bother us when people want to start trying to debunk maps. Doesn't change anything about the actual Earth that we live on. We're just talking about water being level and the ground being motionless, you know?
Right.
Here's a good image right here. This will break it down Big Bird Barney style. So here they start with a globe, and watch. Then you mathematically project it from the North Pole, flat. And then the globals will tell you that's wrong. That doesn't work. Wowzers. Yikes.
Could you guys point me to the most accurate flat Earth map?
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I could do that. That's easy to do.
I believe in the flat Earth. I've known about it for the last 3 years. It's just not something I've really delved into a whole lot. I haven't done a whole lot of studying on it.
I got 3 different sources for you to look at here. Just give
Okay.
me 1 second to pull this up.
It took me about 7 years to come around to the flat Earth. It took me a long time.
Tell us about where you started and what kind of information you found that made you start to question it.
Well, you know, I'm a Christian, and
Amen.
I had heard about flat Earth, but you know, when you're indoctrinated at birth by NASA propaganda, anything else just sounds ridiculous. You know, it's like why would they lie about it? But the more I got to thinking about it, especially as I've seen how they were blacklisting flat Earth stuff on YouTube, was kind of my first thought in my head. Is like, why are they doing that? You know, if it's easily refuted, why are they blacklisting it? Like, why are they hiding it?
Wouldn't they deem it as
Good point.
misinformation?
Yeah, here you go. Great. Here, Grace. Here's source number 1. The Library of Congress has a flat Earth with a flat stationary Earth. Number 2, you got NASA. Robert Simmons. He made a map using a flat map using satellite data. And the last one, the MGRS, which is presented by the Department of Defense, the DoD. Okay, all the maps used by the military depict a flat world, not a sphere. So these are the most accurate maps you can probably get from the people with almost endless resources to construct these maps.
Okay,
otherwise, if you don't like any one of these sources, which I don't either, okay, I think they're full of shit, you can go construct your own map. Just start out like right now in the room you're in, map it out. Then go into your living room, your kitchen, your foyer, down the street, down the next town over, and just keep building the map. And just at what point do you think you'll factor in the curve or rotation of the Earth? And
right.
now you've got a map.
And just quickly to add to that, so Grace, I don't know if you're on our Discord server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. There's a channel, there's loads of channels in there, but let me just quickly DM you the link.
I'm in Earth Awakenings. I think that's the only one that I'm in.
Yeah, well, if you go in R1 and look at the additional information sections, if you scroll down the list, you'll see it's all alphabetized. One of the channels is called Maps. There's some resources in there if you're interested in looking into the maps, but I'd also like you to continue. So you found out that YouTube and Google were censoring this flat earth topic that's so ridiculous it's easily debunked. Why do they need to censor it? So that's the first thing that started making you ask questions.
Right, and because everything's blacklisted, unless you meet somebody who shows you around flat Earth and the videos and the stuff around it, it's very hard to find because everything's blacklisted. So
Yeah.
I was only getting one side, which is the NASA, and it's scary because nobody wants to look like the village idiot. And I think that's one of the biggest hurdles is once you finally admit that you're a flat earther, you have to be ready to be laughed at. And nobody really wants that. So I basically it took me years, like probably the last 3 years. In that 7 years, I was probably a closet flat earther. I just didn't want to come out and admit it.
Oh, that's so weird.
You know. So, but actually, I was on this website. It was Goyam TV, and
Ford Taurus is losing his mind in the chat, so let me just put him on mute because his feelings are upset already. Already, we're not even challenging the globe. He's just sharing his experience, and they are already spiraling. Sorry, Grace. Carry on.
Yeah, go back. Can you go back just a couple of seconds about the village idiot thing?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what exactly does the village idiot? So someone who says that flat is flat, that makes them.
Well, no, I mean, like in mainstream opinion, if you say you're a flat earther, you become immediately the village idiot. Everyone laughs at you. Even people who don't understand how the system works, like the whole globe system works, they'll still laugh at you because everyone else is. It's just kind of one of
so
those.
The element of social ostracization that you would face if you went and told people, "Hey, I don't believe the Earth is a globe." That's what you're talking about.
Right, and I still get it. I get it among Christians. You know, I've had Christians disfellowship with me for even just mentioning it.
Don't you think it's reasonable, though?
Yeah, see, inside the Christian worldview, they think that America is exceptional. Like this beacon, especially the Southern Evangelical, Southern Baptist. And they see that, well, like the lunar mission, the Apollo mission, they stopped the mission, Apollo 8, and they read from the Bible. They brought a Bible to the moon, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. That when Nixon was asked, like, why they won the space race, he said, God told him that God loves capitalism. So when you tell them the earth is flat, they're not hearing you actually talk about the topic. What they're hearing you say is that God didn't pick America to win the space race. They're hearing something other than what you're actually talking about. They're bricked. They're literally bricked at that point because they've entwined their theology into their science and into their concepts of the world.
Well, true. The Big Bang Theory was proposed by a Catholic priest.
Yeah, exactly. And same thing with Copernicus. Copernicus believed that God had a firmament. He cited the Bible multiple times in his heliocentric model. So they don't hear you actually talking about flat Earth. They hear you challenging their religion, and they don't like it.
Crit, I think like most of the time
No,
you are
hold
like
on.
very good at like hearing my position out because I'm still not a flat earther. Although like I do also hear your position out, and I think like why I immediately will think somebody is the quote unquote town idiot. I don't think I would like immediately throw him in that bucket, but I think it's fair to say that somewhat, right? And I think it has to do with the fact that when I engage with flat earthers in my life and on here, I have not tried to have them take a position on what the earth is, just what it's not. And the reason why I bucket them into like a town idiot, quote unquote, is not because I don't really accept skeptics. I think skeptics can be really good. But it's because that they only present skepticism without any proposed solution, and the only quote unquote solution I ever hear is, well, it's a big conspiracy, but there is no proof behind it, and that everything
That's not what you
scientifically
hear.
that
That's not what anyone says. So we're
is
gonna put
that
a
what
pin
I
in
hear?
that.
Yes.
No.
And so
Well,
every
okay. Well, if
science.
you're hearing what people aren't saying, that's a problem with your comprehension, At. I'm afraid. So we're gonna continue our conversation with this guy. This guy's left the globe religion, unfortunately. So you're gonna have to listen to that for a little bit, and then once he's finished, you can ask any pertinent questions or offer any globe proof that you might want to present. Grace, you were in the middle of telling us you looked at the YouTube censorship that made you think about it, but you didn't want to come out because, like AT is perfectly demonstrating, people will just assume something about your intelligence because you don't believe the images you were shown on TV. So where did you go from there?
I didn't bring up intelligence, but I will wait.
Yeah, you said this is why I categorize you as the village idiot. So you did. So anyway, carry on, Grace.
Well, I went to this website. It's a National Socialist website, actually.
Oh Jesus! Well, let's not go there.
Well, it was called Goyam TV, and even though it was National Socialist, anybody could post anything, and it was unfiltered. And I started to find a bunch of flat Earth videos on there. and I started watching, from Eric Dubay and these other guys. I think one of the first ones I watched was called "Top 10 Reasons I Don't Trust NASA" or something like that, and it was just it was a lot of that was about the space station stuff, with the the contacts and them are harnesses, Space Mouse, stuff like that. But yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
so you
like,
came across a bunch of flat Earth content and NASA videos. Okay.
See,
right,
the big thing here is that when I first came across flat Earth, I was questioning the Apollo program, and people were really mad at questioning the Apollo program. They're like, "Why are they so angry about this? This is something they weren't even born when it happened. Like, what would be the purpose?" That I finally realized that they were neo Nazis. They were socialists. They saw the Apollo program as a vindication of World War II Germany. They saw Operation Paperclip as bringing Nazi war criminals to America and then exploring space for the betterment of humanity, proving that they think their worldview is correct. So when you challenge the Apollo program, they're not hearing you talking about all the problems with the videos, the quotes, all the evidence, that shows the Apollo program never happened. They're hearing you say that their worldview is incorrect, that they do not have. They were defeated on the battlefield and they lost their chance. That's what they hear. So they get
right.
very upset. And that's why you hear a lot of these globalists will dehumanize flat earthers. One of the big one that Mick Tooman calls flat earthers flurmen, which is basically vermin with FL. And what type of ideology dehumanized people based off wrongthink? You see that these ideas, these national socialist ideas, haven't gone away. They just try to become normies at this point and try to fit in. Basically, if you watch a show, The Hunters, it really breaks down this concept of how they were able to sort of blend into American society with Operation Paperclip and MK Ultra, and why today, when they see people talk about the flat Earth, a lot of pushback is from them.
See, I don't get that because I always doubted the moon landings. I mean, it's highly improbable that in the '60s they had the technology to land a spaceship on the moon, especially upright to take back off. And it doesn't make sense. I mean, I think there's a lot of people out there who don't even believe in the moon landings, who still believe in the globe. But that was kind of my leaning, is once I started delving into it and I found out about the Freemasons Association with NASA and everything else. And then once I got into the Bible, as a Christian, I wanted to see, because the Bible never says the earth is a globe or it's flat. But in Psalms 19, it says that the sun circuits the earth.
Yeah, the Quran says it's the earth is a carpet or something too.
Yeah, pretty much all the ancient cultures and scriptures only describe an Earth that could be interpreted as flat and motionless, not a spinning ball in a vacuum, I would say. But we don't really go for the religious scriptural arguments in here. We're talking about observations, measurements, what we can detect in reality. Have you seen any of the long distance observations and laser tests and things?
Yeah, I've seen some stuff. I've seen some testimonies from engineers where they said that when they're installing bridges, they don't account for curvature, and we're talking about bridges that span miles, many miles.
Yeah, the best way is stay away from the theology, because inside that worldview, you can't win the debate, because the Bible and space travel, like the Bible and NASA, it's so intertwined. The Catholic Church and heliocentric, they are joined at the hip. You're just not going. That is their creation myth. Big Bang is a Catholic creation myth. So if you're trying to approach it, say, hey, your interpretation of the Bible is better than theirs, there's really no way of solving that, other than if they tried to do another Inquisition or something like that. Which is what's interesting when people say Galileo was punished by the Catholic Church for talking about heliocentric. Not at all. He was basically sent to his room with dinner. This is at the height of the Inquisition. The Catholic Church were burning people at the stake for having the lazy eye. Here's Galileo who directly challenged the Pope. The Pope said, don't talk about this stuff because it'll weaken the power of the church. Because even if true, everyone at the time knew the earth was flat. So if you start talking about a geocentric, a heliocentric ball earth, people are going to associate that with the Catholic Church, and it'll weaken the power of the church. So for directly disobeying the Pope, who was said to be the voice of God, he got sent to his room with dinner. So Galileo was never punished for these crimes. This is like a complete thing where people would try to pretend like, oh, he was for science and the church was against him. No, they were all in. They were all in on the heliocentric worldview. They just didn't want the people to know that because they wanted to have the secret knowledge. They tried to keep the
don't
knowledge.
They say Galileo recanted on his deathbed, pretty much went back on the whole heliocentrism claim?
Oh yeah, that
there's
too.
No way to verify that, but
yeah, that was like this part of the story where people said that he was like, oh, actually, after being sent to my home with dinner, I realized it was wrong after all. Yeah, here's that. I think with it Grace. Here's that clip from the TV show The Hunters. I know it is fiction, but still it gives you a concept of what exactly happened here. Is a conspiracy. So people talk about flat Earth being a conspiracy theory. Not really. Okay, not if you really think about what the government did, and what the government still does to this day. I mean, I just watched a documentary about tasers and how they kept saying the tasers were safe. It's safe. It's completely safe. All tasers are. It doesn't do any permanent damage, and they start rolling out study after study after study that. And like the taser isn't even safe for like the 7 seconds they're supposed to do it for. But they've seen tasing people 40, 50, 3 minutes tasing somebody, and their heart stops. And they say, oh, they were overweight, they were on drugs, all these excuses. This has been like a 20, 30-year conspiracy theory about the government trying to pretend that tasers was not a lethal weapon. That's not a weapon that can kill someone. They will use science to advance an agenda and then wrap it in the Bible to get people to just, oh yeah, they're doing God's work. Instead of actually just shooting someone, they tase them.
Yeah. I think a lot of things are politically motivated, like the DSM-4 categorized gender dysphoria as a mental disorder, and I think they changed that in the DSM-5 because, it's defensive now.
Yeah, the best part of the heliocentric worldview there is that it completely falls apart with just 2 words. Prove it. That's it. All you gotta say, prove it. Let me see your proof. Because in their worldview, they can't prove anything. They think everything is layers and layers and shades of gray.
Right.
Is this a time where I say the proof is literally watching space imagery, or
CGI?
Yeah, how do you prove that? How do you prove space imagery?
So you take a picture from space.
You
Typical
can?
Glober, my god.
You can do that, can you?
Mm-hmm.
Have you done that yourself?
No, I haven't.
Typical Glober.
Because you're the village idiot, right? The village idiot isn't out there taking photos from space, are they?
So here's the thing, right? I don't really hold the position that every single belief has to be verifiable by yourself.
Okay, so you're the village idiot then. So like if you were to go to NASA and they say, hey, we got pictures of space, and they've done that, you'd be the village idiot there, wouldn't you? Go to Huntsville.
Wait, why were you so triggered before? I sit and waited.
Okay, if I'm triggered, we can test this, okay? What will happen if I'm triggered? What will happen to you? Do we be able to talk or not talk?
Well, it depends on how triggered, I guess.
Okay, just say any level of triggering. Say I'm in a triggering event right now.
Any level of...
Would you be able to talk or not talk if I'm triggered?
We wouldn't be able to have a normal conversation. No.
Okay, so do you want me to be in your worldview? What do you want? Do you want me to be triggered or not triggered?
I would want you to not be triggered.
Okay, so why would you claim I'm triggered in your worldview then?
A claim doesn't make it so. It's an observation. It comes
Yeah,
after.
so if I want,
You
this is what
are
I'm going to
triggered,
do.
then I say it. It's not like I say it, then you become triggered.
No, the idea here is I want to make sure you're being held to your worldview so you don't blame me for your contradiction.
Which I'm not.
Okay, so am I triggered or not?
It would appear as such, yeah, because you keep.
Okay, we'll just keep it like that then. There we go. Now there's no reason for you to get worked up here because your worldview is being maintained by me for you, if you. It's very simple, okay?
Nah, never mind.
It's like you play a stupid game, win stupid prize. Congratulations, village idiot.
Why? Could I ask a question that might seem personal, but I mean no disrespect by it to you, Crit?
I mean, I would say at this point, use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for, then just drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which I predict, using a flat Earth model, will be no point whatsoever. You'll be making absolutely no point with any answer you want to make. So go ahead, the floor is yours. Tell me all about me.
I was gonna ask you a personal question. It seems that do you have any speech impediment? Because I thought I noticed one, but it seems to be disappearing. Like, is that common? Like, I'm just trying to. Is that you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
It's
said
just
pick
you got
any
a
answer
speech
you need
impediment.
to make
You know,
whatever think you're making, which will be no point. Hey, go with that.
Hey, Crit, your flat Earth model was fulfilled.
Just like that, yeah. You tell them this is how you prove the flat Earth using my model, nothing new under the sun, and they'll do it anyway. You think they would switch? They pivot. You know, they do like the boot scoot. There's a quick boot scoot to make it seem like what I'm saying isn't true.
rubber band around.
Hey, they want one with predictive power, right?
There it is. Yeah. I'll come come in here and tell flat earthers they're all triggered. They can't talk. You can't do anything. You've got no voice. Certainly, Toby. Okay, I'll help you with that, and I'll put you on mute so you can hold your worldview together. And this is nothing new under the sun. Today we'll do exactly the same thing. Tomorrow the same thing again. Just keep holding you to your worldview until you don't like it anymore. Then you change your worldview to match something more like that isn't contradictory, something that's testable, observable. Then you could say, well, shit, I guess flat Earth is a better cosmology because when I start talking out my ass and someone holds me to that, it's not very fun. Yeah, if you want to have fun here, just simply try to maintain some sort of resemblance of a logical framework. Because I know going into global spaces, you're going to get muted. I mean, me and Jerry just demonstrated this a couple days ago. You've got literally about, I'd say, 3 to 5 minutes to try and make a point. Inside a global space where they say they want to talk about flat Earth, you go there to talk about flat Earth in their space, and they prove they really don't want to talk about flat Earth at all. They want to talk at you because they just mute you like right away. Like you barely get a chance to even say anything at all, and they instantly will get flipped out by something. Like earlier today, when I went to their server and they said you have to answer all questions. All questions must be answered, and you can't mock anyone who died for science. And they're like, okay, well, certainly I can abide by that. I don't want to mock people. And I think I got all the answers. I can answer all your questions, perfect to the last detail. Their first question is, what happened to Columbia? Yeah, so you're talking about Challenger, right? Not Columbia. They're like, oh yeah. I said it's a human tragedy. Not an answer. That wasn't the answer. So it's not a human tragedy? Like, oh, look at, he says not a human tragedy. He's mocking people. It doesn't matter any way you go. As soon as you go into that channel, it's not going to take long at all.
Did y'all see that video of the Challenger? Of all those people still alive? Well, most of them, but one?
Yeah, I thought we skipped that topic, didn't we?
Oh, okay.
Let's not talk about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't consider myself so much a flat earther as a NASA denier. Because I feel like the flat Earth, I think it's got a lot of great stuff going for it, and people really trying to find out answers. It's just they don't have the funding, and none of it's concrete. It's a little bit arbitrary in a way. So my position is I just don't believe in anything that NASA says, frankly.
Not a single thing.
Nothing.
What about when they say that the Earth is round?
Absolutely not. I've watched a lot of flat Earth stuff. I've read flat Earth books. There's actually a really good one by this Christian guy named Edward Hendry.
Yeah.
But I still find it hard to grasp because I suck at mathematics. I'm just going to be honest. Mathematics has always been my weak point, and a lot of the stuff I find very hard to grasp.
Yeah. I don't think it's I mean, I'm Christian myself, but I don't think it's a general consensus that the Earth is flat among Christians.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yeah, they like if you go to some of the big Christian speakers on this server, like Darth Dawkins and the Batman guy. I mean, Darth Dawkins has straight up said that flat earthers are demonically possessed. That Jedi or Batman, whatever, I can't remember. It's something Batman, not F.E. Batman. It's like Mr. Batman.
Oh, I love Mr. Batman.
Yeah, he really. I mean,
Mr.
he said
Batman.
if you talk about flat Earth, he said this is not the channel topic. You will be removed from this channel if you bring up flat Earth because they see it as a direct challenge to that Christian worldview. They're not hearing you talk about, like a survey or observations or geocentric. When you bring up flat Earth, they're not hearing you. They're only hearing a direct challenge to the Christian worldview.
That's not what I'm hearing. I haven't heard any.
Ken Hovine's like that too.
Oh yeah, Ken Hovind, that's another one. Yeah, he's. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That a lot of these atheists are mad at these guys. They get really upset. They follow them around social media, constantly trolling them. Just start with how much both of you hate flat earthers. Now you've always got a positive feedback loop. You can always drop back to that and make sure you're expanding out your conversation, always falling back to a point of agreement.
Yeah.
Well, Ken Hovine thinks that the flat Earth is kind of like a psyop to get Christians down a rabbit trail. And in a way, I can see how some people could believe that because Eric DeBay is one of these zeitgeist anti-Christian, Christians deceive the whole world with, globe theory type thing. So I get that.
Yeah, it's also too like when you hear people talk about in their family and stuff. See, my family's really right wing. I mean, like I live in northern Minnesota. Like if you guys are familiar with Michelle Bachman, okay, like this is about as right. I mean, it's hilariously right wing. When I talked about flat Earth with them, what they hear is like I've joined Antifa. That's what they don't hear me talking about flat Earth. They hear how I've joined communist, like communist hippie propaganda to like discredit, like the brave men and women who are exploring space for the betterment of humanity. They see it as communist, liberal, hippie crap.
Yeah, typical Globers, man.
Yeah, I get that, man.
Antifa.
I've wanted to get more educated on it, and I should be by now. It's just every time I start to, I just feel like there's other things I could be doing. I could be reading the Bible and doing other things because there's always stuff you can learn. But I think one of the bigger topics I hear between Globers and Flat Earthers, whether discuss, is about the flights. About flight paths.
Yeah, some globe believers bring up the flight paths. I mean, it's kind of derivative because no pilot is accounting for curvature or motion of the Earth, so that's not really going to help them prove a globe. But again, if you check your DMs, I sent you a link to our server, and there is a channel on flight paths which has a bunch of information. So if you do want to get into researching the topic properly, I would advise checking out the additional information sections in the Discord server that I sent to you in DMs.
I appreciate that. I've been trying to find a good source of videos to watch.
Well, this is it. We've got terabytes of videos, PDFs, books, audiobooks, articles, terabytes of stuff. So definitely have a look at some of those channels. And it's all alphabetized. So it's got like Antarctica, gravity, sun, moon, long distance observations, curvature, all this kind of stuff.
What do y'all think about those videos? There's a couple on YouTube of the stars taken up close with those Nikon cameras, or Nikon, however you say it. Where they look like plasma, like they got like water waves going through them and everything. Have you seen that?
Yeah, we've seen that. I mean, those cameras aren't really, I don't think, designed to be looking at that kind of range. And distortions you see, I mean, folk debate about it. Folks say it's an effect of the lens. Other folks say, no, there is some distortion like that. It's just apparent on them. But again, you can't really tell because you can't really travel to them and verify it. But it's interesting. We're interested in speculating on the luminaries to a degree.
Grace, I'm starting to think you're not a flat earther at all. You're just trolling us.
What do you mean?
You're not even in the 24/7 flat earth Discord that we're all part of.
I'm only in one other.
Like 5 minutes ago.
I don't, honest man, like I don't spend a whole lot of time on it. Like I talk about it every now and then, but I've never been well versed enough in it to debate it. I just never sink time into it to learn it.
You sound all right.
I had the same thing too. When I first joined the Discord server, I knew the Earth was flat. I just didn't have the language or the articulation, the education to articulate that position. So it was really difficult, and at the first people thought I was trolling, until eventually he's not around anymore. Dandelion said, "Hey, give Crit a second to explain himself," because one of the other Flat Earth mods was like, "This guy's a troll," and I said, "The only way I can think to do it is I wrote a poem about my Flat Earth journey." I read the poem, and after that, people were like, "Okay, yeah, he's a Flat Earther." Because just finding your voice can be difficult when you don't really know how these words are expressed, like a loss of words. Like sometimes people say having a loss of words is dumb. People are stupid when they do that, but not necessarily. It means that you're using wisdom, the wise mind. A wise mind thinks then talks. Where some of these globalists, they do not have a wise mind. They're just constantly running at the mouth, and they don't even know what they're saying. You double back and try to question, hey, 5 minutes ago you said X, Y, and Z, and they'll be like, no, I didn't. Then you go back and play the clip for them, and they're dumbfounded as to what I didn't know I said that. Yeah, because you're just running your mouth. You're not running, it's just like you're not running your brain. You're not engaging. You're not thinking these things out. It's just random Googling and just reading the first thing you see, and you're not even paying attention to it. It's like a high caloric, low nutrient diet, constantly just reacting to external stimulus, and you're not even sure why.
Yeah, but the thing is, man, I'm going to be honest. Every time I come in here, most of the flat Earth people in here are very aggressive. Like if you're not on their level, they just assume you're a troll or a Fed or something like that. And it's very discouraging to even try to breach into these groups because they expect me to sit there and watch videos all day long for a month, so I can talk with them.
Well, here, our community is very easy. Just give 3 reasons for why you think the Earth is flat. That's it. Articulate three ideas. What do you have? Why is the Earth flat?
Oh, right now?
Yeah. I'd say you don't even have to do that. I mean, like, if you want to be here and talk, we're here to talk about the Earth. There's no real requirement on you to do or say anything other than if you make a claim about something, you'll be asked for evidence to support that claim. That's the basic, simple way we go about it. When it comes to someone claiming, I want to argue for the globe or I want to argue for flat Earth, we will ask them, okay, give us 3 points or 3 arguments for either side to check whether they've actually researched either side enough to know what arguments they can make. But yeah, I mean, it's up to you if you want to have a discussion on that level. There's no obligation to, but yeah. And to be honest, I get what you mean, and it's on both sides, right? You have to think some of these people have been talking about this for like 10 years, and they've had people insulting them and just obfuscating conversation and using any tactic in the book to not have an honest conversation. So yeah, some people have less patience than others. It's just like any other group, right? You're going to find a mixture of personalities anywhere. So.
I think anytime people spend too much time online, that happens. I remember when I was on Twitter all the time, and I spent most of my time arguing about immigration and all that stuff. Anytime you spend all your time on online arguing with people, it just kind of makes you a paranoid mess. Like you lose all discernment. Like everything becomes,
Well, yeah, this is why I tell people not to take things too seriously. Like when all the globies are spiraling in the text channel, I tell them, relax. This is a Discord channel. You don't have to spend all your day upset. Go outside. Experience the flat, motionless Earth. But yeah, you're right. Some people spend too much time on the internet and are unsocialized. So we deal with that. But anyway, let's keep the topic back to Earth. Or if you want to continue on something.
Are you in the Earth Awakening server? Because there's actually quite a few people usually in there.
See, the idea, that's what I said was having fun. That's why when they say like, oh, flat Earth mods are triggered. Flat Earth mods, all they do is mute. So I would say, sure, you realize that you being muted isn't very fun. So I'm just going to hold you to your worldview till you don't like it. Then once you don't like being muted, and you're not going to run in here and be like, oh, this server is like a bunch of Modzillas or whatever. Okay, you won't like that. I know you won't like that because you joined the channel to talk. But with a claim on the table, you can't talk. So until you fix that contradiction, and I give you a framework, have fun with it. Use it for entertainment purposes. Do something other than breaking your worldview. Then it's easy to actually be able to engage with someone in a good faith conversation. Because right now they got all these ideas about what flat Earth is, and they can't even follow their own bullshit for 1 second. The Earth Awakenings, we're not even partnered with them. It's like that server is just completely out on its own.
Why is that? There's usually a ton of people in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of different reasons without getting too into it. I know you mentioned it a couple times, so I figured I'd just give you the answer. Generally, the people who are controlling that channel, they have some big hang-ups with some of the people on the 24/7. They've got some personal issues that go back years. Basically, like they think some of the flat earthers are they got, I don't know. I'm not bringing too much into it, but they're kind of out there.
Do they think they're feds or something like that?
No, not that. They think they're. I think the term they've used is corrupt. I guess morally corrupted, or Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough to try to even get them to talk about what they think the problem is. It's generally people who they were on 24/7 and they were given mod perms and they did a lot of crazy shit with mod perms, like silencing flat earthers, like letting global, like one of the talk is like this globalist had joined the channel and talked about offing himself, and the mod just kept platforming that person, and any flat earther who tries to say, hey dude, you gotta shut that guy down, right? You gotta mute his mic, give him a link to suicide prevention helpline. You can't just keep engaging with this. And they like basically turn the live stream into this almost like call center. And you go, okay, you're no longer a mod. And somehow they took that as like these flat earthers don't value life, and then tried to exit the community. So those type of people.
Well, listen, we don't need to go too much into the different servers. I mean, personally, I'm not on that server much. I'm a member, but I between this one and 24/7, I wouldn't have time to. So either way, let's get to the Earth, guys.
The reason why I went down that way because it's like the 5th time he's mentioned EA, so I thought.
I know. I'm trying to steer you back, Grace. So you need to. What we're interested in is the physical, observable Earth.
Right.
So if you've got any questions in that regard, feel free. If not, if someone else has any questions about the Earth, feel free. Any topics or questions, comments, insults? Always happy for those.
I mean, nothing I can think of at the moment. I mean, there's a lot of things I just need to learn personally. I need to look up. And,
did you join the server, and can you see the additional info section?
Yeah, I joined it. I didn't scroll too much in it yet.
Right. Well, when you get time, scroll down and you'll see the additional info, and you can spend months, years researching what's in there.
Do I have to verify it to see it?
If you know to take part in the voice chat, to be able to unmute your mic, you need to get verified, which means you just need to have a quick conversation with someone to let them know you're not a troll and that you're not going to spiral out on the live stream, and then you'll get voice perms. But no, to see the additional info, you don't really need any roles.
Okay. So, I mean, I would like to ask, because I hear this question asked a lot. I mean, I've been a part of the community, but not in the community. I keep seeing on these flat Earth globe debates, globers, they'll say, well, if you think the Earth's flat, why don't you send a camera up? Now, obviously, in the flat Earth community, we believe in the firmament, but is this a possibility to be able to go up high enough to actually view a flat Earth in like low orbit?
No, the firmament is a globe talking point. That's a Copernicus model. The first 16 models, or I don't know, like whatever, is like 12, 16. He cited the firmament. In the flat Earth, they talk about a container or maybe a rakia. This is quite a different thing. Okay, the firmament is a biblical point of view.
Right.
Okay, about the sky.
Yes, what separates the waters from the waters.
Yeah, the waters above and the waters below.
But
so it's not a flat Earth talking point. That's something you want to bring up on Sunday, Speculation Sunday.
So flat earthers in the mainstream community don't believe that outer space is water?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no outer space in the flat Earth cosmology. You're not going to fly away from a disc-shaped planet and then fly to like a sphere-shaped moon.
Well, the Christian flat earthers that I watch, they, which I believe that theory that the firmament separates the waters from the waters, and that outer space is water, and that the stars and moon, they're all plasma. That's how you can see the ripples and all that stuff. But
yeah, here, Grace, like I think you got it mixed up here. So the people who are Christians who are also flat earthers, they will look at a Bible book called the Book of Enoch. They're not using the King James Bible. They're using the Book of Enoch, which was left out by the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church said this book is a geocentric reading of creation, and they kept it out. They said they kicked it out. So that's what they're doing. They're not using. So when you're using like the mainstream King James version of the Bible, that's a heliocentric worldview in that book.
And the King James, no way.
Yeah, big time.
The King James.
I'll show you. Just give me a second. I'll get the citation for you.
Are you talking about Isaiah where it says the circle of the earth?
No, here, right here.
Well, the Book of Enoch was never accepted by any church but the Ethiopian and the Catholic, and I think the Orthodox. I'm not sure about that, but
there you go, right here. Check this citation out. Apollo 8 Genesis readings. NASA Science.
All right.
Just 2-minute video.
All right, I'm checking it out. Oh, it's a NASA. Okay. It's like one of those 1950s sci-fi movies. What are they supposed to be showing here? It's just a lot of moon, some asteroids. What's this about exactly? Okay, I watched most of it. I fast forward through some parts because it was dragging on. But what was this about? Oh, I didn't. Oh, sorry, I didn't have the audio on. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and listen to it. Are you saying because these NASA guys are quoting Genesis that the Genesis narrative is a false narrative? I don't really understand, honestly, how anybody could not see the flat Earth from a biblical point of view, because what would be the point of the Earth having this special creation, having a firmament, having a dome, if there wasn't a creator? Like, I don't understand the point.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's what people are saying here. There's plenty of Christians who do believe in the flat Earth and read the descriptions of Earth in the Bible and say, yeah, that would align with the flat Earth.
Right, but there's a big movement within the flat Earth community that are like the Eric Dubay, where they're like a zeitgeist, where they think that it was through Christianity how the globe theory, confounded the world. Like they blame Christians.
Well, I think it's easy to point to the Catholic Church as a large disseminator of this information, but that's not to say that the Catholic Church is Christianity, or the people who made up the Catholic Church leaders at that time were Christianity as a whole. I mean, I would keep the discussion separated between what's actually in the scripture and what's dictated by men on earth who lead an organization.
Well, Catholicism spent, 1,000 years burning Christians and Bibles. Now, it is true that, with the Jesuit George Lemaitre, I'm not sure if I'm saying his name right, he created the Big Bang, and it was Rome that created evolution and the whole NASA paradigm. So I agree with that, but NASA or Catholicism is not biblical Christianity in any form.
Created evolution?
Well, yeah, that's a different discussion as to the Catholic Church's place in what's called Christianity, I suppose. But again, we're just kind of sticking to the earth.
Right.
Well, how do you substantiate that? We can't just gloss over that. How did Rome create evolution?
Well, I don't know if that's something Grace wants to speak to or drop a link or be succinct about, but I don't think we're going to divert into that.
Yeah, I would like to see a citation of that. That would be interesting.
I don't want to divert, but there's a guy. I'll see if I can find his name. His name is George Lemaitre or something like that. He was a Jesuit priest, an astronomer that created the Big Bang, like the origins of the Big Bang.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. Wasn't he making fun of the scientific view of the beginning of the universe?
No.
So he believed in the Big Bang?
He created it.
He believed in it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, if he created it, of course, he believed in
it. Okay.
No, he didn't believe in it. He created it so you would believe in it.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's true.
Yeah, ask him what some person a long time ago believed is a bit of a redundant question because you're not them.
It was a good attempt, though, Brandon.
People can create things that they don't believe in, right?
Okay, so
true. Look at NASA.
I want to ask a little further because I was under the impression that most flat earthers thought that outer space was water. So what is outer space doesn't exist in the flat Earth mainstream model?
There's not a flat Earth mainstream model. There's not like a unified agreement as to what is beyond our reality because we can't go and test that. We can't go and view that. Now,
what do you believe?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't, like I say, I can't go and test that. So we get into speculation on Sundays.
Okay.
But generally, we try and keep it to what isn't speculation. That's not to say that there aren't people here who would propose something like water instead of a vacuum. I mean, at least theoretically, water would make more sense. At least water is something we can observe in nature. So it being something that's actually real makes more sense than something which has no evidence whatsoever. But again, that's the difference between going on scripture and going on what can be demonstrated. Not to say that there's anything wrong with going by the scripture, but
right.
You know what it's like online?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to try to go into speculation, but do you know the answer that Globers have? Because obviously it's ridiculous. If space is a vacuum, you can't use a propulsion system to propulse through something where there's no medium. So what is their explanation for how rockets work in a vacuum?
They just work. That's their explanation.
No,
do we have any globals then?
Rocket engines have their own fuel source.
No kidding.
They don't need it. They have their own, yes.
So they don't have to push off of anything, right?
They push off themselves, yes. They push,
Wow.
yeah.
So there you go,
So
Grace. That's
Okay,
what I said.
whatever.
so if I stand in the middle of my room and I put my arms on my chest and I push myself, now I'm gonna move around.
So you think that's the same principle?
Yeah. Yes.
No, it's not, because there's no file command. It's a controlled explosion. You pushing on yourself it's not analogous.
It is.
No, it's not.
And there you have it. There's your answer. It just works, Grace. So
It has its own fuel source. I didn't say it just works.
So basically what he's saying is you could be in the ISS and standing still and you push your arms on your chest and you'll fly around.
That's not what I'm saying. You're strawmanning me.
I mean,
It's best to not say what he's saying because he'll say, nope, not saying that. It just works. So whenever you say, he'll say, nope.
Well, he's saying what I'm not saying.
Right. It just works. Just say it just works. That's
Oh,
all you're saying, right? You have no idea how. It just works.
okay. It's liquid oxygen, and we ignite that. Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, it's great. Whatever. Just
Yeah,
works.
fire doesn't burn in a vacuum.
They said that they actually, because I read some about it. They said that they supply their own like condensed oxygen to make it burn, and then somehow it propels itself through inertia or something like that. It's just weird. Like
It's liquid oxygen. It burns it.
You don't really have to think about it. It just works. It's completely different from rockets on the ground.
And when we give you the explanation, it says nope.
Well, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mean, a vacuum is below freezing. There's no air. There's no medium. I mean, like it couldn't work by any logical fashion.
Yeah, that's what you do. Nope.
There's this anti-flat earther who fancies himself a man of science, and he did these like weird cringe things that he called for science. Like he's doing this for science. And one thing he did was he wanted to cut open a Yeti cup to see how it works. Like cut it, with a hacksaw. I'm going to hacksaw this Yeti cup open to see what they do to make it so insulated. And after he cut it open, he was like dumbfounded. He's like, I don't get it. There's like there's just 2 layers of metal here. There's no like antifreeze solution, or he's expecting some sort of proprietary liquid that was in there. It's just 2 pieces of metal, and it's just nothing's there. And people in the comment section are like, dude, it's a thin vacuum. There's a thin vacuum between the two. They're like the cup, the internal cup, then a thin layer of vacuum, then the external part. And he still didn't get it. He's like, it doesn't make any sense. Because in his worldview, he sees the moon and the sun as being in outer space. And the sun is transmitting heat through a vacuum. But he just cut open a Yeti cup, showing that cold and heat do not transfer through a vacuum. So he was caught in his cognitive dissonance where he thought everybody was trolling him when they're telling him the Yeti cup has a thin vacuum between the 2 layers. See, this is what the globe will do to someone's mind.
That's why you have double pane glass windows with vacuum in between.
Yeah, very simple engineering. Using a vacuum that's less than. More than. I guess the vacuum outer space is supposedly even stronger than the vacuum in the Yeti cup. Okay. And you can't get heat to transfer through that. So here's an even stronger vacuum, supposedly. But yeah,
That's
it transfers heat perfectly, no problem.
That's a very good point that I didn't think about. That a
So that I
vacuum
know.
can't transfer heat. So how are you getting heat from the sun to the Earth in a huge vacuum?
It just works.
It's magic. It's sky magic. That's what I call it. This is why the globalists get upset. They'll
Gravity
yeah,
pulls the sunbeams and the heat to you.
like all their science is really just it isn't there. It's just bunk. Like they tell you global warming is causing the seas to rise. The oceans will rise. You're like, well, why? Why would the oceans rise? Because all the ice, all the frozen water in the poles will melt, and that will cause the oceans to rise. And you're like, well, dude, don't you know that ice, like when water freezes, it expands? So really, the water would sink, not rise, if global warming. You can demonstrate this. Just put some ice in a cup and put some water in it. Watch as the ice melts, the water level drops. But they don't really know science. They don't know. They haven't done these practical demonstrations. They really don't know anything about physics. So they think that if the ice melts, then it will go into the water and raise the water level. It's just very simple stuff. I mean, and people buy it. You know, people, yeah, okay, Earth is warming. It's man caused, and melting ice actually increases volume.
Well, that one took Brandon out of the game.
Yeah. I saw that too when he left. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that took him out.
And that's also another problem that I was reading about, how a vacuum and an atmosphere cannot coexist. Like you can't have them joining. Like you can't have the atmosphere of the Earth and the vacuum of space being like butt up against each other. It just doesn't work.
On CNBC about, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, Jim Cramer said that Elon Musk is one of the greatest inventors of all time. I didn't know he invented anything.
Why is it so quiet in here? You guys, globe proof is on the way. Come on, guys. Come on, Manufactotum, where are you? Give me something. Probably making a sword.
Yo, what the fuck do you want, man?
It's one globe proof.
Go and
Aren't you a
find us
glober?
some Globers then, Yui.
Well, where are they all?
Yeah, beats me. Where are they all? There's all this proof out there. It's so obvious. Where are they? I don't know.
You'd think they wouldn't have any proof at all at this rate. Look at this.
You'd think. Go and find some. The last one you brought us is a flat earther now.
Yeah. I didn't realize how susceptible she was to flat Earth until today.
It's falling hard. Now you're gonna
Yeah.
have to deal with this in real life. The flat Earth is coming into your life to annoy you further.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, you know, I don't know if I've ever met an actual flat earther in real life. Have you? Do you know any, or would you say
You
no?
will now. I don't know if I have. I might have done.
Is it not something you would really like bring up in conversation?
No, it's generally not something that I go about and speak to people who I'm not fairly sure they're on board. I mean, a few of my mates know that I'm into it and that I'll speak about it, but out and about, day to day, random folk, nah, don't want to be doing that. Are you going to? You going to start going up and asking these questions to people?
I wonder if I just had like a placard in the middle of like the town centre. It was just that the Earth is flat and see what happens. You know,
Might be enlightening.
have you ever gone to one of those flat Earth conventions?
No.
Would you ever consider doing it, or is that like something way outside of your interest?
Well, they only really seem to do the big ones over in the States, so
No,
maybe they do once here.
They did have one in Vegas, and I was there, but it was a week after. So it was the week after I left, and I thought, oh god, because I could have been. Because there's that one guy, one of the flat Earth guys who lives in Vegas. I can't remember his name, but it's Beasticles.
I guess this was before you were getting into the topic.
Well, I just literally, yeah.
You just got onto it, okay. Well, if it was the guy who's on here?
What do you mean?
Did you say it's a guy who's on the channel who was putting on a convention or a meetup or something?
Well, he was in Vegas. I don't know if he went to the convention. He's called Beasticles. I think you know him.
Yeah, okay. Okay, you're just talking about one of the big conventions that gets put on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it might be interesting, but no, I mean, I typically wouldn't go to big things like that, but
I think they'd be like, I mean, you know, I think a lot of them would be midwits, right? Like, you don't want to go there and be like embarrassed that like these are the people, right? Because you know it's like a Globe Earth convention. If you went there, you'd be like, oh fucking hell, this would be cringe as fuck. You know, all these stupid people talking with Globe t-shirts.
Well, that's why we made the Helio Cultist convention channel on 24/7 because we were laughing about the idea of a Globe Earth convention and what would be going on there. They'd all be swinging pendulums and balls around.
That's funny.
But yeah, no, I mean the whole thing is like I don't know, it's pretty cringe, isn't it? So
Is this something you would say that you spend a lot of time thinking about, or is it something that you only think about when you log on Discord?
No, I mean it's everywhere, isn't it? I mean, you're out in the natural world all the time, so it's always there on some level. But yeah, I mean, I'm only really speaking about it and really getting into it on somewhere here or with a few close mates. But anyway, find us a Glober, and then there'll be some conversation, hopefully.
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll pounce someone when they come in. Oh, Embo's here. Embo, what you got for us today? Here's that image that Embo posted earlier, right? Let's look at this together as a group. Does anyone have any issues with this image?
The political
Something
science.
Embo showed me there. It's what? Sorry.
His political science model.
Political science. It's a bridge.
What is that visible curvature, bro? You telling me you see curvature there?
Yes. Are you blind?
Crazy.
Even if
So,
you would, even if you're a flat earther.
why am I at like a high elevation? I don't see that. Like, why is it that I have to be at low ground to see it like that? But when I rise elevation, I don't see that.
Do you
Like,
see those
why is that
two?
a problem?
Do you see those two bridges on both sides, the east and western?
Yeah.
What do you think that looks like?
You mean like the things jutting out?
Yeah, you think that's what it's like a roller coaster ride? Like, you think that's what that cars drive over that level? Does that match? Do you think that matches what it looks like?
I don't know. What it is. Like, I couldn't tell you. Probably some engineering related stuff.
The cars drive over that. Do you think that would work? Do you think a car would?
Oh, the
drive?
bridge itself. Right. Okay. Yeah, I do. I think they probably do. Although I'm not sure. It's quite a steep little fucking thing, isn't it? So maybe not.
Yeah, think about it for a little bit. Bounce your because I'll get the real image what it looks like. Okay, if you think that's, I mean, the one that Cyclone posted, it's even less than that. Okay, but look at the ones posted by Embo here. Do you think that? Do you drive, Britt? Do you have a license?
Yeah.
Would you drive over that?
No.
If you saw that, would you turn your car around or would you go over up and down?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
What would happen at the top?
Test,
You're driving to the top. What happens at the very top of that? That. What would that be?
I don't know. I've never seen that before. I mean, Embo, unmute your mic. Tell me what the shtick is with the the vertical incline.
Yui's driving instructors like, now Yui, there's essentially a vertical wall of concrete in front of you. What are you going to do? I don't know. As he just keeps driving towards it.
I feel like if that is something people drive across, they'd have to do that incredibly slowly, as to not harm themselves.
How about with a semi truck be able to go over that?
Oh, probably not. Definitely not with that. I don't know what goes over it, to be honest with you. It could be a bloody dam, for all I fucking know. It looks like a...
Here you go. This is what it looks like in real life.
Okay. I see. It's distorted. I see.
That's what you... So
Embo, why'd you set me up? Why'd you set me up for that bullshit, Embo?
He bullshit. He got you the bullshit.
Was he? I think he was pranking me. I think he was saying, I bet I'll post this.
He's part of the troll team, isn't it? Aren't you just trolling each other?
Yeah, we're like self-trolling there a little bit.
Isn't that what you're doing?
Does that match? Hey, Britt, does that match? Is that the same?
No, they're not the same. Well, no, they don't look the same. But clipcord thing looks quite vertical, but I'm imagining that's also an effect.
What the fuck is going on in this picture, man? You globies, what are you finding?
Zembo. It's not me, Blake Mambo. I was like, okay, you know what? I don't know what it is, but I'll post it.
See, this is the issue with why globalists are scared of their own worldview. They never are able to follow it to its full conclusion. They're like, wow, look at the curve. And you go, okay, sure, if that's a curve, what do you think these little, parts that shoot out, that, what would that be like? If that matches a curve, what do you think's going on right there?
Wait 1 second, let me just check something.
The guy who did this,
What's the bridge name?
His name.
What's the bridge name, Crit?
Oh, it's it was the Causeway, Lake Pontchartrain Causeway.
Yeah.
Like, here's a video.
Could you show me? Could you show me the incline? The same incline, because obviously the bridge, the hump that you're showing me is not the same hump in the image, right?
Yeah,
because
here's a video. It's like 20 miles. Like, here's a video of the guy going over it. He recorded the whole route, or not 20 miles. It's like 4K.
I have to watch
4
a whole
kilometers.
video.
Yeah, well, it takes like 26 minutes to drive across it. Highlight the point where you think he went over the EMBO method.
The over the EMBO. Oh god.
Yeah, just clip the video where the driver gets this part right here when they go over that part. We'll call that the EMBO.
Yeah. Come on, Embo, unmute. You can't stitch me up like this and then not say a word.
Yeah, he stitched you up good, didn't he? He's over there. He's off mic right now, just laughing his ass off. He's like,
sorry, I'm still at work, so I can't watch that video just yet.
it's less. Okay, so you don't even need. It stopped about 18 minutes.
Okay.
Because he filmed some, going on the other side. So it's not all. The whole video is 26 minutes. Isn't all the bridge.
Too right.
What are you guys talking about?
Lake Pontchartrain Causeway.
Yeah, Embo stitched me up.
Oh, Lake Pontchartrain. You should show that to Peter.
And see if he buys into the idea. It's
Oh, it's just interesting because Peter said that there's a drop, but
it's not a hump.
Yeah, but the guy who made that Lake Pontchartrain video is that Soundly?
Soundly, yeah. I was trying to blink on his name. Thanks for saying it.
Yeah, he said that he measured a hump. Peter said it was a drop. So you guys got to get your shit together, man.
Yes, Soundly said it was a monument. The Lake Pontchartrain Bridge is a monument to the curvature of the Earth.
Yep. Got to get Peter in here. Got to straighten this out. So, if you were to connect one end of the bridge to the other with a horizontal line, which way would the bridge curve? That's a good question. What do you think, Yui?
No idea.
Yeah, it's a tough one. He would say it drops from both ends, but Soundly says it humps. Tis globe.
That picture is just bizarre as well. Like when you zoom into it, it looks like it's got like graphic artifacts. Like it's just like it's been put through some computer or something. I don't know. It's like graphics.
Mick West, the inventor of the Earth curve calculator on metabunk.com, said that was caused by perspective compression. That's why it looks like that.
I like what Bavek called it when they have like the double hump, the nut sacking.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the nutsacking is what happens when you go crazy. When you get too wrapped up in this nonsense, you just lose your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just go with the blueprints of the bridge, right? Or what the surveyors measured across the lake. It's like, not these globe heroes right there. They're weird, man. But hey, it makes for good entertainment, right? Pump, drop, perspective compression, whatever you want. Crit, did you see what he put under your pictures with the emojis? Unmute. Did you read that?
No.
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
Oh, is Embo? Is he muted?
I think he has control of his mic.
It might be banned. You might want to have to ban him.
Well, here he's not.
We need an explanation, Crit, for why he stitched me up. You need to unmute him.
There you go.
Finally.
Were you suppressed
Here.
or
explain yourself?
I was banned probably. I mean, you have some pretty weird ban system here where you can't view the chat at all for like maybe 10 minutes and then you can view it, but you can speak. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. All I did was mute and unmute you. You must have joined suppressed.
I have no idea. You ban all the time, so it doesn't really make the difference.
Well, no, actually, we don't have permission to ban from the channel. All we can do is mute or like have you like banned for just put you on a cooldown timer. If you were suppressed in the channel, most likely that admin did that. They did that because you opened the ticket and you complained about flat Earth. Like if you complained,
every single time I get banned, I can't view the chat at all for a couple of minutes, and then I can view it again, but I can speak no more. So it changes from like being completely suppressed to being muted for some reason.
Okay, let me check to see what happened.
It's a pretty weird system, but I don't really care because I am getting muted and banned constantly, so I can't really catch up with it anymore.
Oh yeah, you did sit out 2 days.
So what's the excuse, Ambo?
Have you even ever heard about something called perspective compression?
Right, what do you reckon, guys? Perspective compression.
Yes.
That's just what Mick West said to me.
Do you think that's a picture of the bridge?
That's not a flat Earth thing.
So it was already presented here and explained, so what's the problem then? If that's the effect of the perspective.
So the intention was to present an image of compression?
No, an image of the curvature.
The
compression doesn't create curvature, it makes it like more angled, more visible.
Do you actually think this is curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Not with like your tongue in your cheek, not a joke. You actually think it's curve of the Earth.
Yes.
Well, there you go, Yui. There you go, Yui. It's not a stitch up. He believes that's curvature of the Earth.
I mean, why? Look, if it's that obvious, why can't I see it everywhere like that?
Because there are no like long places of reference to see it actually. If you look, for example, at sea without any bridge, or simply see sea without any points of reference, like a line that goes straight from your point of view to the distance. So you can't really see, like, trace that curve because you only see water, and water is level.
What's the distance of this bridge? Because I can look 30 miles down a coastline. What are you talking about?
Distance of the bridge.
Yeah.
It was, wait a moment. It was
4
very
kilometers.
long, if I remember correctly. It's one of the longest bridges in the world.
Cool. But I can see further than the length of that bridge. I can see 30 miles down a coastline. I should be able to see that curve at 30 miles for sure.
It's
24
it's
miles.
approximately 40 kilometers, that bridge.
Yeah, 24 miles in freedom.
Yes.
I'm not talking about across the Calais. I'm talking about down the coastline.
I'm talking about the length of the bridge.
Dude, you're talking about a bridge, yeah? It's like 4 kilometers in. You said that I can't see.
No, the bridge is longer.
I see.
Almost 40 kilometers.
Okay. No problem.
And you definitely can't see to the end of the bridge at that picture.
Just can't believe you actually think this is curvature, not refraction in any way, shape, or form. Like on your tiptoes for the chest. Curvature of the Earth. Can't believe it, though.
Yes, it's so obvious.
We should take this seriously, but you guys want to laugh at the black swan.
Spanks. That's exactly right.
No, because the point with the black swan is that there are actual observations where it appears exactly as predicted by the globe, and here it always appears like that. So
just funny.
The black swan is just a cherry-picked single observation. Yes, I get banned because other people like to fuck around with you and like pretend they don't they don't have the view they actually hold, so they don't get banned because you get triggered easily. They just don't fuck around, I just say what I think. That's why I get banned constantly. To answer the question in the text chat. So I'm not sure if I have to explain that because apparently it was already explained here about the perspective compression, but I'm not sure if you correctly understand the term, so it may be misused. But in some case I can explain that.
Yeah, walk us through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically when let's say you have that curve, any curve really, not only the Earth, if you're close to that curve, then you will see it like less apparent, because let's say you have like 10 meters to the end of that curve, you will see it like distributed at longer part of your field of view, so it would make it would be much less apparent to you. But if you like get, let's say, 50 kilometers away from that, and you take a telescope or a telephoto lens or anything that can zoom very hard, then through that all of you that distance that curve that covered like much part of your field of view, these 10 meters wouldn't make very, very much difference because it would be like very small angle between these 2 points, the beginning and the end of that curve. It would be just a small distance, apparently. So that curve would be much more steep. It would get compressed because of perspective, and because you're looking far away and you zoom in. So that photo was probably taken from some long distance, and it would match because in the original video by Soundly, it says that it was taken through a telescope. An 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, to be more specific.
So this is literally what's going to happen now. It's 2024, and you guys in Troll Team 6 or whatever are just going to bring up all of the old flat Earth arguments, and we're going to go over old shit again, just to waste everybody's fucking time. We're going to do that.
I don't personally hold the belief that arguments like have a time after which they expire. I think they hold up until they get rebuted. And if old arguments didn't get rebuted, then what's the problem in using them again? If they are good and make sense.
Would you be able to drive over that bridge? Do you have a license? Do you have to drive a car, Embo?
Yes, I would definitely. Considering how much less steep it appears to be.
Right here. You drive over that.
Yes, considering how much more steep it is in that photo that is taken from much closer distance.
What's the angle there?
The angle there?
Yeah.
I have no idea, but it's probably much steep because you can see that like that bridge isn't horizontal relative to the observer. It isn't like looking perpendicular relative to the like line of that bridge. He's looking like being at the one side of its beginning. So that angle is very small, probably.
Like an 80% grade in that picture. More.
I know.
So, about that Troll Team 6 shit, why would we pay any attention to anybody who claims to be part of a troll team?
Yeah, it's like telling them to disqualify. They disqualify right there.
No, Troll Team 6 are taking over. He can't stop us.
Shut up. That's really sad. You should have just... As soon as Lou brought up SEAL Team 6, you should have just shut the fuck up and tried to disassociate yourself with it, mate. What? Seriously? It's like a 5-year-old.
The troll team are admitting that they're just trolling and they don't actually believe in the globe. They're just going about trolling.
That's not even original. There was another group who used that name prior to you.
Well, no, we didn't name ourselves. We were named that by Bev. You know, we don't name ourselves. We were originally
so
called
you
the Holy
adopted
Trinity.
the troll team.
Exactly.
So you agreed. Yes, we're trolls. We're a team of trolls. That's okay. We'll see if the people think that they should get their information and worldview from a team of trolls. I'm sure they'll be happy to go along with that.
See, what Bev had done is like he thought he knew who you guys were, and you proved him right.
Totally.
Yeah, it's kind of a Bev W there, to be honest, if he came up with that. Oh dear. So, I mean, this image is looking bizarre, and yeah, we dealt with Pontchartrain a long time ago. I mean, we could go into the geometric horizon, but I don't know if there's much point, is there? I mean, needless to say, it's another laughable attempt.
So, in what way exactly did you deal with that image?
Have you got the original image before it was altered?
In what way it was altered? I've never heard about it. It looks pretty good. I have the full time lapse, like not only single frame, but the video from original.
You saying that image hasn't gone through any processing of any kind? You saying that's like a raw image?
Maybe it has gone, but like not literally adding some objects, more like posting the contrast, things like that. But it's irrelevant.
Have you got the raw image for this image that you're sharing?
I've got the raw video because it's not an image original. It's a time lapse.
There's a video of this image.
Yes, there's the video showing the same thing from the same vantage point.
Let me see.
It's on somebody's channel.
You gonna post it?
No, because I have no perms. I gave link to Yoi. You can send it.
For
You got
what?
this video, Yui?
What video?
He's sending you a video of that image that he trolled you with. He's saying.
1 second. Yeah, send it to me, Embo. I just need to finish doing this really quick.
Yui's busy
How do you deal with
writing
this?
troll across his knuckles.
Embo, how do you deal with this being a direct contradiction of what Peter says that Jesse measured?
I'm not sure if there's any contradiction. It sounds more like arguing about semantics and not the actual reality.
Semantics. So up and down is a semantic thing for you.
Yes, definitely. Up and down
Right,
are
so
words, and semantics
Soundly
is
said
like
that he measured a 90
meanings of
foot
words.
pump, but Peter said that Jesse measured an angle down. That's a contradiction. How do you square that?
I would simply say these directions are relative.
Yeah, you don't square it at all, do you?
What
Tis
point of
globe.
reference do you take to establish them?
And this is why you get muted and banned.
Yes, because I speak about basic geometry and you don't like it.
What do you reckon about that?
If after saying basic objective facts you say to me that it's the reason why I get muted, I wouldn't say that's an argument against me, but rather an argument targeting the administration and moderation here.
I'm
Directions
still
are
not.
relative. Relative.
I'm still not seeing
Just sound
anything.
enthusiastic all the time, you know?
Yes, tis globe.
Oh dear. Dear me. It's been a
Right. Okay.
slow day for Globe Proof, guys.
I can now see the thing, Emma. 1 sec. Let me just check. What am I meant to be sending? Oh, there we go. Got it.
Just send in the main chat.
Yeah, I got it. Don't say a word, Brandon Worrell. Mute your mic. All right, there we go. Posted it.
You're just joking around with me?
No, I was calling you out. Anyway, there you go. What do you reckon, Cyclone? Oh, that's a wee wump right there.
Yeah, Soundly couldn't deal with it either when SC Montreal asked him. nobody does. They just say, well, it's like Embo said, it's relative. Probably best just to ignore it. That's what I do. I just ignore it and say, "'Tis globe."
It has to be.
Yes, it has to be.
So what's going on with this video, Amber? Walk me through it.
That's
the same thing I already described about the photo. It's the same thing as the photo to the time lapse. So why should I repeat myself?
Why you don't get sassy with me, young man? We're on Troll Team 6 together.
It has to be.
I wasn't saying that emotional. I'm simply asking what am I supposed to even say. I already said everything.
Maybe if you talked with emotion, I could tell when you're being emotional.
But I don't have emotions.
I don't have emotion. I must break you.
I don't have a soul.
If he
Bulls
dies,
have no
he
souls.
dies.
Hey,
You
don't be so
complained about
lucky.
moderation. What, like 5 times in the last 10 minutes already? Like, again, what makes you think you should have any platform or ever be unmuted when you claim to be part of a troll team?
It's obviously called Troll Team 6 as a joke.
Oh.
Come on, guys. It's
Funny.
2024. It's 2024. We shouldn't be offended by the word troll, okay?
No, not offended. Just don't need to platform trolls.
It's a joke. It's based on the idea that Peter had in his Twitter bio.
The funniest part of the joke is when the troll complains about being muted. That's what's fucking hilarious.
Well, he's not a troll, obviously not. He comes in with evidence, and if he's coming in with evidence, he's doing exactly what you guys ask him to do. I mean,
Just don't ask him about the evidence. That's all.
yeah, okay.
Because if you do ask him, he'll just say, "Well, it's all relative and blah blah blah." It has to be.
Finished work. What's the go, guys? What's the globe proof?
Everything.
Yeah, everything's globe proof. Has to be.
Yeah. Until you understand that, then you'll understand the mind of femboy gaming.
Femboy gaming. The funniest thing Embo ever said to me was I was messaging him in DMs, and I was like, why do you talk so like monotone? And he's like, oh, and I just learned to speak in an American accent. I was like, you don't speak in an American accent. You just sound like you're depressed.
I speak in my own language.
Yeah, but it's endearing. It's like it's your signature move,
Do you also
everyone's
depressed in your country?
screaming. Everyone's screaming, and Embo's there just calmly, sounding like he's going to jump over a bridge any second.
Yes, the funniest to me were like when there were these super energetic people, like that guy with the Hebrew runes in the nickname, and he was saying to me that he was triggered, and I was like talking in this tone, and he was just shouting like he wants to shoot some person in a second.
Well, it's a very big power move, right? To be able to speak calmly when someone's shouting. Because last night I had a little argument where there was this guy who was trying to prove to me that he has a degree, and I can't obviously hear, how that's going on. I just hear him shouting and then me replying. But I listened to it afterwards on YouTube just to see like how that went down from like an outsider's perspective, and it was just like him screaming at me, saying, "I went to university. I've got a degree. I'll $250,000 on it. And I was just going, "Oh yeah." It's just not.
Yes, like
This doesn't work out if you're the screamer and someone else is not
being
screaming.
being able to like keep your emotions is the most powerful tactic against people who like want to make you nervous because of their tone of talking.
It's that 250K that made him emotional. That's just like, I owe so much money.
Because when they see that their tactic isn't working on you, then they will get emotional by themselves, have a meltdown.
Yeah, it never works to be this. I mean, if I got really like loud and I noticed that the person I'm talking to is quite calm, I don't like I'm just spiraling. I'll make an effort to tone it down, right? Because I know the winner is always the one that sounds like they're the calm one, the one that's almost having fun with the entire conversation. The hump or is it a drop? Really?
Well, yeah. And Bo can't decide, so he says, it's relative.
Oh, what would it mean if it was a hump for the Earth, and what would it mean if it was a drop?
Well, the thing is, it can't be a hump, right? It's supposed to drop from horizontal. That's what everybody tells me. But Donnelly said he got a hump. But, hey, whatever. Works for me.
Who's
His
got
globe.
that Bev gift that was posted earlier? Bev, explaining a hump and a drop between Bev, like on a line.
Yeah, if you connected one end of the bridge to the other, which way would the bridge curve? No globe person can give a
Well,
coherent answer.
the reason why people say it's relative, right, and this is the key thing, is because when people tell you it's a drop, they're saying it from their perspective, right? From their perspective, it's always going to be a drop. However, you add another observer to the mix, and you look between both observers. So you have some sort of ability to look at both observers. You're the third person. It would look like there's a hump between them, right? So that's what people mean by perspective. They're just saying that to me, it's always a drop. If you add two extra people, and the other person on the other end, and an observer of both individuals, it would look like a hump, right?
That can't happen.
It just can't. It just can't. No.
No, it can't. It's always supposed to drop from your position, drop from horizontal. It's always supposed to. That's what everybody's told me.
Well, that's why it's kind of
Horizontal
like
line.
It always drops from your perspective. That's why.
A
Always.
horizontal line in your model can never intersect the Earth. Ever.
it's like a paradox. You got the guy on the right, Earth is dropping away from him. You got the guy on the left, Earth is dropping away from him. They're looking at each other.
Now you're figuring out what a sphere is. Well done.
No, dude.
No, wait, what?
Understand the stupid argument. It's a fucking paradox because now that's a freaking dip in the middle. But
Yeah.
what you're also, if you think about it that way,
Well, yeah. If you're standing on a sphere and your only reference point is yourself, it's always going to be a drop. If you add a second observer and you're observing both observers, then suddenly you've got a hill. You've got a hump.
Can that line be horizontal?
That's
The
nothing to
line
do
that
with what I
connects
just said.
you and another observer.
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Can the line that connects you and another observer be horizontal?
It could be an arced line if you're on the surface of a sphere. Can also be horizontal if you're not on the surface of a sphere.
That's retarded, dude.
Can it be horizontal?
Arcs on the surface of a sphere are retarded? Since
No,
when?
can you answer the question?
If me and Jerry are standing on a ball and I point a laser at Jerry, is that an arc?
Yes, it would. Like lasers can bend. Yes, light on lasers can bend.
Does it bend at the equal to the curvature of the Earth?
So Jerry, you and I are going to go stand on top of the world's largest vacuum chamber. It's actually a sphere shape, and
it doesn't
we're gonna
just
stand
bend
on
though.
top,
It
and I'm going
also
to stand on top, and
it
I'm going to
doesn't
point
just.
a laser at you about 20 feet away, and he's going to tell me that's going to arc around it.
So if you already know you're on a sphere and you point a laser and Jerry's on the other side of a hump, right, or very like you can only see the top of Jerry's head, and you shine it on him, and it's like hitting him on the chest, even though you can only see his head, then you know that that laser has arced. If you can see a lot more of Jerry lit up, that's because lasers don't travel in a straight line. They kind of spread out a lot.
Oh my God!
Yeah, but that's if you already know you're on a sphere, right? If you don't know you're on a sphere and you shine a laser and it hits Jerry in the forehead or the chest, you're going to say, "Well, that's obviously horizontal," because you don't know anything about a laser, or you don't know anything about the object you're standing on. So it's kind of a useless test.
I just want to know if you could connect one point to another with a horizontal line.
Really?
Tough question.
No, I'd say horizontal lines on the surface of Earth are indistinguishable. Well, they're nearly horizontal, indistinguishable from horizontal for our practical use.
No, just a yes or no would be good.
Well, nuance is always more information. I thought
So
you'd
yes
like
or
more
no?
information.
So yes or no?
Yeah, it's a tough
That's
question.
setting up a dialogue tree, and I don't do those.
No, you don't answer real questions, do you?
Yeah,
You're
not
ignoring
dialogue trees.
nuance. Yeah.
I never answer dialogue trees. Yes or
There's
no
Brandon.
questions are
Brandon's back. Brandon fainted
not
before, and now he's back.
I pop in and out no matter what. I don't care if I
You
don't have
fainted
religion.
earlier. You fainted earlier with your globe
No,
proof that got
not
debunked.
really. Not really. No.
Did you hit your head when you fell? Hopefully you're all right because you were
Didn't
gone
debunk
for
anything.
you were gone
be
for
nice
about,
to Brandon. Be
you were
nice
gone
to
for a while, dude.
Didn't debunk anything. It's okay. You think you did, but you didn't.
What do you reckon, Embo? Do you reckon I articulated the point well? Oh, he's gone. Never mind. Doesn't like me.
He left. He doesn't care. He's just a goofball. He doesn't give a
Care
fuck.
about you. He doesn't
He's
care what you
adorable.
say.
Of course he does.
He couldn't answer the question either. It's the toughest question in the game. There's a bunch of tough questions.
Well, if you're saying can you establish a tangent on a sphere, then of course you can.
Okay, so that would be a drop then, right?
A tangent? Tangent's a straight line.
Right, but the surface would drop from that tangent, right?
From your perspective.
So that would be a drop, not a hump.
Well, from your perspective. From your perspective, yeah.
Right. So can that tangent line ever go through the Earth if it's horizontal?
Can a tangent go through the Earth?
Well,
Like
yeah.
a
Can a
diameter?
horizontal line ever go through the Earth?
Like a diameter.
Well, technically, that wouldn't be a tangent then, but you could say you make another line parallel to the tangent.
Parallel to the tangent. So can that happen in your little fantasy model?
How can you tell me how we do that in reality?
Yeah, 2 points of equal elevation.
Yeah, but how would
Connect
you
them with a
do?
straight line.
Yeah, how would you do that through the Earth, though?
Well, if you had a hill or something, the line would go through that.
I don't know if you know what a sphere is.
See, this is tough for you. It's tough to just answer simple questions.
Why would a tangent ever go through the Earth on a sphere?
Well, okay, you're saying that from horizontal, the Earth would drop from that, right? Yes or no?
From your perspective, yes.
And that line is horizontal.
Yes.
So whenever anyone has a horizontal, the Earth drops from it, correct?
From your perspective, yes.
Okay, now if you connect 2 points with a horizontal line, what happens then?
Connect 2 points on the surface of a sphere.
No, just in reality, what do you imagine is going on with the Earth?
Where's the other point? Tell me where the points are.
Anywhere you want.
So, if it was, can you connect a straight line with 2 points on the surface of a sphere? You might get a chord line. Might get a diameter. It could go right through.
Right. So, can a chord line be horizontal?
Well, that's a tricky question because orientation
You're damn right
on
it is.
the Earth, orientation on an Earth is not going to be the same here. On the Earth, not like in the ground. Like, if you were going to say that a chord line would be horizontal on a sphere where direction isn't exactly what we know it to be standing on the sphere, then I would say it's a meaningless question.
Mm-hmm. It's tough. This is why I don't have that model.
It's just a meaningless question. If you want to add meaning to it based on what you understand standing here on Earth, looking at a sphere, holding one in your hand, and apply it to the entirety of the Earth and thinking about it in the same way, then yeah, you're going to end up with retarded conclusions. But I would caution you against that.
Yeah, because you guys, well, not you guys, but there's no objective frame of reference for a ball model. You can't have horizontal because it's
There
all
isn't.
relative.
Yes.
Everything's relative, right?
Well, on the surface of a sphere, it's all down to the observer and their perspective. Yes, that is true.
Right. It's down, but then when you add someone else, then what?
Well, then there's. I mean, if they were on either side of the curve, then it would look like a hump if you were a third observer watching them both.
It's a hump, but it's supposed to drop from their position, right?
For both of those individuals, it looks like it's going down from where they are.
Hey,
But
Red
when you're a third observer watching them both, it
Red
looks
Clay,
like
we're
there's a
listening
hump
to you
between them.
type. We're listening to you type like a maniac.
Who?
Don't worry about it. I'll fix it.
So it looks like it's not really, right? Is it really, or does it just look like it?
Well, they're on a sphere, and they have a relative field of view, right? So it's not going to be the entirety of a sphere. If you were going to zoom out further, they're just on a fucking sphere.
Is it really a drop, or does it just look like a drop? That's the question that Peter couldn't answer the other night.
It's a meaningless question.
Oh, meaningless question.
Yeah, hump and drop on the surface of a sphere is a meaningless question without an observer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if we could come to an agreement on that, Jerry, you would just abandon Bevtardia, right?
If I abandon reality, then yeah, I'll be fucking your head.
Yeah, because
Inside of your mind space.
what you want to do is you want to say like, look, okay, so my reality is just me as an observer. So when I look at other things like what's going on between me and other people, they're all dropping away from me, so it's a drop. But then obviously, if you already agree that you're on a sphere, then you know that there is no drop, like objective drop. It's just relative drop, right?
Right. It's not really dropping. Can you tell Peter that? It's not a real drop.
It's just relative. It's a meaningless question. You're on
Right.
a
It's
sphere.
relative. It's not real. If it was real, then we know what would happen to water, don't we? If it was a real drop.
I don't think that would. Whatever you're going to say about water doesn't usually transpose into reality.
No. Rivers don't flow, right?
Rivers, of course, rivers flow from high to low.
Yeah, why do they flow again?
Because they want to find the lowest potential.
Because there's a drop from horizontal, right?
Well, water seeks the lowest potential.
Right. There you go. So it's not really just perspective, is it? It's objective.
Well, I wouldn't say that's object. Or like for water, like trying to find the lowest potential. What it's trying to do is to try and get to the closest possible place on the to the core of the Earth, right? So When you say it's a drop, I just say, look, the Earth is a sphere where water is sometimes in high elevation, but it wants to go closer to the core of the Earth, so it goes from high to low. Right? You're thinking of it as like, oh, it's just a drop. It's just a drop, right?
Yeah, take a look at that elevation profile there.
It's interesting. We're talking about observations of water, and you jumped in with it's trying to go to the core of the Earth.
Well, it's trying to get to its lowest potential, right? No one's going to disagree with that, are they?
No, but you inserted core of Earth. We're just seeing
Yes,
it
the
go
lowest
down.
potential, which would be the core of the Earth.
Yeah, in your idea, but when we observe, you don't observe core of the Earth. All right, we're just observing what water does, and you say yes, and we will agree with you. Water will try to seek its lowest potential, and when it does do that, what can we look at? What do we? How are we going to describe it now? If we're just going to observe what's happening.
Well, I'd say that if I was Jerry, I'd be like, okay, like this all makes sense so far. You know, there's drops and so on from horizontal, and then I'd say, all right, so I've done my water level. You know, my 1 meter water level. I've got a cup of water. It looks pretty horizontal to me. I've seen a river. Right, okay, all well and good so far. But then, you know, one day I go to the beach, right, and I'm standing there with my wife holding her hand, and my other hand is Yui, because I'm in a polygamous relationship, and I look out across the ocean, and I see a boat. You know, it's a very nice boat, big boat, I'd say. We'll call it the Grand Mahuta, right? The Grand Mahuta is far away, 12 miles, and you see that there's two boats. One's on either side of an obstruction, and you zoom in because you think water's always level, you know, it gets high to low. So you zoom in and you say, oh, it's not reappearing, so it's not to do with optics. Maybe the water's a hill. Wait, no, I can't say that because water's always level. We're in a sphere. Right, there you go.
Well, which way would it curve? How would you explain that? Is it going down from your position or up?
We've already just covered that, haven't we, Jerry?
Yes, yeah. See, I asked the tough questions. And you will say it's perspective, which is exactly what I would say. It's just perspective. The boat is going away due to perspective.
Yeah, when you say perspective, right? How far away would something? Because I assume you're saying it's like reducing in angular size. How far away would someone like a boat have to go for it to like disappear out of your field of view? A big boat, we're talking, like, you know, few tons. Surely not 8 miles, right? Surely we're
However
talking
far you want.
50, maybe 30, 40, 50 miles on a clear day, right? For it to get so small that you just can't perceive it anymore. Now, if the boat's 8 to 12 miles and it's a big boat, now I don't know if you've ever been to a beach, Jerry, but you can see the boat, right?
Hey Jerry,
Yeah.
is Britnett trying out for SEAL Team 6 because he's not doing a good job of it, and I know he's not invited to it.
I'm one of the ringleaders of Troll Team 6.
I could tell.
Yeah,
so
one of the
proud.
ringleaders. I'm like let's think of a wrestler. I'm like the Undertaker of Troll Team 6, you know.
Because you're trolling the globe.
Uh-huh.
Hey, we determined Peter is actually a troll for you guys because he actually is a flat earther and he just makes you guys look stupid.
I don't think so.
So, after all this time, we're going to sit here and talk with you about a ship going away over the water, just like the Greeks said a few thousand years ago, and I can't see the bottom of that.
Yes, well, I think there's some misunderstanding about boats and horizons and so on, and that's that's because obviously it's an old argument, but I think I'm going to echo what Embo said and say that until the argument's been refuted, I'm not interested in how old it is, right? So
You don't have an argument, though.
here's the thing, right? Here's my point. There's two observations. Sometimes you see obstruction, sometimes you see quite far. Now, I know on your side you would say, Well, look, the proper observation, reality, is when you see quite far, and the obstruction
is
you fill it. Well, that's your cue. Fill out the rest of the sentence.
No, see, this is your claim.
Well, what is the obstruction, right?
Well, according to you lot, if we go back to the Greeks, that's the curve of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer site in feet.
I'd say it's the effect of the obstruction. But like, what would you say the obstruction is?
Right. Okay, thanks. So you see the effects of Earth curvature. Cool. I see the effects of a container because I'm breathing gas pressure.
That's kind of like not.
Yeah, but you've been saying this for the last 2 weeks, dude, and it's kind of been really annoying. And now you're kind of using the same fucking argument. Don't actually see the curvature of the Earth. We see the effects of the curvature of the Earth. All right.
I see both. Also, we don't have gas pressure; we have atmospheric pressure. It's very different.
Well, I could show you, for instance, a video like I showed you not too long ago, a video where a rocket goes up 50 miles, 60, actually 70 miles, and there's no container, right? But that's kind of separate from what that obstruction is. And until I get a clear answer from a flat earth, I didn't think I could ever say that argument was ever debunked, right?
Can we have Donald explain the difference between air pressure that's in my garage in my compressor tank versus gas pressure?
Well, that is gas pressure in a pressurized system. What we have on Earth is atmospheric pressure, which is very different.
Why is it very different?
Wait a second. So when I turn my air compressor on, it turns it into something else?
No, it pressurizes it.
It's already pressurized, 14.7 psi.
No, that's not pressurized. That's just pressure. Pressurized would be pressurized.
Take it away, fellas. I have a meeting coming up.
Pressurized would be above the atmospheric pressure of Earth.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. I don't know where to take this. Do we go back to this effects of curvature of the Earth, or do we go to the effects, or do we go to the effects of containment?
Well, I mean, except for gravity, Earth doesn't have containment the way that you're talking about. That's why we have parts of our atmosphere around the moon.
It's a lovely story, dude.
No, it's just measurements. These are measurements. It's not a story.
No, that's
measurements.
That's
you can only measure something that exists. Listen, you can only measure something that exists in objective reality. That's the only thing you can measure.
So what are you measuring?
We measured the amount of hydrogen around the moon, and its source was Earth.
Oh, okay.
So we're losing a little bit of our atmosphere, and it's being collected around the moon a little bit. It's hydrogen.
All right, we just got a salesman on fucking doorstep. All right, Sunshine. I'm not interested in your story today, thanks.
It's not a story. It's a measurement. Get it straight.
It is. I would have agreed with you if you said you could measure a gas pressure gradient on the Earth. But now
we can measure We can measure an atmospheric gradient on the Earth.
Yes, we can. That's awesome.
An atmospheric gradient. A pressurized system doesn't usually have a gradient.
Yes, they do.
No.
Sorry.
Unless it's in a gravitational field, a pressurized system will not have a gradient.
That's awesome. In the ideal gas law formula, PV equals nRT, what's the T stand for?
I don't care.
You should do, because it's the ideal gas law. The very thing that, you really should do, and if you don't know what it is, you should at least ask, because this is what we're talking about. We're talking about. Good, so what is it?
I don't care.
You know what it is, but you don't care. And we're answering the question why, we're answering the question why you can have a gas pressure gradient. I'm pointing out the ideal gas law. Shut up. I'm pointing out the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, and I'm asking you what the T stands for, because it's poignant to the discussion. You say
why don't you inform me? Let's say I don't know.
Hold on. You've come in here with some kind of knowledge about measuring gas pressure and helium or
atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. Different thing. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure.
Excuse me. So T would have nothing to do with gas now, then, according to you, because it's different. What's the T stand for?
What is the ideal gas law? It is the description of
I've
how
just
gases
told
act
you.
independent of gravity.
Excuse me. So the
Then our
ideal
T
gas
doesn't
law.
have gravity in it.
So awesome. So gravity doesn't affect the entropy of a gas system.
The ideal gas law. The ideal gas. See, that ideal part is very important in physics. May I finish now?
No,
You got
because you keep
pissed off when I interrupted you, but you have no problem interrupting me.
Yeah, of course I don't. Not a problem, because you've been fundamentally incorrect the whole time, and it's bugged me.
I have never said an untrue thing.
Well, you
Unfortunately,
have.
you
What's T
lie
stand for?
every
This
day.
conversation's not going to go on anymore.
The ideal.
You
Let
tell
me say this one sentence.
what's
May I
T?
say this one sentence that I've been trying to finish?
You're not going to say anything
So
until you give
the
me what T
ideal gas. May I finish? The ideal.
What's
The
T?
ideal.
What's
The
T?
ideal.
What's T, Donald? What's T?
The ideal gas.
You're only going to give me what T is. We can speak about the ideal gas law and then the non-ideal gas law and talk about the differences between them. And it's still not going to save you. What's the T stand for?
The ideal gas law relates to microscopic properties of.
What's the T stand for?
Or repel one another.
You need to be situationally aware. I realise you're reading and probably don't see your microphone is muted, but you just need to give me the T. What's
Dude,
the T?
I was reading it to you. Why'd you mute me?
I just want the T.
Well, I have to give you the entire ideal gas law.
I just want the T. I don't want anything else. I don't want a conversation until you give me what T stands for.
Fucking Christ.
T.
Can you allow me to fuck?
You're just going to give me T, and
Give
then
him
we'll
the
do
T.
the conversation. Shh.
Only the T.
T.
Fuck off. Stop muting me.
T.
Fuck
What does
off.
T stand for?
It doesn't matter.
I found it very quickly.
It does. It does.
I don't care. I'm not looking for it.
My goodness me. So you don't know, and you've come in here with gusto talking about what gas fucking does. And you think that T has got nothing to do with what gas fucking does, you idiot.
Oh, okay. Are you just never going to let me talk until I tell you temperature? Is that just what you're just not going to let me?
The next word that comes out of your mouth better be with regards to what T does. Next word out of your mouth. What's T stand for? What's T stand for?
Can I speak now that I've answered your stupid fucking question?
You're muted. Be situationally aware. When I unmute you, the thing that comes out of your mouth is going to begin with T.
Temperature, I answered it. Temperature, you dick.
Dude, you've been muted. All right, and
No,
you've been
when you
shouting and
unmuted me
hollering.
last time I answered.
Stop losing your shit. You need to calm down. Take a deep breath. We're going to count backwards from 5, 4. Breathe. 2, 1. Yeah,
He
fuck
quit.
T is
Oh
very
my
important.
god, he's too much.
Sorry, guys. T is very important when we deal with gas pressure gradients because it stands for temperature.
No, you're exactly right to hold him on that, Jedi.
Yeah, it's because
Good job, Jedi.
heat up the side of a container, and that pressure will it'll have a gas pressure gradient.
Baby, come back. Baby, come back.
It's not just flat Earth. He's kind of known for doing this, like a lot of different topics. They got on mass media. They got him like a compilation of him freaking out. So it's like his shtick. It's like he joins channels, acts like it's your job to convince him of something, and then he just like spazzes out.
So he's famous.
Yeah, it's like a shtick he does. It's like a reoccurring character, that
Yeah. Paid to be stupid, right?
Yes.
So when people see like, oh, it's the topic, it's like Flat Earth did this to him. No, he was like that way before he heard Flat Earth.
His doctor's got to be worried about his blood pressure.
comes in here with all of his gusto, saying that atmospheric pressure is different from gas pressure. Yeah, it's still got temperature in it. Fucking idiot. Right, so Yui, or Britnat, or whatever your fucking name is today, Troll
Yeah.
Team 6 representative, should we go back to this curve that we only see the effects of?
Do you mind if I just make myself a coffee because I'm getting exhausted a bit?
Yeah, no worries.
What happened with Embo? Did he finally say that it wasn't the geometry of the bridge, or did he just stick to that's the geometry of the bridge?
Yeah, I didn't hear the conclusion of that. All I know is seems like a lot of arguments are being rehashed again. There's a lot of time wasting going on from, Troll Team 6 and with this shit. Bringing up old arguments. But they're back onto fucking Soundly now. We were looking at black and white photographs taken in 1947 from the V2 rocket the other day. So, oh goodness me, it's just time wasting.
Yeah, that comment from Clipcard there, or screenshot he posted. The Lank Pontchartrain Bridge is the greatest flat Earth debunk of all time. Okay, if that's the best debunk of all time, presented like 2018, 2019, how come they haven't been able to use it yet?
Long as this bridge again, did you say like 24 miles earlier? I forgot.
So you could say about 1,800 plus days have passed since the greatest debunk of all time. But yet there's been repeatable, observable, and measurable results that even they are not convinced by their own self-proclaimed greatest debunk of all time. That's what I would like to have them explain. How come they can't use it? Like, is it going to take 2,000 days of presenting it? 3,000, 4,000, over 9,000? How many consecutive days in a row do you present the greatest debunk of all time before you're able to use it? For you. Don't worry about me. Can you use it? Because until you're able to at least use it for something, I'm not even going to really consider it. Because you don't consider it. Something like, I've debunked X. You're like, okay, got it. You've debunked X. Are you going to use your debunk? No, you're not. Okay, well, I don't need to use it either. Donald's back. We'll take him off mute right away. Hey, Donald, welcome back, dude.
Thanks. So, since I answered your stupid little quiz question, can we continue on with the conversation normally without using the mute button for no reason whatsoever?
Yeah, sure. So, answering the question why we have a atmospheric gradient is because of temperature.
No gravity. So let me say this one thing real quick. May I say this one thing real quick?
It's in your model.
May I say this one thing real quick? I need to say. Can I say this one thing real quick?
Post your model. Talk away. Fuck me.
All right. So the ideal gas, also called the general gas equation, is the equation of the state of a hypothetical ideal gas. It is a good approximation of the behavior of many gases under many conditions, although it has several limitations. It was first stated. Well, okay. So it's hypothetical, man. It doesn't actually exactly apply. You have to change. You have to change it to make it apply to reality.
Okay. And how do we change it? So without the amount of gas, without the temperature, without the volume and the pressure, what else do we need?
You need gravity, friction. You need all the other forces that are involved. You need a lot more than just that. That is the hypothetical. Listen. I want to read one more thing to you. Please don't mute me. I'm not on that screen. I'm looking at something else right now.
Okay.
So give me 1 second. Okay. So where'd it go? Okay, here it is. Damn it! I lost it. I can't find it. Okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, basically, you have to add a whole bunch of shit to the ideal gas law to get it to work.
You have to add more stuff to the ideal gas law. Do you know what?
It describes a system. Listen, it describes a system.
Parts of the ideal gas law.
It describes gases that have. Listen, it describes gases that have no mass and no volume. Do gases have that mass and volume?
What's the N bit for?
What N bit?
The N in NRT. What's that for? What's the P? What's the V for? What are you talking about, dude? Gases have no volume. What?
Gases absolutely have volume, but the ideal gas law describes a system with.
What's the B stand for?
The ideal gas law describes a system that with gases that have no mass and volume. They're talking the volume and the mass is of the space. It's not of the gases.
No shit.
Yeah, it's of the space. It has nothing to do with gases.
What's the N bit for?
Of the space you're talking about, not of the gases.
N. What's N stand for? We've done the V.
N is volume.
N?
N is what? Maybe surface area. I don't remember.
N.
I'm working. It's been a while. N is
the amount of.
N is the amount of substance. But
which is.
It describes particles that have no mass and no volume. Yeah, that N. What's the mass and the volume of N? What is the mass and volume of N?
N. The amount
what is the mass and volume of N?
Yeah, the amount of substance in the space. What's the definition of the amount of substance in the space?
But in the ideal gas law, what is the volume and mass of N?
Dude, you've got no clue what you're talking about, have you?
Why can't you answer the question if you know what you're talking about?
Because you've got no clue what you're talking about. We had a 5-minute ramble of you having to read stuff and get through it and get to the T bit at the end. When you've come in here with gusto.
Literally 10 seconds. I spoke literally for 10 seconds. So what is the mass and volume of N?
N stands for the amount of mass. The substance in the space.
No, substance. Yes, substance. So what is the mass and volume of N in the equation?
Should we look into it, dude?
Let's do that.
Good, let's go.
Apparently, since you don't know, we should look into it because there is no mass and volume for N.
Let's go for it then. You're trying to invoke gravity, dude.
Well, gravity exists on everything that has mass.
No, it doesn't affect the entropy of this system because gas disperses in all directions.
Well, except in the presence of forces like gravity.
Well, you might want to look that up.
So it doesn't come from the mass of the gas then.
Here, Jelly, let me get something.
Another object.
Hey, in your worldview, is gravity affect light too?
I have a worldview about this, but gravity does not affect light. The light is affected by the curvature of space. May I finish? I'm almost done. So light is affected by the curvature of space-time that gravity produces. You can demonstrate this with gravitational lensing.
No, that's fine. We can talk about 2 different gravities if you want to. That's fine.
There's only one gravity.
There's one, mass attracting mass. The second one, that mass disturbing and distorting the fabric of space-time.
Forcing massive objects to attract.
No, that's not forcing them to an attraction. They are not. No, it isn't. Those
gravity
two physical
produces a force.
objects. Those 2 physical objects, in Einstein's idea, are not acting upon themselves magically at distance as a mediator for this. That's
no
the
magic
space-time bit that they're bending.
There's no magic. Space-time is a physical thing that warps.
No, it isn't.
Warps.
Space-time is a reification.
No, it's not. Space-time is a physical object.
Sorry. Do you think height, width, length for coordinate systems physical?
Okay, those are 2 different things. So that's the reification.
Do you even know what a tensor equation is?
Yes,
and why we use good. So you should understand it's got coordinates in it. And
how many tensor equations are there?
Loads. And
how many tensor equations are there?
Dude, it doesn't matter.
Well, you quizzed me. I can't quiz you. That's not fair. That's just not fair. How many tensor equations are there?
There's a lot. I'm not going
No,
to be
how
able to.
many exactly? How many exactly? I know the exact number. How many exactly?
Dude, I don't know.
Okay.
But do you know what they're for?
Yes, they're for calculating the curvature of space-time.
There you go. The curvature of space-time. Space-time being, space-time being a coordinate system.
No, we describe the physical structure of space-time with a coordinate system. Just like we do on Earth.
So you reify these things into existence.
No, we describe the physical structure.
No, you reify the physical structure into existence.
What makes you think that space-time?
You're obviously not going to listen. You're obviously not going to listen, dude.
Well, you're saying wrong things. So
no, they're not.
What makes you think that space-time is not physical? What makes you think, dude? What makes you think that space-time is not physical?
Give me time. Give me three-dimensional space, absence of anything.
You're experiencing it right now. You're in the middle of it right now. You're surrounded by it. Your molecules are. Dude, you asked me a question. You asked me a question. Let me answer the question.
Fuck
you. I don't understand. You asked me a question, but you won't let me answer the question. Why ask the question?
Okay, how about this? What do you think the question was?
The question was, give me some space time, or give me some time.
Okay, listen again. That wasn't the question.
That's what he said. Those were his words.
Give me some time, and give me the space that something else occupies. Height, width, length.
Okay, you got a ruler?
That's a ruler.
That's how you measure height, width, and length. Those are the dimensions. What you're measuring are the dimensions.
Yes, so the height, width, length, whether you give them to me in centimeters or inches, feet, meters, miles, or kilometers.
The units are irrelevant.
The units are real?
Are irrelevant. No, they're not. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said they are irrelevant. And they're subjective. They're imaginary. The units are imaginary. They don't exist in objective.
Thank you.
The units, the way that we measure is subjective. What we're measuring, you can only measure stuff that exists in objective reality. That's physical and objective reality. That's the only thing you can measure.
Thank you.
Why are you thanking me?
Because you've given me what I've asked for. It's
not
real. It's not real.
No, the units are not real.
Yes, but you have to give me a ruler to give physicality. I'm asking you to give me the absence, dude. Space. The absence of physicality.
No, space-time. Look up.
I'm going to get to time in a minute. All right, let's go to time now. Give
space-time.
Me time.
Space-time. One word. Space-time.
That's fine. You can reify these two concepts into
it's
one.
It's not a reification.
It is, by definition, taking non-physical things and giving them physicality. Misplaced concretism.
Space-time is physical, dude. Space-time is physical.
These things are conceptual.
No, space-time is physical, man. How can the listen? How can the Earth, dude? You never stop talking. How can the Earth exist in something that is not physical? How can any planet, any star exist in something that is not?
We're not going to be talking about planets.
You just never shut the fuck up, do you, man? You just constantly talk so that you don't have to learn anything.
Ask me a question, you cunt.
I'm trying. I'm trying to. I haven't finished the question yet. How can anything that exists exist in something that is not physical?
Dude, you're talking about a coordinate system.
No, that's how we describe the physical structure. No, that's how we describe the physical structure is with the coordinate system. The coordinate system is the measurement. You cannot measure something unless it exists in objective reality. So the coordinate system is the measurement of the physical structure.
The physical structure?
Yes, of space-time.
Go on.
Ooh, go on. I'm done. Said what I need to say. Space-time is physical. That's what I've been trying to say this whole time. Space-time is physical.
You're gonna make a concept physical. Go on.
No, it's not a concept. Space-time is not a concept. Space and time are the concepts. Space-time is physical.
It is such a concept.
So two concepts make a physical.
No, concepts are only physical in your mind.
Okay, so
two concepts don't make a physical.
What?
So the two concepts together. So each concept is in your mind, but then you put them together and they become physical. Is that right?
No, they have always been physical. They are always physical. The
You just said they
concept
were
is
in your mind.
listen. The concept describes the thing in reality. The
You
physical
just said that
structure in
space
reality is
and
what.
time. You just said space and time were two concepts in your mind.
Yes, space is a concept. Time is a concept. Space-time is physical.
So
They're different things. They're not the same thing. They're different things.
So where did you see
are committing a
space-time?
reification fallacy when you say, well, it's the opposite of reification fallacy. I don't know what the
Okay.
opposite of reification
So where
fallacy.
did you see space-time?
Everywhere.
Could you be
You're looking
specific?
at it when you look at the time that it takes for the light to get from your computer screen or phone to your eyes. Experience of space-time. That's an experience of space-time.
That's not observing space-time. That's looking at my phone or a screen.
I didn't say that. I said the in-between, from the time it leaves your computer screen till the time it gets to your eyeballs. That's space-time.
There's nothing that I can
Photons are
see there.
in space-time.
That's just physical space between me and a screen.
Physical space. And time is part of space, so it's physical space-time. I agree. Thank you.
Hey,
You just
Donald,
agreed with me the time that space-time is physical.
Is your certificate saying you're sane still valid, do you think?
What?
The fuck? Man's
Do you need
Yeah.
to,
I
think
mean,
you
I
need
got
to
it when I
renew
was
your...
I got it when I was 12, but I'm sure it's still valid.
Wow, they were checking you out at 12? I think you might want to
Yes.
get that tested again.
I tried to commit suicide because my mother died.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Donald. Well, if you go back to any testing, don't be telling them that you think space-time is physical, because
Well,
then you'll fail.
you cannot measure something that is not physical. So
Yeah, you
look at
can't
your
measure
watch.
something that doesn't exist, like
Yeah,
space-time.
you cannot. No, physical. You cannot measure something that is not physical.
How did
So
you
look
measure
at your watch.
space-time?
Anybody have a watch? Yeah, I'm doing that right now. So anybody have a watch? If you look at your watch, you're measuring space-time. Your watch.
How are you measuring space-time with your watch? Wait.
All
How are
clocks
you
measure
measuring...
space-time. All
How are you
clocks
measuring...
measure space-time.
Wait. How are you measuring space-time with your watch?
The watch is measuring space-time.
What do you mean?
Are you related to Brenda?
When somebody says what time is it, and you look at your watch, you're measuring space-time.
It's 12 space-time. Is that what you say?
Well, I mean, we have the.
Well, what do you mean? I'm looking at my watch. What are you talking about space-time?
It's moving through space and it's measuring time. That's space-time.
So you just mean a clock?
No. The thing inside the clock, either the gears or the oscillating
So
crystal.
years are space-time.
No, they're measuring space-time. Stop with the reification fallacy.
But you said the space-time is the physical thing.
Yes, space-time is physical.
So the
watch
gear is physical, and
measuring.
the gear is turning.
The watch is measuring the space-time.
What do you mean?
What do you misunderstand? Do you understand what a measurement is?
Explain it in more detail.
I can't. That is all the detail. The
No, there must be
oscillating
more
crystal.
detail.
The oscillating crystal inside of the watch measures time. It is in space. It is measuring space-time.
It vibrates. That's all it does.
So,
Do you understand how a
it's
digital watch
measuring
works?
space-time because it exists.
How does a digital watch work?
But this isn't time, you dude.
It absolutely is. The oscillation of a wave is time.
No. The
Then you
oscillation
don't
of
know
a wave.
physics. That's the problem here. You don't know. You don't know physics. That's the problem here. Is you don't know. God damn it, dude. The problem here is that you don't know physics.
No, I do, dude.
Apparently not, because you have misunderstood every.
Dude, I haven't misunderstood. I want you to say what you just said about a wave being time again.
What? I don't listen when I'm muted. When I'm muted, I don't listen.
Yeah, that's a DQ right there.
Now I'm confused about the purpose of a watch. Right? So the watch is to tell the time, or it's to measure space-time? Which one is it?
I mean, be careful with this guy, right? Remember what he said 5 minutes ago. Don't upset him too much. What the fuck, dude?
This is a shtick he plays. This is like his character. He gets online and acts this way. It's not just this channel, okay? It's exactly the same skit he does every place he goes.
Yeah, sadly, I don't think it's a skit. I think that's just how he is.
Oh yeah, I hear you. It's probably I'm just saying, just so you know, like I've heard him in other forums, other servers. He does exactly the same thing.
Oh yeah, I don't expect Donald to be reasonable anywhere else either. But I am curious as to the function of a watch now. Here's me thinking it's a time-telling device. Now I'm hearing it measuring space-time.
You wait until he tells you that you can bend and warp that space time, make it shorter, make it longer.
You
wait.
I don't know. It's all physical, yeah.
Yeah, it's all physical.
The space-time from my computer screen is physical.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is it possible to have an actual conversation without all the muting? For no
I don't
reason?
know, mate. Are you going to act like a reasonable human being?
I am. I'd really like for you to not act like a child, though.
Okay, so no then. Fuck off. Not acting like a child, dude. I just hate it when people make really stupid assertions and act like they know what they're talking about. And then tell me I don't. T stands for what? Fucking idiot. Go on, Donald. Try and communicate with somebody else.
All right, I'll talk to anybody.
I'm not gonna listen when I'm muted.
Well, I mean, if you guys think you have all the control in the room, you're wrong.
Oh, okay. Watch.
Oh.
You don't seem to have that control.
Oh dear.
So, would it be possible to have an actual conversation?
I asked you that. So stop
I've been
acting like
asking
a
this since I
child,
got
and
here.
maybe you can speak to Cyclone. He's really interested about what his clock is doing.
Okay, sure. Let's talk about clocks.
All right. So are clocks for telling the time or for measuring space-time?
They're measuring time, which is space time. They're the same thing. Space and time are the same thing.
So why did they bother calling space-time if it already exists and was called time?
Well, there is height, length, and width. Those things are not time, but
Oh,
time
so it's not
is.
just time.
Give me height.
I never said it was. I never said it was
Yeah,
just
you
time.
said they're the same thing.
Yes, they're the same thing. All four of them are the same thing. They're
So
dimensions.
why are they two different words, time and space-time?
Because people are idiots and they don't change very quickly. So even though we've known that space-time is the same thing for 100 years,
space-time just means time, but because
would it be
people are idiots,
possible?
they called it space-time.
No, it's the other way around. So would it be possible for me to finish my answers
Wait,
to your
time
questions?
existed before space-time. It can't be the other way around.
Hang on. They all. So please slow down. Let me finish answering your question before you ask another, please.
All right.
Thank you, because I only say a few words at a time. But okay. So before Einstein described to us the actuality of space-time being physical, we thought that time was only conceptual. So we called them different things because we understood even then that space did exist. Height, length, and depth exists. So it's hard to change people. So they're still calling them different things, even though they're the same thing. They're space-time.
So what did Einstein do differently that he came across space-time that no one else had done before?
Well, he was smarter than the average person. He understood concepts in ways that other people don't.
Right, but what did he physically measure or observe and was like, look, here, space-time?
So lightning on a fast-moving train was the thing. So he saw two lightning strikes on a moving train. They hit at the same time to him, and he thought, well, would they have looked the same if someone had saw the same lightning strikes at the same perspective, but standing still? And he reasoned that it would not. There would be one lightning strike and then the other. Or it's the other way around. I don't remember. The train analogy has been a long time since I've had to use it, because most people I talk to about physics understand the very basics. This is the very basics.
I still don't understand. You're talking about space-time, but you're talking about trains and lightning.
Well, yeah, lightning's light.
Yeah, so what did Einstein do or measure that he was like, look, space-time?
So I'll explain it again. There is there's a pair of an occurrence. So light happens. Let's say any light happens. 2 photons are emitted from the sun at the same time. If somebody is stationary compared to the sun, they will appear to have happened differently than if someone is moving compared to the sun. So the relativity of the movement changes your perception of the light. The light doesn't change. Light's always the same. Our perception of it changes. So that's why people misunderstand what light is, because they don't have a good perception of how it changes because of relativity.
Right, I'm still not clear. What did Einstein do? What was his method?
Holy shit. He ran many experiments. I don't know all of the experiments. You can look up Einstein's experiments.
Okay, well, do you know which one it was where he measured or detected space-time?
Dude.
Yes?
I mean, how did Einstein measure?
I don't know, I just thought, because you said you knew all, well, you were speaking with the physicists, and I don't know the basics, so I thought you would know.
Well, it's been a long time since I've dealt with the basics, so I have to look them up.
Okay, cool.
Give me a long time. Give me a minute. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
All right. Gravity probe B, according to Einstein, your weight on... Okay, so... Okay, this is what I can give you. This is what I remember from long ago. Okay, so the Eddington 1919 experiment, it was a measurement of space-time. It was a measurement of the curvature of space-time because of massive gravitational acceleration.
It's not a
So
measurement.
there's an experiment that... What? Eddington 1919. It was an eclipse, and stars that were...
Not a measurement. It was an observation.
No, it was a measurement, and I'll tell you why. I was about to explain how it was a measurement.
Okay, which slide are you talking about?
May I finish?
I've asked you a question. Which slide are you going to be talking about?
What slide? What slides
Pictures.
are you talking about?
They took pictures. Which one of the pictures is the measurement going to come from?
None of them. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, it should be, because that's the observation.
If you let me
That's all
finish,
right.
you'd
Maybe Donald's
understand.
got something better.
Yes, I do. Better than a picture. Okay. So we chart the stars, right? And on the day of the 1919 eclipse, on the charts of the stars, there were a pair of stars that should have been blocked by the sun. All right, that was a measurement.
What do you mean? What was measured?
The position of the star relative to the sun and Earth.
And what exactly was measured? Their like angular degree in the sky, or their distance, or what?
All of it. Their position. That's what
And
was
their
measured.
position in terms of distance away from observer?
Relative to the sun-Earth system, yes. That's how I said that.
Right, so how did they measure the distance between the observer and the star?
We have charted those stars for hundreds of years. We knew exactly where they are because we've measured them.
Yeah, so how did they measure them?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Can I get through this and then you ask the stupid-ass questions at the end? Is that possible?
No. How did they measure them?
Well,
how do you measure a star? You use a telescope.
A telescope?
Yes, a telescope. If it's close enough, you use parallax. If it's further away, you use other methods.
Okay, so if I look at a star through a telescope, how can I get the distance to it?
I just told you, if it's close enough, you use parallax. If it's further away, you use other methods. I just answered the question that you asked,
Correct.
which was a stupid question, by the way.
Well, because you weren't really specific. That doesn't really mean anything to me. I'm just looking through the
Why
telescope.
does it not mean anything to you? What is it that I said that
Because
doesn't
I'm
mean anything?
looking through the telescope, I see a star. What's my next step?
Well, you've taken a position of that star, and then you wait 6 months. You do it again, and you have a different position for that star, and you calculate the difference, and that gives you you triangulate the distance. It's called parallax. I said that.
So how does that tell you a distance from you to the star?
Trigonometry. You solve for the right angle.
A right angle?
Yes, because whenever you take the two measurements, you make a triangle. In the middle of that triangle, essentially the sun is a right angle to the star. You solve the side, you solve the angle side angle of that triangle, and then you get the distance to the star.
So we have to assume a flat baseline in this.
It's a planet and the universe, man. It's not a flat baseline. It's a 90-degree
Right,
angle.
but you're saying we have to use a triangle.
Yeah, you have to use a triangle to do triangulation.
Sorry, did you say that
triangles have a flat baseline.
Did you
They
just say
have
that
three angles,
baseline?
man. They have
Sorry,
three angles.
Donald.
Triangle, three
Donald.
angles. That's what
Donald.
you're worried about. The lines are
Donald.
irrelevant.
Donald, did you say the baseline was a
No, I
90?
never said that word. I never said
You
that
just
word.
did. I'm literally going to repeat what I think you said.
What you
The
think I said is not what I actually said.
But
How
that's
do
why
you
I'm
know?
fucking
How
trying
do
to
you know? He's not
clarify
said
with
it
you, you
yet.
bum.
I have clarified multiple times. A triangle has three angles. You don't need anything else. You need three angles. Triangle. It's in the name. Scientists suck at naming shit. We just call it what it is. It's three angles. Triangle. All you need is three angles.
Okay, what are the 3 points of the triangle?
The Earth at its apogee, and the Earth at its perigee, and the angle from the sun to the star.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to bloody know.
Said that already. I said that already, man.
Dude.
Pay attention, listen, and focus.
You need to chill out, dude. Literally trying to have a conversation with you. I wasn't clear.
No, yeah, you didn't say that, to be fair, Donald. But all right. So he's assuming the Earth's moving.
Yeah, parallax. 6 months apart, different sides of the sun.
Okay. So what was he talking about? Seeing space time, looking at the stars, measuring space time. Was that what he was talking about?
Don't know. He's deafened himself now. He's going to sulk. That's fine. In the meantime, though, posted 2 really interesting videos talking about space-time being a concept and how Einstein's mathematics are kind of fundamentally wrong. I would suggest everybody watches them. It's lots of fun.
Well, according to my watch, you are incorrect.
Fucking your watch, man. What the hell? I don't know. But yeah, if and when he comes back, man, you got all the patience in the world so you can have him. He's already pissed me off, man. I probably shouldn't talk to him.
No, that's about it for me as well, probably. I need to detach. I'm going to go on mute for a bit, but I'll listen in.
Alright. Fine. Ah, dear.
No conversation happening here today.
Well, there was until.
How you doing today?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad.
Nice.
What are you up to? Anything exciting? What you popping?
I gotta go to work soon, but 30 minutes. I thought I'd just hop in here for some fun.
Good stuff, man.
I think I joined in the aftermath.
Continue
Whatever
without all
went
the
on
fucking
here.
muting. I'd really
Whatever.
appreciate that. I would like to continue without all the muting. That'd be amazing.
Okay.
Not you,
might
the
have
other
to-
guy. The other
Yeah,
guy that I was talking to.
Okay, so I'm trying to help you. So the other guy that you're
Not.
talking
You're hindering the conversation. You're
I'm trying to
prevaricating.
tell you he's gone away for 5 minutes.
Oh, okay,
He's
my
not
bad.
here at the moment.
Okay, my bad. I apologize.
Fuck me.
Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate it. Now, what was your stupid ass question that I already answered 10 times?
Oh, come on.
You don't have to be condescending and patronising.
It's not
but
condescending when you ask stupid questions I've already answered.
Hello.
It's not condescending when you ask stupid questions I've already answered.
You're going to be
Okay,
like
what
this.
was your question? What was your question?
It wasn't a question. I wanted to point something out to you. In the live stream, I've dropped 2 videos with regards to space time. The people that are speaking about it are spectroscopers. They are PhD physicists. They have doctorates and all of that type of stuff. They come very well received. Now,
Are their comments peer reviewed?
Yes, these are fucking scholars, my friend.
That doesn't mean their comments are peer reviewed. They could be stating their opinion.
Dude, they within the videos they will give citations for the stuff that you want.
How do I watch the videos?
I don't care, dude.
How do I watch the video?
The poignant thing is this: with your description of space-time being real, fundamentally, everybody physical, everybody in the scientific community knows that what you said incorrect. They understand and know that it's not physical.
That's just not true. That's a lie. So,
okay, what's the video? I'm
any,
now no longer arguing with you. Your problem.
Ask any physicist.
I've given them to you.
No, you said spectroscopy. That's not a physicist.
Among other things. You watched the video.
How do I watch the video? I've never done that before. That's what I was asking earlier. I've never done that before.
You've never watched a YouTube video before?
I've never gotten a YouTube video from a live stream on Discord before. I don't know where that is.
Well, it's in a text stream. Do you know where the text stream?
No. I like the chat.
Okay, yes. So were you on your mobile device or PC?
PC.
Okay, so up in the top right-hand corner, if you take your mouse up there, there should be a speech bubble just above our names.
Yeah, I'm in the chat. I know what the chat is. I didn't understand what you were saying.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So in there, I posted a video. You might have to scroll up a little bit.
Sky Scholar?
Yes, thank you.
YouTube, does space-time exist? All right, what's this guy's name?
Dr. Pierre-Marie Robitaille.
You're going to have to either put that in chat or spell it for me.
Watch the video. Are we in there?
No. I'm going to look this guy up first, and then I'll watch the video.
Okay, off you go.
Always makes me chuckle internally.
So Jedi, give us a quick rundown on what kind of the claim was, or whatever it's saying.
Are you going to give me that guy's name? Either spell it or put it in chat.
Dr. So Dr. Pierre-Marie Robitaille. R-O-B. You know what? I'll go and fucking get it for you, mate. No worries.
Dude, just spell it or put it in chat. You don't have to do anything else for me. Just spell it or put it in chat.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to spell his surname, so I'm going to go and get it for you before I bugger it up.
Appreciate that. So, is that other guy back? I don't even remember his name. The other guy I was talking to. Does anybody know the name of the person I was talking to before? The one that left and hopefully will come back? Anybody? Okay.
Yeah, that was Cyclone. I mean, I don't want to help you too much. He seems to get upset every time I speak, but yeah, that was Cyclone.
Cyclone? I don't get upset when you help. I apologize that I interrupted you earlier, and I've apologized before. That was a mistake on my part, and I admitted that. Yeah, I don't see why you hold grudges. Let stuff go. Let it, like a duck's back, roll off your back. So, does anybody have an explanation for the horizon? Curious about that.
Yo, Donald, what was the question? What was the question you asked Cyclone?
We were talking about clocks. I didn't ask any questions. I was explaining to him how clocks measure things.
You read that pretty good. Did you get your new glasses or no?
Yes, I got my new glasses. They're on my face.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Improvement. There you go.
And they're progressives, so they're not bifocals anymore. I love it. It's so much more. It's so much better.
So you're talking about time?
We were talking about clocks, but yeah, we were talking about space-time. Space-time is a single structure. Space-time.
Did he bring up an atomic clock? Because that's I don't know what kind of debate it was.
I was going to get to an atomic clock, but this guy here, Effie Jedi, would not allow me to speak.
It's not flat. Fuck you all.
Okay, but Effie Jedi wouldn't let me finish sentences, so I couldn't get to that part.
They stick.
I was going to get to the atomic clocks.
Whoever thinks that the Earth is flat, his brain is flat too.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, how
I wanted to talk.
Did you come up with that all on your own?
Who thinks in here that the Earth is flat? Really?
I wanted to talk to that Cyclone
He's a
dude about
fucking
the
moron.
oscillation.
I have 130 IQ. Okay, I'm glad and I have it. I'm not idiot, Arab or something.
That's pretty bad,
So
actually.
tell me, who think what bad?
Yeah, where's the curve, guy?
It's everywhere. It's the horizon.
How is
The
the Earth
horizon's
flat?
the horizon's level and flat. So
It's
what
not.
part
I
of it
put
is
a level to the horizon
Flat
personally.
flat.
I have personally put a
Flat
level to the
flat.
horizon. It is not.
You believe
flat.
it's flat?
No. I have personally looked at a level right up next to the horizon, right at the horizon on a beach. It is not level. It is not flat. Well, it's level. It's not flat. Level.
that's weird. That's weird, Donald. I did the same thing, and it was flat.
I don't have your bias.
Is the
I
beach
did
a
it from
ball?
the point of.
You
Is the
it sounds
beach
like
is
the
the beach
60s
round?
idiot in America.
Answer the
No,
question:
right?
Is
It
the
sounds
beach round?
What question?
How big is this globe anyway? Do you guys know?
It's like 25,000 miles in circumference-ish, a little less. And
Cool. How did they get that?
Well, satellites is one way you can.
So
We've been measuring.
you need a radius. You need a
It's
radius
the
to get
middle of
the
a sentence,
satellite there.
buddy.
Hey, you
It's
don't
not.
have
Yes.
to
Do you
math.
have
If you let me finish the sentence, it'll be more clear.
I was talking first.
Do
Donald.
you have
Ask me a
personal
question. Let me
access?
answer the question.
Do you
So,
have
listen.
personal access to these satellites?
Relax.
Hey, he's spurging out here. He's freaking out.
No, I'm not. You just wouldn't let me finish. I have other ways. So we've been measuring the planet for hundreds of years, not with satellites.
And how have you measured it?
We usually use telescopes and, telescopes is the best way to do it in angles. We use azimuthal and the other one. I don't remember what it is right now.
You used to do it for centuries with star navigation and such. So like
It's
before
like me saying
satellites.
I can measure something with my eyes. Can you? How did you measure
You
it?
cannot measure anything with your eyes. These telescopes have crosshairs and measurements on them, and we use known distances. It's very complex stuff. Have you ever read a surveyor's manual?
Cool. Very quickly, guys. I want to interrupt Donald in the text room, Dr. Pierre Marie Robertal. I've dropped some links for him so you can look at the research that he's done.
I just need his name. I'll look him up myself.
That's fine. No worries. I just wanted to spell it correctly for you.
Appreciate it.
Donald, are you aware that your profile picture is CGI?
Yes. It's an artist's conception of the Milky Way galaxy. You cannot take a picture of the Milky Way the entirety of the Milky Way from inside the Milky Way. I don't see his name.
Take a picture of it at all.
You can. I have a picture of it. I'm looking at a picture of it right now.
You just admitted that's not a picture.
Of the entirety of the galaxy. You can take pictures of chunks of it. Huge chunks of it. I'm not seeing that name, by the way, in the chat. Oh, Pierre
So you
Marie.
can
Got it. I found it. Sorry, go ahead.
I can take a picture of my house outside of my house while I'm inside my house.
Not while the photo.
So you were saying
perfect sense,
that
guys.
Earth curve? We got it in the first place. How?
You cannot do that while the camera is in your hand. You cannot take a picture of the entirety of your house from inside your house with the camera in your hand.
You know, because I'm just looking for the radius.
Radius is like
You
almost
said we've
4,000
measured it
miles.
hundreds of times.
Yes, it's been measured. It's like 4,000 miles or something, 3969.
Again, that's just a claim.
If we could just get
it's not a claim, it's a measurement. Measurements are not claims.
I'll tell you what, Donald, could you regale our crowd with the stories of how they directly measured the curvature of the Earth or radius?
We use
to be very knowledgeable about it.
We use surveying tactics, geodetic surveying procedures.
This just begs the question.
That does not beg the question. How does that beg the question? You cannot beg a question with a measurement.
You're being ambiguous here.
I'm not.
You're trying to dodge the actual answer.
I have not dodged any answers.
That there was a dodge itself.
No, that was a direct confrontation of you accusing me of nonsense because I am not dodging. What is it that you think I'm dodging? Tell me what it is that you think I'm dodging.
I just told you.
No, you just told me I was dodging. What is it that you think I'm dodging?
You're not giving an actual answer. You're just making baseless claims here.
Not baseless. I can give you the basis of my claims.
You're not giving us how you got to that, how you came to the conclusion.
Geodetic surveying.
Okay, how'd they get the geoid that they referenced to then?
You don't have to reference a geoid. We do because it's easier, but we don't have to. You can make direct measurements of the planet's surface without referencing.
So how'd they get that geoid in the first place?
Lots of measurements.
But can I just have one?
Sure, no problem. I'm still trying to look up something from 20 minutes ago, but I'll get you another one. I'll do your homework for you because you don't seem capable of doing your own research. So I'll do your research for you.
I mean,
no problem.
you couldn't even look up a name. So
It's not doing homework. That's called backing up your claims.
I did that already, though.
By saying
we've done that.
You haven't.
I have. Geodetic surveying is the backing up of my claim.
Okay, what would happen if I gave
That's
you
a claim.
geodetic?
No, that is an industry.
Okay.
People do this shit for a living.
Yeah,
it's an
laugh
industry,
it
not a
off.
claim. I'm laughing because you guys. I'm laughing
mean
because you guys don't understand simple reality. You have no idea what reality is.
Without the poison of
That's
the well,
ironic.
the atoms and all of that type of shit, what would happen if I was to give you surveys who didn't measure the curvature of the Earth? Because
Are they claim surveyors or are they geodetic surveyors?
They're military surveyors in part, along with the U.S. Geological Society.
All right. So why are they measuring the Earth? What for? What's the purpose of the measurements?
They're surveying, trying to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Well, no, I doubt that the Army would ever measure the curvature of the Earth because it's been known for thousands of years. But what was the? Hang on, dude.
No, I'm not interested anymore. I brought up an interesting thing. You don't want to talk about it. What I'll do is I'll let you ramble on, and then I'll go and get you the PDFs and you can read them through by yourself. Where surveyors
read your citation right now. I'm still looking up 3 other things, but still, I just want to know some context. Jesus Christ! May I finish? May I finish?
No.
I just want to know the. God damn it! I just want to know the. Oh Jesus! I just want to know the context of the measurements of this paper. That's it. Why were they measuring?
Because they're trying to measure full curvature of the Earth.
No, that's not why the U.S. Army was measuring the. What was the purpose? Okay, fuck it. I'll read the goddamn paper. Just post it. I'll fucking read it and figure it out myself because you don't seem capable of communication in any meaningful way. God damn, you're an idiot.
I have a question. Why were they? Why were they trying to measure the curve of the Earth? Why were they trying to measure the curve of the Earth?
I doubt that that's what they were measuring in this paper. I really highly doubt it, but he won't tell me, so I don't know. Post the paper and I'll read it myself because I always have to do y'all's homework for you. Do research, people! Do your own research!
Dude,
Google
you wouldn't even
is
click
a
on a
beautiful
video.
fucking thing.
You wouldn't even click on a video to get a guy's name so you can research it. Relax.
I'm researching his name as we speak. You guys have stopped me from researching his name to look up this other shit.
You're taking forever.
You guys keep asking me to look up
Stalin here? Are you Stalin?
I'm looking at his peer. I'm looking at his shit right this minute. Right as we speak, I'm looking at his shit. So give me a second. Wow, you people are ridiculous. Also, you guys should provide some evidence of something every now and then, too. You never do that.
We're not the one making claims.
Yeah, you're claiming it's flat. That's a claim.
So Jedi just did, man.
All I'm doing, I'm the one that you're complaining about because I've given you so much to fucking look at. Then the other side of your mouth.
You've given me the name of a YouTuber. I don't care if he's a PhD or not. He's a YouTuber. Everything he says on YouTube is his own personal opinion. It's his own personal opinion. It's not peer reviewed. Show me something peer reviewed that he did that says the Earth is flat.
You will find the citations within the demonstrations. and presentations.
No. Give me a peer-reviewed
Yes.
paper that he says the Earth is flat. Peer-reviewed paper where he says the Earth is
A
flat.
peer-reviewed paper. Like peer review ever fucking matters.
Giving a fuck about peer review nowadays.
Definitely
Hey,
matters.
you know what's the funny thing? There's a peer-reviewed study that peer-reviewed studies are false.
No,
really
that's not what the study says. The study says that a bunch of listen. That study says that stop talking. Just stop talking for 1 minute.
Dude, I've only got 1 minute left and I've got to go, so the conversation's got to end. I just want to correct you on something. That's all I want to do. Yeah, fine. It's me. He's deafened himself. The question's not about the guy proving that the Earth is flat or not. The guy is demonstrating to him that space-time is conceptual, because everybody in physics treats it as conceptual. It's not a physical thing.
I think he's rage quit.
He's deafened himself. He's going to go and gnaw on a piece of wood or something, and he'll be back.
Well, before you go away, Jedi, let me just say good morning to you, or whatever time it is of the day over there.
Ah, nice one, buddy. Yeah, it's just coming up to 5 o'clock in the afternoon here. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Hope you're keeping well. Good to see you.
I'm so
Just starting
fucking
my day
sick
here.
of people holding this idea of peer review as some kind of gold standard holy grail of truth, as if confirmation bias doesn't exist. Like, what?
Exactly. It's the typical appeal to an authority.
No, that's not what an appeal to authority is, but nice try.
So yeah, everything that Pierre guy says on
peer
YouTube
review
is
is
just his
appeal
own
to
personal
democracy.
opinion. It's just his own personal opinion. Peer review filters out pseudoscience. That's its job. That's what it does. It filters out pseudoscience. Anything this guy says that is not peer reviewed, I don't know if it's pseudoscience or not.
How does it filter out pseudoscience?
By repeatability. Pseudoscience cannot be repeated.
What is pseudoscience? Sorry, I do apologise.
Pseudoscience is not using the scientific method, but saying that you're doing science.
Brilliant. Thank you, mate. Yeah, you're right. Pseudoscience is something that declares to be science but doesn't follow the scientific method. Awesome.
Thank you. Yes, I agree.
That's in the eye of the beholder.
That's what pseudoscience is. Science is objective. The results of science and the scientific method are objective.
Yeah, but what you're using pseudoscience.
That's your own personal opinion, man. I don't care about opinions.
You're the one using pseudoscience here.
I never use pseudoscience. Do not project your shortcomings onto me.
No, you were projecting. Now you're trying to deflect.
I don't deflect. I answer every question directly.
Yeah, that's what it may look like on the surface level. You're practicing sophistry here.
I don't think that I'm lying. If you're not
you
lying,
don't have to think you're lying.
It's especially lying. I take that as always lying. Sophistry is always lying. You can't commit sophistry without lying.
You can lie about whether or not you were lying.
Sure. But I can demonstrate everything I say to be true, to be fact.
Demonstration is not science. Nor is repeatability. I can drop a pencil to the ground. I can drop a pencil to the floor
misunderstanding
repeatedly.
of science. You have a misunderstanding of science. Both of those things are specifically science.
Let him finish.
I can drop a pencil to the floor repeatedly that does not explain what is causing it.
And
it does not
science.
explain anything.
And that's not science.
That's what your method is.
No.
That's what your method is based off of.
Science uses repeatability. Not everything that's repeated is science. That's the composition.
Repeatability doesn't explain anything. That's descriptive.
You're committing a composition division fallacy.
That's not what it is at all.
Yes, it is. When you take a specific thing and apply it to everything, that is the definition of a composition division fallacy.
No, that's not what I'm doing here.
Yeah, it is. You're saying science uses repeatability, so everything that is repeated is science. That's not true. That's a composition.
I did not say that. I said
That's
that
exactly what
everything
you
that is
said.
repeated is not science.
Okay, so like I said before, science uses repeatability.
Yes, using science, you
that's
do
your
repeat things.
pseudoscience here.
Using science, you do repeat things.
What was that?
Yeah, you can also repeat your words. That does not explain anything.
You have to repeat things when using science.
It has to be repeatable by other people. Yes,
Okay,
someone else.
A B A
Someone
B
else.
A
Hang on,
B
one
A
sec.
B. I just repeated that
One sec.
multiple times.
Let me explain to you what repeatability is in science. This is what repeatability is in science. So someone can take your description of the apparatus and all of the parts that you used and rebuild it and run the experiment again and get the same results. That's repeatability.
What does that explain except for description?
Well, I mean, that's only one step of the scientific process. There are others.
Oh, so now there's different factors.
No, I said there are different steps. There are more steps. So do you understand what the scientific method is?
Well, that on its own is not scientific.
The scientific method is not scientific? Is that what you said?
I said that on its own is not scientific.
What on its own? You just said that.
You know
That's
what
not
I'm
important.
talking about here.
You don't. I wouldn't have asked if I did. So
Now
that,
you're
what is
being
that?
dodgy.
I'm not. You're the one dodging. So
You're
what did you
playing
mean?
dumb. You're playing devil's advocate.
What did you mean by that?
You're not answering the question.
What did you mean by that? You said that alone is not scientific. So what did you mean by that?
Repeatability.
Oh,
The
yes, I
topic that we
agree.
were talking about the whole time.
Well, I was talking about the scientific method. But yes, repeatability alone
Yeah,
is not
and
scientific.
repeatability is a part of your pseudo-scientific method.
Don't say that. Just don't say that. But repeatability
That
alone is
is.
not. Oh my God, repeatability alone is not the scientific method. I agree.
Okay, so now you've conceded.
No, I've agreed.
Yes,
I have
because that
agreed
was
that
what I was saying the whole time.
I wasn't disagreeing with you at all, but that is not the entire scientific method. There are other steps. That's what I was saying.
Sorry, what are the 4 steps of the scientific method, my friend?
There's more than 4 steps.
Without
And
the
what is
data,
it?
sorry, without the data collection, what are the 4 primary steps?
There aren't 4 primary steps to the scientific method. So there are several different scientific methods, but at its basics, the very basic scientific method that you learn in high school, it gets much more complex than this, is observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment, analysis, repeat.
Yeah, spot on. Hypothesis construction, observation, and then prediction.
No. Stop. You got it out of order. It's observation first, then hypothesis, then prediction. No,
Sorry,
you said hypothesis.
I apologise. Don't need to
I got
keep
it.
talking.
Thank you. Yeah, I got it.
Cool. So step 3 was
prediction. You make a prediction based on your hypothesis. You take the hypothesis and you calculate the consequences of it, and then you make a prediction based on that hypothesis.
That's fine. As long as we understand that there is a prediction in there and an experiment to test the prediction.
The prediction is the most important part. The experiment is to confirm or contradict the prediction.
Yes, completely agree. Completely agree. But you better have
That's what makes it. That's what makes it objective. That's the thing that makes it objective.
Dude, I'm trying to talk to you. Every time I open my mouth, you just start talking through me. So I'm trying to agree with you. Just as long as we understand that observation of phenomena, prediction of cause of the phenomena, the hypothesis will be tested.
No, yeah, okay. So the prediction and hypothesis are different things.
Prediction is the hypothesis, dude.
No.
A hypothesis is a very special type of prediction. Would you like me to cite that for you?
No, I want to explain to you the difference.
No, cite it.
I don't care what your citation is because what you think is wrong. So when you calculate,
what on earth are you talking about?
So when you
calculate the citation, you fool.
Your citations don't say what you say. So
I'm back, Donald.
When you calculate the consequences of the hypothesis, you form a prediction based on that calculation, and you form an experiment to test the prediction. And if the prediction is true, then the hypothesis is not contradicted; it's supported.
Dude, when you construct a hypothesis, ipso facto, you could create an alternate and a null. A will cause B, alternate. A will not cause B, null.
Yeah, that's why you don't make the prediction off of the hypothesis. You form the prediction around the calculations, the consequences of the hypothesis.
Yeah.
So you take the hypothesis and you say,
all I'm gonna do is refer to the universities and PhDs who said that a hypothesis is a special type of prediction.
well, no, I'm going to refer to Feynman. So Feynman said that you calculate the consequences of your hypothesis and then you form a prediction from that. That's what Feynman said. So I'm going with Feynman because he's a physicist and they had this hypothesis and scientific method thing down pat. What was the citation you wanted to give for your hypothesis thing? Hit wrong button.
I'm not getting it. I'm outside, dude, but I'm using the same reference that you are. And I'll concede to this point where you can phrase it either way, but the hypothesis is a special type of prediction, or within the hypothesis it will contain prediction. That's fine, as long as the hypothesis is tested within the experiment. Yeah, that's fine.
The prediction is tested. The prediction is tested, not the hypothesis. Ignore the hypothesis during the experiment. The prediction is what you're testing. Very different from your hypothesis. The prediction is what you're testing.
All right, dude, when we formulate our hypothesis, first we observe something to be happening. That will be our dependent variable. We will then make a prediction of the phenomenon as to what
No, you don't. You make the hypothesis first. You cannot form a prediction. You
The
cannot form a prediction
hypothesis
until you
is
form
a
the hypothesis.
special prediction. The hypothesis is a special prediction.
But the prediction in the
But
scientific
Jedi was
method is
correct.
not the same as the
Jedi is
hypothesis.
correct.
What? No, the prediction in the scientific method is not the same as
The
the hypothesis.
hypothesis
Even if, let me
is
finish.
a special prediction.
Let me finish, please. So even if the hypothesis predicts things, the prediction in the scientific method is not the same as the hypothesis. It is a different thing. You calculate the consequences of the hypothesis.
You posted for you. Go ahead and read that aloud to us.
You are actually using a special prediction.
So, dickhead, go ahead and read that aloud. What effing Jedi posted.
Hear what he posted. His citations are not usually peer reviewed, and they don't say what he says they say. So his citations are garbage. I mean, I'll read it, but it's not going to say what he says it says, or it's not going to be peer reviewed, or there's going to be something wrong with it. I guarantee you.
Colorado State.
What? What's your source on this?
Yeah, this is the university explaining
Nature.com.
the hypothesis.
I don't accept .coms as references.
No, it's
Here's
not .com. It's not commercial website. This is edu. Yeah, that's educational website.
This is nature.com. This is nature. The next one is edu, but that one's nature.com.
This is academic website.
Well, the next one is, yes, but the first one was not.
.edu. Listen, .edu are academic websites, not commercial.
Are so ridiculous.
If you wanna buy clown clothes, go on commercial websites. .com.
Error 404
yeah?
on that one. Error 404 on that one. So it's not an actual link. This one is The Nature of Science from rockgeosociety.org.
Oh, hey,
oh my gosh.
Jedi,
No, I'm not accepting that as a nick.
Jedi, if you're listening, yeah, Penn State took theirs down.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm gonna David Burton. Whoever David Burton is, thank you for posting the Feynman lecture. I appreciate that. I'm citing that.
Yeah, this is not a problem, dude. We understand the hypothesis is the prediction.
No. The prediction in the scientific method is separate from the hypothesis.
Dude, it contains the variables that you're going to need.
The hypothesis may even if listen,
or am I have to start muting you again? Is that what's going to happen?
Even if the hypothesis contains a prediction, the prediction in the scientific method is separate from the hypothesis. It is formed from the calculation of the hypothesis.
Special prediction.
You're an idiot.
Special.
The hypothesis is
No, you misunderstand.
The hypothesis
You misunderstand things.
Scientific method.
This is demonstrated by the fact that you're a flat earther. So you misunderstand things. I'm right.
Bigoted. So you're bigoted.
I'm right. You need to alter your perception to more closely conform with reality, Effie. You need to alter your perception to more closely match reality.
Cool. I just want you to see the word experiment in there. That's all the bit that I wanted to get to.
I'm going by Feynman.
That's
Feynman
fine.
described the scientific method the way that I am describing the scientific. Dude, you don't let people.
Cited Feynman. I've already cited it.
Fuck, and you just cannot shut your fucking trap hole for even 30 seconds. You tremendous moron.
I've cited him already. So
then I agree with the Feynman. I agree with the Feynman citation. That's the scientific method.
Good. So the experimentation will be the final arbiter.
No, the analysis and repeat, now analysis and repeat, analysis and repeat, analysis and repeat. And if all of those conform with reality, that's when it is not thrown away.
Good. So as long as there's an experiment in there.
Oh yes, there has to be an experiment for there to be a scientific method.
Good. So observation in 1919, Arthur Egerton. Experiment.
Okay, the experiment was the measurements. So, well, the results of the experiment were the measurement. 1919,
what's your independent variable? What's your independent variable?
Can I just go through this first before you start asking?
You said you have an experiment. So if you have an experiment, then you have the three constituent variables.
Would you allow me to
variable, dependent.
I get it. I understand what you're saying. I know what you're talking about. Would you allow me to explain this before you start asking stupid questions?
Okay.
All right. So the observation was the solar eclipse. Now the measurement and the hypothesis was that if the sun was warping space-time, you would be able to see stars where the stars were not. The stars would appear to change position near the disk of the sun.
Stuttering much?
What?
You don't see stars when the sun is out.
That's why it was done during an eclipse when the sun was covered. So during the eclipse, there was a measurement taken before the eclipse of the stars' positions. Now,
man. But 10 minutes ago, you were saying that your theodolite was actually some geodesic surveying. That was your experiment to measure the curvature of the Earth.
I'm talking about the sun.
And now you jump into eclipses, into sun eclipses.
I was asked about relativity. I was asked about relativity, so I'm answering the question about relativity.
He's measuring elevation angles to the stars, and he's going to need a horizontal baseline.
It's not elevation angles. It is position. So it's also distance from Earth. Anyway,
you're going to need a flat plane for that, mate.
No, you don't. There's no flat plane in space. So when we take the measurement of the stars when the sun is not there, we have a position of that star. So during the eclipse, when the sun is covered up, we know which stars should be covered and which stars should be visible. The hypothesis was that there would be stars that should be blocked, but we could see them at the edge. The experiment was going to the place where the eclipse was fully visible, putting up a telescope and looking for that star.
No one did that.
Yes, they did in 1919, Eddington.
No, it got rained out.
Not in 1919. They couldn't do it in the one before 1919 got rained out.
Do it.
No, the one before 1919 got rained out.
Not done.
It was done. There was a peer-reviewed paper published about it. So it was done. There's photos and everything of the apparatus and everything. So it's been documented. You cannot just say it's. You cannot just say it was not done because it was done.
Taking a picture of Geppy, get your robot.
Listen.
Taking a picture of a telescope set up pointing at the sky is not evidence.
Oh my God, no! The measurements are the evidence. Holy crap!
What's the guy trying to prove? A curved Earth?
This is relativity. Talking about relativity right now. It has nothing to do with the planet. So, you cannot just say that it was not done. That's nonsensical babble. That's incoherent nonsensical babble.
It was only done one time then?
No, it's been done dozens of times. There are people who go out and
Post them all. I want to see the time lapse of the star there, then the star coming up around the sun.
Well, that's not how it works. But
well, then we're going to go ahead and call that null and void data.
No, you can't do that because for starters, I'm just not going to do your homework for you.
I can. I peer reviewed
then
it. I said it's no good.
Incoherent.
I peer reviewed it and said it's no good. I peer reviewed it. I said it's no good.
You are incoherent. If you do that, you're incoherent. You're denying reality. So the reality of the situation is the Eddington 1919 experiment happened, was measured, and supports relativity.
Incorrect.
Why?
It was never done.
It was done. You cannot just say nuh-uh, because it was done. So you have a contradictory opinion than me. How do we tell which is accurate, which is fact?
You provide proof that that happened.
Sure, no problem. I will do that right this moment.
What kind of cameras were they using to film it?
How the fuck should I know, and why the fuck should I care?
Google telling me.
Were they movie cameras? Was it time lapse? How did they film it?
I'm getting the experiment for you to read yourself, sir. I am citing my source.
I just wanted to watch the video.
Yes, well, I don't know if there was a video. I don't know how they documented it, but it was documented.
So a guy wrote it down and said, yeah, I see a light. Write it down.
Dude! You cannot just dismiss a scientific experiment out of hand because you weren't there.
I surely can.
That's incoherent.
I can.
I posted the fucking...
I can.
You cannot, sir. That is incoherent. You are being illogical and denying reality if you do that. I posted my source. Click on it. Just click on it. All you have to do is click on it.
Breathe.
So does anybody else have something that's not incoherent, nonsensical babble?
You seem angry.
No, I'm just frustrated that you won't accept reality. You just say nuh-uh for no reason. Just, I said so. Huh? You're roboting.
It's not for no.
Oh,
you're roboting. I didn't hear you.
Shit.
All right, Effie, what were you saying? I didn't hear what you said, Effie, because he was roboting through.
It's not for no reason. We're not saying nuh-uh and then just saying nuh-uh again. We're trying to go through everything with you to explain the discrepancies and why we're saying no.
There weren't any discrepancies in Dr. Air Pressure. There weren't any discrepancies, and Dr. Air Pressure did just say nuh-uh because they said...
I found the proof for you, Donald. I'm going to go ahead and post it. Here you go.
It better be peer-reviewed. Is it peer-reviewed? Donald is cooked. How does that prove anything? How does that disprove the 1919 Eddington experiment?
There's the proof right there, guys. The red arrow's pointing at it.
Donald is citing the religious scripts. This is not religion, dumbass. Whoever said that. OG Meatball. That is an excellent name for you. Your brain is not even as smart as a meatball, dude.
Dude, I posted.
I don't have religion. I am an atheist. I am the strongest atheist you ever met. God cannot exist, especially the Bible God.
This guy's a retard.
Donald, calm down now. I posted your picture for you of the red arrow pointing at the of gravity.
Okay, what is this? I don't even know. This is just black and white picture. I don't know what this is. I have no context for what this is.
You didn't read your own paper, did you?
I didn't read that particular paper, no, but I've read 1919.
Oh my God!
You could tell he's non-educated. You could tell.
Fuck you, I just haven't read that particular paper about 1919 Eddington. I have read papers about 1919 Eddington experiments, so you can fuck off with that. Don't tell me what I have and have not done. You don't have access to that information.
I posted the proof for you. There's a red arrow pointing to space time.
Well, did that come from the Eddington paper that I posted?
Oh dear.
Oh dear. This is why I brought up the slides earlier, dude.
So I'm asking, did that come from the Eddington experiment from 1919?
Is that the one you posted?
I posted a paper about the Eddington experiment. I didn't read that particular one. There are many. There are thousands.
For you.
Dude,
it
there
came
are
from your
thousands.
link.
How much?
It came
Listen,
from your link. Came from your link, and I posted the picture of relativity for you. The red arrow is pointing to relativity, and the other stuff around it is not relativity.
the entire universe is relative. But I have not read this particular paper about the 1919. There are thousands of papers about the 1919 Eddington experiment. I just grabbed the first one I saw. I have read several. God, you're an idiot.
Well, if you read this one, you would know what I'm talking about. Maybe you should go read it.
When I read them, Dick.
It even says in its title, "A Story Retold."
Yes, because it's not Eddington's. You want me to post Eddington's specific paper? It doesn't matter that it's just a paper. You want me to post his specific paper? God, you people you guys have never provided a single citation that was accurate in the entire time I've been talking to you, but you make me
posting them
post
for
a
us.
citation for
You're posting
everything.
inaccurate everything's for us.
I would love for you. What the hell? So did you see the other photo that was in that? You just pointed at one. There were other photos. Did you see that one? The other photo?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start posting them all for you.
How many? Being as I asked you earlier, now we're talking about the fucking slides. How many were there?
I was 12 the last time I read this paper.
Cool.
I mean,
so there are no more photos in that one I posted. So yeah, you didn't read it either.
Only a year ago.
Uh-oh.
How many photos or slides are referenced?
Copy link. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, you didn't see this photo?
That's not in that paper.
Well, maybe it's not in that paper, but it's an Eddington photo.
No, that's I can make that in my backyard.
Just say no. Motherfucker, you cannot just say no.
Original observations.
I'm working on it. Give me a second. There's a hell of a lot of Eddington papers. Give me a minute.
It's okay. We just want to see the observations, dude.
Well, there was an experiment around the observation as well.
What was the experiment? Because
oh my god, I'm done with this. All right,
to tell you,
I'm done with this.
Stop going mad.
Until you guys are ready to have an actual conversation.
Actually trying
How was it vary? How did you vary and manipulate the observation?
Implosion, proceed.
You guys are ready to have a real conversation. I'm just gonna go. I'll see y'all later.
Bye.
Have
Bye.
Beautiful.
Spiraled.
Manufact Totem doesn't like me because I won't let Donald just tell stories. And it even says the title of it is a retold story. What the fuck, dude? It tells you it's a story.
Oh my, that's rather religious.
I don't like you because of your behavior, because you're a petulant child.
I'm just doing my job. Any other Globers got any best globe proof besides black and white pictures with red arrows pointing on them?
Well, we can't exactly look to the sky and try and prove it because You want us to be like measuring Earth and stuff, so that's that out the window.
Britnet thinks I should just still keep talking, like I was told off by somebody. I don't give a shit what they say about me or what they think of me, actually. Can't you guys tell that already?
They say Redwin thinks aeroplanes take off vertically in 1946. You have got a bit of an attitude recently, Redwin. I've noticed that. I don't know if you know.
You know what? We could have all done our own shit. You know, if Heretic was here, because there'd be a lot of silence. I'll tell you that much. A lot of peace and quiet. You know. I'm joking. I'm not lying though. I don't know. I just hope that people realise that like how debates happen and like have like shut down and certain topics are shut down and I just want people to realise that. That's all we're here for. Trying to get some good conversation going. Some like theorising about stuff, you know, trying to put together the flat model or whatever, trying to make it more, give it more structure. Because I'm after answers too, man. And I'm sure all the flat earthers are like, what's this? Why is this? Why does this happen? And there's a lot of gaps in the theory, you know.
So do you think I look up in the sky and wonder why things happen?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Actually, I don't. I
Everybody
don't
does.
ever look up in the sky and wonder why things happen.
That's really not. I mean, being uncurious and unskeptical, Redwin is it might be a thing, but you know, I don't know if everyone else shares that here.
I don't even know the word for it, man. It's
10
like
years
It's
ago,
like
10
saying,
years ago, I probably would
it's
have
like
looked.
just
10 years
it's like
ago, I would have wondered how does that happen? I don't wonder that anymore.
is that okay? This is like saying I've got an empty head or something. I don't think about things anymore, you know.
Yeah.
I got other things to think about now instead of bullshit.
No, but
Yeah,
it's
well,
still reality, dude.
it's not.
Dude,
That's not
remember,
true. I mean, you'd like to think about, for instance, if the Earth's flat, but you think you know that, right? You
No, it's
think you'd
already
move on.
known. I don't have to think about it. It's already the way it is.
but we're all here to
Yeah.
advance knowledge, right? And come up with ideas about how reality works on whatever model you're on. And
No,
flat earthers have give up
only Globers are
adventuring.
interested in that. Only Globe Earthers are interested in that shit.
Well, that's
Well, isn't
like,
that
well, if you're
really
saying globe earthers are curious, I mean, you're kind of like throwing your buddies under the bus there. It's like saying, "Oh no,
None
me
of
and
us
my
care
buddies,
about what's
me and
happening in
my
the
buddies,
sky.
we don't like
I
the
can
thing."
say
You know?
confidently, nobody in here cares about what's going on above us. We can't do anything about it.
No, I don't think.
I can
No,
say,
no.
I can say confidently, all the flat earthers in here, except for you, would say that they are curious and skeptical.
So start taking a poll of who's worried about what happens in the sky.
Not worried, man. Right, Redwin. Basically, we're all trying to work out reality, okay? And you can't deny that reality that's above your head, right? And we're not. You're not going to deny it because it's been held secret, and we don't need to deal with it. And I can't do anything about it. And being that like negative mindset of like we're like adventurers, right? We're here to like create create our reality and
You like
observe
to
our reality.
create stories from what you see in the sky. I understand.
Oh yeah. That's how all mythology starts, right? There's always a story about what's
Yeah,
going on
so
above your head.
just like I told Donald posted a retold story. They're all stories, just stories.
Yeah, stories can be true. So yeah, move on.
Donald's taking himself off for a timeout.
Yeah, he flipped out.
Bless him.
And now they're all mad at me because I won't let Donald talk and I say nuh-uh to his black and white photograph.
There's a reason why there's the no, but hey.
And that's the sound of globe proof right here that you're listening to.
Huh?
Did you do your experiments today, Huey?
He ran away too.
No.
They might be having a meeting, so who knows? They're probably going to have to figure out they're going to have to restructure their organization and come up with like a complete, this is defined, this is what we know for sure, instead of everybody
The Earth
having
is
their own
round, you
bullshit.
dumbass motherfuckers.
The Earth is round. Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
If only somebody had told us sooner.
What, you believe it's round?
What? Okay, so spherical like a ball, because round can be like a coin. Do you mean what? Flat?
What the
What
fuck
were
are
you
you
talking?
doing in this chat then, if you think it's spherical?
I don't. I'm asking you to define what round is.
I don't
Because
know.
round can.
I have no
You
idea.
don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I don't know what round is.
Okay, so round
Can
can
you
be
define what
circular.
round is?
Yes, certainly. So round can be circular. So, for example, a pizza can be round, right? So when you say round, what, like a pizza, which is flat upon the surface but a circle, so round, or do you actually mean a ball-type sphere, a three-dimensional object?
So it's a ball then.
I'm asking you what you think.
I mean, it looks pretty round to me.
Round, so again, it's like a ball or like a pizza.
It's like a juicy, chunky ball.
Okay, cool. So I think, because I observe and practically use the Earth as a flat stationary plane, that's what it is.
Do you think it's flat?
Yes, and stationary.
I mean, what about earthquakes?
I have a question. So in World War II, there was.
Shit,
Sorry
you
if you
got
guys
me.
want to continue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
hey,
World War II, like the whole Pacific region,
in World
like
War
what
II, the
happened?
Japanese used aircraft carriers.
They went around the world, man. They
I mean, if
went
it's
all the way
stationary, doesn't it
around. They
move?
went
Like,
fucking on like 2-week journey. But
Okay, no, you're fine. I mean, the guy got me at earthquakes and shit. I didn't know whether I should close the server down because obviously the Earth moves because of earthquakes. But we're talking about specifically the Earth being a ball that rotates upon its axis and orbits around
So,
the sun.
and what you're saying, Jedi, is California is a ball, but Ohio doesn't have earthquakes, so we're not on a ball.
Yeah. You guys are moving when you suffer earthquakes over there, but us in the UK who don't suffer earthquakes, yeah, we're not moving.
California is a ball.
Well, then why is it so that I can measure the movement of the Earth so readily?
I like what?
Donald,
Huh?
relax. California is a ball. We're giving in.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just California; it's the entire planet.
Okay, we know you're back, Donald, but other people have joined since you had your last paddy. So we're
I
talking to
didn't
them.
lose anything. I just wasn't able to finish a sentence, so I went away.
Okay, so anyway, we're talking to other people at the moment. So okay.
We got
Would you want
World War II history buffs in here now.
Yeah.
I sure like German history.
That's
Me
awesome.
too.
Oh
I like
man,
it
I love
too.
German history.
Me too. I love it.
No, but no, but I'm just asking.
Me too. I love it too. Yeah.
If you
No.
guys are
Yeah.
like
No. No.
flat
Yeah. No. Yeah.
earthers.
No. 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 Yeah. No. Yeah.
Well, you don't
No.
need to be rude about it, man.
I'm just telling you, Japanese used aircraft carriers.
So they went through all the contested waters around fucking British controlled areas all the way to just to get to the Pacific. Just to how the fuck does that work?
No, that just sailed from Japan to Hawaii. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's Japan to
Around
Hawaii.
the world,
Have
through
you ever
Africa.
have you ever looked at a map?
It's like, what the fuck, dude? Wow.
Let's see, flat Earth map, or I should just Earth map. Let's see this.
Yeah, let's see how Japan uses aircraft carriers on the ocean.
To sail. Yeah.
So,
we're just gonna sail
so how
across.
does? So I'm just wondering what you guys think of flat Earth, because I'm not a flat earther, right? I'm just
You're
wondering.
You're not. We can tell, and we already solved your problem for World War II. So I'm glad we got that
Aircraft
out of the way.
carriers. That doesn't make sense. There's so many contested waters that they'd have to go through. They would get fucking sunk, and how are they going to get refueled if they're going through? They don't. They
on
could
their,
go
on
far,
their
but
fueling ship. They used the fueling ship that follows them.
and
Dummy.
they get shot. They're going to get repaired. Like, what
No,
about
they
all
got
the
the other
maps? What about
boats
all the
around them to shoot
American
the other boat.
contestants? And how about the Americans? They went all the way around too.
No, they're
Well,
just
wait. Do you think that an aircraft carrier is alone in the ocean because they have an entire
How about this?
around
When America was bombing Japan, did they send them across Russia and over Germany and over China?
from an aircraft carrier in the ocean.
Took
Aircraft
off
carriers
and
can't hold bombers, man.
bombed Japan.
Yes, they can.
They can't hold large bombers, and that's what they use for
It wasn't
firebombing.
large bombers; they were small bombers.
No, they weren't. They were
Yes,
intercontinental
they were.
bombers. Well, they were like what they had at the time. They had
I
to be
love
refueled.
Glover's infighting. This is the whole point of this.
They had little bombers.
But that's just incorrect. So if you're not going to accept the facts, then I'm not going to listen to you.
All right.
Sorry, I've really got to ask. Sorry, guys, I've really got to ask.
What bombers? What bombers?
Hello. So, have you looked into the flat Earth before you came into this channel at all? Coming in with questions about, well, how did they bomb Pearl Harbor? These Japanese, how did they get there? Have you ever looked into the flat Earth before coming in?
They left.
Oh, fair enough.
So it was the B-52B Mitchell medium bomber that took off. So they have medium bombers. That's a small.
Nobody cares, really.
Okay, well, can you explain the horizon then?
The horizon, not the limitation of our.
Yeah, it's where the sky meets the ground.
How come I can see stars from billions of light years away?
Whoa!
I don't even know where to begin with that, to be honest with you.
Well, you could begin by explaining how I can see billions of miles away stars, but I can't see Japan.
We're already going to get onto the contestant of these things being billions of light years away.
Oh, we measure that.
Oh, we measure that. Okay.
Yeah, we measure that.
That's what I mean.
Supernovas. 1A supernovas is one way to measure it. The redshift of photons is another way of measuring it. So how can I see stars billions of light years away, but I cannot see Japan? Why is that?
Donald. Seeing stars from billions of light years away. You're just. I don't even know with you at this point.
Well, I mean, your belief about the stars does not affect the stars in any meaningful way. So they are billions of light years away.
It does.
Our observable universe is approximately 93 billion light years in diameter. So there's that.
Yeah. you're asking flat earthers to explain something whilst trying to shoehorn your cosmology into what we're going to be talking about. So the stars aren't billions of light years away. You're just going to
That's your
say,
belief about the star.
yeah,
That's
dude.
your belief about the star. That's not
Okay.
the actual star.
How? Look, dude. If you
What's your
want to
source?
talk,
Where'd you get your source that the stars are close?
I'm literally just gonna. I can't talk to you, dude. It's impossible.
My
What's your
source
source?
is I can look up and see them.
I can look up and see them too, and I understand that they're billions of light years away. So how do we we have
How do you understand that? Where's your citations for it?
Sure, 1A supernova.
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
getting it.
dude.
You guys never provide citations for your own shit. I don't know why you always ask for citations from me.
Donald, you're going to need to prove your claim instead of just tell us about the
am.
lore of your religion. Okay, so go ahead and prove your claim, and we'll wait.
I am.
Again, you lie.
And how are you doing that?
With a citation, the way that scientists have always proven shit.
Where is the citation?
I'm copying the link right now.
No, not a link. That's a source. I need the citation.
The click on the link, and that paper is the citation.
You don't know what a citation is, do you?
Yes, I do. It's a peer review paper. That's a
Oh,
citation.
we can't use it, Donald. Donald, we can't use it because it's .gov.
Seriously? You don't trust .govs? This is like the most accurate information about science you can get. But okay, if you don't want a .gov, I'll give you another one.
What science?
It's like Star Wars at Disney. It's like it's the most reliable information you can get about Star Wars and that cosmology.
Right.
If you scroll over onto another page, you can get the lore and fucking Marvel universe as well.
Hey,
Right.
this is just a break real
Not
quick.
.gov.
Jedi, I was just in a meeting, and they wanted we were talking about automation. Where we need to go see some other the places, blah blah blah. How they're doing the new recent stuff, and somebody brought up that we actually know in our company one of the people that worked there worked at Disney, and they worked on a Star Wars ride. And I said, that's it. I want to go there to see this Star Wars ride. So it's a good possibility we're booking a trip to Disney to go look at automation stuff. So we're going to go examine how Star Wars was created.
Absolutely.
That's a fictional movie series franchise thing, but that's very cool. Also, I posted a new citation that does not include the government. It is an education.
A citation is a quotation taken from the reference you've provided.
No, the entire paper is the reference. The entire paper.
Yeah, dude, you said this is a citation, and then you said the reference is the entire paper. I'm pointing out that yes, this is a reference. A citation is a quotation from inside the reference that backs up what you're saying.
Okay, so from the abstract to the conclusion is my quotation.
Okay, fair enough. The distribution of absolute.
You cannot take a snippet. Listen, you cannot take a snippet from a scientific paper. You have to take the whole thing
But
in its entirety.
Excuse me, a citation would be a quotation from inside the reference.
Okay. From the first letter to the last letter is my quotation. From the first letter to the last letter is my quotation. God damn, you don't let others speak, do you? From the first letter to the last letter is my quotation.
Yes, I do, dude.
No, you did not let me speak a great deal. Whenever you ask me a question,
dude, too bad this doesn't count. They used Hubble.
Why is Hubble invalid?
Hubble sits on an airplane.
No, Hubble is in space. And you can't demonstrate otherwise.
Yeah. Do you know what's? Do you know?
I watched Hubble being built.
The fear is?
From beginning to end. I watched Hubble.
No, you didn't.
Do you know what Sophia is? You said we couldn't demonstrate otherwise. Do you know what Sophia is?
Do I know what?
Do you know what Sophia is?
Sophia. I think it's a satellite project.
It's a telescope.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It looks an awful lot like the Hubble telescope.
Is
Do you know
it
where
in space?
it is? No, it's in an airplane.
Oh, well, Hubble's in space, so it's not the same thing.
Yeah,
that's why they have different names.
That we couldn't demonstrate.
They have a different name. They have different.
Demonstrate otherwise. You said we couldn't demonstrate otherwise.
In space, though.
Excuse me. You said we couldn't demonstrate otherwise. I just pointed out.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate that Hubble is anywhere other than space because that's where.
I can help out. So when my dad was working at NASA, he worked on the bracket for Hubble, because it was on the prints, Hubble. The bracket that holds it in the plane so when the door is open, it doesn't fly out.
They may have used the bracket from Hubble, but the Hubble telescope is in space. That's why they have different names.
Why did they need to put it on a plane so that it doesn't fly out the door?
Well, that's a different telescope. That's Sophia. That's why they have different names, because they're different telescopes.
Yeah, all right. It's the same fucking telescope.
No,
did they make
the Hubble
two
is in
Hubbles?
space. Listen, if you'd let me finish my original sentence, I watched them build Hubble from beginning to end. I watched them load it into the cowling. I watched them load the cowling onto the rocket. I watched the rocket go into the air. I watched them service the Hubble 5 times.
Lovely. Did they build more than one?
No, there's only one Hubble. They might have built a mock-up. They might have. They might. It's the middle of a sentence. They might have built a mock-up on Earth. I don't know. I don't remember.
You have problems now.
I don't have any problems. Why would I have a problem?
Because why did NASA here, where I live, build the bracket that holds Hubble inside an airplane so it can open its door and it doesn't fly out?
Have you ever taken a screw from one thing and used it in another thing?
So you telling me that telescope is in space on that bracket now? They sent a bracket up with it to hold it in space?
There's lots of brackets on the Hubble, but it's mostly to hold the outside to the inside, because there's an outside layer which protects it from space, and then there's the inside, which the inside is the telescope. There has to be brackets to hold the outside to the
It's
inside.
in a vacuum, essentially.
So what? There still has to be brackets holding the outside to the inside.
Well, how come they built the bracket that holds it inside that airplane that's being pictured?
They used a bracket that was left over from the Hubble program for that. They didn't use. It's not the same telescope. That's why they have different names, because it's not the same telescope. Hubble is in space. Sophia's on the airplane.
Anytime they build something, they make all new parts for it.
Not necessarily. They reuse parts. What are you talking about?
Have you noticed how he's only just found out about this bracket now? He's telling us all about it, what they are, what they do. They are specific.
I stood up and touched the thing myself because I was there when they were making it. And that's what's holding the pin in the plane, because I was looking at the odd shape of it thinking, what is this doing in space? And then when you read the prints, it's a bracket for whatever. I don't have the details. It holds it basically because I said, what? I was asking my dad, what? He said, this holds it in the plane. And it didn't make sense, and I don't think it made sense to him, and we never talked about it.
What does your dad do?
And now he's dead, so I can't ask him again.
It's very simple. There are two telescopes. There's this one on the airplane, and there's this one in space. Now, the one in space has brackets. They built a bunch of these brackets. Maybe some of them were left over. Maybe they used them in this other plane.
No, he only built one bracket. They didn't build a bunch of them.
Okay, so what? It doesn't matter. That is not evidence that Hubble is not in space.
No, it's on a plane.
That's evidence that Sophia used parts from the Hubble construction.
No.
How is it anything other than that?
Show me Sophia being built.
Okay, I'm looking at an airplane with a telescope on it. If that's Sophia, then that's Sophia. It has been built. I accept that, but I also accept that Hubble has been built. And Hubble is in space. I accept that as well.
They just use Hubble parts.
Can't show me Sophia being built, only Hubble being
Government
built.
operation, they reuse parts sometimes. They reuse designs. If the curve was right for the airplane, they would have used the same part. Yeah, why redesign something that's already designed?
So you can only show me one telescope being built, even though there are two of them.
No, I can show you one Hubble being built. I can show you one Hubble being built. Sophia's a different telescope, completely different telescope. I'm sure there's footage of that one being built as well.
Don't get it, because I can't find it.
Well, I don't care if you can't find it. That's not my problem.
We're going to wait here for it while you go and get it for us.
No, I'm not going to do your homework for you. It's not my responsibility. That's not my citation. My citation is Hubble. If you want me to get shit on Hubble, I'll get shit on Hubble.
The initial Hubble launch was never documented. It can't be found on any of the space agency websites.
What was never documented?
Hubble's initial launch.
I watched it with my own two eyes. Unlike
you saw a rocket.
Yeah, I saw the rocket that was loaded with the cowling that I watched the Hubble, my telescope, go into.
We've only got a service mission log, the first one, and subsequent service missions.
There were 5 service missions. Hubble's a complex machine. It took a couple of tries to get it right.
It's a telescope. How complex can it be? Point and shoot.
It's an extremely complex satellite that has a telescope.
They fuck the lens.
You know what else it doesn't have?
Space.
What else doesn't it have?
It doesn't have any thrusters to change its orbital declination and altitude and other things. It can't adjust.
It
so
does.
with
So
atmospheric drag, you got to wonder how it's still up there.
It does not have thrusters. We went over this yesterday.
Well, I don't care what y'all went through yesterday. I wasn't here yesterday. So they have thrusters because NASA is trying to figure out how to refuel it, so it has to have thrusters.
So let's go and look at what it says.
I don't care what it says. NASA is forming a plan to refuel it by 2050.
NASA says it doesn't have thrusters.
No, NASA does not say that because they are forming a plan to refuel it by 2050.
Yeah, but they're going to put thrusters on it, is what they're saying, dude.
What?
They're going to put thrusters on it to refuel it.
No. They're refueling the fuel system that exists for the thrusters that are on the satellite right now.
That's okay. Hold on, that's what it says, but.
God.
This is still Hubble 2050. That thing was supposed to only be up there for like no more than 20 years or something like that.
Morvis went ahead and posted, Hubble has no thrusters. This is from Google. To change pointing direction, it uses Newton's third law. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Bam, done.
I don't care about Google. You have to tell me the source. Google's not a source. What's the source?
NASA.
All right, you post it and I'll look at it.
He did post it.
In the chat.
It says NASA.gov right on it.
I'm not there. I'm looking at something else.
Uses Newton's third law to move about, dude. It's got no thrusters on it. No thrusters.
It has thrusters.
It does not. It does not.
It seems like you say a lot of shit, Donald, that you're just making up on the fly.
No, I don't do that. That's what you do. That's projection.
You've just done it. I'm going to do this again. You've just done it.
Hubble has no stress to change pointing direction. It uses Newton's third law. That's pointing direction, not orbit height. That's useful. Yes, it says to change pointing direction. It uses Newton's third law.
Now, dude.
I'm not. This citation does not say what you said it says. That is garbage. It doesn't have thrusters to change pointing position. It doesn't need to. It doesn't have to use fuel to change position.
Wow. Slow down, dude. It says right in the first line, Hubble has no thrusters, period. Then, to change pointing direction, it uses Newton's third law.
Pointing direction is not its orbital path.
It has no
You said that it doesn't have thrusters to change its orbital path.
It's first stated it has no thrusters. So now we can just eliminate thrusters. We can eliminate thrusters from it, though, because it says it doesn't have it. Yeah, we can.
The only thing you can eliminate is pointing direction thrusters. It does not have, and I agree. It does not have that.
It does not have. Show me the other thrusters then.
I was looking for that when you guys told me to look at this other thing. So give me a minute. Jesus, you guys ask for so much evidence and never provide any of your own.
Stop talking and just look it up.
I'm looking it up, but you guys wanted me to look at this other thing first.
Stop talking and look it up.
I am looking it up, Dick. Calm down.
You're still talking.
I'm also looking it up.
Talking. Do I need to put you on mute?
No.
All right then. Stop talking. Find the thrusters on Hubble. Circle. Just haven't got a clue, have you?
Globers always have to Google shit, don't they?
Well, I get my Google is a place to get.
Well, because we're the only ones that provide evidence, so we have to.
Christ. What is wrong with you people? So Google is not
fucking receipts.
Calm down. Calm down.
So Google is not a source. Google is a place to get sources.
Okay, so when trying to find sources for thrusters, there isn't any. Because it's travelled, what, how many million miles?
Well, it's in low Earth orbit. It's traveled the same amount of miles as the Earth.
The Hubble telescope have thrusters? No thrusters. Literally the two words that come up. No thrusters. So I read the rest of it out for you. Hubble has travelled over 4 billion miles. 6 million.
The same distance as the Earth. It's
yeah, that's
the same
nice, lovely.
Donald, make it easier for you. I found your information. I posted it. Just point to the thrusters on it. Is it the antenna on top, or is it the one on the bottom? Are those the thrusters?
Nervous sweating.
I feel like it should be game show music.
What's that an image of?
That's Hubble.
It's a satellite, right? Yeah. Does that look aerodynamic?
Everything is about the pointing position. It doesn't say anything about what
Donald, Thomas posted the inside guts for you. Point to the thrusters on that.
I'm not going to break down the inside guts of the
What about what
already posted for you?
Let's ask ChatGPT.
I'm just trying to find the thrusters.
Yeah, I might be wrong about their thrusters, but I did read an article about NASA refueling the Hubble. So
we got a consent. Yeah, he finally.
May I finish my fucking sentence?
No, you don't need to. You don't need to. We don't care. We don't care about your imagination anymore.
Calm down.
I know. I just want to hear him. This is fun. Go ahead.
I will be perfectly calm if you guys will not interrupt me. That's amazing. When you ask me a
That is
question,
totally fine. You have the floor.
I might be wrong that the Hubble has thrusters, but I remember reading an article about NASA needing to refuel the Hubble.
Oh, you remember reading? Okay, got it. All right.
So there is something using fuel. I don't know what it is.
Oh my God!
I'm trying to figure it out now. I'm trying to figure it out now. What I saw about NASA refueling the Hubble. So if you guys would fucking be patient with me.
That's fine.
What are they refueling? I'll be here all day.
I mean, it's fine, dude.
Don't worry, we're
Just
streaming
demonstrating
this
you
live,
seem to make a lot
everybody.
of claims, and when pressed on those claims, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we're streaming live. Don't worry, we got this forever.
You people are fucking ridiculous.
Don't know.
I'm also curious one thing. If he knows the descending orbit that Hubble is, how many meters a year is Hubble falling?
It's constantly falling. That's how orbits work.
Yeah, he's asking how much.
It's on a descending orbit.
Not at this. It's not in a descending.
Yeah. It's on a descending orbit.
It's in a stable.
Didn't you know that?
Jesus Christ!
No. I'm telling you, verify. It's at the NASA's website on the Hubble Space Program. Yeah. This data is right there. They are telling us how much Hubble is descending every year. Just like you didn't know. Just like you didn't know that it has no propulsion, you also have no shit clue about the orbit it's in.
I explained my misunderstanding about the fucking fuel, man. I read an article that said that they were planning. Would you let me speak? I read an article. Would you let me speak? Shut the fuck up. I read an article a decade ago. May I speak, please? May I speak this one goddamn sentence? I read an article.
You read cartoons.
Shut up. I read an article. Can you shut your fucking mouth? I read an article.
What was the name of the article?
I read an article a decade ago that was talking about refueling.
No, you didn't.
Fuck. I read an article a decade ago about NASA needing to refuel the Hubble. I don't remember anything else about the article. I'm trying to find it, but you guys keep.
We wanted
be patient.
We don't care now. No thrusters.
Jesus, well, fuck off then.
Was that article in your house that burned down, perchance?
My house has never burned
So,
down. I've never claimed that my house burned down.
McDonald's, listen.
It's a new story.
McDonald's. So I asked ChatGPT, was the Hubble telescope ever refueled? So ChatGPT said the Hubble Space Telescope was never refueled because it doesn't operate on
ChatGPT is
fuel
not a
in a
reliable source, you
traditional
dumb
sense.
motherfucker, and
It
if you ever
uses
insult me again,
solar
I'm just gonna
panels
keep
to
insulting your
generate
dumb ass.
electricity. However, Hubble underwent
ChatGPT is
several
not a reliable
servicing
source,
missions
Clay
by NASA
Underseal
Space Shuttle,
fucker!
where it reviews upgrades and repairs, including new instruments and updated technology. So
Dude, I don't care. ChatGPT is not a reliable source, so I don't care. And also, I could be wrong about this. I've said this many times. I could be wrong about this. I just remember reading a fucking article a decade ago about them needing to refuel the Hubble. That's all I remembered.
Yeah, we know
Jesus
you make
Christ.
make claims and I'm pressed on it that you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, we know.
Yeah,
Holy
it's not that you
shit!
could be wrong,
And
Donald.
we
They've
listen,
posted
I may have made a fucking mistake. I'm not
multiple
goddamn perfect.
sources from NASA. They've posted multiple sources
Oh.
from NASA saying that you are wrong. It's not could be wrong. You are wrong.
I could be
Just
wrong
accept
about
it and
this.
move
I
on.
just remember reading an article a decade ago
Well,
about
that's
refueling the
okay.
Hubble.
You
That's
were
all I
wrong,
remember. That's
Donald.
the
It's
only thing I
fine.
say. You're a
It's
fucking
fine. You were
asshole.
wrong. It's fine. You were wrong. You can move on. Yeah?
I have been trying to for 2.5 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Breathe, dude. I'm getting concerned about you. Breathe.
Don't tell me to breathe. Fuck off.
Yeah,
Don't ever tell me what to do. Don't ever tell me what to do.
Hey,
It's
Donald,
not
you might
your
want to
place.
get your blood
It's not
pressure
your
checked.
place. It's not your
Donald, you
place
sound
to
like
police
you have
my
high blood
activity.
pressure.
It is not your
Donald,
place. I
Donald,
don't
I
have
think
high
you
blood
have
pressure.
high
Shut
blood
up.
pressure.
What is wrong with you people? You have no idea how to talk. You just have no idea how to talk.
No, I know. No, they don't. I don't know. They're really just they're yelling at you, man. I don't get it.
No, they're just interrupting me for no reason with useless
Okay.
nonsensicalness.
All right, so go on with your what's your next point? Let's get through this.
I didn't have a point. You guys asked me about the
Oh, so you're
Eddington
done. All right,
experiment.
so great, cool.
Well, no, I didn't say that either, dude.
Well, then what is it, dude? Make up your fucking.
If you'd let me finish, you'd know. If you just let me finish, you would know. So I was talking about the 1919 Eddington experiment, and somehow we got off on this stupid Hubble nonsense. So, do you guys want to know about the 1919 experiment or no?
Yeah. What slides are you going to be referring to?
Slides.
Yeah, the observation.
That was a picture of the stars that we measured.
Yeah, the
So
observation.
the picture is the evidence that we made the measurement. The measurement is the evidence of the curvature of space-time.
So what did you actually measure then, being as you're not going to be, from now this point onwards, be talking about the observation?
The position of the stars was measured.
Are you going to be referencing the measurement and the distance of the star using the slide?
I will no longer provide any citations until you provide citations.
I'm
sick of looking shit up and you guys not having to. I'm sick of you guys not having to present any evidence.
Oh, God.
Claim after claim. You make claim after claim after claim, and you never support them ever. So until you start supporting what you say, I won't support what I say.
Excuse me, I'm asking you questions about what you're going to be providing.
Nothing, because you never provide any evidence, so I don't have to provide evidence. I'm using your epistemology now.
No, you're really not. So, dude,
I really am, because you just say no. So I'm just going to say no. You're wrong.
I've demonstrated how you're wrong. Demonstrated. So, with regards to the measurements, are you going to be referring to the slides to take the measurements?
No, those are not the measurements. The slides are not the measurements. The measurements have been taken for hundreds of years.
For hundreds, even though this was the first time this was observed?
No. The measurements of the positions of the stars have been measured for hundreds of years.
No, we're talking about the curvature of space-time.
Yes, which is
1919, this experiment.
Yes.
So the observation that Eddington made. Why are you not listening?
So it is observed by the apparent changing of the positions of the star due to the sun's gravity.
In which slide?
So we measured the star's position. I don't care about the slides. The slides are irrelevant. The stars were seen. when they should not have been seen. That was the point. We measured the stars to be. We measured the position of the star to be blocked by the sun. However, during the eclipse, we could see them out of position. The apparent shift of the position of the stars due to the gravitational acceleration of the sun.
In which slide did you observe this?
The slides are irrelevant.
No, the observation. So there were 12 slides taken. Is the observation in all of them? Will you be referencing slide 3 and 7 and 9?
I don't care about the slides. They're irrelevant. What part of that do you not understand? The stars were seen when they were measured to be behind the sun. They were seen when they were measured to be behind the sun. That is the evidence.
Okay, so you keep saying they were seen to be measured behind the sun.
Yes,
Which slide was the measurement taken from?
Seeing the stars was good enough. That was the measurement.
Oh my goodness me.
Because it should have been behind the sun. They were measured to be behind the sun, but we could see them. That was the measurement.
My good man, let's put it like this. I will let you continue. I will add a caveat. We will be coming back to this later. I have to guarantee it. Carry on.
What? No, this is the 1919 experiment.
What experiment?
The 1919 Eddington experiment.
Which was the observation?
Holy shit, the observation was the eclipse. I've told you this several times.
So you said this is, yes, what I'm talking about.
The observation was the eclipse.
Good. So what's the experiment?
The hypothesis is that if we measure, I'm getting to that. I have to go through the entire method. You cannot take it out of sequence. You have to go in sequence through all the steps. So the hypothesis is that if space-time is curving around massive objects, a star that is being blocked by the sun should be able to be seen if it's close enough to the edge during a solar eclipse. Would be the easiest way to do it. So the prediction is that when we look at a solar eclipse, when we observe a solar eclipse, stars that would otherwise be blocked should be visible. That's the prediction. The experiment is going to the place that has the full eclipse, observing the eclipse, and seeing if we see the stars that are measured to be behind the sun, and we did.
And they're moving at the same time, right?
The stars are not moving at the same pace as the sun.
Which slide?
I never referenced a single slide.
You have to, because that's the observation.
No, I don't. No, I don't. The experiment, the people. What is wrong with you?
Experiment.
I just described the experiment from beginning to end.
Okay, so the experiment, the observation of the eclipse, the measurement you said taken from the observation.
Yes, it confirmed the prediction of the hypothesis.
In which slide?
Okay, so the people who did the experiment have to reference the slides. I don't. I referenced the results of the experiment, not the slides.
So you skipped all the parts to get to the results. Okay.
I didn't. No, I did not. What does that mean? You people really have no idea.
No, I'm saying. No, listen to me. You're saying
You people really. You have no idea how to have a conversation at all.
Hold on. You're saying that you're citing the results. You've clearly said you did not conduct the experiment, which you don't have to. Goes without saying, right?
Have not
hold on. All right. You talked about interrupting. Please let me finish. You are citing the results. In any experiment, you also need to cite how they conducted the experiment. If you can't do that, this is a waste of time.
I just did. I did that. I posted the 1919 Eddington experiment twice. How many times do you want me to post the exact same shit in chat? I don't get it. You people are crazy.
You seem to have a problem with understanding. Seem to have a problem with the difference.
How's wrong with you people? It's amazing. This is so amazing.
You have a problem. Stop coping. You seem to have a problem.
I'm not coping. I don't know what that means.
Maybe I can explain.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Awesome stuff. So do you want me to explain what I think the problem is?
Yeah, and he's the glober.
If you think there's a problem, you have to explain it.
Okay, so the observation. Is the observation the experiment?
No.
Okay. So what did Arthur Eddington do?
He did an experiment that followed the scientific method using.
What was that?
Well, what do you think using is? That's the beginning of the explanation.
Yes.
So using the scientific method, he made. Well, actually, it was Einstein that made the hypothesis and the prediction. So he tested the hypothesis. He tested the prediction. So the prediction is that if you were observing a solar eclipse, that stars that were behind the sun should be visible around the edges. And they went to a place that was having a solar eclipse, and they did the solar.
Made an observation.
They observed the solar eclipse, and the measurements of these stars were tested.
So the observation is
No,
the experiment. Then
no.
Okay.
It is the position of the stars that is being tested. Position of the stars that is being tested, not the solar eclipse. That's the observation.
The observation is of the stars that we can see because
the observation is of the solar eclipse. No, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. The observation is the solar eclipse.
The observation is because of the solar eclipse.
No, the observation literally is.
Let me finish.
No, because you're wrong already, but go ahead. You're way more important.
Okay, so you've already explained this. I'm literally trying to still man you. This is
doing
what
bad
you've
job.
said. Because of the hypothesis, made a prediction. And that prediction was because the sun
That's not stealing, Manny.
warps space-time. I can't do this, dude. Trying to get to the experiment. You keep going to the observations. I've asked you if the observations is the experiment, and you've said no. So give me the experiment then.
The experiment was the testing of the position of the stars.
Testing. How did they test? How did
They
they
measured
test?
them at two different times to see if the prediction held, and it did.
2 different times of what?
Of
parallax.
No, it had nothing. Well, the original measurements of the positions of the stars was probably done with parallax. Yeah.
Yes. So parallax then. Parallax was the experiment.
That's how they measured the original position.
The observation is the sun curving and warping space-time, so we can see things behind it when it is eclipsed by the moon.
No.
Me, dude. Yes.
That's
100%
wrong.
right.
You're wrong. You're wrong. The observation is the solar eclipse. That is literally the observation. Is the solar eclipse. The hypothesis is that during a solar eclipse you should be able to see the stars that are behind the sun.
There you go. Thank you. That's what
the
I'm talking
hypothesis.
about.
That's the hypothesis. Now the prediction is that if we go to a solar eclipse, we will see stars that should be blocked by the sun.
That's what I'm
the
saying.
prediction. The test was measuring the position of the stars during the eclipse and before the eclipse and after the eclipse.
So how the fuck did they measure it then?
They measured it with measuring devices.
How?
I don't how they fucking looked at it. That's how you measure shit.
Looked at it. You said earlier we can't look at through telescopes and measure shit.
I never said that. I said you could look through. I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. Stop. I said that you can. I said stop. Stop talking. You lied about something I said. So I said you can look through a telescope and measure shit if it's graduated. They use a graduated telescope, buddy.
All right, fair enough, no problem. But I am very much talking about the observation of the star during an eclipse.
Solar eclipse.
You said yes. So
I mean, our
you
sun
said
is a star.
You said they measured
the position of the star.
Yeah, which slide?
Because the slide about the slides. The slides are just evidence that we did the measurement. The measurement is separate from the slides.
Well, when did we take the measurement then?
We have been measuring them for hundreds of years. I said this already. I'm answering the same questions over and over and over. I don't get why you don't understand what I'm saying.
That's parallax to stars, dude.
Okay, I don't care how it's measured. We measure the distance to stars all the time.
You really haven't got a clue, have you?
You really don't. I agree. So we understand the positions. We understand the positions of stars. When they move, we notice.
Dude, we're trying to prove the curvature of space-time, not the distance to stars.
This is how you do it. Also, I posted a huge link of a bunch of different relativity experiments, just so you know, in chat. I'll post it again.
I'm so glad you're not being muted, dude. However fucking frustrating this is for people to like listen to and shit, but like Everyone needs to figure it out.
No, we're streaming this. We're getting all kinds of new flat earthers after listening to him. He is a flat earth supporter.
No, you people need to get your heads out of your asses and look at reality, because the horizon is not flat.
Oh my
How do you get the distance, dude? You mentioned we know the distance to stars. You need a known size or distance of a star.
Or
Not
brightness.
for doing that.
Or brightness. You can use brightness here. I'll explain it to you with this post.
All right. So how do you obtain a distance to the sun?
Using 1A supernova as standard candles. These are supernova that always explode with the exact same intensity. So they always have the exact same brightness. The more dim it is, the further away it is, and we can calculate the distance based on that. I just posted my link.
All right, so explain how they use luminosity to determine distance.
I just did. So 1A supernova are supernova that explode with the exact same intensity every single time. We look for 1A supernova, we measure its brightness, and we use the inverse square law to determine its distance.
Can they do that with the moon?
We don't have to with the moon, we use radar with the moon.
What happens if you were to apply the inverse square law to the moon?
Well, it would apply to the photons streaming off of the moon from the sun.
How bright would the moon be at the surface if it applied?
I don't have that calculation memorized. I think it's like 8% the intensity of the sun or something like that. I don't remember. Maybe 13 or 14%. I can look it up. You guys always want me to do your homework for you. I really wish you guys would just start doing your own research every now and then.
I don't claim any distance. You do.
I do. 250,000 miles on average to the moon, 93 million miles on average to the sun. What is he measured?
You just have to save all those questions for Sunday, to be honest. The only time people think for themselves, you know.
What's on Sunday?
Oh, it's a time we put around for speculating, you know, just in general speculation. So that's when I like bringing up the questions.
12.9%. The magnitude, apparent magnitude of 12.9% when it's in full phase. 2.5 when it's in new moon. So yeah, I was kind of close the second time I guessed. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to get that out there.
That's good, man. So
what's happening on Sunday again? We use Sunday for what?
Yeah, just a time for speculation. So like when
you're on Discord or?
Yeah, it's just like a theme every Sunday on the politics. So speculation is advised, and I kind of like. You mean you can kind of ask about eclipses or some like other spooky things that people have to think about a little bit.
About eclipses. Eclipses are perfectly natural, and I can explain them very well.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't, but my question is to the flat Earth side mostly, to try and get the cogs moving a little bit.
Let's watch him spiral.
Who's spiraling?
Yeah, you're going to explain this eclipse to me.
Sure. It's when it's a solar eclipse is when the moon moves between the Earth and the sun.
You're going to look in the chat. I don't care about solar eclipses.
I'm looking in chat. What for?
The lunar eclipse I posted, where the moon and the sun are in the sky at the same time, and it's a lunar eclipse.
Alien eclipse.
Yeah. He thinks he's a gotcha. It's a gotcha, mate. You've got to watch out.
Yeah, look into the Selenelian, buddy.
I'm going to go ahead and explain it.
Into that Selenelian. I've looked into that Selenelian thing. It's just refraction, man. It only happens when you're on a particular part of the Earth compared to where the sun and moon are, and it has to be on the basically on the horizon so that the atmosphere lifts it up just a little bit.
So we can no longer look at things in the sky because they're all refracted. Thank you.
No, they're only refracted at the horizon, up
that's not on the horizon. Look at the telephone pole. That's not on the horizon, dummy.
If you can see a telephone pole, it's got to be close to the horizon. Just saying. So, because of angular, what is it? It doesn't matter. Okay, so I don't even remember what I was going to say now. Something about this. Oh yeah. So if you're looking at the sun directly above you, there's almost no refraction. If you're looking at it at like 50% set from noon, There's a little bit of refraction. It moves just a little bit, but the closer it gets to the horizon, the more refracted it gets.
I don't get why the complaint is there's refraction on.
Is refraction a what? You cut out. I didn't hear that last word.
I was muted. There's refraction on all models. It's not like it's a globe phenomenon, right? So
Yeah,
we just
you
need
have
to
to have.
explain it.
The problem is that on the flat model, if you set that radius in the refraction equation to 0, there's almost no refraction. It sets one side of the equation to almost 0.
The thing is, though, Turquoise, I mean, the issue with refraction is using it as a band-aid sticking plaster to explain phenomena like a refraction of the gaps fallacy, rather than actually observing it and then applying it appropriately. Do you understand?
That is not a thing.
Sorry, say that again.
So there is refraction.
The way Globers use refraction is like a refraction of the gaps fallacy. So anytime
Listen, no, that's just not true. So
yeah,
the way that refraction works,
but definitely you're not going to talk over me. That's not going to happen, right? So because I was talking to Turquoise Dragon, I don't know if you noticed. So this is the issue with a lot of Globers, Turquoise, as you know as well, because you've been in this for a while. They won't actually consider the position that refraction could help them. They will just assert that refraction does help them and act like there's no discussion.
Right, I'm with you. The reason why we can see it is because of refraction. You're trying to claim the distance is too big for the globe, and they're trying to invoke refraction to be able to see it. I get that. I do get that.
But they haven't gone into the specifics. They've just said refraction as a magic hand wave, and then now we can move on, right? No, that's not how that works.
Because they haven't, it's about measurement, right? Because that's kind of because you got a tolerance for refraction in all models, right? And you can say like, well, what you got a little percentage of variation, and it's going to change on a daily. So you got to have like a tolerance set aside for refraction on this observation, right?
Yeah, exactly. You've got to have a really good idea of what's going on. You can't just say the word and then move on as if it's dealt with.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to make the flat Earth arguments more structural and have answers.
Yeah, exactly. I just want a more honest debate. I just don't want people just saying words and then acting like they want the argument. That's not how that works. And you know
Crypto, I'm just here to break the dogma. The dogma was initially on the globe, and I broke that dogma, right? We started discussing it with flat earthers, but then became a flat earther, started talking to globers about the flat earth dogma, and then we just made a flat earth dogma and then spread the flat earth dogma. It's just as bad. We've stopped exploring reality. We've stopped exploring it. You've got the words for it, and you can shut people down in an argument and mute them, but it's not exploring reality anymore, is it? We just slam a word in somebody's face.
I would like to point out that Donald blocked his ears during Crypto's when he was talking, just so he didn't have to hear anything.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I was trying to stop him from saying something stupid, but he wouldn't let me, so he just said something stupid. I don't need to hear that. I don't need to.
Okay.
Anyway, dude, it's not asking to about this, you know.
The guy who was talking about refraction earlier, can I ask him that guy a question?
Now you've invited me to interrupt you again because you've said something stupid, but you haven't said what it was that I said that was stupid. So do you want to go ahead?
Well, the bit that I heard about refraction was wrong already, so I didn't need to hear anything.
So specific.
So, let me ask you a question. Do you think
Get specific. What was it that I said that was stupid?
the thing about refraction that you said that I heard was wrong?
What did I say specifically?
Oh my god. Okay, I retract the statement. I apologize.
Yeah, you weren't listening. That's the
part
problem.
that I heard was already wrong. I was trying to correct you, but you let me.
What did I say that was wrong? Be specific.
I retracted the statement, sir. Can we move on?
Right.
So I need to ask you a question.
You understand again now? I'm talking to Turquoise. Do you understand why talking with this guy is really frustrating? Because he's not listening.
I was trying to tell you something to stop.
I was asking Turquoise, do you understand why this is frustrating? Because he's not listening.
So I've been in this conversation for like the whole ride home from work, and there's traffic, and I've been in it a while, okay? And it started off, everybody was dogpiling Donald, man. And that's the way it usually goes. And then it started getting quite progressive with the conversation. And then the more people, it just becomes imbalanced. You know, I'm down with you, Crypto. I want a fair and balanced argument. I don't want people jumping in, abusing the power with mods, muting people. If people are over-talking people and people are having issues hearing people, fair enough. But not just to say your piece and then unmute them to see what this response is. You know, it's out of order.
Thanks for letting us know how we do this in here.
But I didn't mute him. So first of all, I didn't mute him. Second of all, he didn't listen. He didn't listen. He accused me of saying something stupid. He can't refer to it because he doesn't know what it was because he wasn't listening. Right?
It was refraction. You're talking about refraction.
But do you think that's any more productive to not listen to someone, to claim that what they said was stupid, and then not be able to actually refer to it because you weren't listening?
I retracted the fucking statement. Can we move on, please?
Matter if you retracted it. What matters is that you weren't listening. You need to listen.
Okay, can you listen to me now? Is it possible for you to listen to me now?
No.
I just want to ask one question. I just want to ask one question, one tiny question.
Donald, you need to listen in order to have a conversation. Otherwise,
Yes,
this
you
isn't
do.
worth doing.
So do you.
I listened to everything you said.
You didn't. You just stopped me from talking. You stopped me from talking.
That's why I rebutted you specifically.
So I've retracted the statement. I've apologized. Is it possible for us to move on?
Bro, I listened to exactly what you said. That's why I was able to specifically rebut what you said.
I never said anything because you never let me.
You then claimed that I said something stupid and weren't able to specifically...
I retracted the goddamn statement. I retracted the fucking statement. I retracted the fucking statement.
You retracted it.
Can we move on? I need to ask you one tiny question. I just need to ask you one tiny...
Because
Is it possible?
The problem is, Donald, right, is that you need to change your behavior. You can't just do something like that and then retract it afterwards. Because you're going to shit all...
Just answer this one question. Answer this one tiny question.
You need to wait while I'm talking. You can't just behave badly and then retract it afterwards. What you need to do is fix the bad behavior so that we can have a conversation.
No. We're trying to have a conversation. You won't allow it. So can I ask you one tiny question, please?
You're not allowing it because you're not listening.
Do you think that the light from your computer screen or telephone is refracted between the phone and your eyes?
Well, it depends on the conditions between you and the computer screen. Probably
Earth.
Probably not enough in a very short distance.
Not enough or not at all? Not enough or not at all?
I mean, I think it probably will be, depending on the conditions, but very, very
because we live in an atmosphere. Whenever you live in an atmosphere, every photon is refracted all the time. You always have to take refraction into account. Always.
Right. So how does that refer to what I said?
So you were talking about something about how refraction can't do all the, like refraction of the gaps. That was the stupid thing you said. So anytime you're looking at an object, you're looking at a refracted object if you're looking at it on Earth.
How is that stupid?
Because refraction of the gaps is a stupid thing to say.
Why?
Because there's no such thing. And you called it a fallacy. There's no such thing as a fallacy called.
I'm going to play ignorant. Can I play ignorant on what that means? That term means. Can you just explain it to me, please?
Yeah, so gaps fallacies are... So the god of the gaps is...
Refraction of the gaps.
I'm going to answer your question, Donald, and you're going to shut up while I do it. Just stop
talking. He asked a question about refraction of the gaps, not of...
He asked me a question, and now you're talking over it. Just shut up. So turquoise, as I was saying, there's an established gaps fallacy range of arguments where atheists talk about like the god of the gaps fallacy, for instance, where anything you can't explain, God did it. Okay, so it's this kind of idea of...
I follow. I 100% follow.
You've got an all-encompassing, exactly. You've got an all-encompassing excuse, right? And refraction is that for the globe and observations. They have the refraction of the gaps fallacy.
See, that was the dumb thing I was trying to stop you from saying. That was the dumb thing I was trying to stop you from saying.
I'm finished, Donald. Shut up.
Well, you're talking.
No, I'm finished. So turquoise, as I was saying, the issue is that they will use this in that way without specificity, and then they'll call you stupid for pointing it out, and that's why it's dishonest.
He put his fingers in his ears.
So you'll notice
probably got
turquoise,
one finger up his nose.
Turquoise, I'm talking to you reasonably because you're talking to me reasonably, right? But Donald doesn't seem to be able to have a reasonable conversation.
See, I'm here to learn and not impose my will on somebody else. That's the probably difference between everybody and me.
What, do you think I'm here to do that?
Just everybody but me. You know, everybody but me. I might be projecting too, but you know, I can only come from my perspective.
Sure, well then you don't know that other people are here to impose will either. I think Donald's certainly here to impose his will, because I don't know why else you would come into a fringe group with the mainstream opinion and then just try and browbeat people with that mainstream opinion. But whatever.
So I follow you now with the gap thing. I'd give it the word scapegoat. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Or like I'd relate it to that. But I get what you mean now. You mentioned that religion and the God did everything thing. That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, gravity is another gravity of the gaps and refraction of the gaps. These are two very common global arguments. If I can't explain it, gravity did it, or if I can't explain it, refraction did it.
But to be fair, I'm not like choosing sides. I'm just being the middleman. Whenever you're using optics, and like you said, refraction is just default as long as you've got an atmosphere, and that's why we have base refraction and we have a refraction index, and it's all to do with elevation or whatever the fuck. And it answers a lot of things, and then that creates the gravity because there's the density gradient, and it's all them words are really hot topics, in explaining things because they do explain a lot of things.
Yeah, but the thing is that just because something's an explanation doesn't mean that it's actually applicable to reality. So
we're just saying the effects, aren't we? Yeah. I don't like this whole effect and cause thing that we've created.
But this is why Globers find it hard to understand and think we're stupid, which ironically is them being top left Dunning-Kruger, because they don't understand that just because they have a cute-sounding explanation doesn't mean that it's true, and just because they think that they can predict things doesn't mean that that's an exclusive prediction that only works in their model. They think that you can just get a set of data, correlate it, and then just assert that there's a cause. And then when you say, well, how have you proven the cause? You need to manipulate something. They just laugh that off, even though it's true. And they'll say stuff like, well, if any time that this isn't, like you're coming up with an observation that doesn't work on my model, well, it must be refraction. But I'm not going to get specific, and I'm going to call that objection stupid, and then I'm going to shout over you. That's just how they act. None of this is honest.
Right. I think it's a lot of people just locked in their house, and they want to get their opinion out there, and they feel like they're entitled to get it out right now. On both sides. Now, that's what I'm observing. I'm not saying you, dude. I'm just saying, like, everybody.
I don't disagree. There's flat earthers as well who are like that. I don't disagree with you, but Globers are far more obnoxious with it because they have the mainstream view on their side.
Well, they've got the right of being the flat earthers are the underdog in their eyes. In a way, like they're the mainstream, and the Globers are like they've got the numbers behind them, and they've got the confidence in that, and that's what brings a lot of people coming in with the ignorant confidence or whatever the word would be. Confidence, but then ignorant of the topic, and the confidence, like you said, the Dunning-Kruger would be the best example, assuming they know it all right.
Yeah. Well, Donald came into another group and started talking shit to Alan, right, about interferometry. Now, Alan is one of the most gifted people I know when it comes to understanding complex science. And Donald came in and just thought that it was going to be an easy win, and Alan was just like several levels above what Donald understands when it comes to these sorts of papers, right? And it just shows you where Donald is. He just assumes that we're all idiots, and Alan is one of the most intelligent people I know, and I've done 2 degrees. So that shows you where he doesn't understand what's going on and is just looking to impose his will on people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, when I say impose will, I also mean like impose like beliefs in that way too.
Sure. But as I say, I want to actually get specific with this stuff, and let's talk about refraction. Let's talk about gravity. Let's talk about these things. But let's not just not listen, call things stupid, misunderstand, shout over people. Like, let's not do all of that stuff. But it seems like most globes are incapable of doing anything apart from that.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating for me because I want to have a conversation.
Sorry, man. People get triggered very easy because that confidence, and when it's like the lion and its pride kind of thing. It's people's pride which gets injured, and then it just escalates. I've seen enough of it to know. It's just knowledge. You think you know something. Somebody may prove you wrong or make you question it, and then you attack back like a rabid dog, and like the pride's been wounded, like because you thought you knew it. And it's just that's most of the debates, to be honest. I just like when it's nice and peaceful and people are researching, learning, sharing information. Like I've seen Donald sharing a lot of stuff. I've not actually looked at it because I've been traveling, but I don't know what he's been sending you. But you guys haven't been accepting it. I don't know what he's sending you, but I don't know if that's a problem or not.
I try to cite everything that I say because everything that I say exists in objective reality. So it's true, and I like to show that.
Except for thrusters on the Hubble.
I might have been wrong about that. I might have been mistaken. I didn't say I was perfect, but I do and what I said was I read an article a decade ago about NASA planning to refuel the Hubble. I don't remember anything else about the article.
So stop reading.
You know what, Donald?
Trying to remember it.
Listen, we're not attacking each other.
Donald,
it was a decade.
Donald, I would really like you to have a conversation.
You're breaking up. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. You broke up.
Yeah, he does this.
Now you're in the tunnels. You're in the tunnels in France or wherever you're at.
So can anybody explain the horizon? Any of the flat earthers? Can you explain the horizon?
Some high level physics. Fair enough. I'll be back.
Okay, dude.
I didn't hear anything you said.
I heard the last bit. Take care, man. You'll be back in a minute. Okay, come back.
Okay.
Donald, are you a flat earther then? Or
Fuck no.
Yeah, fair
You're
enough,
turning people into flat earthers, that's for sure.
It is impossible for the Earth to be flat just because of relativity alone.
Yeah, I mean, Galileo measured the stars. I mean, yeah.
What was that last bit?
Galileo, he realized that stars move, didn't he?
Well, Galileo saw that there were moons orbiting around Jupiter, and so the Earth couldn't have been the center of the universe.
Was it Galileo who discovered that the stars
that's what
move in
people
the
believed
sky?
at the time.
No, I was just correcting him on that. He didn't discover that. He discovered a moon around Jupiter.
Yeah.
Who discovered that when you look up?
Donald's right about that.
Who discovered when you look up the stars rotate around from east to west? Who discovered that?
Every human ever lived, ever alive. Every human.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Can we just stick on this?
Donald is right about.
Can we stick on Donald's original thing? Let's just try and moderate this in a way that we get people's answers and then move on.
Okay.
Like he's asking a bit. He's asking a bit.
Yeah. Yes, you are crypto. Turquoise just wants to talk.
I wanted to finish. Sorry. I'll just be quick. So first of all, Donald is correct about the story with Galileo. I'm skeptical about that story because he only had a 32 times zoom, which is not sufficient for that purpose. But anyway, we can move on. Donald, what I'd really like you to do is have an actual conversation with Alan where you don't just make snide remarks about him getting a Nobel Prize, because I think you would learn a lot from him and from Shane.
That wasn't a snide remark. If he has disproven mass energy equivalency, he should apply for the Nobel Prize, and I want to see the peer-reviewed paper. That'd be amazing. I was not being snide. I was being serious. It was a misunderstanding.
Obviously being snide. He's
no,
not,
I wasn't.
He hasn't written it. You obviously are. Just admit it. Like, you're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling me, bro. I was there as well. I know you were being snide, but it doesn't matter because that's not. It doesn't matter. The subject matter is what I'm about to talk about. You're talking about him, right? See again. You can't let me finish. Just shut up.
Order.
So, am I coming through now?
Barely. Sometimes you break up.
Yeah. Okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine, Crypto. You're fine. They're talking shit.
So he was just talking through me again. Cool.
Yeah.
So, Donald, the point I'm trying to get to, Alan hasn't written a paper. What he's done is collated other papers. And so when you talk about him getting a Nobel Prize, it's not very intelligent.
Yeah, I can't lie, you're breaking up.
Because it's not Alan's. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, so can he give me a list of his? Can he give me a list of his citations then?
He can. That's why I'd like you to give him a conversation where you leave the snide remarks at the door.
That's all I asked for when I saw him in the room was his citations, and he kicked me out for no reason.
No, you were.
I was not being snide. I was being fucking serious. No, I was being fucking 100% serious.
Just admit it, bro. Come on. It's just
I'm
like you're going to
admitting exactly what happened. I was serious no matter what your opinion is. You don't have access to my emotions or my intentions. I was being fucking serious, dickhead.
Yeah, yeah. Just like you're going to leave this room pretending like you haven't called me names, you haven't talked over me, you haven't been aggressive, you haven't been passive aggressive. You've been all of those things now, and you were snide yesterday. It is what it is, bro. Just admit it.
So you don't have access to my intentions. Because you're wrong. I was serious.
Have you called me names today?
Yes, you're a fucking asshole. You've been acting like a dick.
Bro, this sounds like my playground in primary school.
Oh my god.
Because I've just slaughtered you in debate for the last 5 minutes. That's why
you haven't done that. What you've done to be an asshole was say that you have access to my intentions. You don't have access to my intentions. That's being an asshole.
Bro, you made a snide comment about him getting a Nobel Prize.
It was not a snide comment, dick.
Then what kind of comment was it?
It was a serious comment. If he has disproven mass energy equivalence, he deserves a Nobel Prize.
Donald, you convinced me that the Earth is flat. Thank you.
Okay, cool. You were a flat earther before you ever met me.
Yeah, all I'm asking, bro, is just have a conversation with Alan. I mean, he's going to intellectually rip your arms off and beat you with them. That's fine, but it would just be interesting to watch for me.
I want to read his citations first. If I read his citations, then I'll have a conversation with him. If you can get me his citations,
you agree?
What?
But bro, you and Alan or you and Shane can agree whatever you agree with each other. I'm not going to be an intermediary for that, but I am requesting that you go and talk to him.
As soon as I get a list
I
of the
don't think you realise how far off... Dude, you're talking over me again.
No,
I don't think you realise how far off the page... No, I was still talking.
You had stopped or you broke up. You're breaking up a lot, so you may have just broken up. Well, you.
Okay. Well,
dude, I'm just the only thing that I'm asking for. I will.
But I'm clearly still talking. The point is, Don.
Oh my god!
Am I actually breaking up, or are you just talking over me?
Yes, you are breaking up. Quite a lot.
Okay, well, I apologise for breaking up. Well, I've already said I
apologise for that, but you don't have control over that. But I don't have control over what happens when it's silent and I want to speak.
Okay, you actually do have control over that. The point I'm trying to get to is, I think you don't realise how far off the pace you are.
Fucking silent, dumbass.
Oh, shut up! If you're just going to insult me, just fuck off.
Dude, all I asked
Whenever you speak,
hey, just let Donald speak. Let my guy speak.
Interrupting you. And when he starts speaking over you, Crypto, you are cutting off because he's cutting you. But when nobody's speaking and it's only you that's speaking, then we hear you just fine.
Okay, I just wanted to. I just wanted.
Finish what I was saying very quickly. Finish what I'm saying very quickly.
Stop talking to me.
I was still talking. I was still talking from earlier. I'm finished because you're talking over me the whole time. The point I'm trying to get to, bro, is I don't think you realise how far off the pace you are with regards to the higher intellectual level of this conversation. So I want you to go and have a conversation with Alan, have a conversation with Shane, and actually try and understand what they're saying. I don't think you will, but it would be interesting to see.
He plugged his ears.
Yeah.
So
he's
can
taking chance with your weak connection, and whenever he speaks over you, then you start roboting. Discord, I think it's cutting you off because of the low connection. But when you speak, it's only you that's speaking in the live stream. I hear you just fine.
So can we agree flat Earth accent's a thing? Or was that just my mind?
Can we agree what?
No, don't worry, man. Don't worry, man.
Oh. Sounded like a walk-off.
It was a try. It was like an attempt at something.
So the only thing that I need to have a conversation with this dude is a list of his citations, either from him or from you. I don't care.
Are you going to pay attention now? Crypto was fucking talking to you, dude, and you just fucking were rude.
Donald likes to plug his ears when it's something he doesn't want to hear.
Yeah.
No, I deafen myself when y'all mute me. Have you not figured that out yet?
No, you just, dude, stop talking directly to you. You had to be muted because you were talking through him. And like was just pointed out, we can't hear shit. Crypto's a reasonable guy.
The only thing I need is a list of his citations, either from him or from you. And then after I look them over, I will have a conversation with him.
I mean, I've already addressed this, but I'll do it again. I'm not going to broker. I'm not going to broker a conversation between you and him. I'm just requesting that you keep that conversation without snide remarks. If you can't do that, that's fine.
Those two things mean the same thing. Those two things mean the same thing. What is
Oh
wrong
my
with
god,
you?
my dog just covered his head up.
Huh? Hello?
All right.
I think the world is round right now.
What, round like a pizza? That's done.
Huh?
Round like a pizza?
Fucking spear.
Oh, a sphere. Oh.
All right. So once again, I would love to just get a list of the citations. That's all I need.
He's doing gentle voice now. Calm, Donald.
Yeah,
Wait, yeah.
so
What's wrong with the man wanting
you're
some
talking
citations?
enough, you're not getting that in here, so that's how it works.
The only reason why I get louder or faster is so that I can get more words in or talk above people who are trying to interrupt me.
Yeah, but your points are every time you say something, we have to go and tell you that you're wrong about it. So why do you just keep trying to be more wrong?
Well, I have been wrong, maybe wrong about one thing. That's it. And you guys haven't even. I haven't even found the article that I read a decade ago. When I do that, I'll know whether or not I was right. I'll go and look for it later. But hey, can anybody explain the horizon? I'm very curious about what the horizon is.
What do you need explained?
Well, its existence would be a good start.
Yeah, the horizon exists. It's the point in your vision where the ground appears to meet the sky.
That's the definition of horizon. So, what is the horizon? What's the explanation for the horizon? Because, from what I understand, horizons can only exist on a curved object.
Oh, really? Because I have a horizon on my kitchen table when I get my eyes to.
No, you can see the edge.
What?
You can see the edge of your table.
Well, I have a kitchen table.
Horizon.
But the kitchen table has a horizon when I.
No, it has an edge. It has an edge because you can walk to an edge. You cannot walk to a horizon. You can't walk to a horizon. You can walk to an edge, but not a horizon.
Why is that not a horizon?
There is a horizon. The table has an edge, not a horizon. Edges are different from horizons.
But why is that not a horizon?
Because it's an edge. It's where something stops. A horizon never stops. You can never get to the horizon. It's always beyond.
How is that not a horizon?
Because you can walk to an edge. You cannot walk to a horizon. That's the difference.
But it's the point where the ground, i.e. the table, appears to meet up in the middle of my vision. That's the definition.
No. Because because the horizon is an imaginary place you can never actually walk to. An edge is a physical place that you can get to. You can get to the edge of your table. You cannot get to the horizon of the earth. It will always be in front of you, no matter how far you walk. Why is that?
You understand that a horizon is an optical phenomenon, nothing to do with the physical.
Well, it's an optical phenomenon produced by a physical phenomenon.
Yeah, and the horizon is not an imagination.
Shut up.
Even if I accept that, right? Even if I accept that, then my table has a horizon.
It has an edge. It does not have a horizon.
Because it's a optical phenomena caused by a physical phenomena, as defined by you.
Yes, but the edge of your table does not meet the definition of that phenomenon.
That's because of refraction. That's because of refraction, Donald.
I'm talking about the optical phenomena. of a horizon.
Which does not describe the edge of your table at all.
But you aren't understanding what I'm saying. It's
See,
not
that's
the
projection.
edge.
You're the one that's not understanding.
It's the optical phenomena of the ground appearing to rise to meet the center of your vision.
And that
which
doesn't happen on the
happened
table.
on a table.
No, the edge, plus the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, just so you know. Also, a horizon.
No, it doesn't.
So yes, it doesn't. It doesn't at all rise. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's close
you can prove that.
Donald, we both know that it's slightly off. It's not entirely there, but it's close enough. We all know that.
No, it's not at all. So
it's pretty close.
Have you ever Googled the definition for the word edge?
You ever Googled the definition for the word horizon?
I have, yes.
The edge is the outside limit of an object, area, or surface.
Right.
What
and how's horizon defined?
Hold on.
Is it the optical phenomena where the ground appears to meet
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Right.
Which has nothing to do with an edge.
Exactly.
Which has nothing to do with the outside limit of an object, area, or.
I'm talking about horizon.
No, so an edge is the outside limit of an object, area, or surface. That doesn't happen on Earth.
You talking about a thing that isn't the topic of conversation?
Well, if it were flat, it would have an edge. If the Earth was flat, it would have an edge, not a horizon.
True. That's
What?
not even true. That's
That
not
is
true.
It is true.
Your table is flat. Your table is flat. It has an edge, right? A propane tank is curved. It
The
has a
world
horizon.
must be as far as you can see.
Turn a cup upside down. Take an empty cup. Take a mostly empty cup and turn it inside. Listen. Take a mostly empty cup. It's got stuff in it.
You're incapable of understanding what I'm saying, and it's really painful.
I think he understands it perfectly. What you're saying just isn't true.
It's incoherent, yeah. So take
He's
a
trying
cup.
to explain why you're wrong, and you're not listening to it.
Yeah, so take a
he's
cup.
not listening to me. He's not listening to me, and neither are you.
Listen to me. Listen to me real quick.
Let me
Take a
listen to the
cup.
British guy.
Listen.
No, shut up.
Listen.
Someone mute Donald. I don't give a shit about Donald. No. The British guy, right? What's your name?
My
Why
tree
would
isn't
you
cool
end the
you.
conversation with me abruptly like
Yeah,
that?
no, continue speaking to him. Continue speaking to Donald.
The British guy. I want to talk to the British guy.
I am not intellectual enough to have this conversation with you. Continue speaking to Donald, which is obviously he's obviously a lot smarter than me.
No, he's not saying. So, British guy, if you're not intellectual enough to have this conversation, why are you cheerleading for him when you don't understand the subject?
Because he's obviously more intellectual than me. That's why I'm cheering for him, because he knows what he's talking about.
How do
I support him.
No, that's such fucking strange logic.
Hold on. Yeah.
All right, so now take a cup upside down. All right, the bottom of it is flat. It has an edge. The side of it is curved. It would have a horizon. Imagine being an ant on that cup and walking around and around the outside of your cup. You'd never get to the edge. But if you were on the bottom and you walked, you would reach the edge because it's flat. The curved surface, you'd never reach the edge because it doesn't have one.
And that's why I want you to talk to him, because I would not be able to say something like that. That actually makes sense.
Appreciate
but that's also a red herring, bro. Because yes, it's
Not
true
at all.
that a curved that is a ball you'd never reach the end of it. But for instance, you can have a. Why are you talking over me, Donald? Shut up! While I'm talking, shut up. It's really simple. So you've got a flat surface on a table. Yes, you do have an edge. But for instance, if you're on a flat football field, there will still be a horizon that gets to you before the edge gets.
So a table doesn't have a horizon; it has an edge now. Because you said earlier it had a
That's
horizon.
not what I said.
Nah, you just said the table has an edge.
It didn't say he has a horizon.
You said the table has a horizon.
Yes, you did, and now you said it's an edge.
No.
No.
Why are you talking over me while I correct your misconception? What is wrong with you?
Well, misconception. That's what you said. That's what you said.
Right, dude, you got to let Crypto finish. I'm going to have to stop muting you.
What did I say? Well, what did I say? Exactly, word for word. What did I say?
I can't remember, but you definitely said that a table has a horizon. Bro, I'm not walking. I can't remember exactly what you said 10 minutes ago. How am I supposed to remember
I know you
that?
can't fucking remember. That's why you're misquoting me. This is why this conversation is annoying. I said that a table has a horizon, and that the horizon is defined as the optical phenomena where the ground appears to rise to meet the sky. Correct? I said that, didn't
That's
I?
what you said, yes. But then you
Does
also
that
just said now
happen?
that it has an edge.
Does that happen on a table?
No, because it has an edge, not a horizon.
It has a horizon. The optical phenomena occurs on a table.
But you just said it has an edge. So that's why I'm confused. Because you just
That's
said
not
a table has an
that's
edge.
not a rebuttal to what I said.
So, hold on, can we just clarify? Does a table have an edge or horizon?
These are not mutually exclusive. That's where you're not understanding.
Well, so it has both then.
Why would it not be? Okay, so you've got an optical phenomena where the ground appears to rise to meet eye level, correct? And then you have a physical edge. Why are these not both possible on a table?
Because the table has a drop-off point. The Earth does not.
It doesn't
so
have a drop-off.
How
What does
is
that mean?
Sorry, the table does. The table does have a drop-off point. And the Earth doesn't.
The optical phenomena occurs on a table and it occurs on a flat football field. Therefore, an edge has no business in this conversation because that optical phenomena happens both times. Correct?
Why did you switch to a football field?
Correct?
Well, no. How does a football field have an edge? It doesn't go down to meet. Like,
I
what?
know! That's my point that you haven't understood.
Right, sorry.
You can't push something off of a football field. You can push something off of a table, though.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say as well.
But that's not the point. The point is that horizon is an optical phenomena. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a thing caused by a thing.
What? No, but define it better.
Bro, I'm 15. I don't know how to define an optical phenomena, but I know what it is.
You're talking to this
Then, let me give you some advice, right? Don't cheerlead for people who sound like they know what they're talking about when you don't know.
Because he does. He clearly. Oh my god. Why? What?
No, because you don't understand what you're cheerleading for, right? Now, an optical phenomena is something that your eyes perceive. Correct?
Correct.
Fantastic. So
like,
you see the ground appear to rise to meet eye level when you get on a football field and put your eyes to the ground?
Wait, I'm confused.
Yes or no?
Wait, can you please repeat what you just said?
When you put your eyes to the ground, okay, you must have done this before.
Yeah, probably.
Does the ground appear to rise to meet your eye level?
Yes, appears.
Does that require an edge to the football field?
No.
Then why the fuck are we talking about edges?
Yeah, but can it have an edge and still have a horizon? So you don't know. Like,
it's not exclusive.
Irrelevant because we're talking about optical phenomena.
Okay.
That is produced by a physical phenomenon.
Hopefully, when I say it slowly, it goes in your brain.
Yeah, thanks.
So listen, I need to say something real quick.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. So the only object that can possibly possess a horizon, a crisp horizon like we have on Earth, is curved. Otherwise, it would be just a blurry line.
Why?
Because that's how perspective works.
No, it's not.
Perspective is not taught using a fucking ball dummy.
No, but it doesn't matter anyway. The blurry line.
Personal insult me.
The blurry line excuse needs to be evidenced. You can't just say
not an excuse. It's just true. So
what? Because you say so?
No, because of perspective. The math of perspective says that parallel lines. Listen, perspective says that parallel lines will never cross on a flat surface. Parallel lines do cross on Earth.
What?
Parallel lines cross on the surface of Earth. They would not do that on a flat object.
What the fuck are you saying?
What?
So if you take a tangent,
This
Listen,
15-year-old is looking up to you and you're telling him this fucking retarded shit, dude.
No, this is
Have you
just
ever
true.
drawn?
Listen,
Have you
listen.
ever drawn a flat plane on a paper? A flat plane on a paper. Where do you put the horizon?
A paper is a flat plane. It has
Flat
a
plane. No. You draw the flat plane, or use for just 3D software to make a flat plane where the edge of that plane is beyond the limit of the vision.
I don't
So
understand.
you see
You guys,
a horizon.
I don't understand something. You guys bitch and bitch and bitch anytime you get interrupted, but you have no problem interrupting everybody else. What is that? I don't get it. So may I please say this one thing? So, on a curved surface, parallel lines will always cross. On a flat surface, parallel lines will never cross. If you take a tangent from the bottom of the sun horizontal to the horizon, they cross.
It's relevant.
Except it's not. It describes the surface of the planet. You can't just say it's irrelevant. How is it irrelevant? How is it irrelevant?
You made a claim that you're not evidencing. That's why it's
I
irrelevant.
have. It's perspective.
Your claim is that a flat surface would have to have a blurry horizon. Can you evidence that?
Yes, because on a flat surface, parallel lines will never cross.
You're just rhetoricing it. You're not evidencing it.
Donald. That is how perspective is defined, dude.
Hey, Donald.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
They're probably not understanding. You should talk to them about shadow zones because they never have a way to explain those.
I want to talk about the horizon because they can't explain the horizon either. So,
Shadow zones are actually a fantastic flat Earth proof.
The reason that there would be a blurry edge on a flat surface is because perspective says that as things get further away, they reduce in size equally from left to right and top to bottom, but they never ever cross. They never converge.
That's just rhetoric again.
No, that's just the definition of perspective.
Can you see the chat?
It's just rhetoric, by the way.
It's the definition of perspective, dude.
You're just. I don't know how to get
Can
you
you
to
see the damn chat, Donald?
Well, I see a picture of a hallway where parallel lines never converge. I see that. That demonstrates that I'm right. Appreciate that.
It's all blurry at the end.
Sorry, hold on. Why are shadow zones proof of flat Earth?
They're actually definite.
Which
proof
side
of
of shadow?
globes. They're proof of curved Earth. Actually.
Yeah, exactly. This guy said it was proof of flat Earth. I don't understand how.
You don't understand anything. You're only 15, so just sit and listen.
This age is irrelevant. I was way smarter than you are now when I was 10, so that's that.
Okay, but why are shadow zones proof of flat Earth?
Donald and British guy. Are there thrusters on Hubble?
I don't care. I want to know about shadow zones and why they're proof of flat Earth. This guy said that they were.
Yeah.
We can talk about
One moment.
if you want.
Yeah, I would like to.
Donald,
yeah.
Can you define the word converge? What does it mean?
To meet at the same point.
To converge.
Definition. That's what.
To converge
means to meet at the same point.
Means to me. He's asking you for the definition.
That is the definition. To meet at the same point.
Citation. Actually, let's all Google it.
Yeah, I don't think that's good.
Seriously, everything that you say, I've got at least fucking check and reference now.
Of lines tend to meet at the point. Oh my god. Here, I'll post the link.
We do need to, from now on, double check every single thing Donald says. Even if he says it's raining outside, we need to know what city he's in so we can actually check, because all we know is he just lies.
And that picture with the hallway, the walls, and the floor with the ceiling, they appear to converge into the distance.
They appear to
they are parallel to each other, but they do converge into the distance. Yes, they do
There's a
converge.
door between the floor and the ceiling, dummy.
Listen, define
There's a door.
convergence.
There's no
Define
convergence. Nothing
convergence.
converges. Nothing converges in that
Convergence
photo.
means two lines, yeah,
Yeah, that meet at the same point.
that are directed to a point. Yeah, they will intersect. It's not necessary for them to intersect.
But on a those points will
In
never
a
converge.
trapeze
Those points
shape,
will
in
never
a
converge.
trapeze.
Listen.
Shut up! Don't speak over me.
No, listen. You're saying
I'm
wrong
not
stuff.
listening to
I'm trying to help
you.
you.
In
I'm
a
trying to help you.
trapeze shape, yeah, or a pyramid that you have the top cut off, yeah, the sides appear to converge to a point. But if the top is cut off, those lines, they never converge, yeah, into a point. But they are convergent one to another.
You're just repeating yourself now. So listen, the door at the end of that hallway, is it the same? Listen to me. The door at the end of that hallway, is it the same height as the door right next to the person taking the photo?
Actual apparent.
Sir, is the door at the end of that hallway the same height as the door next to the person taking the photo?
Did you measure? Are you trying to say it's smaller?
I'm asking a very simple question. It's sort of yes or no.
Are you trying to say the door is smaller?
No, I'm asking you if you think the door is smaller at the end of that hallway.
Yeah, those doors in that whole room, they are the same size.
Same size, so they'll never converge. Thank you for demonstrating my point to be true. Appreciate it.
Donald, are you still homeschooled, or did you graduate from homeschool?
I was never homeschooled.
Can I talk to your mom?
She's in Oregon. You can call her if you want, but she's on the border of dementia, so you never know what she's going to say.
Well, get her on here. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm not going to bother my mom to
tell
talk
everybody that, because she probably says, "Listen, don't listen to what he says," and you say, "Mom, you have dementia," because I'm sure that's how it goes in that house.
He's done it
He lives
again.
in Oregon. I'm not in Oregon. We don't live together.
Donald, 2
You're an
seconds.
idiot.
You defined convergence as meeting at a point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just like the citation that I
so then Get pointed out a demonstration where you can have convergence where the points don't meet. And then you went to and then you went to your door analogy, and then said
it was a question.
We were speaking about the door at the end of the corridor.
Yeah, a real thing that wasn't an analogy. No analogy.
Okay, dude, can you please stop interrupting me?
Well, speak correctly, and I will.
Because you're basically agreeing with Get and changing your stance, where you're demonstrating that this convergence doesn't actually meet.
Yeah, that hallway will the ceiling and the floor of that hallway will never ever converge.
Yeah, I never said it converges. They
never appear to converge.
Correct.
It'll appear to be smaller, uniformly, top and bottom.
You said meet at a point, and now you're demonstrating something where they don't meet at a point.
Yes, that hallway will never meet at a point. The ceiling and floor will never cross.
But they're converging.
No, they're not. They will never converge.
Okay. No. You want to talk about a triangle again? You cut the top off.
It's not a triangle. It's a fucking hallway. It's the same height at the beginning as it is the end, and the door at the end is the same height as the door at the beginning, and they will never converge. Take those two as far as you want, as long as you build them exactly the same.
Train lines are built parallel to each other,
See, this is what I'm talking about.
They do converge into the horizon. Yeah, they do converge.
Parallel lines will never converge on a flat surface, ever.
They appear to converge, yes. Parallel lines, the further they depart from your eyes, the further you look at them, the closer you see each other.
Appear to see each other. They will always be the same distance apart.
Those two lines appear to get closer and closer to each other.
Actually do, but they never actually do.
Point.
The hallway is exactly the same.
Listen, shut up. Shut up.
You need to shut the fuck up, man. You really do.
Listen.
You need to
I'm
listen because
older
you
than
are
you.
wrong, and I'm
I'm
trying to
older
tell
than
you how
you.
you're wrong, but you
Yes,
won't shut up.
I can make a better son to your mom. So shut up.
Don't fuck yourself with my mom, you piece of shit.
Right, guys.
Insults
Right,
Oh
me.
my
right,
goodness!
right,
Wow,
right.
wait, Jesus!
Calm down. Again, Donald's getting
I just have
concerned.
to talk over everybody because nobody shuts up in this room.
Dude, calm down. I'm asking everybody
I'm
to calm
perfectly
down.
calm, dickhead. I'm perfectly calm, dickhead.
Don't call me a dickhead, dude. You're now
Then don't
starting
tell
to
me to
insult
calm
people.
down. Then don't tell me to
Dude,
calm down.
Stop
I
with the
will.
hard hominem.
I'm a moderator in this room, dude, and I'm trying to moderate, and I'm asking you to
You don't get
calm
to tell me
down,
to calm
please.
down. You don't get to tell me to calm down no
Everybody.
matter who you are.
Yes, I do. So calm down.
Not when I'm already calm, so fuck off.
Stop insulting people.
You insulted me first. He insulted me first. I was insulted first.
My goodness me, dude. Calm down.
Fuck off. Stop telling me to calm down.
Okay, so all we're pointing out
Reading.
is the observation of horizontal lines appearing to converge with distance.
No, they don't appear to converge. They shrink uniformly left to right and top to bottom and never ever converge.
I didn't say they converge.
Yes,
They
you
touch
did.
each other. No,
That's
I
converging.
say, well, I said they appear to converge into a point
No, they don't
in the
appear to
horizon.
converge. They don't
So
appear to converge. They will never converge. They are exactly they appear to shrink uniformly from left to right and top to bottom as they get further away.
And
But they will
converge.
never
When
converge.
they converge, they are not parallel. They are not parallel. They're converging. You don't see them parallel lines. You see them converging.
They
Yeah.
never
Going,
ever
going
converge
in, going in
on
a
a flat
convergence way.
surface. All right, when does the left wall converge with the right wall? When does the left wall converge with the right wall in that hallway?
It appears to converge.
It does not appear to
They
converge.
get
It appears to
smaller and
shrink
smaller
uniformly from
Are
left
and
to right and top
appear
to
to
bottom
converge.
as it gets
Yeah.
further away.
Right. Do train tracks with distance appear to converge?
They appear to shrink uniformly from top to bottom and left
They
to right as they
appear.
get further away. They never ever converge. They never ever converge.
Excuse me, Donald. Do they appear to us with our eyes to be getting closer together with distance?
Uniformly from left to right and top to bottom without ever converging.
Do they appear to get closer with observation at distance?
Why are
Look
you
down.
asking the question I just answered? I just answered that question. Why are you asking it again?
Because you're wrong.
Say yes
Well,
or
it's
no.
parallel line
The
never
word
converge.
appearing is bothering him.
Do I have to get you
He
the
thinks
definition of the words of the phrase parallel lines? Because they definitionally never converge. Otherwise, they're not parallel.
I know, but they appear to converge.
nobody said that.
No, they appear to shrink uniformly
Nobody
from left to
said
right and
that.
top to bottom as they get further away, never
Nobody
ever converging.
Yeah,
listen.
they appear to get
Listen.
close together with distance.
Yeah.
Yes, but
They
never
don't
ever
actually.
No, but they appear to.
No, they never appear to converge. They appear to shrink
Yeah,
uniformly
there's a
from left to
hallway
right.
Parallel
Yeah,
Converging.
at 6 minutes
parallel
after the hour,
lines
Donald.
appear.
At 6 minutes after the hour, Donald, you're going to tell me. You're going to look at that, say, "Yep, it appears to converge."
No, they appear to shrink uniformly from left to right and top to bottom as they get
Yeah,
further away.
I told you. The word
Without
appearing
ever
for
converging.
me is like
Then. So
blasphemy.
they
This
appear
is
to
the
converge then.
definition of
No,
perspective.
brother. A line doesn't
Oh my
shrink.
god, you
A
people are
line
morons.
doesn't shrink.
It appears to
I'm
shrink.
not
It doesn't
talking
actually.
about the wall or the door or the window. I'm talking about the lines of those walls and
Sure, me
roof,
too.
and so those lines, they are not shrinking. The lines they don't shrink. A
No, they
line
appear
don't
to
shrink.
converge.
It doesn't change
Well, they
size.
appear. They
No,
appear
I'm
to
not talking.
shrink.
No, it
It's a
doesn't appear to
misstatement.
shrink.
Yeah,
Those
they appear.
lines doesn't appear to shrink. I'm not talking about the whole wall. Yeah, the wall appear to shrink, but I'm not talking about the wall. I'm talking about those lines. You can draw them.
How
It
they
will make an
appear.
X. It will
Yeah.
make an X with a circle in the middle or a square in the middle. Those lines you can draw on that photo are converging lines, not
Yes.
parallel.
No, they're parallel lines. They're the same height at the top of the
Yeah,
graph at the end of the hallway.
they are parallel
It's making
lines,
an
but
X
the way you
form.
see them, they
Those
are
lines are making an
convergent.
X form.
No, they are parallel lines.
Yeah. Yeah, I
The
can
Yeah,
draw those
ceiling and the
nobody
perfectly
floor
line.
and
denies
the
they
two
are
walls.
parallel.
Listen, the
I
ceiling
can
and the
draw
floor
that
are.
X if you want.
Listen, the ceiling and the floor are parallel to each other, and the two walls are parallel to each other. Those two things will
Yeah,
never ever
and
converge.
No one is talking about the
to
ceiling and
converge.
the wall.
Can I
We are talking
Talk
about the
about this
line.
hallway for 20 minutes now.
can I approach
Hold
this
on
in a
a
slightly different
second.
Can I approach this in a slightly different way? Okay, Donald, you because I already know the photo. I'm driving, but I already know the photo. If you were to take, say, the point at which, so you got two lines and you say they're parallel, okay? So you take those two lines and you measure the pixel distance between them, and then you come closer to yourself, and then you measure the pixel distance between those two. Do you think the pixel distance will be the same?
No, because unless you used a zoom or something, but no. It is
So
an
then,
appearance of the change of the size of something, but it doesn't actually change the size of anything. It just
so
appears to.
then, just to summarize, the pixel distance is getting smaller the further away those lines are.
Why are you using pixel distances? Let's not do that. Let's not use pixel distances.
Why
That's
not?
kind of, because it's a subject.
No,
It's a subject of
Donald,
reference. It doesn't mean anything because
Because
you
a
each camera's going to
pixel
have
is a
because
measurement.
each. Oh my
Shut
God! What is
up!
wrong with you?
For the love of God, Donald, shut up! You've asked me a question. I'm now going to answer it. Now, the reason we're using pixels is because it's a measurement of distance that you can't escape, because pixels are a measurement of distance on a computer screen. So, we know that as those lines move further away, the pixel distance between those lines is decreasing. So therefore, that is an apparent convergence, no matter how much you deny it.
Right. You interrupted me talking. I did not interrupt you. Just so you know, asshole.
You did interrupt me, and then you called me a
He plugged his ears while you were talking, and then he unplugged his ears to say that, and then he plugged his ears again.
I wonder if we look down the corridor or the train tracks, those horizontal parallel lines will appear to converge. I wonder. You figured that out yet, Donald?
I think Donald has a problem with perspectives because perspectively parallel lines can appear to converge, and physically, obviously, the corridor will maintain the same throughout the distance. Maybe that's where it gets confused. Maybe he thinks we're saying that the walls of the corridor are actually physically
No, he
convexing.
doesn't think that. He doesn't think that. He doesn't need any worse help than he already has.
no. He's just being pedantic. He wants to say they will never. Duh, we know that they're actually parallel in real life. They
Yeah,
appear to converge.
bear in mind, understand the chronology of the debate, right? He was asserting that a flat surface must have a blurred edge. Okay? That was his assertion that he never evidenced. And then he started talking about this as some sort of evidence for that claim, which it isn't. Okay, so that's why we're now here, because he wouldn't admit that his assertion has no merit.
And the table edge. Don't forget that.
I mean, there's no reason to believe that would be the case, and we know that from a flat football field. Because I mean, does anyone here think that a football field is curved? Like, no, they flatten it deliberately so that it's safe to play on. That's obvious, right? I mean, obviously, there's a slight runoff on certain football pitches for rain purposes, and there's a big runoff at the edge of the pitch. But if you actually look across the pitch, there's no runoff, but there's that optical convergence of an apparent horizon. Like, no one thinks that a football pitch is a ball, because that would be stupid, and that horizon isn't blurred. That horizon is sharp. So all of these assertions that Donald have made, based on zero evidence, can be thrown out anyway.
Okay. My evidence has mathematical basis. Yours is just you pulling shit out of your rectum.
Well, I've actually given real-world examples and evidence. You've just given rhetoric.
Well,
and
you haven't
insult.
though. You're just making shit up.
You've just given rhetoric and insults, bro. But I've actually given
Well,
real
you
world
insulted me first, so it's valid.
When did I insult?
You have been insulting me every time you speak with me.
When did I insult
Like
you?
we said earlier, sorry for interrupting.
Fuck off.
Sorry, dude.
Called me an
I don't need to
arsehole.
justify every word I say to your dumbass.
You've called me a dumbass multiple times. You've called me a dick.
You're a dumbass. You are a dumbass.
I
I've got to
remember insulting you once after you'd insulted me about 5 times.
Well, no, you just don't understand what an insult is.
Yeah, I know that calling me a dumbass, an asshole, and a dickhead is an insult. I understand that.
No, do you know what else is an insult? When I'm answering a question you asked and you interrupt me and then mute me because you interrupted me and didn't want me to talk over you after you interrupted me, that is insulting as fuck.
The irony that you're complaining about
Be nice once a guy, man. You interrupt everyone. It's not okay. You need to be respectful to other round earthers, man. You're a hypocrite. You're only nice to flat earthers. And
Right,
I'm not nice to anybody. I'm an asshole to everybody. Are you kidding me? I don't discriminate. I'll be an asshole to anybody.
The irony that you, Donald, would complain
you were
about
talking to the other guy. My bad. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood.
the irony that you would complain about interruption.
No, I don't care about interruptions that are valid. I don't care about valid interruptions. It's the invalid interruptions I care about. Dude, you are breaking up.
Crypto, you're breaking up, dude.
Yeah.
Because you will then define.
Do we have to listen to this?
If you're
No, Donald. Crypto, you're breaking up, man.
Big time breaking up.
Nobody understood anything you just said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So, indeed, I mean, again, with everything you say, I'm going to have to, go and see if I can reference it. I'll read this out in linear perspective, which is what we're observing when we look at stuff down the corridor, for example. So in the linear perspective, the vanishing point is the point on the horizon line to which parallel lines appear to converge as they recede into the distance.
Appear.
Do you get the bit where it says appear to
A
converge?
type of a perspective used by artists. That's a reification fallacy.
Dude,
You're
you
taking
understand
a
that this
concept and applying it to real life. You can't do that. That's a fallacy.
That's what we're
Logical
talking
fallacy. You can't
about.
do that.
Dude,
What?
that's
It's a
what
logical It's a
Donald,
dude.
That's
It's
what
a
we're
logical
talking about. That's what we're
It's a
talking about.
logical fallacy. It's a
Donald,
logical
can I
fallacy.
break this down, please? Would you give
Not
me
if
that
it's a
opportunity?
logical fallacy, because I don't care.
Let me explain.
No, you are committing a reification fallacy, so I don't care.
So let me apply it.
All right, you can apply it. I'll just go away while you do that.
So, dude, you just don't want to be proven wrong, and you're just using any crack in the door and sulking like a little child to fucking run away.
It's not a crack in the door. It's a logical fallacy, buddy.
Dude.
It destroys everything that you build on top of it.
How do we observe the world?
Orthogonally.
So we observe perspective, don't we?
Yeah, but not this artist's perspective.
Excuse me. Where the
well, I was in the middle of speaking, so excuse me. I apologize in the middle of my sentence, interrupted the beginning of yours.
I started this, dude. You need to
Yeah,
calm
but
down.
that sentence I was still in the middle of when you started speaking.
I haven't even finished a single point yet. Now, come on.
Yeah, you asked me a question, and I was answering that question. You interrupted the answer to that question.
No, shut up and listen. You're really annoying. Yeah, now you turned your headphones off. You're disingenuous. You should be kicked, actually.
Just for the record, he will not allow any fallacious reasoning or arguments. So I think from this point forward, we should just go ahead and mute him anytime he uses a fallacy. That's my motion.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that Donald will only play the game if he gets to interrupt you consistently and if he gets to not really listen to what you're saying. Have you noticed how he defined interruptions as valid? but then, of course, he's going to define all of his interruptions as valid and none of yours as valid. This guy's a clown.
You're going through the Paris tunnels again.
Move on.
Wave to Princess Di as you go bye.
Complaining about insults when he's called me a dickhead, a dumbass, an asshole multiple times. Complaining about interruptions when he's the one interrupting everyone. This guy's a clown. Why are we wasting our time? We can move on.
Any other
I guess it's good
cheerleaders in here? Any other cheerleaders
I mean, he's
that want to take on Donald's position now?
No, I'm getting kind of sick and tired of Donald dictating when he will listen, when he won't listen, when he will spoke.
Are we still debating whether flat Earth exists or not?
Yep.
Well,
gosh.
So yeah, that's the point of the VC. If you hadn't noticed.
do you think parallel lines with distance appear to converge like a train track? Okay.
That's you, Isabella. You're supposed to answer that.
Hold on. Some people are pinging me. What am I supposed to be answering?
All right, okay. So, to you, do parallel lines, like when you look down a train track, do they appear with distance to converge, get closer to each other?
I guess they do. Do you get more distance?
Cool. Yeah.
That's that. Donald, you're converting Globers every time you speak.
I don't understand. No, I'm pretty sure we have like actual physical evidence to prove that we are not flat. I'm pretty sure your example actually proves that we are a globe.
The example of convergence?
Yeah, you think that the apparent convergence of parallel lines, as demonstrated when you look down a train track, is only applicable to a ball. Was that correct? Am I, representing you correctly? Is that what you think? Whatever the description we gave is evidence for globe Earth?
Yeah, so when you're on a soccer field behind the gate, the first one in front of you, you see it big, and the opponent's gate, you see it the same size, right? Like the one next to you.
She ran away. I think it got too real.
Yeah, that one's been in here before. He always just leaves because he can't deal with reality, obviously.
Mhm.
It feels like feels like the first question on the table now. Thanks to Donald. Do parallel lines appear?
Seems like if you're going to ask that, you better be prepared for some backlash.
Yep, Donald's going to disagree with you if you say they do.
I do like the variety of different questions people come in with. It's always interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you can see the actual genuinely concerned people are the trolling people, can't you, really?
We should propose Donald to open a GoFundMe for Hubble fuel.
Oh, GoFundMe. I think crypto could do with like Starlink or something. That's what we should do. Give him internet.
Stalinskaya.
And surprisingly, you'd be able to get it as well. Yeah. Don't know how much it is though. Guess it's expensive.
I know it. I watched it. The Hubble launch. I watched how they made the Hubble. I saw it all. Oh, Hubble has no propulsion. Oh my god. It's on a descending orbit. Oh my god. I didn't know that. Like this guy was total. I don't know. He was wholehearted.
Got respect.
Yeah.
He got to respect the fact that he thinks he's in. That's funny.
He's living it. He's living it. Yeah, for sure.
He's going to die on that. But Black, you're right there. You're causing a little bit of background noise. Are you trying to communicate with us, or what's going down? Welcome to the channel anyway, Buddha Black.
¿Cómo estás?
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm decent. I'm very, very
Good.
well. Looking
What
after
brings you by today?
well, nothing in particular. What's going on with you guys?
Today we're debating whether parallel lines appear to converge with distance, like looking down the train track. What do you think?
Very interesting how the eye works.
It is, isn't it?
Yep.
So, because of the eye and the way that we view the world with perspective, do these parallel lines, as described with train tracks, when you look down the train tracks with distance, do they appear to converge, get closer together, do you think?
Not when you're high.
Okay. That's a great answer, man. Well done.
I think it all goes down to the instrument you're using, right? Like you said, you mentioned the eyes, or if you
just your eye.
I guess if you smoke a joint, they don't do that, is what he said.
Yes.
No.
You get more focus, I guess.
Joints. From joints, you cannot have such kind of hallucinations, distortion of perspective. But actually, from LSD, you could have such hallucinations. So
you need to get hold of some of this stuff.
yeah, heavy stuff.
But yeah, I think it's all to do with the instrument and the limit of the instrument. And then there's like conditions, temperature, everything can affect how much you can see. And to confirm it's parallel. Then how do you confirm it's parallel? You'd have to measure like 4 lots of angles and work it out with a theodolite or something.
What's parallel with what? What we're talking about again?
No, the railway track or whatever. You know, like a. That's what you were talking about, right?
Well,
The convergent.
if they're built to be equidistant from each other, so actually parallel.
No,
Even a railway
are
track,
because
that's something theory is. You could just zoom with it all like different instruments. How would you like prove it's like parallel? You have to like measure the angles with a theodolite or something, right?
because the Earth is hovering in space, so it's never going to be parallel.
Thanks, dude.
What?
It's because the Earth is hovering in space.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It was so still.
Yeah. This guy's high as fuck. Good to meet you, though, Buddha.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
First, actually.
The theodolite must be also double checked because it can be fooled just like the human eye with optical illusions.
Correct.
So it's prone to that kind of errors, mistakes.
Well, any refraction, so yeah.
Exactly what optical interests would you be talking
That's why I'm
about?
not too keen on it.
Sorry?
Yeah, optical experiments for over a certain distance, there's not accurate. I won't take them as like definite proof. But you know, it's a good start. It's just the limits of and the size they've given us for the Earth. It makes it really tricky, right? Flat or whatever model it is, you know, it's a big Earth, right? We can agree upon that. And you can see far. We agree upon that. I mean, we can see 70 miles, something. You can just places where you can see landmarks from here to there, but it's just the math that's attached to it kind of fits in the geometry and angles and stuff. But I'm not going to use the term measured flat because it appears flat to each observer. But when you try and correlate that observer relative to another one, you have to. That's the experiment, you know. That's what we need to try and prove. Are parallel lines parallel with each other? Because on their own, they are parallel.
Would you
Infinitely,
prefer?
right?
Would you prefer locally measured flat?
Oh yeah, with every measurement, we just default flat. Plane of reference. We use a plane. We set the boundaries, which are like the verticals and horizontals, and we measure from flat. We've got the elevation.
Cool.
We've got angles. There's geometry. It's
Cool.
all
So,
default flat.
okay.
And
So,
it's the you. Come on.
no, sorry, I was going to let you finish, man. I realised I was interrupting you. I wanted you to finish.
Oh, I'll carry on. It's just good. I'll carry on later, but respect
Yeah.
the stars, man.
The only thing I wanted to point out is because you had conjecture with the measured flat. That's why I put the locally in there, and then you begun to reference. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't think the way you'd measure it flat would be 2 points of equal elevation over great distances and see if they share the equal horizontal plane. Just with a theodolite or something. Just get measurements like that. We're not looking for curve. We're just looking for elevation and horizontal planes. And is it accurate? Are we on a surface of an arc? It's not
Isn't
about
that
curve.
easier?
Are we on the surface of an arc? Are
Isn't
we on
that
the
an
arc? Are
easier
we on Noah's
experiment
Ark?
though? You can use three boards with a hole in each of them. Shine a light through one of them and see if you can actually see the light on the other side.
Yeah. That's the old method, right? An old idea.
Is that not efficient?
For distance, I don't know how much distance you'd need for it to like. The more distance, the more valid, I guess. But I don't need to check it.
Well,
We've got different.
at any given point, you don't see the light, then it's not flat, right?
Well, yeah, but they have to come through both. It's like, yeah, it has to come through both. It's both slits, right?
Planning me was a dick move.
Can I ask you a trick question?
Yeah. Trick
Okay,
question. That's cool.
so if two perpendiculars to a horizontal line, are they parallel to each other?
Two perpendiculars. So repeat again, sorry, sir.
Yeah, two perpendicular lines on a horizontal line. Are they parallel to each other?
Yes. Should I tell you
Thank
why
you.
they are?
Welcome to
Because
Flat
they
Earth.
share. No, I should tell you why they are. Because they share the same horizontal plane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
line.
literally. That's. I'm agreeing. It's not about surface or anything.
Yeah.
It's geometry. And
So
what you just said then.
yeah.
If the lines are straight, because you didn't actually imply they were straight lines, but yeah, I'm assuming they are, right? So straight
Yeah.
lines
Okay,
would be like
but
they'd create a plane of
when we
reference
go
which
out,
you'd measure from.
yeah, when we go out, for example, like sea or the ocean, where we have a very wide horizon, far away
Yeah.
and very wide. So you draw a perpendicular line to the horizon on your left side of view and one on the right. So the distance between those 2 points in the horizon in reality will be a very big distance, like many tens of kilometers, maybe even 100 kilometers.
Yeah. Because you're doing a
Yeah.
straight line. Because
You can have a straight line on
should
a
be.
curved surface.
So
No,
now
it should be doing an arc and not a straight line. That's the problem.
yeah, exactly. So if
It's an
those
arc.
two perpendicular lines are parallel to each other,
That's how it works
then
on the
it
surface of the
cannot
sphere, you know?
Are you
it
doing
cannot
drug
be a
deals?
ball.
Discourse.
You can have a straight line on a curved surface, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's all relative to the observer, though. It's not like, do you know? It's a weird thing, but it could appear. Yeah, you said you use the word appear a lot, and that's why I like to bring this back to just that relative observer at that time you're measuring.
So it's subjective.
Reality is subjective. all this spooky stuff with like observers being interfering and outcomes changing. It's literally because like relativity in a way. This is the whole
So,
argument, and essentially,
so, so one
What
person can
is
see it as the Earth is flat, and one person can see it as spherical.
so? You
if the
believe
use, if the
the
knowledge of it is sorry, go on, go on.
go go on? Finish your idea or
Yeah,
question.
if you can come to it like the view of reality doesn't make a difference. Your concepts on like cycles and what they mean to you, and like the hour, the day, the minute, that time, the year, the seasons, or whatever, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you live on, right? Because you just use it as it is. You see the sky, you know, it's all there. You can see it as a
Well,
sphere. You can see them both as flat. You can see them both as spheres, and all the models work. If you relative to a flat plane where you are, and then that same measurement works in astrology. It's just geometry, man, like a big clock.
well, uh, spherical geometry works with astrology because we already know it's a celestial sphere that
Exactly.
we see, but
Yeah.
the celestial sphere is not the ground.
No, no. That's where the
Yeah,
concept of terrestrial sphere came from, and that's
yeah.
why people believe we're on a globe, right? But either way, navigation and mapping of continents has been, you know, they've been equal to each other. Like the skies and the maps, the sky maps, they're all navigation, and all maps originate in the sky
Yeah, but
with the celestial sphere.
for sextant navigation, for example, you need right angle triangles, yeah,
Yeah.
and you cannot have a perpendicular from a star to the surface of the ground
Oh, you can. Yeah, of course
because
you can.
no,
Every line can have a 90 degrees adjacent to that line.
no,
Any line, any shaped line, any curved line, it's always got a 90-degree
you cannot have
intersection point.
listen, you cannot
That's
have
perpendicular, man.
uh, you cannot have a perpendicular line to a curved surface.
Oh, perpendicular. So you're look. Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. You can, dude.
Oh, you
It's an
can't.
intersection.
Intersection with what?
If that angle is 90 degrees, that's what we're talking.
Yeah, but you cannot have a 90 degrees angle with a curved line.
You can. It's 90 degrees to. It's essentially the diameter or the radial line. It's essentially
Well,
needed. Like,
to have
what you won't agree upon is it
the
agrees upon a sphere.
the requirements for a 90-degree angle is two straight lines.
It can be perpendicular to the tangent.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
tangent is something else.
No, no, we're talking
Yeah.
about the surface of a circle, essentially, which would be a
No, the
tangent. Yeah,
tangent,
yes,
the
yeah. That's good.
tangent.
We're talking geometry,
Listen,
dude.
yeah. But a tangent line to a circle, it meets, it intersects that circle in one point.
At any angle.
Yeah,
At any angle, it could hit that line.
What's the angle it meets at?
It would be 90 degrees. This is the 90-degree
What?
horizontal vertical relationship we're
What?
talking about, right? What
No,
the whole debate's about right so far. What's your
It's a
question?
point. How does a single point have an angle?
yeah, you can't have an angle with a point. Exactly.
Yeah, you can create 6 lines of axis or whatever in 6 dimensions.
So,
They're the 6 basic up, down, left, right, and diagonals. You know, the 6 axis.
so
There's basic.
the radius of a circle can be perpendicular with a tangent line to that circle. But only one radius will be perpendicular with that tangent.
Yeah, because it's on a sphere. You can't.
Yeah.
You don't have
All
perpendicular lines
other
on the surface of the
radiuses,
sphere.
all other radiuses will not make 90 degrees angles with that
Relative to themselves, they
tangent.
are though. So each 90 degrees is 90 degrees to itself. But if you try and put another one on the surface, they're going to diverge, because
Yes,
the
but those
convexity of the
yeah, two tangents, yeah,
yeah.
to a round surface, those tangent lines, they will intersect each other at at an angle.
Peter wants you
We're trying
guys
to
to slow
describe
the
it.
conversation down so that we can understand what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, just keep it like circles and lines.
Yeah, slow it down and maybe repeat a few more times so we can really get the point, like the
Peter,
clue of it.
Peter,
I'm almost there.
what's
I'm
the
almost got
angle?
it.
What's the angle where a tangent meets, or at the tangent point?
I don't know, man. I want to find out. It's just too fast. I couldn't follow. I think it has something to do with perpendicular being horizontal to the vertical, but I'm still looking into it. So get walk us through it, okay? Not all of us, have English comprehension and how to slow down. Walk us through it.
Yeah. Okay, Peter. Two perpendicular lines to a horizontal, are they parallel to each other?
I think so. But I'm afraid
Oh, you
I
think?
can't be sure. Yeah.
You can't be
The thing
sure.
is, Get,
Yeah,
when you use the word
I've been
line,
humbled. I've been humbled too many times in this VC. So
hold on, let's
my
try and verify
intuition
this.
tells me yes.
We're missing the fact when you say line and whatever, you've got to say of what. So it's like the surface of a circle. You're relating it to something. So you're
Well,
missing that
yeah,
connection.
I didn't say surface. I said two perpendicular lines to a horizontal line.
Yeah, the horizontal line is made from one point, which would be horizontal. There's no surface
So,
involved. There's no relativity to any surface at the moment. You're just in free space with a horizontal line that
listen,
is 90
horizontal
degrees.
line means a straight line.
Yes.
Yeah. From
Yeah,
left
and
to
then
right, a straight
you've created
line.
the line. You're
Yeah.
attaching essentially the way that you worded it is you're attaching these vertical lines on this horizontal line you drew first, right? Which would imply that
Well,
it's a
now,
perfectly horizontal straight line.
yeah, to this horizontal line, you draw two perpendicular lines on it, with the horizontal. Yeah, in two different locations
Yeah, the way you're
on
describing it,
that
they'd be 90
horizontal.
degrees to each other. They'd be all parallel. I'm with you.
Yeah, so they will be parallel. Thank you. But
Yeah, but
Peter is not certain.
no, but you've
He's
not made
having
the
some
surface
sort of
relevant.
intuition.
It's relative to what, though, dude? You've just put it in free space in my head right now, this idea. You've not given it any physical dimensions. It's just a line that's extended and
Well,
created from a point, which then two intersections are applied to it, and then that's it. Like, there's no, like, relativity to any surface or parallel to what or
so
perpendicular to what.
then um, demonstrate that the horizon is a curved line.
Sorry. Repeat again, dude.
Can you demonstrate that the horizon is a curved line? Can you prove
Not
that?
from one perspective, and it's not a physical place, so I can't
But
do it with
from
two
how many
observers.
perspectives?
The one say like this one observer's the observer, the only one, and there's a circle around his eye or the eye level horizon. He would never be able to verify that wasn't anything but a horizontal plane. No shape, no definition,
So,
just a horizontal plane.
well, you just said that when you look at the horizon, you don't see it as a as a straight line, but you see it curved because we see everything curved.
No, I'm
The
not stating the
perspective
curvature
dome.
and obstruction, like drop or anything. No. I'm literally going by just observer in the middle and the circle around the observer. Like what you
Yeah,
said,
but
circle.
the dome of view, right? The
Yeah.
dome of view, it's curved 300. I mean, almost 180 degrees, about 170, 160 degrees. How much the human eye has the view angle? It's a dome of view, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So now,
So where's your horizon
do
in
you
this
see?
dome?
Do you see
Like
the?
halfway up.
Do you see the horizon with this dome of view? Do you see the horizon a straight line or curved?
I'm trying to get your perspective on this dome. So are you at ground level, at the surface level of this dome? Are you halfway up this dome, and your horizon's like halfway up the dome?
The dome is from behind the lens of your eye. Yeah, that's where it starts from. That cone.
Oh, so you're not about the atmospheric dome around the right? Okay, you're on about like the dome of vision,
Well, when I speak about the dome of
right?
view, that's your
Of
eyes,
you. Of
your
you.
own
Right.
eyes.
Okay, I'm with you. I thought you were saying of you.
What you see with your own eyes. Yeah,
Right, I'm
that's
with
what
yeah,
it
yeah.
means.
It's like the conical,
Okay.
like pyramid perspective kind of. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah. Rods and cones. Yeah.
So, do you see the horizon a straight line or curved?
Depends on your angle, and the centralness of the horizon to the center of the lens, like horizontal.
No, you look with your naked eyes. You don't use
Yeah,
lenses.
I'm trying
You
to
don't.
explain how it's like a
Yeah.
fisheye. I'm trying to explain how it's like the lens in effect of like a fisheye, essentially, because
Well,
that's kind of
no. We talk about our own perspective, not devices.
yeah. But
It's
ours is similar, and how we have like a peripheral, and the peripheral does curve because it's a
yeah,
circular
yeah,
spherical eye.
yeah. It's peripheral. And when you look at the horizon, how do you see it? Straight line or curved?
Yeah, it'd be arcing around you, so not a straight
Oh,
line unless it's dead
uh-huh.
center and
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Guys, this whole conversation, you kind of lost me a few minutes ago. Can you repeat all of it? Just slower.
Well, the
Don't
horizon
worry,
line.
I
we've
don't
been
want to talk
leaving
about the
you until
horizon, man. Sorry, Crypto.
Is that British man still shouting from his van? He should park the van in a high quality
yeah.
signal area.
We've been leaving you intellectually for years, Peter. It's nothing
Oh,
new.
I see. Thank you.
It just needs a big ass like
So,
antenna, like Ghostbusters on the top or something.
yeah, so I think we've concluded that if we have a straight
Yes,
line and we have two perpendicular lines, then they are parallel. Well done, lads.
Yeah. So I don't want to talk about horizons. I just want to talk about these
Welcome to
parallel and
Flat Earth,
horizontals.
Peter. See?
No,
Oh yeah, that's
I
all
don't want to talk
that's
about
all it
horizons
takes,
at
huh?
all.
That's all it takes. Just
Yeah.
make a bullshit statement. Are you a Bevite? Get we get? That's what
I
Bevites
don't know
do.
where
They
it's going
say
with it.
What's a Bevite?
that's what Donald does.
lines are perpendicular to other lines. Welcome to flat Earth. That's deep. That's profound.
That was that was that's it though. That's what
Yep.
I'm
That's
trying to point
advanced
out.
simplicity. Advanced simplicity.
Yeah, everyone because once you point it
Peter,
out to somebody,
Let's make that guy shout from
no,
his van
Peter,
as he's driving
Peter,
through.
Peter, let Crypto speak, man.
no, you're all good actually.
All right. Yeah, it's just that once you point it out to somebody, even in real life, you like if you got a plumb bob there, and this guy over there's got a different plumb bob. We're told that they're converging, they're pointing at the same point. On a flat Earth, they're all parallel to each other, right? They're all 90 degrees, however far away you are to somebody. Now we need to verify that
Yeah,
because
Airbus,
verifies that
the
the other way.
company Airbus indirectly proved uh, the flat Earth when they actually installed their 3D printer CNC machine, which is a large carbon fiber 3D printer, which is printing the 3D carbon fiber structural resistance of the airplanes Airbus A380. So this is a 200 meters long 3D printer, and they used um, Renishaw optical linear encoders with nanometric precision grade. So at top printing speed, that machine makes printing errors of plus minus 30 nanometers. But in low speed printing mode or measurements and stuff like that, it's actually capable of measuring a distance of 200 meters with nanometric precision, with 1 nanometer accuracy. 1 nanometer is the millionth part of a millimeter. And to calibrate this machine, they hanged in that building at both ends of these machines two plumb bobs using cobalt precision wire, which its diameter throughout all its length of this wire is with nanometer precision. It's precision wire for it's used for it's considered calibration tool, and they've measured that these two plumb bobs, those lines, they were perfectly parallel to each other at a distance of 200 meters apart.
So 200-meter machine, it was still capable of being that precise with the delay and the distance between it.
Yeah, these are one of the most advanced technological measuring instruments, and Renishaw likes to show themselves with their capabilities.
What do they
And
print?
they are saying that they can actually manufacture linear encoders even 10 kilometers long, but they will not manufacture one if there is no request on the market. So first, you need to make a request for them. They will make you an offer, the price, and if you pay, they will manufacture you a linear encoder with nanometric precision that can measure a distance of 10 kilometers with nanometer precision.
I'm just not sure how what measuring device is it, but that's cool. That's cool as fuck, man. Like the ones that use that help with microchips and all that kind of stuff. They're real interesting. They're accurate.
Yes. A CNC machinist I work with this stuff.
Yeah, I had a friend who did as well back in the day. Shout out to Vinny.
I work in Germany, uh, aerospace industry. We manufacture all sort of components, high
Yeah,
precision.
I'm pretty sure yeah. He did satellites or whatever. He'd never know exactly what it was for. You know what I'm saying? Those kind of
Um,
special contracts.
I do certain parts, but I don't always know what is that part used for or what it
Exactly.
is. Yeah.
Well, even from a legal patent kind of view, there's like
Yeah.
non-disclosure forms. There's so much secrecy about parts, and especially if it's a prototype or something like a first edition.
In some factories, for example, I worked in those factories, you could actually make weapon barrels, guns,
Yeah,
or even cannons. I've been in a factory where I was making
the big ones.
drilling pin rods for oil drilling for the oil platforms.
Yeah, I can picture them. I can picture it. Yeah,
Yeah. So even tools I made, precision tools. So
yeah.
so
However accurate it is,
when it comes to measurements, I know my stuff.
right? Just need to get looking at some astrology, mate, and you'd be a seer.
Well, I've looked also into lens manufacturing, polishing, and stuff like that. I kind of thought of making in my garage a
Yeah.
lens manufacturing machine, but
But yeah, to be fair, talking about lenses, that's pretty cool. I like the Fresnel lenses. That's what I could imagine like the sky would be if the sky had to be
yeah,
flat. You know what I mean? Like that kind of
yeah,
thing.
that's very interesting. Yeah.
Because that directs it at 90 degrees, and that's the only way it can work in my model, in my flat model. That the sky has to be
But
flat.
Turquoise, don't forget that he just told you that the plumb bobs are parallel for 200 meters. So your bendy zontal or
Yeah,
levelist
200.
curve is toast.
Right, right. So it's one of these like OG in the mine shaft thing where they tried to get the divergence or whatever, but it's essentially not much distance to test it accurately, even though it's a really accurate tool, in my opinion. I don't know what the outcome was of it and how much it measured, but I just don't think it's enough. 200 meters or whatever you said, and
Well, according to the 8-inch per mile squared, yeah,
yeah, go on.
arc curvature, on a distance of 200 meters,
Yeah, it's like
you should
1,200 feet.
e,
No,
e 600 feet.
no, because that's like because I always look at it in my head like it's like 66 meters is like 100 feet. They like the 66s,
Yeah,
don't they? So I remembered them ones, and I just tried to double it,
meters will be about 600 feet.
but it kind of doesn't
Uh,
work like that. You can't just double that kind
Sorry?
of math. But yeah, it's supposed to be a lot. Okay,
It's
I agree.
approximate, yeah. Now, on 200 meters distance, according to the radius of the Earth, you would have a arc curvature between 1.5, between 15 and 20 millimeters. I'm not. Let's say
Right. So
15
is that much
millimeters.
difference? I don't,
Yeah.
only because like my logic is that if it on the surface of the whatever surface it's on,
Mm.
it's 1 degree variance in the stars every 70 miles. So
Well,
quite
I'm
literally,
saying when you have
that's like a fifth of it.
when you have a curved line with a radius of the Earth, yeah, but this line, curved line, is only 200 meters long. Now, in the middle, yeah, when you connect the 2 points, 2 ends with a straight line, and you have this curved line on top. So
Yeah.
that
Chord.
height, yeah, the sagitta height, will be
Okay.
about 15 millimeters
Okay.
in a 200 meters distance. And imagine when you measure with linear encoder with nanometer precision, that means 15 million nanometers. So that
Yeah.
machine will show you.
If you got any more info, drop it down here, man. I'll have a look at the device it was using, what instruments. That's cool. I wonder how much they put aside for refraction or whatever as well. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I'm really funny on optics, man. You could show me the curve and a fucking unicorn on the end of it, man, and I'd be like, nope, not having it. Not having it. Or, give me experiments, man. Give me experiments. Give me repeatable stuff we can do and
I wouldn't.
extend and
I
scale
wouldn't
upon.
trust. I wouldn't trust the makers of precision measurement tools.
What? I don't know about that viewpoint on life, but that's the people to trust, man. Am I wrong? They are the people to trust. It's like, take this amount of medicine. Okay, now I've got to trust the weight. Fucking forget about the medicine. It's about the weight, the amount. But yeah, I'm just looking for some repeatable horizon avoiding, curvature avoiding, elevation experiments with horizontal planes that share the same one on the like if you know the elevation of the target and you're the observer, then you can just assume that there's a horizontal plane from this observer that intersects whatever height on that
Oh, then you want FE. You
observer.
want the FE core PDF.
No, I'm just talking about general. I don't know about any other experiment like that, but essentially that's all you need to do.
Yeah, that's
And if
what you
there's
want. That's what you're looking for. Two known heights. Shoot a laser across. It touches. It's a
oh
horizontal
no,
plane.
not a laser, not a laser. Yeah, I wouldn't use a laser. I like optics, man.
What do you want to
It'd
use?
just be
String. Use a
it'd,
string.
it'd just be it'd just be line of sight still either way because you're gonna have obscurations with it's gonna be obscured. The
So
laser a
line
lot
of sight isn't
depends on
obscured,
the
but lasers.
distance.
Line of sight is not obscured, but lasers are.
No. Like because you're taking all the angles. The end result is an angle, and is like a difference in angle. And there's like a proposed idea that one's with curvature and one's a flat version, a variety of the world, and you're just comparing it and see which one the end results angle leans towards more, and then you've got answers, and
Oh,
that's just
go
the
and do
science
that.
of it.
Go and do that for us. Use 20 miles as a good distance.
Yeah, and like no doubt, if you say you're aiming something um 20 miles away, you know the elevation, you know your elevation. Maybe you're on the same elevation, making it easy. You could just get your theodolite, you could level it out, you could look at the other target.
Theodolites don't look for blow things up in the distance. How are you going to see somebody?
Oh,
We're not
we've got
fucking
navigation.
telescopes, for fuck's sake.
With GPS, man, get your phone out, you find out where they
We're
are.
not telescopes.
What?
They are not telescopes.
I'm sure you could adapt them to be
Actually,
telescopes, man.
light
All
is
it
for
is
definition the telescope on a stand and with a level.
Oh yeah, you
So
could
we had
definitely adapt the telescope to be accurate, man. Yeah, yeah. You just put a crosshair on it, man. It'd be like Call of Duty. Just upgrade your telescope, put like a different mag on it or a different
Looking for oyster
optics.
shells. Oh, they're coming like a fountain. I can't get it on.
No, he's just hot lagging. That's what he's doing. Right. No, we can't hear you if you said that.
Give me. Yeah, I ain't
Oh.
doing much.
Hot mic says who? Hot mic.
Pricey
Hopefully that
stuff.
gets in. Hot mic says who? I
It
say
was
who.
probably me. I just connected, but I switched to phone speaker.
There you go. It's good. It's difficult to like mute a fucking mod. You know, who's hot micing.
Oh, I don't
So-
advise to do that.
What
Sorry, mate,
method would you use to
enthusiast.
level a laser?
Sorry? What was the question?
What method would you use to accurately level the laser?
To accurately level the laser.
Yes.
Something that uses piezoelectric encoders, because you can go to picometers. You can measure in picometers. So rotary and linear, and you will need also precision plumb bob tool with cobalt wire.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you get that, but you use some separate device from the laser pointer itself, unless you have some laser pointer with a built-in level. So regardless of what method do you use an external device. So even if you level that external device, how would you make sure that the laser also points towards the same direction? So how would you mount the laser on that leveling device to be sure they are both leveled?
That's very easy.
That's a good point, actually.
Yes, that's actually one of the main problems that were pointed out with FE Core laser experiment. The
Yeah,
most
shit.
famous laser experiment of flat earthers.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to like level out the stand or level out the stand with the laser on it, and then you're not sure that the level is level with the laser line that it produces. It might be level with the chassis of the laser, but you got to figure out like what's level with the laser, right? I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's a funky experiment. Defunct. Don't trust lasers. There we go.
That's not the problem with theodolites that have a built-in level.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's probably why they're like $200 more. I don't know personally, but I'm guessing they're going to stick a nice price on them auto leveled like auto leveled stands sites. Yeah,
Are you guys under the impression that the point of the laser test was that it was level?
not ideally. But that one specifically wasn't.
If it wasn't the point of that, then what methodology would that measurement use?
So you don't know the point of the laser test then? Embo. Is that
No, but
correct?
it still used a targeting system on it. It still used that part of it. Is what he's getting at.
Yeah, what was the point? It's kind of like asking people about the Black Swan. Do you guys actually know what the point of it was?
Yes, they pointed that laser horizontally and just had another guy standing at the opposite side of the lake, and he was checking it if he can see the source of the laser.
Uh huh. Why wouldn't he be able to otherwise?
Why wouldn't he be able to?
Yeah.
Because the Earth would get in the way, for example.
Oh, okay. So they hit the target, so no Earth curve in the way.
No, because other variables also exist.
What other variables?
Atmospheric conditions.
Did you look at those in the charts?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you find out?
That they assume that the reflection is insignificant, negligible.
Uh huh. Right. Did you check them on that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. So what's your problem with it?
Because I'm just pointing out that they made an assumption that could be true, but also couldn't.
Okay, but they did give data, correct?
They gave data, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So they gave the data. You don't see anything wrong with it, but you're not sure that they didn't do it right.
Yes, maybe they. I'm not arguing against the data. Maybe they misinterpreted it.
Oh, misinterpreted it. Okay.
Yes.
What
This is
about
why.
the Lake Balaton laser test?
You mean that lake in Hungary?
In Hungary, yeah. That test has been validated by governmental experts.
The government from Hungary.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I wouldn't invoke the government card. That doesn't work. Trust these government people.
It's the experts in
I know
surveying.
what you were saying. You
Yeah.
just brought up the really hot word of government, and it's not helping your claim. But yeah, sorry.
No, I mean those experts, they verified if those guys did this laser test correctly, and they said, yeah,
So
it was performed correct.
So let me just get
where
this
are these
axiom
tests?
down. No, 1 second.
Sorry?
So what? Okay. Can I just get this? Get. So does
Yeah.
that? What's the outcome? Does or anybody or says who anybody? What's the outcome? Does that mean for sure it's flat, or does that mean for sure that the dimensions are different?
In what regard? What are you talking about?
Dimensions of the Earth are different.
Yeah, like if we're able to see further, get the laser to hit somewhere where it's supposed to be obstructed by a curve, things like this. It doesn't. Do you think it definitely proves flat, or do you think it just opens up that it's different dimensions?
Well, so how big a ball you think you're on?
Oh, wait, I'm thinking infinitely. Like literally, like the difference between a perfectly straight line to a curve is infinitely variable. I'm just, what is it if it's more? Because it must have some.
Yeah,
It
I'll
might not
answer
have.
that.
It might do.
I'll
Go on,
answer
man.
that. Yeah, I mean, what it proves is that the globe they say we're on isn't true, but it doesn't necessarily prove a flat Earth. I agree with you on that. That's obviously your position as well. But the issue you have,
That's why I
of
don't
course,
take it as. Go on.
yeah, okay, fine. But the issue you have, of course, is that model that they've presented relies on the radius value for the entire cosmology. So if that radius value is busted, the entire cosmology goes down the toilet as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's a
I
huge
think,
issue.
but in my eyes, that's like saying, let's say, like some people come in and say, if the Earth was like a pizza Earth, then gravity won't work, or like why can't you see the like the whole dual paradigm that doesn't go together. Basically, it's like we don't know the paradigm. We're just trying to use the one
No,
we know currently to apply it to it.
they're not analogous because it's provably mathematically based on the radius value, their cosmology. Whereas
Yeah, the radius of something, dude. It's the radius of something. Is it the radius of the celestial sphere or the terrestrial sphere, man?
it doesn't matter. What they've based it on is what they assert is the size of a globe. And if that's busted, then the model doesn't work mathematically, right? Whereas flat earthers don't have the assertion of that as a foundation, as a mathematical foundation for any model. So if someone says, oh, well, if it's a pizza earth, the gravity doesn't work, that's just a straw man. Whereas this is actually a foundation.
I said it as in like they were trying to mix a different, like different theologies together that are not supposed to go together. Like if the Earth was bigger, maybe the whole cosmology is different than what we've been told. You know, it doesn't always imply that it's connected.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that, but that still raises virtually all of the same questions than if the Earth was flat, because that still means that the same people in the same positions are wrong. You know, so I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm just not sure how relevant it would be in the meta sense that they were. Let's just say that the ball is 10 times bigger than they say it is. Like, what else are they wrong about?
It could be all local, and it could all fit like it does. It could all appear. It could all appear as we see it now, just like many models have shown before. Like all the models kind of show relative to the observer what's going on. So that's the idea, and all models are used for different things too. I don't like.
Yeah, I mean,
for example,
models are pragmatic in nature, right? So anyone who says that a model represents reality doesn't understand what a model's for. A model is a tool for achieving an outcome, or some kind of understanding. Or like it's you want your model to be as close to reality as possible because then it's useful. The closer it is, the more useful it is, right?
Yeah. I'm
But
with you on that.
it might also just be that you've got a set of very good correlations within that model that don't actually correspond at all to reality. And that's the problem with models.
There's always a bias.
models
There's always
themselves, they
a
are not
reason.
reality.
No, models aren't reality. We agree. Models explain reality, but models aren't reality. Write that down.
They don't
one thing.
reality. Sorry, go on.
One thing they taught you is that light travels infinite distances, but I would never teach you or anyone something like that.
Don't they say that if that's like if there's no resistance and there's no loss of energy, then potentially it's got the potential to do that, right? With the energy it has.
Sure. But
If it
I think
loses energy with heat or if there's any energy loss any other way, then no. But in the ideal circumstances, yeah.
The issue is that if we're fundamentally wrong about space-time, right, which I believe that they are, then you've got to start looking at what that background medium actually is. If you start looking at some sort of energetic background medium like an ether, I know people are going to start swearing as soon as you say the A word, whatever. You then have to look at light in a different way. And so then understanding that light might be part of the background medium. For instance, I'm not saying it is, I'm just speculation Sunday, whatever. At that point, then you have to understand light in a different way and say, well, maybe it can't travel forever because there's other factors at play that we don't understand. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Just like the speed of light thing.
Actually, I don't want anyone to jump in my head for saying this, but it's actually true.
Go on, pretend it's Sunday.
The experiment which they claim that they measured the speed of light, they assumed the existence of ether, and that was the only time in history of science, physics, that the existence of ether was accepted. and after that, it was thrown under the carpet.
Right. I've always been interested about
Yeah.
that speed of light thing because it seems to me that everything in this heliocentric model, and distances and size and everything, is loosely based off the speed of light and what they got. So, like, the reason why
yeah,
it's
the
all
radius
to
of
do
the
with
Earth.
that.
Yeah, it's all radius of Earth, speed of light, and then
And
once you
speed of
start,
light speed of light was never measured one way.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that they haven't directly measured the radius of the Earth, and they haven't directly measured the one-way speed of light. So there's some real issues with the fundamentals of the globe model. And then, of
No,
course,
it's not the model. That's just it's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's
no, but
just
that's the
what they
mathematical
thought.
foundation. It's the mathematical foundation of the model, bro. Like all of the stuff in the sky that they can't actually go to verify, they maths it instead, right? You know that.
Yeah,
So,
right. Yeah,
so
it's all scalar.
if the philosophical underpinnings of the maths are wrong, that's enormously complicated. Enormously problematic for that model.
Yeah. But in the only aspect of maybe they've used the wrong unit of measurement, for example, not a kilometer, maybe it's just a mile, and everything's like smaller, and that's the only difference. Maybe obviously the ratio between things is the same, and the harmonic differences and the pressure differentials in the field. At a point, that's where the planets reside, right? And they're equally spaced out on these pressure nodes, these like negative pressure nodes. And that's just how Kepler described it, right? With like the spacings of it and all this and that. And like there was a reason for like heliocentrism to exist because it appears that they do that. They orbit the sun from our perspective.
No, but maths doesn't break down linearly in that respect. I mean, gravity follows the inverse square law, correct? So if you change the size of the ball, you change the distances, and you've got an inverse square law, everything
As
gets
does
fucked up.
light. Yeah.
But
As does light as well, right?
Sure. I mean, light, gravity, all these things follow some sort of inverse square law because that's how these things are calculated, right? Whether they're true or not. But once you change the size of the ball, well, then all of these other things don't scale linearly anymore.
Yeah.
The
Maybe the way
inverse
they got,
square
maybe the
law
way they worked
says
it out
that
with.
the light will travel forever.
Sorry?
The inverse square law implies that the light will travel forever.
Yeah, it'll travel forever, but you'd also need infinite energy behind it, right? Because you need infinite on one side to get zero on the other. So
Well, that's breaking all the other laws, so I don't know. Like Einstein really needed to.
yeah.
Newton
But
really needed to rethink all them.
I'm just talking about maths, right? So in order, if you've got if you've got a function like an inverse square law, in order to have zero on one side, you have to have infinity on the other. So for people to say, well, light travels forever, well, what is this infinite energy source that you have?
You're right. It all depends on that medium, though, doesn't it?
There is not, but it's completely irrelevant.
No, it's like velocity and the medium.
Bro, I mean, this is just I'm just talking about maths. I'm not even talking about reality at this point. Like, if you're applying reality to something like an inverse square law, then the maths has to comply with maths, right? So you're not even talking about reality at that point.
Yes, but like the intensity of light at the moment it escapes from the light source, it already is finite. Nobody says anything about infinite light sources.
Yeah, but didn't you say it travels?
Then a 500 lumen flashlight cannot be seen from 6,000 miles.
But it has attenuation, a limit of attenuation, or whatever you
It
word is,
cannot
right?
be seen not even from 1,000 miles.
Isn't attenuation the embodiment of that, though? It's like you can't just pass that off into a separate. Oh, that's attenuation. No, the attenuation is what we're talking about.
No, I'm just asking like.
But for example, Crypto, I want to tell him this. For example, in the 1950s, the Russians, they detonated the Tsar bomba. And this explosion, the biggest hydrogen bomb, the explosion was an event very, very bright. Yeah, it was a bomb of 50 megatons. This explosion has been recorded on video from three different distances, locations on the ground. 300 kilometers, about 500, and from 900 kilometers far away across the sea. Now, the camera filming in the horizon, you see the horizon on the sea, and just nothing there. But in the moment of explosion, you see everything getting bright, and the island which the bomb was detonated on, which was 900 kilometers far away, has been seen from the Russian shore. And in the moment of the explosion, you could see how that mushroom fire actually created a vortex, yeah, and sucks the ground up into the air. And the island was also visible for a couple of seconds from 900 kilometers far away.
So you're just talking about illumination of the atmosphere, right?
No, it's not illumination of the atmosphere. It was the explosion of a nuclear bomb, hydrogen bomb.
Yeah, but that's what it'd do, right? It's only illumination, right?
It
Light's not.
was a
We can
very,
agree,
it
light.
was a very bright event. Yes, and that light emanated by that explosion was bright enough to travel, to shine 1,000 kilometers far away.
Yeah, I don't know if that's. It's not like it's only using line of sight. Like radiation does all crazy stuff, right?
Also, no,
Fireworks
if
can light the
radiation
whole
is
fucking horizon up.
radiation, we don't care about radiation, shockwave, or whatever. The light from that explosion, that flash, has been seen also in Norway.
Right, no doubt, it can travel a long
Ah,
time. But what I'm saying is, it's not
there are,
always.
even today, there are
What do
people
you think?
that have witnessed this event in their lifetime. There are
Yeah, I'm
old
sure I've
people
seen some
today.
flashes in the sky, dude.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. There's random flashes that light up, illuminate the whole sky for a fraction of a second. The whole
Yeah.
sky, like it's daylight for a second, like lightning. Like someone
Yeah.
just switched the wrong light on or something upstairs, and like, oh fuck. And that could have been testing in like that could have been miles and miles away. Who knows, man? But no doubt the atmosphere helps with the light to propagate. So I wouldn't take that as I take that with a grain of salt. If whatever you think that's evidence of, apart from like, hey, radios work and we can bounce light everywhere, bounce radios everywhere, like goes around curves either way, whatever. Because a long distance is radio, right? It's the same kind of thing. It's the same medium of propagation. It's going to do similar things.
And the funny thing, I was lucky into the Russians. They released this documentary with the original video recording of the detonation in 2019, but in 2020, with that event, they withdraw the original documentary and they replaced it. And now this documentary is still on YouTube now, but those 30 or 40 seconds of the original explosion, the video recording with the original explosion, was replaced with a CGI, and the video you can watch now is only this one with the CGI.
with like them
I
little
have,
models and shit. They're fucking funny as shit.
yeah,
Them with
yeah,
a little
be-
Thunderbird set or something. Yeah,
yeah.
it's great.
But I saw it at that time. I was researching myself, studying into these uh, weapons and stuff. I was curious, and yeah. But the Russian government still does have that video documentary, and
It's pesky Russians, man. It's always about the technology and energy and power and propagation of energy.
yeah,
That's
I
what's being
mean,
censored.
in that explosion, it was mind blowing. You could see that shockwave how it hits the sky, and then you see like a layer of clouds shooting away, but it formed like a circle of clouds, like it
Yeah,
pushed all
yeah.
the clouds
It'll just
outside
work
and it
exactly the
formed
same
a
as a
circle.
liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And beneath the explosion, the sky was crystal blue, clear, very bright and so. But
Yeah.
then that shockwave goes higher up, and then you see it like hitting another layer of humid air, and again it forms another giant donut of a,
Right.
a cloud
That's
in a
that's
giant
the
donut.
mushroom cloud, exactly. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, not the mushroom. It's actually the
It's like the
shockwave
aftershock part. Yeah, yeah, the
reaching.
aftershock
Yeah,
part. I know, yeah.
the shockwave from this explosion had between Mach 20 and Mach 30, so it's hypersonic,
Mm-hmm.
30 times the speed of sound. And
Whoosh.
in this moment, you start to see like a giant mushroom cloud rising, and uh, outside there is this ring of clouds, white ring cloud, which was pushed away by the shockwave, and it rises up to the second ring, which is much higher above, and then that shockwave, you can see it hitting a third layer, and it was like a cap, something like that.
Yeah,
But
I've seen it. I've not seen
yeah,
that exact one. Well, maybe I have. Maybe I've seen it in
yeah,
like GIFs or some random. We've probably seen it, but
yeah,
yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's cool as shit. That the different density layers, as you'd say,
yeah.
but it's also different temperature layers as well. It's not just density, right? It's like a mix, different
Definitely.
variables. Like when it's
And
expanding, it's because it's in low
um,
pressure and the rules of physics.
that shockwave, which was expanding and hit the clouds and pushed them away, um, that's actually also a electromagnetic pulse there
Oh yeah,
present.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and induces any metallic particles, nanoparticles in the air, dust,
It
stuff.
polarizes them.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it induces them from solid state straight into super hot plasma, but hot plasma which with a temperature of millions of degrees Celsius. So they are very hot, not just hot, super hot. Yeah,
Yeah, don't be
and
scaring me with all this shit,
also
man.
all any, I mean, tritium, the hydrogen bomb is hydrogen 3. It's called tritium. And when this is detonated, it burns hydrogen 3 burns so fast that photons, light, does not have time to come into existence, and this burnout generates a very powerful electromagnetic pulse because it's faster than photons can actually come into existence. And these electromagnetic pulses, they are capable to make anything that is metal to induce it from solid state to jump straight into super hot plasma. So the metal doesn't have time to melt and to liquefy and to boil and to evaporate. So it
Oh, well,
jumps
like
straight into,
yeah. What's the word?
and the metals, they are expanding their volume uh, exponentially fast. Yeah, so they explode literally. And once they are in super hot plasma state, they're actually um, sucked into this electromagnetic pulse field of the explosion, and they have like a toroidal path. They follow a toroidal path, and in the middle of that toroid, that's where the nuclear fission process takes place. So it generates extremely super fast wind. Um, they they call it radiation, but that's like wind moving with
Like you
hypersonic
describing it,
speed.
I understand it. Yeah. It's like the
And that
microcosm.
wind is a wind which is made composed of metal atoms in plasma state. So they are very heavy. It's a very heavy gas.
Oh. And ladies and gentlemen, that's how a nuclear bomb goes off. Yeah. Yeah, I can see all the geometry in it, especially. It's like the atomic universe, right? The whole like subatomic or like just atomic layers and how they all orbit each other, even on that level and that minute scale. But it's not gravity all fundamentally at that level. It's the bond is electrical. That's interesting.
Yes. Electricity, magnetism, and electrostatics. I personally conclude that all these forces together, they cause
Because
uh,
gravity.
this this thing that we
Yeah.
call gravity. Yes, and
Yeah.
we can actually choose one of them to actually achieve levitation. So we can
Just
use
polarity. Yeah.
electrostatics, or
100%. 100%.
we can use also electromagnetism to levitate any material, any element, and
I'll
we
break
can
it
also
apart. Yeah.
use
Yeah. 100%.
magnetism and superconductivity at extremely low temperatures. So we achieve effects like quantum locking.
Yeah. Yeah. Some spooky physics. That's it. There's the
Yeah,
secret world of physics. The ones that are in
but
those secret labs. And
yeah, we never managed to actually uh, levitate an object um, using anti-gravity.
well,
And
yeah. Right. We can't even. That's not the variable in this situation, is it? We can't
yeah,
do that. We can't do
and
that.
and if you mention the word anti-gravity to a physicist, he will treat you like, oh, this is heresy, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. His point of view would be like, Well, I'm answering for like a JS-minded person, right? It'd be like it's just
Yeah.
the furthest point from any mass. That's what he'd call that's what he'd call anti-gravity, the antipolar to where the mass is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my answer. But yeah, heliocentrism might be down, might be busted, but
Yeah.
doesn't always
Also,
mean it's not a globe.
sound frequencies, even this can be used to achieve levitation. But you still need gas pressure, so yeah. There is no
Well, that
sound.
the sound, the
Without
sound creates. No, listen, dude. This is another thing. This is another thing, which I'm going to put in the pool of flat earthers and globe earthers. Everybody. I'm not even going to label people. I just want people to know that the sound would create the pressure difference needed for it to. Do you understand that where sound is, that's pressure, and waves of sound waves, for example, are just pressure waves.
Okay, thanks for sharing.
And what's wrong with it?
it's a excitation of the gas molecules.
That guy's gone, don't worry.
They
He
have
came in to
this.
get server muted so he could leave.
Oh, okay. It's a waste of time. Because is his server muted from the rest of the politics channels as well? That must suck.
Yes,
Just
they come
comes
in.
in his control and he can't go back and tell his friends.
They come in, get server muted, and then they get to sit for 40 minutes server muted.
Yeah, they can't even go tell the friends in that other server, like the channel. Oh, look what I just told the flat earthers. Damn. They do try, don't they? At least you guys have got some resistance, you know? Oh, anyone's got resistance. I'm not going to single you out to me because I want resistance in my belief, right? In my challenging, like, unquestionable belief, because it's all philosophy at the end of the day. Unless you can prove it yourself, it's philosophical. That's why the concept of a fucking turtle existed, man. You know, it's
Hey, Dragon, yeah.
I wasn't here the last 30 minutes. Can you repeat everything just slower so I can catch up?
God.
I'll give you a synopsis, Peter.
You
Right? So we
really
learn
hate
how a
me.
nuclear
You
bomb
really
goes
hate
off
me.
and how to create
Just
fusion.
slowly.
Oh, we spoke about bombs, nuclear bombs,
Yeah, so let's
hydrogen
get
bombs.
back to Earth. Back to Earth. Peter wants you to get back to Earth so he can prove how you can form a 90-degree on the surface of a circle.
You got it, buddy.
Oh, yeah, this geometry, dude. But
Here's how you do it. You go to middle school. That's how you do it. You go to middle school, and a very nice teacher lady is going to show you how to do
it.
Are all teachers women?
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, most, to be honest, yeah. Not
Did
gonna
you
lie.
drink your middle
I don't
school,
trust that.
Peter C? Peter C, when did you start drinking? What age?
Like 15.
It hasn't stopped since.
Right when
High school, basically.
learning
High school.
about circles started becoming interesting, you started drinking.
Yeah, you see
High
circles.
school, man.
So everything's. Yeah.
High school in Poland. You know how it is.
Oh.
Yeah, Romania too.
Yeah, get them drunk. Get them drunk young, so they stay stupid.
But in Romania, we were not so occidental, so fast. Like it took us up until 2001 to join NATO, and only in 2004 European Union. So until then, we were like closed country. You know?
Ceausescu, Nikolai.
Yeah. So in the 1999, 1998, the teachers were still beating you in school. If you skipped school, if you didn't do homework, they were literally beating you.
That's why you know some geometry, because the other day I showed you the ultimate proof. You completely got it. Like, you understand the
Yeah,
triangle, you
I
understand
I
the tangent line, right? Because they beat some
I
sense
learned
into
it.
you and I.
I learned
Yeah,
it from terror.
yeah, there you go. And the other maniac here, he cannot even imagine a circle with a tangent line. Like, it blows his mind. Because they were giving him like a gold star for just showing up, you know?
Yeah.
So he goes like, show me how to make a tangent line to a circle. It's impossible. It's an impossibility.
I
Circles
was
don't
going to say that.
exist in reality. They don't
In reality,
exist.
Peter, I was literally going to ask him that. I was going to make sure he's serious on that point so we could just fucking let it rest.
I've never seen a
Oh,
tangent line in nature.
yeah.
I've never seen that.
You can't go there.
Wheels and bearing balls don't exist.
Yeah. There are no spheres, no circles.
Oh my god, have you guys seen like a fucking dandelion clock? You know the flowers, the fruit of that, the seeds. Jeez,
I
there's
saw.
geometry all over the show like that.
I like how
Yeah.
aerogel can stand on the dandelion seeds. You know.
Yeah, I put one into perspex. I made like a little mold with one of them flowers inside.
Nice.
I had to get it. I had to preserve it. I had to walk like 100 meters without one single seed flying off. To then stick it into some um not perspex, but um lost anyway. But yeah, it was a pretty nice little gift. Oh, epoxy resin, that was it, wasn't it? Yeah.
Mm.
I wanted to make like this flat Earth model as well with that epoxy resin at some point. Get some like
There is a process where you can actually make them in stones. I
oh yeah.
forgot the name in English of that process.
I'm with you. You put like copper and metal and
No, wait. I have to translate this word. Be right back.
and get his big Romanian dictionary. I'll be right back to you.
Oh yeah, amber stones.
Amber. There you go.
Yeah.
From Poland, from the Baltic Sea.
I like those. Yeah.
There used to be a trade route from the Baltic Sea, probably through Romania, to the Roman Empire.
Wow, interesting. Wow.
Trading amber.
Yeah, you're right. I do know that We had the borders with Poland back in the days.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were neighbors.
Yeah, and we used to. Moldova was part of Poland for a while.
Yeah. It was. I do find people in Romania of Polish origin, Polish families. We do have.
Yeah. I
And
came. I went to Bucharest once.
oh, nice. I'm from
Very nice
Timișoara.
city. Very nice.
I'm from Timișoara. If you ever visit, call me and you are welcome.
Where is that? Where is that get began?
It's
Which
the
part of
west
Romania?
side, west
Oh,
side
I
of
see.
Romania. Yeah.
Close to Austria, would it be?
Hungary.
Oh, Hungary, yeah.
In my city started the revolution.
So is that Wallachia or is that Transylvania?
Banat.
Banat.
Yeah.
Oh, like the seven cities? I don't know how to say it in English. Siedmiogród.
Sorry?
There is a part called Seven.
You are cutting out. You cut out. I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yeah.
So I know of three parts of Romania, right? Wallachia, Transylvania, and something we call the seven cities. I don't know how to say it in English. Like a historical part of Romania that used to be Hungary, I think.
Wait, this is Flat Earth chat?
Yeah, Ardeal.
Are there really flat earthers here who actually believe it?
Yeah, I am
Yeah.
flat earther.
You are a flat earther.
Yeah.
Damn.
So what makes you believe that you live on a spinning ball?
I won't argue with a flat earther. There's no point.
Oh, okay.
There are enough experiments done to prove you wrong.
Experiments? Like what?
Just go on YouTube and type it. There's so much stuff.
Well, do you have an experiment that proves the
Oh my
converse?
god, bro.
Huh?
I couldn't do in this chat.
I mean, um, is this a loaded question?
Jesus Christ. Or just go on YouTube, type in scientist versus flat
I
earther.
mean, weren't you supposed to know if I asked you a loaded question?
I am supposed to know, but I'm not a scientist, so I won't provide you with like scientific stuff. I was in a plane, I was in a boat, and I saw things. Like, why do I have to explain this?
Yeah, but being on a
Basically, if
plane
you're
is
on a
an
boat, if you're
experiment.
on a boat, if you're on a boat, right, and you see a lighthouse, right, and you just move away from that lighthouse in one direction on the open ocean, at one point it will just exit your view.
Yeah, it will disappear.
Yeah.
You will no longer see it.
Yeah. Why? Because
Because
it's a curve.
light. No, because
I
light
posted why.
doesn't travel infinite distances.
I posted why for him in the chat. We'll pretend
Yeah.
it's a big lighthouse.
Yeah. And you can just go in a plane And that's have you ever flown?
Now it's flying planes.
I mean, you can just go. You can just go in a plane.
I've been a business class passenger in an airplane, yes, but I have never fly an airplane. I only flew
You
a
don't need to fly an airplane.
Delta
You just need to
plane.
look out the window.
Oh, and it's curved. If you look out, then the ground is curved.
Wait, are you also a flat earther?
No, I'm a globe earther like you.
Oh, okay.
You see it round when you look out a window of a plane?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Wow. You wear glasses? Like, are you
What? No,
vision
the
impaired?
plane moves. You can see things disappear. Fuck, do I really have to Google this?
Yeah, but how far?
Yeah, definitely Google it.
How far are they
Yeah, I'm gonna
supposed to
try to find
disappear?
some scientific math, geometric equation, or whatever. Hold on.
Science doesn't measure the shape of the Earth.
I mean, isn't going to space enough to see it's a ball?
No, you can't do that.
What? But humans did that already.
No.
No.
Wait, so we were never in space before?
No.
Well, that's like a Hollywood. I mean, have you seen the movie Gravity?
No, but I've seen a rocket flying to
But
space.
you think Sandra Bulldog?
You've never seen
You
a rocket
believe
fly
Sandra
into
Bulldog was in
space.
space?
He's never seen a rocket fly into space.
Yeah. Oh.
What?
What?
I'm a bit confused who I'm talking with. You say you're a flat earther, but I get a different depiction. I mean, a globe believer.
Why? All the globers in here tell you can't see the curve from an airplane.
Yeah, even Neil deGrasse Tyson. That
It's
stuff
like
is
it's mind
fat.
blowing shit for you.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, tell me.
Yeah, it's one of the most famous astrophysicists in the world.
Yeah, I'm a glober too, and you can't see curve from a plane because it's too big. It's the same way that we can't feel the spin because of the speed. You don't feel it. It's the
Yeah,
same with the.
Coriolis.
Do you not remember that from school, Subaru? It's too big to see the curve.
Wait.
So if the Earth is the surface of the Earth moves with an angular velocity of almost 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Look into chat.
From east to west. When you take off with an airplane from, I don't know, London to New York,
Just look
what
into chat.
speed should you be flying?
Just look into chat.
When did you take that picture?
I didn't take this picture.
Oh,
It's
never
a
mind.
pilot.
Yeah, never mind.
Oh, so because the pilot posted it, I'm not
We
qualified
can't
to
ask
post
you details about it.
it. What the fuck? The picture I posted is from a military pilot on
The
60,000 feet.
military says they see the curve.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man,
What lake is
you're not doing us Globers any favors because that's not our
I'm
story.
not a bro. Jesus Christ, I'm not a
What lake
scientist.
is
I'm not
that?
gonna
It's not
provide
our
you with.
story.
I'm not gonna provide you with math. It's just a picture.
What lake is that beneath?
Look. I'm gonna show you. See in the chat. Just posted a video with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's explaining it. Can you watch that?
Yeah.
just so that you are clear about what our story is.
Yeah.
So that picture that the Glober posted, I posted a link to a video of a U-2 spy plane going up 70,000 feet and we don't see the curvature that we're seeing in that picture that you posted. So I doubt that plane's a U2 spy plane. And why are we not seeing that same type of curvature higher up?
Well, hold on. Listen.
As I
So
said,
what
I'm not a
can
math
happen?
scientist guy.
Right. Subaru, just to let you know, right? So airplane windows are not flat panes; they're curved, they're bowed, so that when the plane pressurizes, they can flex. So you can look up how they make these airplane windows, and yeah, they curve a bit. So you might be able to take a picture if you're
Okay.
angling it in a certain way that it curves off at the corners. But did you watch the video I
All
posted
right.
from Neil deGrasse Tyson? You see, it's at 59 minutes past the hour. Hello? See there?
Nope, I think he imploded. No, he's there.
What?
No, you're right. You're still with us, Subaru. Right. 59 minutes past the hour in the chat. Did you see the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining it?
Wait.
Go into the chat, watch the video. It's a minute long. Let us know when you've watched it. Just pop
You
yourself on
understand
mute
this
while you
just
watch it.
you understand that's just his opinion also.
Oh, God, fucking hell. Right.
All right, you have a
Donald,
point.
you're
You have a
already
point with the
being weird.
window. Okay, hold on. Let me ask you something.
No. Did you watch the
No.
video?
I did. I get your point. Look, do you?
So we don't.
Okay.
So you agree, right? We don't see the curve. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too big.
At commercial level.
Well, at any level we can go to, because we can only go to commercial, right?
Yeah. So you don't believe military information?
Which information?
Military stuff, bro. What about NASA?
Such
What about
as.
Voyager?
Military
What
stuff,
about
What
Voyager
about
bro.
1's
them?
picture of
What
Earth?
about them?
Oh.
What about it?
Do you not believe in Voyager 1? Do you think it's fake?
Believe what exactly? What are you
The
presenting?
picture that it took
Which
of
picture?
Earth,
Could you show us
it's
the
a
picture?
ball.
Which picture?
Should I post it?
Yeah, if you've got it. Is it a photo? Or is it
Yeah,
what?
it is, yeah.
So like taken with a camera. It's not like a composite image.
It's Voyager. Do you know what Voyager 1 is?
Tell it.
Hold on, I'll post the picture, okay? It's a pro, basically, it was sent into. I don't know. Bro, why do you not know Voyager 1? Here you go. This is the picture.
Just your argument.
This is
Whoa.
the picture it took of Earth.
Right, how do you know that's Earth?
What the fuck? It's NASA.
What?
What the fuck?
So you don't
So how
believe
do
this
you know?
picture is real?
So, well, what do you think that picture is showing?
It's Earth.
How do you know that?
No, it's a white little dot.
Because NASA says it's Earth.
Oh, because
I can
NASA says
explain it.
it's Earth.
One
So,
pixel
on it.
is
Yeah.
there anything? Is there anything other than just NASA says so?
Do you not believe in NASA information?
Well, I'm asking, is there
Earth.
anything else other than just them saying so?
Wait, I'll post a link to NASA's website.
So let's get him to
Like, that
say
would just be them saying it.
get him to say
It's a
that he
picture.
totally
It's a
believes
picture
all.
from 1990. I'm gonna post a link.
So we're gonna get you to say you believe everything from NASA, okay?
I mean, what you want me to fly with a rocket into space?
Well,
Is that what you did?
we're gonna give you some information from NASA that you're not gonna like.
Okay, give it.
NASA thinks Earth is flat and stationary.
What?
How? No way that you think that. That's wrong.
Bro, what?
So those papers that you're talking about
Sci-fi
are for.
fanfic imagery, bro. What the fuck? Do you not believe anything that scientists provide? Like,
Because they
do you
aren't scientists. I'm a scientist as much as they are. I work in the
No,
same
you're not.
field. Yeah.
What degree do you have?
Why does it matter to you what field I'm in?
Because what degree do you have? Where did you go? What did you study?
I have the degree of air pressure.
The degree of air pressure. Okay. I keep lagging out. Bro, why is the voice not working? I can't hear shit.
Your voice is working fine.
Oh yeah, now I can hear it. Okay.
Well, we don't sit in here and just keep talking over each other and try not to. So that's why we have mute buttons on you guys.
No, I was in and I couldn't hear anyone. That's why.
Any other globe proof you got? So you can keep us looking good? Us globers, me and Cyclone?
I mean, you're a Glober, but I provided you with NASA stuff. I don't know how that isn't enough.
Yeah, but they don't just accept the word of that we can't verify. It needs to be verifiable evidence.
It is
The flat
NASA has
earthers don't believe just
verifiable evidence.
no, because you can't verify it. You're just saying that's what they said.
Yeah, but if I can verify it, then you
Embarrassing us,
won't
bro.
believe it, because that's the
How
thing
did
with
you
science.
verify
They
it? How did you
verify
verify it?
information. They verify information.
Right. How
Then
did
you
you
don't believe
verify
it.
it?
Then another globe earther verifies it.
How did you
Then
verify it?
it's NASA.
How did you verify it?
It's NASA. I don't know what else to tell you. It's fucking NASA.
Okay, so you didn't verify it. You just believed it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. It's
Sure.
embarrassing us, bro. You're making us Gloobers look bad.
Okay, if you're a Glober, you say your science stuff instead of me.
Well,
and
it
prove the
isn't all
Earth is the
because
globe with the
it
information
has
that
to
you
be.
verified. I'm listening.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. I'm listening to you now.
Yeah,
You can
it has to
you
be.
can talk now.
So NASA said so. Yeah.
You
It has
said you
to
have
be
to
true.
verify it, and you said you're a globe earther. So
Yeah,
prove the
I can't
prove the
verify it
Earth is a
either.
globe. Prove the Earth is a globe with science stuff,
Well,
and prove that you verified it, so that you can
NASA
teach me
already
my
said so.
failure.
NASA already said so. What more do we need to do?
Okay, send the link.
Just go on their website. They say it's a ball.
NASA.gov.
Send the link to the specific information that you're implying.
NASA.gov. Just read their
Well,
website. It's not that big.
There's a lot of articles there. Just send a link, so you can't send the
No,
link.
you don't need their.
You asked me to send links and stuff, so here you go. I did it. I couldn't verify it. I just believe it. Teach me my mistake and send a link to it, and then tell me how you verified it personally.
He sounds like a flat earther now. What'd you do to him, Cyclone?
You're a globe earther, so please prove to me that the globe is that the Earth is a globe. Shouldn't be hard.
I can drop a pencil.
That just proves gravity.
Do you want to be a flat earther or do you want to be a globe earther?
I'm a globe earther, and you're also a globe earther, so teach me my mistake and verify the information. No, prove to me that you verified the information and send me the link to where NASA said the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you don't. Flat? No, NASA says the Earth is a glob.
Okay, so I guess I heard something wrong earlier.
Oh yeah, their technical documents on flight requires a flat stationary Earth at NASA. So they talk out both sides of their mouth.
Okay, so hold on. You believe the Earth is a globe, right?
Well, I know the Earth is flat, but I believe it's a ball in a vacuum of space.
What? That doesn't make any sense. So you think it's flat, but also a globe at the same time?
No, you asked me for a belief, like a religion.
No,
and
I asked
I
you to
told you
send
fact.
I asked you to send verifiable information.
I told you
That
facts.
the Earth
One
is a
thing was
globe.
a fact. Fact was flat and stationary,
You
and then the
told me
belief.
facts. I also told you facts with NASA. So how did
And
you
the
verify
belief.
yours?
The belief part came in when you mentioned globe
I
believer.
wasn't talking about belief. I was talking about the science stuff, which I can't prove because I'm a high school student. However, you are a globe earther.
Listen,
So
Sombrero.
You're in high school.
Send me your stuff. Send me your stuff.
Sombrero, I contacted NASA because they have a document here that
Can you
references a flat
verify
Earth
that you
model.
contacted NASA?
Yeah, I called NASA and
Yeah, but can you verify that you called it? Is there any proof you did it, or are you just saying you did?
Yeah, I did.
You did? Well, but where is your verification that you
Let him
did?
explain it to you first.
Okay, sure. I'm
Okay, so
listening.
they referenced a flat Earth model, and I asked them to describe that. Can they present that flat Earth model? and they told me no. They told me they would not present it.
Okay, so can you
I said,
verify
well,
to me that you did that?
you can only know the flat Earth model if you work there. So I said, well, can I get a job there? And they told me, no, you can't get a job there either because there's no space.
Yeah, but can you verify the information that you just said?
I get it.
If you get it, then tell me.
Yeah, you can't work at NASA because there's no space.
So you don't believe in space now either?
They don't have room for you. Oh yeah, I don't believe in space either. That shit's fake as fuck.
Can you verify that information?
Yeah, I can't go to space.
Yeah, but can you verify that?
Yep. I go outside and I jump up and I don't go to space.
Yeah, that's because gravity exists.
Oh, does gravity pull water to the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I go out in my garage to my vacuum chamber out there and I put a cup of water in it and I remove the air from on top of the water boils away and turns into gas and leaves. It doesn't stay in there. The gravity didn't hold it in there when I removed the air.
Gravity isn't something that just pulls everything down. It has weight. There's mass.
Now you're changing it. Now you're changing things
Bro,
around.
you're changing it. You don't believe in gravity in space and you think the Earth is flat. Like, what the fuck?
If you boil water, it turns into steam. That steam will then rise because of the pressure in there going out, increases pressure within that chamber, so it rises. Like gravity doesn't not work in that situation. You just don't understand that situation.
Oh, it still works. Gravity still pulls gases down, but they're not being pulled down. I get it.
I mean, why do you think all the gases haven't left the Earth or the flat Earth or whatever you believe in? Why don't they just rise up to wherever the moon is or whatever the fuck you believe in?
Because we have air pressure already at 14.7 psi, and the antecedent of air pressure is a container.
I'll tell you what. Why does air pressure? This one, at least, you can argue with. Why does air pressure go down when you increase in altitude? Then
Gas has low mass.
Well,
They're
when you increase,
constantly moving. Gravity can't just pull them down.
If I go up Mount Everest, right, then the oxygen is a lot thinner up there. I'm going to need oxygen tanks. Why does that happen?
You've never been up there, but all gases start at the Earth level.
That's not. What do you mean? All gases start at the Earth level? That's not really
All gases, all of them, start on Earth.
I mean, no, they don't. But what do you even mean by that?
Go ahead and prove me wrong.
I mean, okay, people looked into space. They've done what's called a spectrometry. They've measured the light wavelengths with the gases that are out in space. They're called nebulae. There's also atmospheres on other planets around us. For example, Venus. Some moons on other planets as well.
So after I just got done telling you that you can't have water in a vacuum chamber, you're telling me out in the vacuum of space there's gas balls and water balls flying around. You sound retarded, dude.
Bro, you were the guy who's retarded.
The irony. But no, because when you have a nebulae, it is a massive expanse of gas spinning hundreds of millions of miles. And it's the fact that there is low pressure there is why it's expanding that large. And then eventually it'll come to an equilibrium and then tilt in the other direction where gravity will start bringing it back together. That's how stars form. So it's like, 5th grade science.
Yeah, so that's all made up shit. I disproved you. I disproved you by removing the air from the top of water, and the water flew away. And gravity didn't hold it down anymore.
You must get that, like, you just lack any understanding on this at all, right? If you just like, look, I've boiled some water. I'm right.
Disprove me. Go ahead and show me the water in that vacuum chamber. After I pull the vacuum, show me the cup of water in there, being held down by gravity, not air pressure.
Again, like I've explained, if you boil something off, then the pressure on the outside.
I didn't boil it off that way. I removed the air.
What?
you boil the water inside the vacuum chamber. You increase the pressure. The pressure on the outside was lower, so the gas moved to the lower.
All I did was remove the air. That's all I did. I didn't do anything fancy. Just removed the air, and water went with it.
Do you really think this is a win? You just don't understand how this works at all. Like, this is basic science, and you just lack understanding.
Basic science, kid.
Yeah, I sound like a kid, of course. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, bro! This chat is giving me brain cancer.
I mean, it always is. It's just funny to come in here and laugh at the idiots.
Bro! This guy,
Great.
this guy.
That's why I'm here.
Well, Gray, you were saying that, that there's these nebulae and, of course we use spectroscopy, but did you verify? Did you go there and go, yep, that really is a hydrogen ball?
That's a fair point. Yeah, I haven't
colonoscopy
actually been to the
also.
nebulae, so I can't verify it. Yeah, yeah.
But I'm just trying to tell you, they told us all the same story, right? And we can repeat the story like parrots, but until you
No,
actually verify it, you don't actually know if that is actually truly the case.
I mean, the thing is, and I don't know if you mean sarcastic here or not. I honestly don't. But I'm sure some people have the same argument, so I might as well address it. Yeah, you can stand there and just not believe anything anyone tells you. Like that. That's your right. And it's also other people's right
Sure.
just to call you stupid. There are some basic fundamentals of science, and there's the scientific institute that works on a whole sort of thing I would explain to you with peer reviews and scientific consensus.
Yeah,
Each
there's a big
person is
problem with
Peer
peer
review is
review.
not science.
and if you don't want
Hold
to
on.
trust in
Peer
institutions,
review is not science, and
Hold
actually,
on.
also
peer review is
religion
not.
systems they have peer review.
Bro,
Okay,
let's not get mixed up with
Gray.
religion.
So Gray, you need
Just
me to
because
go out
religion
into
has
my
peer review.
Gray. You need me to show you this in a live demonstration. When I remove the air from on top of water, the water turns into gas and leaves.
Yeah,
And
but it
doesn't
drops
stay
down
in there.
eventually. Everything goes down. Gravity pulls everything down. It depends on
No,
mass if it goes down fast or slow.
no.
Gravity exists. It depends on where you are. Mass is stronger
Wow.
the closer you are.
Is that what you learned in school?
Boiled a kettle and it disappeared. Checkmate, Globers. Like, come on, this is just not even an
I
argument.
don't.
This
Bro,
is this a gravity rejection
if you
or what?
boil water, it goes up, okay? But the molecules are still being pulled down by gravity. But
Nobody boiled
their
water.
mass is
Nobody
so
boiled water.
small.
I put water in the vacuum of space and it turned into gas.
Yeah, it would do. Yeah,
Yeah,
lower pressure
we put ice
decreases the
also, and
boiling
it
rate.
turns
Because
into
it's
gas.
cold.
Yeah, I mean, the boiling temperature is affected by pressure. Like, again, basic science. You can not believe that if you want, but that is what the science is. And you've even tested it. You still don't believe it. So,
Sublimation. That's the word.
You know,
You
it's
guys
hard to
hate
win an
air pressure
argument,
so
guys.
bad. You
It's
guys
hard.
hate air pressure so bad you can't even deal with it right now.
It's hard winning an argument against a smart person, but impossible against a retarded one.
I win my arguments all the time against you guys.
I mean,
like
your
that.
Every
argument,
I
bro.
day,
love
You
that
all
asked
day
me
quote.
to
long, I win
verify
Okay,
my
arguments
information.
against you
You asked
guys.
me to verify my information earlier. I said it's NASA,
let's
right?
test.
But when I
Let's
asked
test
you to
what you
verify
just
your
said.
information of calling NASA and they're saying this and that, you couldn't do anything.
You
So
can call
why
them
don't you?
yourself.
How
So just
about we
verify
test
the
what you said?
information about everything you said, just like you told me. Verified, send
Go
something. I
ahead,
don't know.
call them yourself.
Say again. I didn't hear it.
Call them yourself.
Yeah,
by
I
the way,
thought.
That's
there was
not
a space probe from
verification.
NASA
You
that
need
was
to tell.
solid.
Just did you
But
record it or something? Post
no,
the
you
post the
said,
audio.
hey, you can verify by calling them yourself. They got
I'm not
they
gonna
got a
call
phone
them. It's
number.
mad expensive. I'm in Europe.
No, they got an 800
Yeah,
number.
they got a free number for you to call.
800 doesn't work in Europe, guys. Come on, you don't even get none how numbers
We'll
work.
get you the
Never
Yeah,
right
mind
but
number.
science.
We'll get
you
you the
asked
right
me to
number. Don't
verify,
worry,
but you
guys.
still can't verify your own information.
You can afford the internet, but you can't afford a phone call. I got it.
When I had to
Well,
verify my information, I also could have just said that you try it, right? And that's one
we'll
thing.
call like the ESA, and they'll contact you to the NASA like something.
Yeah, but that's not the point. He told me to verify stuff, but when I asked him, he also couldn't do it, even though I admitted so that he could do it.
Hey,
I said I
listen,
was
that's
wrong,
not
and
true.
I asked him to educate me, but he
I've
didn't
said
do
I
it.
can verify that if I remove the air from the top of water, the water flies away into the air.
And those molecules are still being pulled down by gravity, but
No,
gravitational pull is
no, you don't
extremely weak because the
understand
mass is
anything.
small.
Gases
All right, all
go
right,
in
all
all
right.
directions. Gases don't go down.
Their
We'll go
molecules
around
are
it.
still being
We'll go
pulled
around
by
in circles
gravity.
here. You can't explain why pressure decreases as you go on to the top of the mountain. Just saying they start at Earth level isn't That doesn't. There's such a lack of an explanation. I
I
can't
just
even
told you
like
gas would start
comprehend
at
it.
the Earth
No,
level.
yes,
What do
we
you mean
can
start? Or
explain.
they
Forces
respawn at
are
low
up there.
at ground level? Like what the fuck do you
Gas
mean by that? It's
pressure
not even
gradient
real.
Air
is
pressure
very easy
decreases
to
also
explain.
because of gravity. If you're on top of a mountain, it's weaker because obviously the gravitational pull is weaker there. If you go to the
The
Mariana
gas
Trench, the
pressure
pressure will kill you.
gradient has a scientific explanation.
You're a flat earther, right?
It doesn't matter what I
No,
am.
just say yes or no.
Ray forgot about
I'm
temperature
saying
differences that
gas
create air
pressure
pressure.
gradient.
No,
Gas
I did
pressure
forget about
gradient
temperature. I
is a
literally said
Okay, so
earlier,
you
like,
believe a random Arabian site, but you don't believe NASA, ESA, and all those other science websites and science
They are
Those are
not
not
organizations?
science
science
websites.
websites.
They
They
don't
are
do
related to
science.
circuits.
They don't do science on those
It's a
websites.
circuits, yeah.
The scientists do,
Here,
and they publish
here's
it on that
No, they
website.
don't. There's no
here's a
science
No,
ever being done.
clowns are not scientists.
So
you got.
science
Can
doesn't
you call
exist.
France? Is it okay to call France?
Uh,
You know, France is really the European Space Agency is really France. I mean, let's be real here.
I mean,
So,
every party has a leader, right?
can you call France? Is that
I'm
okay, or
not
is that
gonna
still?
call them because it doesn't make sense for me to do it because he also couldn't verify stuff even though I asked him.
This is right here. You can try to get a job there too. So we could tell them is like you've defeated every flat earther on social media. They've all surrendered to the power of your authority, and that you
What,
should hire you to be the spokesman
bro? What are you
for
talking about at this point? I'm so confused.
that. You
You
were
are.
able to use flat earth logic and flat earth talking points to debunk flat earth using globe. And
Yeah,
then
but then they won't believe me because I'm a scientist, right? If I
no,
work
they'll
as a
believe
scientist at
you.
ESA,
They'll believe you because no one's been able to do that so far. As of now,
there are plenty of people who did it, scientists.
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. Okay,
Nobody.
sure.
No, nobody has debunked flat Earth, or at least anyone who has, they say it's not real and they lied. So nobody has done it, right? That's how that works.
Bro, what
That's
are you
correct.
saying? There was an astronaut in fucking space.
Oh my
No,
God.
I'm being sarcastic. Of course, there is an
There's an
astronaut. There's
astronaut
satellites.
in
You can watch.
space.
You
Dude.
can
I mean,
watch
look, I'm
live
not gonna try
footage of the
arguing the
Earth.
science stuff if you guys also can't do it. So I'm just
Dude,
gonna
you
say,
said
like,
there
there's
was
an
an
astronaut in space.
astronaut in space as your proof. You sound like you're 14 years old.
But you also can't prove anything that you're saying, even though you tell me I should prove stuff.
Water's level. That's easy to prove.
Okay, prove it.
There's a man in
Pour
space.
a glass of water. You'll see what it does when it's at rest. It'll flatten out when it's still. So you'll
Yeah,
No,
notice
because
that's
that
that's
no,
spheres
yeah.
don't
because
have
the curvature is
horizontal level
extremely small at that
surfaces. They
point.
have curved surfaces, right?
You don't
They don't.
realize the curve at that such a at such a
Oh.
small distance,
Oh, okay. So it's a trust me, bro. It's not really what it looks like. Can you prove that?
bro. If you pour a glass with water,
bro.
it's going to look flat. Obviously, what the
Okay,
fuck?
but it's not really. I heard you the first time. So can you prove it?
It looks
Well,
flat.
just instead of let's the can you prove it arguments,
I'm
can you
not
just
gonna
explain
prove
to me how?
anything until you
Well,
No,
guys
you're the
no, I'm
one.
not
prove
You're
saying.
the one who's
something.
saying it's the opposite of what it appears to be. So show me.
This argument
How'd you figure
started
that
with
out?
him saying this argument. Listen, I'm gonna give you a recap, right? This argument started with him saying I should prove stuff. Then I said, okay, cool, I'm wrong. How about you prove stuff? But he couldn't do it. So I don't know why I should
No,
try to
I get
prove the
it. I
same
get
thing.
it. You go around in circles. We might as well
Well,
leave it.
I
What's the
proved that
point?
water's
But
flat and level, and all you could do was not it. So I guess the globe is done. Thanks.
I'm not gonna
can
prove anything because no one else here can prove anything. They
I
asked
already
me for
did. Water is
verification, but
flat and
they
level.
asked me. They listen.
Flattens
They
out
asked
when
me
it's
for
at rest. I already
listen.
proved
Listen.
that. You know
They
it,
asked me
and all
for
you could do was not
verification, but
it.
they
So I
can't
guess we're
give the
done.
verification themselves about their stuff. So why should I give mine?
you
I already gave
shouldn't.
it
Of
to you.
course you
Go
can't.
pour
But
a glass of
let's
water
take.
and verify it for yourself. You'll see the physics of water in action for yourself. They defy the globe story, the globe fairy
Okay, so
tale. You
because
can't
you
be
pour
living on a
water
ball.
with glass and it looks flat, the Earth is flat. Yeah.
Okay, we'll scale it up to a bathtub if you like,
No.
or a
Yeah.
pool,
Okay.
or scale it
Bathtub.
up to
So
a lake if you like. Scale it up
okay,
to an
sure.
ocean if you like. You will never
No,
find that
the
it has
ocean is wrong
convexity
because if you
over its
travel with a
surface.
boat, you will see stuff disappear.
Only on oceans things disappear, but on lakes they don't. Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
Because the
bathtubs they
size is
definitely don't.
different. What?
Wait.
It depends on your view and where you are, bro. If you're near to the ground, everything will look flat. If you travel a certain distance, you will see stuff disappear.
So if you
The
so,
Earth is not the
so
Earth is not
yeah,
flat because you
we're-
when you pour water somewhere, it looks flat, bro.
let's
What?
wrap
It
this
sounds
up
like a
for
non
you.
sequitur to me. You'll not be able to see something anymore. Therefore, it's a ball.
So we
Are you
got
sure that
from
a curve
him.
is the reason that you weren't able to see it anymore? Maybe it just went out of sight. How did you verify this interpretation of things disappearing that you have?
I'm not.
Yeah, but
As I said
how did?
before, I'm not gonna verify anything because any flat earther here also couldn't do anything. So I'm
Well,
not
okay.
gonna.
I mean,
I'm not
I've
gonna.
gone to
I'm
the
not gonna
ocean
put
and
in
I've
the
seen
effort to
further, and
verify.
I've seen
If this
further than
look,
I would be able
one,
to geometrically
this
speaking.
one
If that
guy,
water is curving like you said it was, it's still horizontal.
this one guy's
So,
argument was that he called him, but he couldn't prove any verification that he did. He didn't record it or anything.
well, this one guy, okay, whoever that is, I'll let this one guy speak for himself. But water is still horizontal at the scale of an ocean. Just because you couldn't see something anymore
It's not.
doesn't mean that the physics of
Not.
water suddenly
Not.
stopped.
It depends
It's
on your
not.
view and at your height and where you are. What the fuck?
Depends on my view and where I am as to whether water curves. What are you talking about?
If you pour a glass right with water, it's gonna look flat. But if you're in an ocean and you're in a boat and you see a rock, like a huge boulder or whatever, and you travel away from it, at one point it will just start disappearing.
No shit,
Yeah,
dummy.
it'll start disappearing. Big deal. I
Yeah,
won't see it
why
forever.
will it start
Can't see
disappearing?
forever.
Why do you think that?
Is it because that water isn't actually horizontal?
It's gonna start disappearing because the earth is
Well, the
curved.
water still looks horizontal to me, and I can still see further than I should if there's a curve. So, can you show me that
Well,
there's actually a curve
well,
in the
then you should
water?
go to an eye doctor and check your sight. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, really? I should check my sight because I can see
Yeah, but
far? That
obviously
doesn't
you're
make
not gonna
sense.
believe the doctor because it's also science
I'm
stuff.
not
So
going to
you
believe the doctor. What does the
feeling
doctor know the geometric formulas of the globe? Does he know what the horizon distance should be? Does he know it's 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet and that I'm seeing 10 times further than that? What's the eye doctor going to do?
tell you you trust your eyesight too much. You put too much trust into your eyesight. That's what they're gonna tell you.
Anyway,
Wow.
you kids are trying really hard to show that water bends, but it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. You don't live on a
Everything
space
bends
ball. It's
because the earth is a
impossible.
globe.
Yeah. So you said cups are flat, the water's flat, bathtubs that's flat,
No, I said
ponds are
cup is
flat,
flat because of
ponds
the
are
point where
flat,
you are, because
lakes
of your
are flat.
perspective.
But when you get to the ocean, it starts curving. How come when I
It
go to the ocean,
depends
it's
on
still
your.
flat?
It depends on the size. A lake can also be huge as fuck, and it will start disappearing if you just go in one direction or whatever.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
is
not
that
talking about
because?
things disappearing.
Yeah. Let me ask him a question. When you fire a rocket off your rocket
No,
launcher
you're the
on your
guy who couldn't
shoulder,
verify anything.
does it get
You're the
smaller
guy
as
who
it goes
couldn't
away from
verify
you?
anything. Told me to verify anything. Like what? I don't need to argue with you. If you can't verify anything, but you forced me to verify it, there's no point.
You can. You can just go right to the lake yourself.
Yeah, I did. I used that argument in the beginning.
Go buy a camera.
People did that, but you don't believe it.
Actually, they did do that, and they found that there was no curvature of a lake or an ocean, and you don't believe it. Do you want me to start posting photos that you're going to ham wave?
Yeah, please.
Let's go.
They must be off school today.
No, school is done like a few hours ago.
What'd you learn today?
Philosophy.
Oh, just you like that. You're a brain in a jar.
No, it's just a subject I have in school.
Well, ask them if it means that you're a brain in a jar. The final result is always yes.
Okay. Yeah, see, this is small. Bro, of course it's gonna look flat. This
You don't
image,
even understand what you're looking at.
this image with the fountain pool or whatever. Of course it's gonna look flat, bro. It's
Of
not
course,
just
it's
going
going to look
to.
flat.
And
Of,
not just
of
going to
course,
curve immediately,
of
bro.
course, it's going to look flat. Of course, we're going to see 10 times more of the surface of that water than we would if it was actually curving away from us. Really?
Okay, sure. Let's put that thing in an ocean, right? As I said before, if you start moving away, you're gonna see objects start to
Nah,
disappear.
you don't understand what you're looking at. So the whole point of what they're showing you is to do with the horizon. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away in that first picture. If
This is
the
a flat earther,
water
right?
is curving,
Matthew.
if the surface of the water is curving, then that horizon should be 1.2 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see any more of the surface of that water because it's going to curve physically out of sight. You can't see it anymore. But instead, you
Okay.
see the horizon further than 9.4 miles. It should have only been at 1.2. It is way further than it must have been if that surface is curving. There is no indication that water curves at any scale. Not even an ocean. Doesn't matter. And I posted another one of the same thing.
I think there was a flat earther that once tried to go to space and he died.
Oh, now the cope spiral
No,
continues.
that was something that was on TV, and it wasn't a flat earther. That was just a TV show.
So just because it's a TV show, it's not a flat. Okay.
Yeah, everything on TV is not real, dude. I know you think it is.
Shit. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Well, you were programmed by it, so you only know it is reality.
Yeah, obviously so. Yeah, you're right. Everything is fake on the internet. I take back everything I
It's a few
said.
things.
I am now officially
I
a
just
flat earther.
posted a photograph of an ocean. I don't think it's fake. Maybe you do. The ocean is flat, just like all the other water,
I
like
just
in
said
the
I'm a
glass,
flat
in the
earther a
bathtub,
few
any
seconds
scale.
ago. I decided I'm a flat earther. I now
Great
believe
work.
the Earth is flat.
Well, I mean, you already know what water does, so you don't really have to believe anything.
Yeah, obviously. So makes sense. Yeah.
You've
Ooh, yeah,
experienced the physics of water many times. You don't have
he's
to have a belief.
spiraling. He's spiraling. You blew it out of him.
It's
Yeah,
over.
I'm losing my brain cells a bit.
You sure are. I can hear it.
Yeah, I
Well, you
think I
wasted
should
quite a
drop my.
few.
I think I should drop my school education. There's no
You
point.
wasted quite a few brain cells to the globe, but I mean, this is where recovery begins.
I'll just commit suicide. I don't know.
Oh,
No,
come
no,
on.
no,
Oh,
no, 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 no.
Goodbye.
that's what happens. His worldview got destroyed, and that's what goes on in their mind. That's his only choice left.
There's no other way out.
No, it's either globe or, off yourself.
Yikes.
Globe.
Yeah, for the record, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. No need to feel suicidal. It's the same world it's always been, that it's been this whole time, and you've been fine up until now. No issue.
Look, he posted a disc in space. He thinks space is real, and Earth floats on a disc in space.
Guys, is there the possibility, and no disrespect here, but is there a possibility that the flat Earth thing is the greatest troll of humanity? Let's troll people into thinking the
Nope.
Earth is flat.
You got that backwards. The globe
What
is.
if that could be true? But
No, it is true. It is true. The globe is the troll.
If someone were to troll you, how could they troll you if it doesn't include you? See, a troll has to include their target. So if you're not a flat earther and you don't care about flat Earth and the Earth is a globe, if someone says something different, unless you insert your own ego into the conversation, you can't get trolled. Did you do that? If you did, why the fuck are you mad? You did that.
yeah, but you guys would be the ones getting trolled, right?
So someone came up with a joke in the flat Earth to troll people into thinking the Earth is flat, and it presented a logical argument based on observation and experiment, and they're like, "Ha ha, got you good, you fucker! I got you the science." Doesn't seem like a very good troll.
I'm just asking if it's a possibility.
So you got flat earthers out there doing laser tests and measurements and, like working with Nat Geo and, like colleges, and you got professors coming in here to debate and everything. All that, just an elaborate hoax. It kind of reminds me of when when you ask like an atheist, right? Is it possible that Jesus really existed, or are all the people in on it? Think of all the people in on it. Was it just an elaborate troll, right? Like the Catholic
Why would they lie, Chris?
Yeah, trying to figure out why they would lie.
Well, I'm pretty sure the debate is not was Jesus a real person. I think the debate was he the Son of God or not. Pretty sure.
Can I do a mic check?
Roger out.
The
Yes,
guy
sir.
that flat Earth
Yes,
is a
sir.
big troll. I wanted to ask you, sir. Do you think large bodies of water are trolling you into thinking that they're curved?
No, I don't think the water is sentient.
Okay. I hate to break this to you. That's just a natural fact of nature. Like Heretic was trying to explain to you. The globe ends at water, if you actually consider it. I'll shut up now.
But what if it's
That's
possible?
simple.
What if it's possible? Like, say water is sentient, because you got like those box jellyfish and stuff like, or just jellyfish. They're like 99% water. What if it? What if they really is water is sentient, just 100% water, and it trolled you into thinking the Earth is a globe by just slightly lifting up a little bit when a ship goes too far away? And like then you trolled you so hard that you decided to make 3 ships and try to sail west because you knew you would end up east. And like you got a bunch of money and then spread a bunch of germs and stuff to like native populations, and then go down in history as like one of the greatest mass murdering psychopaths of all time. Like, well, that'd be a pretty good troll, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And just the idea of trying to convince someone, no matter how much evidence you have, right? Trying to convince someone that the Earth is flat just sounds like the greatest troll I've ever heard in my life. But
We're not
You
here to
already
convince anybody that the Earth is flat. That's
you already
all.
went
It's all in your imagination, dude.
Yeah, and you already went through the greatest troll ever. That would be the globe, and they pulled it off. They totally convinced you to the point that now you think reality is the troll. That's
well,
quite
that's
a
a good point.
troll.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Yep,
I'm neutral.
they actually inverted reality and got everybody to believe it. Isn't that a good troll?
Yeah, I'm very neutral about this topic.
Well, you experience a level stationary plane with topography, and you don't experience any vacuum of space, but they get you thinking the exact opposite of that. So that what's the troll here?
My ex girlfriend, she's a troll, fucking bitch.
Yeah, we lost him.
And we're not
Just
here to
calm down
convert
a bit
anybody.
in now.
We're just
Can
here
I
to
just
get
ask?
people to critically think for themselves. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I just want to ask you. I just honestly just want an answer on like what replaces gravity as the reason that things are pulled down to Earth. Then what is the reason for that?
Space time.
For me, you have to ask God. You guys go ahead.
Space time.
Yeah, same thing you already thought it
All
was.
right.
It's the bending and warping of space time.
Yeah, you can't argue with that.
Well, it's not really an answer. It's just you just named a thing. So how does space time pull things down and not in other directions? And
I don't know.
how does
That's the
it?
question we
Why
always
does
ask
it?
you guys.
I mean, we give you an answer for that.
It's the
You just
same
don't accept the
answer.
answer.
It's the same answer. Space time.
Well, okay, but the thing that does it from space time is a large mass. So would there be a large mass in the below the crust of the flat?
What?
Well,
Well, the thing that
you already
was
threw out
space
your
time
own
is having a
story.
large.
All you had to do was hear your own story from a so-called flat earther, and now you don't believe it. So, yeah, why do things fall down? Now none of us know.
Well, no, I've not given you any of my opinions, so I don't believe it. But like I said, it's
Space-time is the answer
it,
within the globe paradigm. Space-time was the
yeah, but
answer.
no,
And now you're
you
grilling us for
misunderstanding
proof
what I'm
of that
saying.
when you would have just
No.
taken it
You
blindly.
you really misunderstanding what I'm saying here. We have a reason why the space time is warped. It's a large mass at the center of the Earth. What is your reason?
There is. There's a large the center of the Earth. What's that?
That is not how they explain space time at all. Where did you get your information from?
Space time
Have
is
you,
warped from
have you not
gravity, which
said
is
you're
caused from a
basically,
large mass in the center of the Earth. In this case, an iron core.
real quick, how do you not say that you're basically telling us the story and wondering why we don't have a story to replace your story? What is
I'm
the
just
logic?
asking you. I'm just asking you if you have an answer for why if I drop something it goes down.
We don't
Like I
replace
said.
fairy tales, sir. Go ahead, guys.
Well, okay. Again, what's the answer for? So when I drop something, the reason it goes down for you is just space time. But
Gravity.
what causes that warp in space? Oh, it is gravity. Okay.
Yeah, I posted at 40 minutes after the hour, the liquid there. That's space time.
Are we back to the boiling liquid again?
No. I'm showing you how space time works.
To be a little more specific, it's bendy space time, whatever that is. So go ahead, guys.
Well, that's why the liquid moves around, because it can bend.
Extremely obsequious to try to become the vice president.
So he's completely happy with the answer when they tell him that he lives on a ball. But if you take the same answer and apply it to anything else, nope, can't have it.
Okay, so the reason I'm
Did
happy
you
with the
grill
ball
the
answer
Globers
is
though? I
that
know they gave you. I know
again,
they gave you a story about how it works, and you're like, "Oh, that's great. I'm satisfied with that." Did they give you any actual evidence beyond the story?
I love that you're answering my questions for
9.8
me,
meters
but
per second
the
squared.
reason the, the reason I'm happy with the answer that the globe gives is that it's the answer for
Because you're a
every single
sheep.
question. So, well, yeah, nice, excellent argument there. It answers every question. So I'm sure you understand what ad hoc is when you have some different answers for every different thing. That usually doesn't lead to the truth. When the fact that the Earth is a globe leads to the answer to every single question you may have, it tends to be the right answer.
No, it doesn't. Like what? Give an example. Every single question? You got to be kidding me.
Like how does pressure work? How does gravity work? Why is space? Why when
No,
we look at
that's
the moon
not
is that
stories,
round? Why when we
dude.
look at Venus is that
You
round? Why
can't
is the sun?
you
Like
can't
all of this
demonstrate
works.
any of that stuff. Those are just stories, fairy tales, fantasies.
No,
You
no,
can't
they have
demonstrate
been
gas pressure
demonstrated.
being caused.
You
You
just
can't
deny the
demonstrate
demonstration.
gas pressure being caused by a large mass. The only
Yes,
way
you
you
can.
can
It's called
actually
weather.
demonstrate it in practice is with a container.
It's
So you
gravity is
have
caused by
stories.
large mass,
So
not gas
anyway, you
pressure.
answered my question. You have a bunch of stories and fairy tales about how everything works, and that's satisfying for you. What you don't have is practical demonstration to back any of it up, and that's where we're at.
In your practical demonstration, is going out and looking, and it looks pretty flat, so it's flat.
No.
And also measuring it. Go ahead, sir.
Mine consists of me removing the air from top of water, and the water flies away because it's not pulled down anymore by your gravity or space time.
I know one question I've never heard the globe answer. Who directly measured and verified the curvature of the Earth? How'd they do it? Go ahead, please
All right,
explain.
that's a bit. It's a bit. No, shut up. This is a bit. All right. No. Well, with the water example, right? If you were to remove all the water on the Earth right now,
What do you mean that's the bit?
it's
You're
gonna
not
fly
answering
right back.
the
Dude, please stop. It's gonna come right back down.
It
What?
will.
Yeah.
Why would it do that?
Gravity.
Contained.
But did you count
Well,
for
it
a
would just
toe?
fuck off. It wasn't contained.
What about tow tank?
A what?
In volcano.
Right.
Did you
Sorry,
count for
just to go
volcanoes?
back and answer how the curvature of the Earth is measured. You understand that when you go on your phone and go on Google Maps and it shows your location there, that's because there's satellites going above you at a very, very
Satellites.
fast speed.
Whoa,
Yeah, you know
Jesus
those things.
Christ.
Oh gosh, Jesus Christ! He said something that we don't believe in, so we're gonna go, oh Jesus Christ! That's what you do to like every single thing.
You're gonna keep using stuff that you can't confirm.
What do you mean I can't
Satellite
confirm? I go on my phone.
Please explain that. Thank you.
Go on satellites or what?
Refraction.
You said you just claimed that satellites measured the curvature. Explain that to us.
Okay,
Refraction.
so I don't know if what you just shouting refraction. I don't know what you mean.
Volcano.
Earthquakes.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, let him try to explain satellites measure the curvature.
Okay. So you have a system of satellites up there. They all go around. They go around at a certain speed, and you know what the gravity is? It's 9.81. Like we've already established. I think
Hell
somebody
yeah,
threw
little
that
G,
out earlier.
baby. Little G. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. And then when you work out the speed that they go around and the gravity, you can work out exactly what the curvature of the Earth is with a little thing called trigonometry. There you go.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, and that's what it comes down to, right? As soon as you have an answer for something that you don't like, you just go allegedly.
So they use satellites to fit. They
How are
use
you going to get
satellites to
anywhere with this?
They use satellites to figure out the curve of the Earth, so they can send satellites up.
No, that's
Yeah,
what we've
because
done
they
more recently.
know that in the
No.
first
But,
When
place.
they
Yeah,
send
but that's
satellites up, they neglect curvature. They neglect it.
how do satellites
actually,
neglect curvature? I mean,
I
you
guess
would.
satellites then must be an argument for flat Earth if they neglect it. If you don't actually need a radius to do orbital mechanics, then I guess there's no globe coming into the picture.
No. Hold
Again,
on. Hold on.
I never said
No,
that
it's
either. But,
hold,
okay.
I want to respond to that if I may. It's we assume it first. We go, okay, we're gonna okay, you know, like in math when you do ballpark estimates? You ever do ballpark estimates in third grade math? Where you like round up to the nearest number? Well, the radius, they're doing the same shit. They're gonna ballpark it based on algorithms. And then when they shoot those satellites up, then the satellites will go, oh, okay, actually it's this number, and then send that signal back to Earth.
Oh
Okay, but
wow!
then the curve is entering into the picture. Then, if they're using the radius, then the curve does enter in, right? So then they
They
have
assume
to
the
have.
curve first, and then
Yeah,
they go, yes.
so that's how they did it. They just made a blind assumption of the curve and the radius to start with, and it kind of worked out. And then they got a more accurate picture of what it actually is, all just based on a blind assumption.
Correct.
I can't believe it.
And staying space still, it came crashing back down. Wasn't fast enough.
You know what it's called? It's called mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so math is reality.
Well, math is
It
based
is.
on reality. Yeah. The universal language that works, irrelevant of your observation limits.
Can you go ahead and you and your buddy there team up and hand me -7 apples? He'll give you -3, and you add your -4 and hand me the
I
-7.
can't give you -7 apples. There's no apples.
Checkmate maths. Can't give me negative
I guess
apples.
math isn't reality then, is it?
No,
Well,
it is. It is. You
it
just
is. The
missed using
reality is
math.
you have no apples.
Yeah, I mean, you could like invoke even like I number of maths, like imaginary numbers, and really get complicated about it. Still exists. Still maths.
I just don't see why the flat earthers are disputing mathematics. It's just commonplace to say
They
okay.
have to. They have to dispute mathematics because mathematics disproves their view.
You haven't measured anything yet.
I just gave you the methodology of measurement.
What? Do some algorithms, and that's it. That's how you measure
Well, no,
things.
satellites. You send them up there.
Based
There's
on
a
our
speed that they have to go.
based on our governing scientific equations, yes.
Wow. You sound really confident.
I'm very confident. Hell yes.
Can I ask the Globe guys one question real quick? I gotta get off
Sure,
here.
go for it, man.
What else besides the globe do you believe in with no evidence?
All right, that's kind of derailing the conversation, so I'm not going to respond to that.
Okay, just don't respond. You guys go ahead.
When you say evidence though, like what do you need? Like do you believe in God? Do you have actual evidence that God
there's
exists?
no physical empirical evidence for the globe unless you want to provide me with something. Thank you.
We already did this.
So there's 8 billion people alive. Does every single one of those people need to be presented like evidence on their lap? And what would that evidence need to be? What evidence would you accept where
I'll
you go, okay,
give
the
you
Earth's a
an
globe?
example of something I might accept. You and a buddy of yours that both believe in the globe, you go out to a 20-mile stretch of water, however you want to do it, a couple islands away from each other, and you clearly and consistently show us the 260-foot drop in elevation between those two islands. Why is that so hard to do?
That's literally
And
impossible to do.
Have you gone out there and tried that, or have you watched a boat sail off
You're
into
not
the
being
sunset and
realistic.
watched it disappear from the bottom?
I know that thousands of people, I went to a lake myself here in Kentucky, but thousands of people have seen stuff way beyond where the globe horizon is supposed to be. And all you guys can
Well,
do
no,
is
don't know. You can't. Now you're invoking other people. You said
all you
present to
can
you.
do
You didn't
is
say
you
present to other
always
people.
flapping your gums, no demonstrations. I'll shut up. You guys go ahead.
No,
Really, really quick.
but sorry, real quickly though.
If I showed you
You just
three
asked me
images,
how I would be. Okay, so just real quick though, you asked me how I was presented, or how you would be presented with evidence, not how thousands of people. So all of a sudden now it's okay to believe those thousands of people, but
No,
not the hundreds of thousands of people who disagree with them.
I just told you 1,000
Come
people that
on,
went
man.
out and done their own experiments. It's not equivalent. I got to go. You guys take over.
See you later.
Is going to treat the other party as demonic, evil, unpatriotic, all of them.
That sounds like the kind
Wow.
of thing you'd hear in the background here.
Wow.
Yeah,
He's listening to some fucking crazy conspiracy shit.
that
I'm
just doesn't
sorry, I didn't mean
surprise
to
me.
hype. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hot mic. I had MSNBC on.
No, it's
That's what I said. Yeah, I said you had
That's
crazy
funny.
conspiracy shit on.
That's funny. That's
No,
funny.
I was watching actual news.
That's what I mean.
Quite a bit though. When you hear some normie talk about flat Earth, they'll be like, "Flat Earthers are a conspiracy theory. It's a communist conspiracy theory to undermine the greatness of America. We got enemies
That's not
inside the
communist.
gate trying to wind down the greatness of NASA and our great
I don't think
America."
people blame you for being communist. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think anyone blames you for being communist. I think you just made that up now. You guys, you don't really represent communism at all.
Well, I guess what he's citing is what he believes, what people think based off of a chat board he saw of people's perception of
Okay.
us.
Yeah, I just don't see
No,
the
think
link
about
there.
it
That's
this
an
way,
interesting
right?
thing.
If God picked Trump to be the emperor, God emperor of America, and God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism, and they put they put a Bible on the moon, and one of the astronauts wrote a book about finding space Jesus, and someone comes in and says, "You know what? They faked all that." A normie's going to hear that person's demonically possessed. That person is their spirit has been corrupted by the demonic presence of John Lennon.
Okay.
I have no
Hey,
idea what
I
you're
John
don't know
talking
Lennon's
what this
great,
schizo
man.
thing is, but
Yeah.
we're getting off topic.
Yeah, the topic is like where the guy was he was hot micing the normie news about fear, pushing fear. Like somehow you need to be scared of flat earthers because if you allow them to talk, they're going to destroy America.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get away from this crazy stuff and jump back to satellites. So if I'm in the middle of nowhere, there's no cell signal around. I'm in a mountain range. There's nothing, not picking anything up, no data.
So far, you
But I
went
can
to Mount
still,
Everest today. Remember?
well,
Was it
yeah,
you that went to Mount Everest
it's been
today?
Yeah.
it's been a
That's
busy
a great
it's been a busy
example. If
day.
you go to Mount
Been a
Everest
busy-
at the fucking summit and you
None
look up,
of you have done that.
How do I get a GPS signal from Mount Everest? It told me
satellites,
exactly where it was.
satellites,
Refraction,
no,
volcanoes.
refraction. What the?
Earthquakes, earthquakes, refraction.
Okay, this isn't Pictionary, guys. We're actually using evidence
No,
here.
they're summarizing themselves very well here. There's this thing they just can't answer with a flat Earth model, so they're just getting angry and shouting words. It's quite funny. It's perfect.
Space Jesus.
Thank you.
Space Jesus.
There you go.
Here, I'll give you a citation. You can buy the book on Amazon if you want.
Space Jesus?
I'm not going
Is there a
to.
book on Space Jesus?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, put it in chat.
Let me find the link for you real quick.
Sure. I'll fucking read it.
I bet, and I bet you'll start believing in Jesus more.
Does Space Jesus beat
Incorrect.
Earth Jesus in a fight?
I'm going to read this book for evidence first.
Isn't Space
As I
Jesus
usually do.
basically just Mormonism?
Well, it could be.
That is correct according to the Expanse. Yeah.
Yeah. You also got Scientology. That's another space religion.
Hey, yeah, they don't have any
That is
evidence.
true.
I don't know why they exist.
Mormons.
Yeah, there's a link right there. Amazon right here. The true
Thank you.
story
Yeah.
of how
As opposed
Space
to all
Shuttle
those other
Endeavour.
religions.
They found Space Shuttle Endeavour discovered Space Jesus. This is a book for adults and children.
And if you're a Mormon, you get your own planet when you die.
Yeah, but do you trust the Mormons, though?
Is that planet flat or is it round?
I don't know, but Jesus flies around in space and waits for astronauts to come and say hi.
Does he have like a church there? Like when you go to see Jesus, is it in a church or is he just floating and you're floating?
Yeah, I think he's outside the window and kind of knocks and does like trick or treat and stuff.
Oh, like in Lost in Space when the lady with the globe, half a globe on her head, said Smith outside the window.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
I feel like you guys are making Space Jesus, out to be like a tooth fairy.
No, because look at here, blast off with a roar. The space shuttle Endeavour was launched into space, and then something amazing happened. Astronaut Tom Jones didn't believe he would leave Jesus behind, but he buckled up. This is a true story of how he found Jesus in space. Listen to
Tom
this
Jones,
brave
the sex bomb
astronaut.
guy.
Listen to this brave astronaut tell you how he worked out faith using science.
That is fucking awesome. That is fucking based. That's gonna be a hell of a fucking trip. I'll tell you what.
Yes, there are also the Russian astronauts who literally have Christian icons on their segment of the ISS.
Yep.
So that's pretty base in my opinion.
If you ever get a chance to go to the moon, you can read the Bible they left on the moon.
Do you know where they put it? Because I think we were planning for 2069 to go there.
Yeah, supposedly on one of the rovers. They left on the seat of the rover, so that way you.
Okay, I'll look for it when I get there.
Yeah.
You have an address? Does Uber work on the moon?
Well, the rover will come to you.
Oh, of course. Silly.
Let me ask you this: if Jesus came down right now and said the Earth is an oblate spiritard, would you then be like, "All right, thanks, Jesus"? You can believe it?
No, I'd ask him for proof. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without the container? I mean, no sky magic.
You're gonna make Jesus jump through all those hoops just for
like
you?
you
Come
can't.
on.
I would say, come on, Jesus, just don't use sky magic or supernatural stuff. Show me inside the natural world gas pressure next to a container.
Yeah, Jesus, I just
The
boiled the
atmosphere
kettle.
isn't
Come on.
an element of supernatural world, and it has a measurable near vacuum at higher altitudes.
Yeah, but Jesus could do that. Jesus could could just make a ball of gas and just like show you, here's my ball of gas. You'd be like, well, that's interesting. But can you do it without supernatural
could he break
ability?
the laws of physics, Chris?
Oh, certainly.
Could he break
Yeah.
the laws of physics?
Supernaturally. Yeah, because
has he got the authority to do that?
I would ask him like, hey, how come you only visit astronauts in space? How come you never visit people on Earth?
I guess it's easier just to float around.
It's amazing to me. Logic. It's amazing to me that the flat earthers in here are going to make Jesus jump through hoops when he could be curing pediatric cancer. You know,
I
you can't just take a yes.
I don't care about pediatric cancer.
You should rather
survival of the fittest.
What if Jesus' response was just telling you gravity?
I met Jesus once. He was a good migrant worker. He was working hard for his family and then went back south after the harvest season.
Did you ask that Jesus?
I actually worked with a Jesus.
Okay.
Yes, the Mars helicopter broke because gas pressure requires a container, so the Mars atmosphere it was flying in just floated into space.
Well, that's interesting. There's a helicopter on Mars. How did they get that to work? Because apparently here on Earth, helicopters need like pressure, like air pressure.
Well, that's what they're trying to do, though. On Mars, they're trying to make it like closed. So, like,
what Embo says is that it took off, and now it's a space helicopter. So
yes.
if anybody's seen if anybody's seen what a drone does in a vacuum chamber, in fact, I have miniature drones. Maybe I'll do that trick too. They don't go anywhere.
It's also a space atmosphere because it's no more on
That's
Mars.
the thing, because like Elon Musk has said that they can like create an artificial atmosphere by closing off Mars, like making it like no. Hold on, hear me out. Like if you create like a dome and then everyone wears astronaut suits, you can like walk around the base that simulates Earth.
Yeah,
Hey,
no, you need a container for gas pressure. Gravity fails again.
if you believe the lore, helicopters can only fly about 2.5 miles up. That's like their vertical limit. They can't get very high. So, but if you look at this, what would be the gas pressure gradient equivalent to Mars on Earth?
We can neglect that if we close it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if they can't fly helicopters here on Earth at the height it would be for Mars, then how did they test it? How did they do? How did they engineer this thing to fly if it could never fly here on Earth? How they know it would fly on Mars?
No, it can.
Still good
It just might be
engineering.
less efficient. I don't know how it works. It'd be like a third less efficient. I don't know. It'd be like scalar or something relative to
They tell you
density or
that people
something.
die on Mount
Because there is an
Everest because
atmosphere on Mars.
yeah, but
Right
the
now.
atmosphere, the pressure is what height would that be equal to on Earth?
Yeah, because of gravity. Because they go all the way to the top, and gravity's acting really strongly against them, and so they both like. There's no oxygen.
The difference of pressure between Mount Everest and the sea level is much more than the difference of pressure between the Mount Everest and space. That's a fun fact.
Like, what is the pressure? Like sea level pressure on Mars? What is that?
Why?
Like, well,
What's
apparently
Mars'
Google
sea level?
What does Google tell you?
Google says
Yeah, that's cool.
0.09. Can helicopters fly on Earth with a 0.09 psi?
What you're saying there is
How high though? That's
It
just on
was-
surface level.
It was approximately 7 to 9 hectopascals, while the Earth has 1013.
fair to say, you'd agree with me, would you not, that you use the term hoax quite a lot?
Surface level.
CNN reported that he used it.
No, it isn't level, it has hills and mountains and trenches.
Why were we listening to Jake's CNN feed?
So apparently Mount Everest is a third. It's a third psi of sea level, which means it's about 4.8. And here on Earth,
Did you
no
say 4.8
helicopter-
millibars?
No, psi, pounds per square inch.
Ooh, okay.
So on Mount Everest, you got 4.8 or 4.9, and the helicopter cannot get to the top of Mount Everest. It will crash. It'll lose
Right.
control because there's not enough air for the blades to push off of. But
Unless you put it in a vertical climb.
astrophysically, you can fly a helicopter at 0.09 astrophysically. So why not get the helicopter they're flying on Mars and save people on Everest?
Because the helicopter they are flying on Mars is like a size of a toy, and additionally on Mars the gravity is weaker, so it weighs even less.
You could send people oxygen and heaters and blankets with those.
Yeah, a pair of gloves, like a cell phone,
And yeah, TV, all that shit, satellites,
a cappuccino,
anything. Yeah, cappuccinos, steaks, pizzas. Didn't they send pizzas to the ISS?
Sent a gorilla suit. Whatever the fuck that was. Sent a lot of
Gorilla
shit up
suit was
there.
fucking
Piano?
hilarious.
Was there a piano up there as well? Was there a fucking grand piano?
And every jersey of every football team, right?
Yeah,
That's
somehow
it.
they knew which team was going to win the Super Bowl before the Super Bowl, so the ISS astronauts were able to wear the appropriate jersey of the winning team.
So Super Bowl, because I'm not American, I don't really understand it. I guess it's like Premier League football, where there's like only like 8 or 9 maybe good teams that you can guarantee that are going to get to the finals or whatever. So I don't know. They must have took a lot of shirts up there. They wouldn't have taken every team because there's ones that you could probably bet on not winning, right? And there's probably like a favorite selection, so you can limit it down a bit. But this, I don't know, how many jerseys are they taking up?
Yeah, it's like how do they
vacuum
know,
seal
number
it.
one, which teams would be in the Super Bowl, and then number two, how do they know which team would win? See, a lot of people saw that, and a lot of people were like, it's fixed. The fucking game's fixed, or space is fake.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. You can see it
Ooh,
multiple
which
ways.
one? So
Which
that's a
one?
Maybe
Or all of
sweaty
what
them.
if it's
captain.
both?
Or all of them. Yeah,
What if,
both.
what if it's fixed and space is fake?
In plain sight. There you
Volcanoes.
go.
The monkey suit part was like hilarious because it turned out that the cost apparently they didn't think about this because a gorilla suit is not light. Okay, it's not something like you
Oh, you
just
can't even make that like yeah,
yeah
lighter, really.
yeah it's pretty heavy. It's a heavy duty. I mean, it's like heavier than normal clothing. It's like this big zipped up suit, all this fur and everything. Takes a lot of space too. You really can't fold it up. So it turned
Yeah.
out it cost like $480,000 to send a gorilla suit to the ISS. Like, what the fuck? And they're worried about, like, single mom with 3 kids got an extra nickel for food stamps, and they're spending $480,000 to bring a gorilla suit 200 miles up in the air. I
Yeah, that
mean,
was
get the
probably
fuck
based on
out of
weight or
here.
something. Yeah, yeah. Is that based on weight and
And
like
don't ask
fuel
me how I
needed and
got the egg.
something?
Eggs. Yeah, the Don Patet. Don't ask me how I got these eggs up here. Dude, I do.
Oh,
Now I don't want to know. I really
Yeah,
don't want to know how
yeah,
you got those eggs.
yeah. He was just insinuating, exactly that. He shoved them up his ass. Wink, wink to his girlfriends out there in the Masonic temple.
yeah. He probably did the wink wink as he said that. That sounds a bit suspicious. Yeah.
What's funny is when you're a kid and you're in school, one of the popular things you do in science class is the egg drop experiment, where you drop eggs and you have to build basically padding for them so that they don't break when they hit the ground. And then Don
Yeah.
Pettit shows you like these eggs that he brought aboard the space station through a rocket that's vibrating and going Mach 25.
Yeah, that's a crazy one.
And you're supposed to believe
Yeah,
it.
dude.
And the best part was when at first
Yeah,
flat
apparently.
earthers were referencing that video, and they referenced it because Don Patet had talked about butt to cup coffee, or he had talked about drinking coffee in space without
Oh,
with just a regular
recycling.
container. Yeah,
Yeah,
I missed
right.
that up. So this is how the lore went. People saw the video of him having a cup, like he engineered a cup. You could drink from a cup in space because of the way he folded the cup. Somehow it provided the correct surface tension to keep the liquid down in the cup. If you're like, that's bullshit. It should fly everywhere. Then he shows a video of him spinning it around, and there's like an air in the video where the coffee slides off the screen, but the cup keeps spinning in a circle. So then people are like, oh, that's a fake video. Flat earthers are faking it. So they looked it up. They're like, okay, well, where's the original video? And they look it up. It turns out it's from a video about Don Patet talking about angry birds in space. It's still up on NASA's official YouTube channel. And he goes on to say like angry birds in space, and like you need water, otherwise you'll have angry astronauts in space, and you get water because you can go to the toilet and you can take a dump, and a machine goes chug a chug a chug, and then you have your cup of coffee. And he says, and that's exactly what you're thinking it is. He doesn't even let your imagination go wild. He's like, what you're thinking that is exactly what it is. And then he plays with eggs, and he's like, hey, I got eggs on space station. He goes, but don't ask me how I did that. I'm like, yikes. Okay.
He wasn't really.
Didn't he
He's
say
like
he
a bad
wanted to make some
salesman, wasn't
spicy
he?
curry?
Yeah, that too. That was a funny one.
Just like a bad salesman, and he's like, he's not really selling us space right now. He wants to keep it for himself. Not
I
really,
can't imagine
not really
anyone
selling
eating
me coffee and
spicy
stuff.
curry in that.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you're going to be on the Russian section for the next 2 days.
Yeah, quarantined.
Does that mean you get spicy coffee?
He wants his farts to
Yeah,
burn.
you could probably sell
That's
it to
meant to be
people
like
on Earth,
ass to
and they'd
mouth.
buy it. That's how dumb people are. People would probably buy it. Space poop. like coffee that's made from like fucking wildcat shit or something.
Yeah, it's like if the story of the moon mission, they got this own song, 99 bottles of beer on the wall. The astronaut moon mission one goes like 99 bags of shit on the moon, 99 bags of shit. You take one down, you pass it around. 98 bags of shit on the moon.
I mean, at the very least, if you really wanted coffee, you could probably, if you're on just like a spaceship on your own, you could probably get yourself around to just having coffee with your own shit, but somebody else's coffee from their own shit. No thanks.
Yeah,
That'd take
here's a
another
video right here.
decade of
He's Oh,
torture.
sorry, didn't mean to step on you. Here's a video. I put
Yeah.
the link right there. NASA's official YouTube channel. Angry Birds in Space. Don Patet. He's going to tell you about Butt the Cup. He's the original human centipede. Like you've seen that
Oh, I like
movie,
that one.
The
Yeah,
Human
that's the one.
Centipede.
I like that one.
This is where they got the inspiration for the human centipede. They watched Don Patet go butt the cup.
Life support system. You never know. You might really need coffee one time.
So I have one question about the gas pressure container. So what's like the limit from which the gas pressure magically decides to equalize with the lower pressure system,
Volcano.
and to that limit which it works still without the container?
Container.
Satellite.
Refraction.
So refraction. Okay, got it. So refraction is the limit. Maybe
Yeah,
refraction
do you
is the
believe gas
container.
molecules are refracting around a ball?
No, they make things refract, but they by themselves, I don't think so. Every medium besides vacuum will make things refract, unless that medium isn't even transparent in the first place, so then the light can pass through. But if it is, then it's going to change the angle.
Is Don Pettit mentally retarded?
Is that your only response, Redwin? Pathetic, mentally retarded?
No, I mean,
remember
this
when you
is-
said aeroplanes go up vertically? I remember that.
You never been to the air show?
Not in 1946, they didn't. Harrier jets were invented in what year?
1940.
1940. The Harrier jet. 1940.
Vertical lift
What?
takeoff.
Dude, destroyed the opposition.
The 1940 Harrier jet predates jets.
I said vertical takeoff.
Oh, things can vertically take off, but can aeroplanes at that period of time?
Yeah, 1940 to 1950, they were testing it.
Can you give me a source for that?
I posted it earlier.
No, post now so I can look at it.
Yeah, that browser's closed now.
Oh, what a coincidence.
It was last call for bullshit.
And it's probably already off the screen. It was hours ago.
Can I just ask a random question? It's
Vertically
really related.
taking off airplanes.
It's an idea of like how active are people? How many
Random
tabs
question.
has a
Really
no?
related.
How many?
Random question, really related. Pick one, and you didn't get the answer. Whether you could answer a question first before you started barreling ahead.
Okay, it was kind of a jokey thing. I just wanted to find out how many tabs people have got open.
Oh
Right?
no, you can't. Okay, no, you can't. Thank you.
Volcano.
Refraction.
Thank you, Brad.
Damn. Okay.
Gorilla suit.
The guy behind the space shuttle. Giants in space.
I saw it on TV.
from what I remember, the official explanation is supposed to be like he's filming through a glass pane from another like spaceship or whatever, and he's reflecting of it.
No,
But
that's just a little model.
Refraction.
Looks like Matt Nuclear is going nuclear in chat. Something in my bio triggered him.
Oh my god,
Something
really?
in your,
I know.
in
I
your
cleaned
bio.
mine up. I just cleared mine for now.
I like my
Yes,
bio. It's done some good. It's like, look at user suspect of violating or violation of space-time continuum. Please report any suspicious activity at Discord
I like
staff.
that one. That's unique. Yeah, I've not seen that one. Oh,
the frequency of
time
the meme
continuum.
spam is probably the best indicator of determining how much meltdown someone has.
Volcano.
Do you want to talk about volcanoes, Crit? I want to talk about
Refraction.
volcanoes now. You know
Refraction.
when someone talks about food and you get
Earthquake.
hungry?
Did Godzilla come
They're
out of
all
a
linked.
volcano?
They're all linked. We can talk about volcanoes,
Bigfoot.
refraction, and
Bigfoot.
earthquakes.
Bigfoot.
He probably
Elvis.
causes them. That's the cause.
Helicopter on Mars.
So
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
when the volcano erupts and all of that dust and all of these things are getting up into the air, then how is it like stopping, coming back down? Is it like going up and bouncing off the container and coming back? Because it's like an example of gas pressure without the container, I guess.
Volcano.
Space-time continuum.
Don't say it's the
Space-time
dynamic
continuum.
system.
Satellite.
Don't say it's the dynamic system, oh, dude.
I'm putting that in my bio. Thanks a lot.
Spherical excess.
Conspiracy theory.
I think I'm
Ooh.
going to change my nickname from Breathing Earth Enthusiast to Refraction Enthusiast.
You gotta do your
Refraction.
research, though, man. Yeah, you gotta get your
Refraction.
research done. There'll be a test later.
Roadster. Tesla Roadster. Starman.
Oh wow, yeah. I don't believe that's.
Moon landings.
Is that gone into the sun yet? Have they took? No, it'll take a while, won't it?
That was North Korea.
No,
Yeah,
no, the
North
Tesla
Korea.
Roadster.
No, North Korea sent the probe to the sun during nighttime, so it didn't get burned up.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's the trick. Yeah. I don't know. I think all the space agencies have a lot of like gloating to do. It's a very geopolitical, um, technocratic way of governing people, to be honest, in like propaganda.
It's almost like the same countries that claim space programs have nuclear weapons and threaten to destroy all life in the known universe so they don't get their way.
Right. Yeah. It helps with technology, doesn't it? When you've got it. Yeah, it's suspicious about the link of the start of NASA as well with rockets. Makes sense though. But they had like warheads on them.
The entire conspiracy about the nukes, I think it's like the best example of the fact that these conspiracy theorists aren't even trying to grasp for proofs. They simply look at concepts and try to firstly find the reason, the motivation why someone could make potentially that conspiracy. And then after they already established that, they are trying to find some proofs or even don't care about them at all. So it's like firstly finding an ideology and later, as the second step, finding some evidence that agrees with your hypothesis.
Oh, like what you're in here doing all day, every day. I see. That's why you're so familiar with this process.
Like the
Like
entire
Space
thing
Jesus.
with nukes. The
Like-
entire thing with nukes
No, like
doesn't
Space
have
Jesus.
any evidence at all.
Yeah, like the Earth
Literally,
is a globe, and then work backwards to try to find the quote evidence. Yeah, okay.
literally the only repeated evidence for it is the fact of motivation of these people. Like they are trying to like keep people in
Oh
in theory,
man, your own side is fucking trying to tell you that there's a conspiracy theory. That there's a conspiracy. Your own
that one
side, man.
statement.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he addressed the Baumgartner jump, right? He started off saying, "So the ISS," and then he diverted away from that and went to the Baumgartner jump and used that as the example instead. They're trying to tell you that you are being duped, even though you can still think you're on a ball. They're they're exploiting your belief system, right? And people like Neil deGrasse Tyson are upset about it because it devalues their work, their actual study of what they think the universe is. That your own side is trying to tell you that you're being duped.
A lot of
Does anyone
bluffing
have
there.
a mathematical
Your
formula
evidence.
to know
It's not
how
your
much curve you're
evidence.
supposed to see at 25 miles? That was
It
the
No,
jump
depends. Like,
25 miles, right?
this was going on. This was an issue back in the day, way back in the day, before any space program. William Herschel, right? His son was accused by the media of pointing the world's most biggest telescope at the moon and claiming that there was unicorns and green men and all sorts of shit, right? And it
Is that
tarnished his name
relevant today?
and it was William Herschel's name was going to be tarnished as well. And, their reputation was at stake because of the fucking media pumping out bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, there's
yeah.
there's two sides of this, right? Number one, we'd need to see some maths on what you're supposed to see at certain altitudes. I mean, no one here could probably. I mean, all we have is Neil deGrasse Tyson. And two, if Neil deGrasse Tyson's telling the truth and he's saying, "Look, it looks flat at that height, the altitude," um, doesn't tell me that there's some conspiracy there because he's telling us like that's not true. Look, this is true. Still flat there, right?
Yeah, the problem is they want it to be taken seriously, not a mockery. Not fucking Don Padgett fucking faking bags of coffee in space. You know? They want
Was that the
people
one?
to They want people to take it seriously. They want people to be interested in the topic so that they go to university and study it and give these people that think that they have, value, what they do, some credit.
Was that the one where he's like describing it being like an inch off the surface of a globe or something where the ISS is orbiting? Is that the same one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was just kind of like exposing the fact that the lens makes it look a lot more, if there is it anyway. Just it was more talking about. I think so anyway. Curve or not curve, but it's for a fact that the lens
Well,
makes it
you
look
can definitely
fucking
see
crazy.
curve at 50 miles up because there's models to show what kind of curve you would use using various
So
mathematical formulas to show you
on CBS,
that.
right? Chris Hadfield
The
put his
ISS
fucking
should see
foot in it.
curve.
Chris Hadfield put his foot in it on an interview on CBS, right? He said, "We do our best to take photographs of the Earth, and it's just beautiful. It's flat and gorgeous to see." Right? He put his fucking foot in it. It was I don't know if it was just a slip or what. But he went against what their camera imagery ports. So even if he is going to high altitudes, right? Who knows how high? Whether it's 250 miles or whether it's fucking 100 miles or 50 miles or how high they go. If he has gone up there, he looked and it was fucking flat.
Hey,
Whether he thinks he's on a ball or not, it looks flat.
does anyone have that Neil deGrasse Tyson clip, like at the ready?
I doubt that.
I
It's
agree.
usually
It'd be
Clay that
hard
posts it.
to
Anyone
notice the curve.
remember the height he says? Like if it were a schoolroom globe?
No, I don't know.
'Cause I think
1 sec. I'll try and find it for you.
Yeah.
How are we
'Cause
bringing
I'm
up
sure
Neil
like
deGrasse
the height that
Tyson
people
for a flat Earth
skydive.
argument?
Sorry, bro.
Doesn't even think the Earth is flat. Why are you using Neil deGrasse
Okay,
Tyson
I've got
for the
it. Yeah,
argument?
I've got it. I managed to
That
find it
makes sense to me.
immediately.
Yeah, I don't think you should. bring out these like some prophets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
genuinely don't care about what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, unless
No, it's just
me
it's like
why
a meme,
he's
right? It's like
that's
some
not high enough.
relevance. What we're talking about, yeah.
Just find it ironic how people are
But I
bringing
think
up Neil deGrasse
manufacturer wants to
Tyson for
go
their
somewhere
flat
with
Earth
it.
arguments when Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't think the Earth is flat. It's
He's
just
a
funny.
hostile witness.
Witness to
You
what?
can say it's a hostile witness, but if it's only effective if we like already said, "Oh yeah, we agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson."
You did.
When have we ever done that?
The royal we of you guys did.
We.
Did
I just
anyone in here, any Glober say? Did any Glober in here say
You
that
guys
they
have
take Neil
tried to
deGrasse
always
Tyson at his word?
deny him now. You guys try to deny it. Don't even want to touch
No,
that
I think he's
conversation
right on some
anymore.
things.
Wait,
Like most people, he can be
Doctor, why are
right.
you saying we just try to deny Neil deGrasse Tyson? Don't you deny the fact that he thinks the Earth is spherical? So, like, which one is it? You just pick and choose what you want to
No,
accept.
I don't listen to him at all. He's a
Well,
hostile
Then don't
he's
bring him
doing
up.
it right now.
And don't bring him
He's
up.
part of your
And don't bring.
argument.
You can't play. This is the problem. He wants to play both sides. He wants to listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson one day, and then he says, "Well, Neil deGrasse
No.
Tyson said
He's
this."
a hostile witness
Stop
against
nitpicking.
you.
So wait, he's only a hostile witness because you think he said something correct, right? So you think that
If
Neil
you think
deGrasse
it's
Tyson.
wrong,
Hold
write
on,
him
hold on.
about it. If you think
You
it's wrong,
think
write him about it.
Redwin. You think that Neil deGrasse Tyson said something correct relative to the geometry of
No,
Earth,
I don't.
where you should see
No,
Earth
I
curve
don't think he
at a
said
certain
something
altitude.
What are
correct.
you talking
If you
about?
I
don't
don't
think
think
that,
he said
he's no
something
longer a
correct.
hostile witness, Redwin.
I don't think he said something correct.
He contradicts you guys. That's why we
Yeah,
bring him up.
he said something contradictory.
He's welcome to. Doesn't
What
mean
if
he's
he said it
correct.
was contradictory?
Yeah, he's a subject matter expert.
You guys
That's
can't
fine.
get
He can be
anything
correct.
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 What did he say
Okay,
that was
so
contradictory?
He said a lot, hasn't he? People like nitpick anything, just like
Neil
any
deGrasse Tyson,
relevance
he does say a
to
lot of crazy
any
shit.
debate. There's a lot of footage. He's an
This
actor.
just shows how nitpicking works. If he said something that like flat earthers couldn't get past their mind and they're going to use it in their globe argument, they're probably going to try to nitpick that as well. I like it how they only nitpick certain things they like, but they won't nitpick everything else Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Right?
No,
No logic. I don't
let's test
understand
that,
it.
right? Let's test it, right? Redwin or Agent, do you agree that Neil deGrasse Tyson's calculation that you shouldn't see Earth curve at that altitude, or given what the Earth's claimed to be, or no?
No,
Oh, brilliant then. So why the hell did you bring him up?
I didn't.
Yeah, exactly. No, some people,
Right, I see.
I did.
the royal you do it. You know, you got to defend your side on that because they do, right?
No,
Correct
he's a
correct
hostile
the flat
witness.
earthers.
I just don't. I mean,
Hostile
I don't know
witness.
what other like argument would be. Like, I don't get.
All
I
right.
never understood that. Like, why
Yeah,
would I
Matt.
bring up a?
Here, you'll understand this. We pit globers against each other just like we do globe scientists against each other.
Do we look like we're
Fun
against
to
each other
do.
right now?
It's fun
We
to
look like we're
see the
against each other.
contradictions.
You
It's
guys
like
don't
Believes the Earth is a
realize that
globe
you're.
and
you know,
tough. What are you talking
you
about?
can put
He
you
thinks the
can
Earth is
pit flat
spherical.
earthers against each other because sometimes they'll post gifs of like
Oh
really
yeah,
high up
absolutely. They don't
altitudes
even
of a
agree on
flat
anything.
plane. They'll post a
They don't
really
agree.
No,
high.
he's pitting you
Hold
against
on,
Neil
who's that other
deGrasse
guy who's talking
Tyson,
about?
dude. You're missing the whole point. You're against Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's the other
I'm
Glober in this scenario, bro.
yeah. I'm about to say like flat earthers will do this too, right? Sometimes to themselves because they'll post a gif of like Earth, like a still sort of gif. Of Earth at a high altitude, and the sun's quite far away, and all the atmosphere is below Earth, and and it just looks flat, right? And they'll say, "Look, that's obviously flat." So they'll give it credibility and say that's actually reality. And then sometimes they'll post the sun in the clouds, and then sometimes they'll say that you can't have gas pressure without a container, but they've posted a GIF of the atmosphere way far below, very close to the surface of Earth. It's
Isn't
like, I
reality
mean,
awesome?
it's one thing to make Globers fight each other, but to fight yourself
You know
with your
what's
own
crazy? I
evidence.
like what Agent just said.
Goodness me.
He said something about reality. That's what a lot of flat earthers do. They always talk about reality.
Reality
They always
is
talk about what you
awesome.
can
I love
see.
reality.
Same. What do you consider reality?
Reality.
What I can see and touch and experience here with my senses.
You can experience a telescope. Would you call that reality as well?
Yeah, I see stuff in telescopes all the time. I love astronomy.
Oh, by the way, I got
Love
a proof
astronomy.
for
It's
this
beautiful,
today.
though.
I'll
What do you
post
think
it
you're
in
seeing
there.
out there? You ever looked at a planet?
Yeah, of course.
What do you think about those planets out there?
I don't think you can land anything on them.
You don't? Okay.
I don't think
Well,
they
do they
look
look like
like
balls
Earth.
to you? They look spherical to you?
They
Those
don't look
planets
like
that you
No,
Earth.
see?
no,
They don't
because
look like
I
Earth.
can't see anything in stereoscopic vision using a telescope.
Yeah, do they look spherical though? I'm not saying you can look behind them. I'm just saying, do they look spherical when you're looking at it?
I don't know. I mean, maybe kind of, sort of.
Uh,
Who knows?
well, then you're just being dishonest because you know they look spherical. So,
No, they are quite circular.
they
You
do.
can't tell
They look
dimensions
circular.
using only a telescope
Well,
because
you
it's
can't.
not
Yeah, I already told you that
stereoscopic.
you can't look behind it. That's because of obvious fucking
Yeah,
reasons.
you don't see any parallax.
According to who? What are you talking about?
Do you see parallax of Mars?
What do you mean parallax of Mars?
Can you get any depth perception when you look at Mars?
You see
I don't
There
know.
are
I
some
parallax
just
of the
very
like
inner
good
looking at
planets.
you
telescopes these
through a
days. I don't know if you want to
telescope.
go there.
You see the parallax of the inner
These
planets more, I think, because they're in the inner cycle. That's the story, right?
Do you see anything on those planets that look similar to what we have here on Earth?
No.
Well, that would be a fallacy. Why would you expect them to be the same as here on Earth?
No, yeah, that's you. What you're saying.
No, you
You're
just.
saying, look, there's spheres
You're
in
saying
the
that's
sky,
me.
so
You
I
just did it
must
right there. Everyone
stand.
heard you.
Yeah, we
Everyone
did
just
hear
heard
you.
you do it.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
looks like
We don't
Everyone
looks
just
like
heard
expect them to
you
look
standard.
like
do it.
Earth. They're different planets. They're recognized as different planets. I mean,
Yeah, is looks like a standard now.
looks like has
That's all
always been a
Google.
standard. You say you live in reality. Everything that you look at looks like something. So what are you talking about?
All right. Okay. So, Earth looks flat.
I mean, you say Earth looks flat to you, right?
It does to you too.
No, it doesn't. Who said
Yeah,
Earth looks
but
flat to me?
Matt Nuclear is still in imagination land. He's not just stopping at what it looks like. He's then
Says a
going on
flat
to
earther.
interpret.
Says a
See,
flat
look,
earther.
he can't even let me finish. He's that upset. He's not even going to let this sentence happen because he's already done for us. So yeah, he's conflating what he imagines he's seeing, what he interprets he's seeing, with what he actually sees. All he actually sees is a circular light, and then he's got the imagination bit after it, where that's actually a spherical body flying around in a vacuum of space. None of that is what he actually sees. That's the story that he can't differentiate from what he actually sees because he's an idiot.
I like how you're calling me an idiot and muting me when you're a flat earther. You know nothing.
For your own sake and for your team's sake, I am going to mute you because you're a flat earther is just an ad hom and you're once again embarrassing yourself. Ah, now it's quiet. Let's let him spiral some more for entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, you're really good at using ad homs. All you really do is use ad homs. And when you actually start speaking, you just like.
Yeah, Matt Nuclear, was what I just said to you an ad hom?
Yeah, you called me an idiot, which is.
No, that's not an ad hom. Can you define ad hom?
Ad hom. It is an ad hom, actually. You
No,
know.
it's not. Can you define ad hom?
Yes, I can define ad hom. Will you stop
Then
muting
go.
me?
Yeah, then go ahead and do it. I'll take you off mute so you can do it. Go ahead.
All right, bet. Stop muting me then.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, gotta Google it
All
real
right.
quick. Well, you're gonna
I
find out
won't
that
do
you
what
were
you
wrong.
did last time when you made up your own definition.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, now he's gonna make up his own definition. This will be fun. Go ahead.
I said I won't make up my own definition like you did. You're a grown ass.
Okay, well you're quickly going to Google it now. So anyway,
Yeah,
do you
why
want me to just
wouldn't I
tell you? Or you
Google
want
it?
to?
I would.
Yeah, okay. He's gonna keep embarrassing himself. Okay, go ahead and tell me what you find.
Yeah, you're.
So I don't know why you use the term if you have to Google it now, and I don't know why you so vehemently defended this idea that you had that what I used was an ad hom when you didn't even know what an ad hom was, because here you are having to look it up now. This is why I called you an idiot. That's why I called you an idiot, because it's a demonstrated fact. That's not an ad hom. I knocked down your argument and then I called you an idiot after the fact. If I had used the idiot, if I had used that as the argument, then that would have been an ad hom. But no.
What a total idiot. Yeah. To respond to what you said, right? The reason why I actually went up to look up the definition is because I won't do what you do, where I make up my own definition.
Okay. Does anybody actually want to listen to this cretin? I mean, really.
Yeah.
Do Globers even want to listen to him? I think I'm doing Globers a favor by not subjecting this VC to his idiocy. Yeah, it's an atom. It's totally an atom. What's an atom? Oh, I don't fucking know. Well, then how did you know it was an atom? You're not gonna use terms incorrectly. You're not gonna misdefine them, but then you're gonna use them without even knowing what they are. Which one is it?
Idiot. Yeah, I totally didn't say I didn't know what an atom was, heretic. I totally didn't say that.
No, you did. You said you knew what it was, and that was a lie, because then you had to go find out what it was. Well, it's not what you thought it was.
I didn't have to. Yeah. So if I can be unmuted for 20 seconds, I can get out what I said. So I never said I had to go find what an atom was. I said I'm going to look up the
No,
definition for you.
I didn't need to. Go. What's the difference? I got to go look up the definition. I never said I'd go find it. Yeah, no, you can't speak for 20 seconds. I can't bear 20 seconds of that stupidity. I'll try again, though.
What an idiot this guy is. All right. So the reason why I went up to look up what an atom was for you, because last time you made up your own definitions of an atom. So
what was that? What was the definition I made up? Give that to me.
Yeah, it was one of the pictures you showed up where it showed your little narrative of what an atom was.
Okay, so what was the definition that I made up?
Yeah, it was a picture. Do you want to post it?
It was a picture. What was the definition I made up?
Yeah, post your picture again.
So how do you know I made up a definition if you don't even know what the definition I gave you was?
Because I remember the picture that you posted.
Oh, if you remember it, then why can't you tell me what was on it?
I remember the picture showed your narratives of an atom. I don't.
Okay, what was the narrative?
You're scared to show your picture.
Okay, I'm scared to provide the evidence for your claim.
Yeah, it's not my claim; it's your claim because you posted it.
Oh, okay.
Dumbass.
So, and you remember what was on it. So what was on it?
I remember that it was your narrative of what an atom was. You're
yeah,
an
what was
idiot.
that? Yeah, okay, cool. What was that narrative?
It was a falsified narrative of what an atom was. That's why you won't.
Okay, it was a falsified narrative, so you must have known what it said since you knew it's false. So what was the false narrative?
No, I don't totally remember what it says. You can post it
Okay,
again.
you have no fucking clue. So basically, you're just objecting without any basis. You're saying that I'm spreading a false narrative without even knowing what that without even knowing what that narrative is. So I wonder who's really spreading a false narrative. Could be you, right?
No, totally you actually. That's the reason you won't post it again because it shows
Really?
exactly what.
I already told you what it says on there. Went over your head. I guess you're too emotional right now. Said the same thing I said a minute ago. Had I used the insult as the argument, then it would have been an ad hom. But I used an argument for an argument, then I gave you an insult. Not an ad hom. That's what
Totally
it said.
an ad hom.
That's what it said, Matt Nuclear. And you don't even know what an ad hom is, so you've got no grounds to be telling anybody who's falsely defining ad hom. You are an idiot. Demonstrated fact. And that's not an ad hom either. Figure out what one is.
The amount of muting. Listen. With the amount of muting you do, I would.
Someone else can talk to this retard if they want. I gotta go eat breakfast.
Bracky already, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Getting an early start. I actually like to fast at the beginning of the day.
I do that in the middle of the day. Right. Matt. Wait, what's his name? Matt Nuclear? Where is he? Redwin. You want to talk about how there's no container? Okay, never mind. No one wants to speak to me.
Who's next?
You're next.
For what?
Well, there's no container.
All right, then.
Since we have some downtime, you want to show us that water in a vacuum experiment?
I'm not in downtime.
I'm at the VC.
I bet you want.
So, Britt, do you want to talk about your argument from ignorance?
Whose argument?
Your argument from ignorance. That there's no evidence
My
of a
argument from
container.
ignorance. I'll lay out my argument
Yeah.
and I'll tell you if that's my argument.
There's no evidence of a container.
No. There's evidence of no container. That's a slightly different claim.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Sorry.
Evidence of
see
no container.
Well, the way I can see a container is that it's got to have like a utility. It's got to have a purpose, right? And so, if I can send something up 70 miles up or whatever, and there's no container there, and most of the atmosphere is below on Earth, and there seems to be nothing going on. There's no container you can see anywhere. The atmosphere is all down there. I would say at some point, the utility of that container is dropping off substantially.
This is all just based on your bias of what you want a container to be?
Well, I mean, what we understand a container to be here on Earth, right? What it does for gas.
Hey, I'm going to
Are all-
post a picture and tell me if this is a container. Is that a container?
I'd say that is a container, yeah.
All right, so Peter's proof is now null and void.
No, I think gas pressure if you want to measure it, some ideal gases, you want to put it in a container, right? But
you didn't expect to be slapped in the face with your own proof.
Well, no, I prefer to look at a video of going high up 75 miles and seeing no container. I think that's evidence of no container. I think we'd all say that, right? Surely.
Wait. Seeing no evidence of a container is evidence of no container.
Not observing
you
a
said?
container. No observable
Not
container is evidence of no container, and also its utility.
you just it is an argument for ignorance.
So, well, no, because I mean it's slightly distinct, and I'll lay it out in a bit more proper language, right? Because I'm being a bit casual with what I'm saying. The container should, in theory, keep the gases from escaping out of the atmosphere, right? So, if I send a rocket 75 miles up and look down, all the atmosphere is down there, and I'm still going up and I'm perfectly fine. And that container is supposed to at some point appear because of the nature of it, what we're saying it's necessary for, doesn't actually appear. Then at some stage you'll say that's evidence of no container, right?
So I just came in here now. So tell me, guys, why do you think the Earth is flat? I just wanted to know that. I'm making a case study and stuff like that.
But if I was here on
I
Earth,
don't think.
Just one more point. If I was here on Earth and I was looking up in the sky and I said there's no container, that's just absence of evidence, not so that would be a different claim. Just to make that clear.
Are you saying that if the container is not at the place that you want it to be, then there's no container?
I'm saying if the purpose of a container is to keep gases from escaping the atmosphere, and the gases are all doing perfectly fine far below you without trying to fill all the space between where you are currently 75 miles up and close to the surface of the Earth, and there's only void beyond you. I'd say, yeah, the purpose of that container is almost virtually null at that point, right?
Well, I mean, do you have evidence that it's just void, or is it just because you haven't gone far enough? I mean, so you're saying that has anyone gone 75 miles up? I'm curious. Do you have?
I've got a video.
Are these just claims or what?
Yeah, I've got a video. Would you like to see?
Was there air up there?
Well, there is still atmosphere up there, but
so then the container is doing its job, then I guess, huh?
Well, no, because do you know what a ballistic missile is? You're familiar with ballistics?
I guess so.
Yeah, so you don't need much aerodynamics for the trajectory of a ballistic missile when it gets to its ideal altitude. Would you say a V2 rocket flies like a ballistic missile?
I thought we were talking about air pressure. So there's still air up there.
Yeah, we'll get back to that because this is the video. We need to make sure we're in agreement with ballistics first.
What does that have to do with anything? We're talking about
Because
containers and air.
where that rocket was, the atmosphere is so few and so small that the rocket can fly through the sky like a ballistic missile, like how a ballistic missile would, right?
Right. So there's still air up there. Who cares whether or not there's a lot or a little? There's still air, correct?
Yeah, but like
oh, okay. So the container's doing its job then, right?
Hold on.
The container's doing its job.
Wait, hold on.
I wouldn't quite say that. I think that once you get to once the dense atmosphere is all below you, and you've got to the point where you're flying like a ballistic missile, and there's still no container anywhere nearby in sight, so you can only assume it's getting thinner.
Guys,
how far up is the container supposed to be?
Not doing its job.
How far up is the container supposed to be in your model, Yui?
The container. Oh, look. You tell me a number. Where should I expect to see the container? You do some math.
I don't know. This is your model. I don't know. You tell me.
I'm just saying, look, we can get 75 miles up and all the atmosphere is doing fine down there. It's not all trying to escape up to where I am.
Can I cook?
Okay. So then the space isn't a vacuum.
Let me cook, guys. Let me cook.
All right. Okay. Go on.
So, listen. I just want to first off know, like what your stance is on flat Earth. So why do you think the Earth is flat?
I don't think the Earth is flat. I've checked for curvature. There is none. So, just kind of by default.
Where did you check it? Like how, like what?
The ocean, the land, everywhere. Long distance observations. I've checked.
Like I want you to be a bit more specific.
Oh, you want to? I haven't done this particular observation. You want to see one over the coast of Santa Barbara?
No, not really. I just want.
No, you don't like that one.
No, I just wanted you to tell me. Like.
Oh, okay. I told you. I just told you. I looked over the land. There's no curvature.
Okay. So you say you saw no curvature. So like, where did you go? Like all those research articles that the Earth was flat.
What research articles?
Yeah, did you not like find any research articles that the Earth might be flat?
Why would I do that? I would just go ahead and check to see if there's curvature anywhere.
Yeah. But like sometimes when you have like like something when you think something, you always like have to check if it's true.
Well, yeah. Someone just said that the ball was in existence. The Earth was curving, so I went and checked, and it's not there. You don't need research papers for that, right?
Okay. Gotcha, my man.
Did you find curvature? Because that's why we're here. If you found curvature, let me know. Where is it?
I'll tell you later. It's just that I just want to know your
No, man, you came in here to cook. Now I want you to cook. Show me where that Earth curve is so we can just go ahead and shut down the server. I don't want to be here much longer. Acapulco? No, never been there.
You can see the curvature there.
Can you? Awesome. You got any measurements of it?
Yeah.
You do? Post them.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah.
So you're not going to post the measurements of the curvature that you found?
Yeah, well.
Right, do that. I want you to cook, man. Come in here and cook and show us the Earth curve, and we can go validate it, and this will all be over. Yeah. I mean, you're going to be a famous dude, like for real. For real.
Come on, Janvis. You said you were going to cook. Let's see you cook.
I'm doing it. I'm cooking. Let me just find it. There you go. Oh wait, I don't have chat perms. I'll send it to you via. So who wanted the data?
Says who?
Oh, okay.
Says who? You haven't seen it yet. Wait a few seconds.
Oh wait, hold on.
What did you do to measure it? I'm really curious.
How'd
you go about it?
So it's very simple, actually. It's very simple. Like there was one time like this Roman philosopher.
One time at band camp.
That's certainly be what it sounded like.
There was once this Roman philosopher.
He was a Greek philosopher, wasn't he?
Oh,
Holy
God,
crap, dude! You don't even know the story.
Stories, though.
Oh my
Basically,
gosh!
what he did was he looked at got a ship, and he took it over and he said if there is curvature, then the ship will disappear, and the ship disappeared.
Oh, great. So we can measure this at sea. So how far out? How big is the Earth? Do you know the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what is it?
The radius of the Earth is. I saw this in physics class. Hold on.
Yeah, you're going to look it up, so you don't know. So I'll tell you, it's 3,959 miles. See how that's right on? I know it. You don't know it, but I know it. You can do it in kilometers if you want. Yeah, you can do it in kilometers. I'm going to do it in miles because I'm not where you're at. So we're going to talk a little bit differently, but that's okay. So then every distance to the horizon would be in the metric system. How far would it be if you're at a 1 foot observer height? Who knows that? Is it about 2 miles? 2 kilometers?
A bit more.
The distance to horizon at 1 foot observer height is going to be 2 kilometers about.
I'd say 5 kilometers actually.
You'd say? Why don't you do the math instead of just saying it? Because I've done the math. It's 1.98 kilometers.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, if the distance to horizon is going to be 1.98 kilometers at a 1 foot observer height, right? And we show it beyond that, that means the horizon is an Earth curve then, now doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me post something for you.
You better not.
Where's the horizon in that photograph? You know I did.
Oh, let me see it. Platform. Yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah, so where's the horizon at in that photograph?
So you see, the first oil rig, you can see since it's a bit, closer to you.
Don't stutter. Tell me where the horizon is.
You cannot see the bottom part of the second.
So why don't you go ahead and get me the definition of horizon real quick? That way we know what we're talking about, because I don't think you know what a horizon is.
Yeah. Okay. Horizon is a series of action role-playing games developed by Guerrilla Games.
Well, so we're not going to be honest today, huh? We're not going to be intellectually honest.
No. I already tried to.
Okay, I didn't think we were going to be. Yeah, you failed.
Didn't fail. You failed.
So you're done. So we can't just say what a horizon is.
Isn't it where the sky meets the ground?
That's where it appears to be.
Well, that wasn't hard to say.
Not really. I didn't think so. Maybe it's different in Acapulco.
Oh, maybe they don't have one. Well, we learned earlier, California, with Donald, that California is a ball because it has earthquakes. Globers say the silliest shit. When are we going to put out the YouTube blooper reel for just Globers say the silliest things?
Oh man, why haven't we? Well, I think there is some of that stuff out there. Huey's got a bunch.
It can't be boring. It's just got to be one thing after the other. You know what I mean? Because you'll get bored unless you just keep hearing funny shit one after the other. But we do have thousands of hours of funny shit one after the other, so it would be hard to pick.
This is true. Hey, Carnivore, you want to get on the mic and tell us about how refraction makes everything all wrong in that, infographic you called it? Logical syllogism?
Volcanoes.
Carnivore only wants to chat skank, FYI. He does not have the cojones to talk on the mic.
Well, he's afraid we're going to recognize him.
So, Carnivore, are you saying that the horizon is not geometric? Not a geometric location, not a place that we can measure to? Oh, okay, so the horizon's not Earth curve. Thank you very much, Carnivore.
Kind of a contradiction anyway. Horizontal line is curve.
This is true.
How do you say that with a straight face?
That's a good point. The horizon is curve.
Listen, folks, you're gonna look out. We're on a little field trip. I'm taking everybody to the beach today. When we look out there, that flat horizon you're looking at, that is actually curved. That's a curved horizon, folks.
That's
and then
a
we've got
horizontal
this.
line.
Yep.
If the apparent horizon only exists because of a geometric horizon, then how come the geometric one is never apparent?
It's a fair question, Carnivore. Deserves an answer, I think.
Canadian, you're up on the mic. That's the sound of globe proof. Canadian atheist makes map of the earth. But he's not a surveyor or anything, he said. Weird.
Flat Earth gang. Assemble. Form of tripod.
All right, Canadian atheist, we need you on the mic now.
Yeah, Canadian.
Can't. Why not? You can spend a lot of time skanking the chat. Are you somebody that doesn't want your voice recognized, Canadian atheist? Are you one of our pals? Two one-word responses with exclamation points after. Jesse Gordon does that.
I can talk heretic if you need me.
Just trying to root out a known troll. Incognito.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But in case you are like out of, if you need me to fill some dead air, just call me and coach. I'm ready to go.
I'm not trying to
That's
say
my
that
job,
exclamation
John.
marks in themselves prove who somebody is, but I'm just suspicious of this guy.
Is he globed yet? Has he globed yet, or is he just? Oh, I see what you're saying. He's just spamming ChatGPT.
Well, he's one of these guys who does not want to get on the mic, so I think he's one of our friends who's been here before.
Yeah, you're supposed to like ask ChatGPT like how to know the things. You don't just.
No, I think he doesn't want his voice recognized. Is what I'm getting at.
Oh, I don't know. So not everybody has to talk. Maybe it might be a grill or something like that. You know.
Well, it could be. I could be totally wrong. Only one way to find out, but he won't let us.
That's okay. You can't force
this is
somebody
my
to talk.
guess. This is my guess. I think I've
I know your
seen
deal.
Carnivore before 24/7 was here, so I'm not sure he's.
No, not carnivore. I'm talking about Canadian atheist.
Oh, I don't know who that is. Never heard that person before.
Nobody has. We can't draw any certain conclusions just yet, but it's not looking good. Now I've given him time to go get a voice changer set up. Oh, well.
What you got for us, Talon? I know you've got something for us.
Share your talent with us.
Exactly.
Oh, you keep.
Exactly.
I'm still working with gravity as far as you keep saying like gravity is bending, so the bending and warping of space time. But I feel like
No,
it's not a complete
I don't say
sentence,
that.
'cause-
Einstein said that. I don't say that.
Okay, but like what? But I think what that's not saying. It's not explaining what is doing the bending. Like gravity is the definition, is like what we call the bending and warping of space time. But like what is doing the gravity?
Einstein said it was mass.
Okay, why does he think that mass is doing the gravity things?
Because he wants to.
He just loves mass. He's just like, I'm this fucking mass fanatic.
It has to be true. It has to be.
Because I want to be Einstein. Because I'm going to be Einstein. I have this great idea. I'm just going to fool everyone, and then they're going to think I'm the genius. Because that's like what you associate geniuses is Einstein. Like you're an Einstein.
Oh, I don't know that was his motivation. Maybe he was religiously motivated. Maybe he's trying to defend some sort of religious ideology. Maybe he was paid. Maybe he stole somebody else's work. Maybe he's a front man. Maybe he's just an actor. I don't know.
At the patent office.
Maybe this, maybe that.
That's rumors of that. He's just saying, is that basically what we're at for gravity right now?
Sorry, I missed that. It's
like he's just saying, right? And then everybody was like, "Oh shit, I guess it's Einstein's turn," right? After like believing Newton for 400 years and saying that mass is attracting mass, and then Einstein's like, "Well, boom, space-time bending, warping."
Yeah, another stream on in the background for a second, so that was really confusing. But
like, how do we go from Newton to Einstein? Like, what was the change?
All right, the mathematics of Newton's gravity didn't match the solar system, right? I don't know. I think it fell apart beyond that scale too, which Einstein's does too.
No, it did up to a point, and then there was like stuff that didn't.
Well, there you go, Talon. You already had your answer. You know that it felt. You know that it worked up to a point, right?
Right. Well, because like all the stuff it worked with, that still works. But then the stuff that didn't work with, like once you like, it was mostly new stuff, like in like astronomy.
But if it didn't work, it was like, okay, this can't be.
Right.
If it didn't work everywhere, then they could only conclude that this can't be the actual mechanics of what's going on. It might be a pretty close facsimile at some scales, but it can't be what's actually going on if it doesn't match everything, right?
So yeah, if it's working here, but then it's, other things are going on that don't work with what is working here, then there's there must be another explanation.
There has to be something else going on, some other mechanism to it, and that's what Einstein gave.
We know it works here.
Well, it has to either be happening everywhere or nowhere. I mean, like I said, it could be a reasonable facsimile that has like practical use here, but that doesn't mean that that's actually representing the true mechanics of what's happening, right?
Well, because we can only see it from a distance. So like we can see it, we just only have a limit to what we can see. But here,
it only falls apart when you want to apply it to this idea of like the outer space cosmology.
Yeah. Well, that's where it gets that's where it starts to get confusing and mind blowing, is because you have to think about relative time and space and the speed of light. Like we're seeing something that's millions of miles away, so it happened a long time ago, and so like.
Newton's laws are good enough for practical everyday use, aren't they?
It's for like ground level observations.
Yeah, it's good enough for practical day-to-day use. It's only when you get into philosophy land and philosophizing about the sky and the things in it that shit doesn't work anymore.
No, I think once the technology got to a point of where we could see with higher resolution and with better accuracy and we had better instruments like lasers to tell us how far away things are and like where things are. That's when we were able to do new math. So like we had to wait 400 years for the technology to get to a point of where we had the numbers to do the math to actually explain what Newton couldn't explain.
Newton didn't want to explain it. He thought the whole idea was stupid.
Well, Newton did explain it. Miss Matt, he just explained it within the paradigm that he was the limits and with his knowledge that he had. So he knew mass was attracting mass. He had all the math correct.
He didn't think that. He gave an explanation that he didn't want attributed to him. He didn't think it was true.
It was known unknowns. Like he was just guessing at some point. Have you ever seen
He didn't think that there could actually be like an interaction between masses or objects like through a distance with nothing to mediate that. So he thought that the idea of mass attracting mass with nothing mediating like the interaction was just false. So, I mean, I guess that's where Einstein comes in with the fabric of space-time. Or if somebody wants to say there's an ether or something, you know.
Like, have you ever seen?
There has to be some kind of a medium, I think, is what Newton thought.
Look, if I may do like a short anecdote, have you ever seen the movie Star Trek 4? This will make sense at the end.
No, I haven't watched Star Trek.
So you know Spock, right? He's in Star Trek. He's a
yeah, of course. No, I've watched all of Next Generation. For some reason I heard Star Wars. Yeah, I'm familiar with Star Trek.
Star Trek. So in the movie where they go back in time and they save the whales and they have to time travel and shit to save the world from a scary alien in 4, and they go back in time, get the whales. So like when they're time traveling, spoiler alert, when they're time traveling back to the future with their time, Spock had to guess what a calculation, and so he was freaking the fuck out, and that's when he goes to Captain Kirk, and he's like, I don't know what this, like, I don't have all the information, I don't know what the fuck to do, and so Kirk is like, well, he's like, just guess, and Spock's like, what? He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, guess. He's like, yeah, sometimes you just have to fucking go with your gut, and then that's how, and so he had to. It's like sometimes you're not. Wow. Sometimes you're going to be in a. You're going to be in a conundrum where you don't have all the information.
Did that prove time travel or mass attracts mass?
No, it proves that sometimes you don't have all the information and you have to guess.
Fucking movie.
So the moral of my anecdote, it has nothing to do with whether or not it's a movie, is that sometimes you don't have all the information, no matter how badly you want it. You don't have all the information, and you're only
the movie.
So when you have to make so you still have to make a decision on what to do, on how to determine.
No matter what decision they made, they were still going to get there. It was a movie. They could have said, no, you know what, Spock? Green unicorn's that bitch, and they would have been there anyway.
Right. This is a story. I'm just telling a story about in the movie that's relevant to what we're looking at right now, because we don't have all the information. We're in the same position that Spock and Kirk were when they were trying to bring humpback whales back to the future in Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home, on Paramount Plus.
It's just guess then. Spock said it. Spock said it best.
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
maybe you can learn something from your own anecdote. Maybe you don't have all the information right now.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Okay, good.
I generally feel motivated to try a little harder and guess, for sure.
Mechanism.
When they keep spinning around that thing's supposed to levitate and do something?
No, we don't have all the information, man. So it's just guessing it. Go you go.
Is that evidence of a galaxy?
Like I said, we don't have all the information, man. Just guess. Go if you got.
I'm going to say that's to lift that box and float it around for people to see.
Who was that idiot we were talking to earlier? Charles or something? Did he return? Has he come back recently?
Which idiot? Not Donald, right?
Yeah, Donald, not Charles. What the fucking calling Charles? Oh yeah, Donald C. That's it. He was an interesting character earlier.
Donald, he got his feelings hurt when he got disconnected. And then he came in under an alt and said, "You're going to regret banning me."
He came in under an alt.
Yeah, said you're going to regret banning me, which we didn't ban him, but
I reckon he's been recruited for Troll Team 6. Definitely up their alley. I saw Yui and Peter in there earlier. Probably recruiting him.
Donald showed back up. He's fucking, I don't know what's going on with that dude. Showed back up after we were going to regret banning him, which we didn't do. Maybe that's what he meant. We were going to regret that he was
You're
actually going
gonna
to come back.
regret that, Redwin.
Wait, what?
Well, he said that you're gonna regret that.
Have you recruited him yet? Britain up.
No. I think the Grand Council need to convene.
I'm sure you can be holding some kind of emergency session to see if you can get this obvious heliocentric priest on board with your
exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, the next globe proof is Manufactotems. He's doing 5.0.
Well, Donald definitely displays the characteristics of somebody that you should definitely take on board.
We already denied Manufactotems proof.
What do you reckon it is? I won't tell you, but what do you reckon it is?
I already denied it.
Before reading it?
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's flawed in principle, and I'd like to see the actual measurements too. Hopefully something better than this time. Then I got them from a friend who totally isn't Jesse Gordon, trust me.
Or I'm going to demonstrate air pressure without a container using a container.
Oh, you guys are way off.
It must be hard for you guys to come up with new shit since nothing has worked yet.
Don't worry, we're getting there. We're the old globers that have globe proof, the first of our kind.
That's right. Palestine is flat because the terrorists and they got bombed. Check.
Got him for 40 minutes. He can sit around and just say fuck now.
Flat Earth gang. Assemble.
Gang.
Form of Voltron.
So you like a boy band then, this Troll Team 6? Have you got like dance moves and routines and shit?
There's only one way to settle this. Flat Earth gang versus Globe Earth gang dance battle.
I was going to suggest
Exactly.
that's exactly what I'm going. You need some kind of throwdown.
That'll be the way to settle it, yeah.
Yes.
You guys send your best three, and we'll send our best three.
So we can send anybody from Flat Earth against your best three. You Anybody. Don't even pick the top ones. Just pick somebody like, I don't know. Anybody but the mods in here. And they'll just defeat you.
If we ever have like politics Discord convention, that's definitely like an event. We got to have like flat Earth versus globe Earth dance battle.
They already know to deny, unless you have proof.
Did you accidentally click the camera button, Jedi? It happens.
Yeah, motherfucker! I just got the thing in my pocket. And I was right.
Panic, like, I'll leave you the VC.
The fuck?
See, I've noticed on Discord now the camera is so close to the unmute button. It is a kind of risky game.
It's very risky. You got to be real. It's like you got to like you got to put your finger all the way on the left side.
Yeah, exactly. You have to go. You got to go from right to left, not left to right.
What the fuck
sure
are
you
you
activate
guys doing? If your camera goes on by accident, it's like, oh shit.
What you can do is there's a setting that will allow you to like double check the camera before it activates, and so that's a really useful feature.
Yeah. Just close Discord first if you're going to FAP.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. Being doxxed is pretty much just like a more based way of being verified.
Go ahead, I guess. Put all your information out there, but not on this channel. Another one, and I'll go look at it.
Just very quickly. Is everybody looking forward to Nathan Oakley's appearance tomorrow? Have you written down your questions?
I'm so upset that I'm actually in a back-to-back meeting when that happens, so I'll miss most of it. I'll have to watch it back afterwards.
Meeting?
Yeah, back-to-back conference tomorrow, which means that I won't be done from work until 5:30, which means I'll have to watch the recording of it.
Okay, so what time is Mr. Nathan up at?
He usually starts at 2 p.m., doesn't he?
Okay, that's your guys' time.
Yeah. 2 p.m. real
Is
time.
it? Is that your time?
Yeah. It starts at 2 p.m. for some reason. No one knows why.
Right. Okay. This is his job. That's why. And he gets he likes to get an early start, you know.
It's just like it's for me. I imagine it as the worst time. It's like the perfect time if your audience is in Asia, right? Because if you're in Europe, you're at work. If you're in Australia, you're like you've gone to bed ages ago. And then if you're in America, you're like just about to wake up, right? So it's no one in the Western world will be watching at 2 p.m.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, it's like 6 a.m. here.
Hello, can I say something?
Hold on. Do you guys just real quick before we do that, because I know exactly what this is going to turn into. Do you ever notice how every single flat Earth, globe Earth debate is like something like this? I'm a flat earther, by the way, but it's always something like, well, if you look at the astronomical divivical equation and then you use the Einstein-Newtonian fluid tools, you will obviously see that the perspective. It's like, no. You can't use that because it's a contradiction of the Makazuga equation. It's like, why are we just like saying like 2,000 different things to argue with the other person?
I like you, dude. I couldn't say more perfect than that.
Like, I'm not saying like, obviously I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about when you do that, but it's like I think we're getting way too complicated with the shit. Like, it's never like one guy is like, oh shit, you're right. Holy shit, I've never looked at it that way. It's always just like a ping pong game. It's like,
No one ever concedes ever. until
So
it
just
becomes
take it back to the horizontal nature of water. Then keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, we're just gonna say you need
universal.
measurements. Anytime you guys look in the sky or anything like that, we're just gonna say nope. I make it sweet and simple in here. I just say nope. Try again, and they get all pissed off.
Yeah, like I'm sure you guys know way more about these like equations and formulas and tools and shit that you're talking about way more than me. But it's like, I mean, like most of us, to be honest, we pretend like, I understand, okay, but really we don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So it's like the I forgot what the quote is, but like the easiest solution is often the simplest solution.
So the conversation becomes comprehensible only to those who have been obsessed with it for years. Is that it?
Probably. I'm like I've been on this for like a year. Like it was just something that clicked. It's like to me, it's like, oh shit, I don't know what the truth is, but they're obviously fucking lying. That's about it. Like my perspective is I used to be a pretty good liar. Probably still am good at lying if I needed to, but it's like, all right, I'm good at lying. And it's like you notice they lie about World War One, World War Two, or not World War Two, probably Vietnam, 9/11, COVID, and it's like, all right, you just lied about the biggest shit in the world. What are we
Okay.
on? We're on a
Yeah.
globe.
All right.
Can I have a minute, Heretic? This might interest you.
Yeah. Now's a good minute. Go for it.
Okay, I got detained earlier, like I just got out of politics detention because someone reported me. I said I wanted to off myself. And in reality, it was that reservoir guy or something who said that in voice chat. Now, the only connection I had with that, whatever that guy said, was me saying in text, if people start saying shit like this in voice chat, they're gonna get the channel in trouble. So someone trolled me and reported me for me being the person. So just letting you know, because I guess it's a bit serious since I talked to 3 mods from politics already. So people are doing that, I guess.
Okay.
It's a new fun pastime.
Well, we muted him as soon as he said that and moved on. So I don't know what else we
Well,
can
yeah,
do.
anyway, just a heads up. And me getting trolled is just me saying, hey, clapping to whoever trolls me. But
I wouldn't worry about it.
yeah, it's all clear, but it's a bit unpleasant because I just said, I reacted negatively to what he said, and I get reported. So, anyways, that's all.
Yeah, shit happens. I posted a picture of the Google Earth image in no context of the Denver, Colorado airport. That I was like, does this look like a Nazi symbol? And just the airport runways, and I got banned for posting Nazi imagery.
Maybe you shouldn't have said, "Does this look like a Nazi symbol?"
I don't think I did. I think I just posted it with like no context.
So that's why in this chat we stick to our focus, which is flat Earth. Well, that's just one of the reasons, but it's one good one.
Ever notice like how if you type it on YouTube, it was like globe earthers versus flat earthers, and like the people they have on there that are flat earthers are like, well, if you look at planes, they fly, and then it's like it's like they purposely use retarded people. So like you go into there and you're like, oh, this shit's fucking retarded.
Are you saying they prop up dummies for FE?
Yeah, like all the flat Earth versus globe Earthers, and it's like even hard to even. They're like nowhere near. It's like they're off mentally. It's like they purposely did that. And like you type in flat Earth on Google Images, like all right, what's flat Earth? And you go on Google Images right now, flat Earth. It's like a disc floating in space for like 3 pages with like water running off the sides. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
this looks retarded.
Yeah, Google's trolling us. We know.
Like I only have a few people that I've seen something that remotely seems like okay, this is something to this, like vibes of Cosmos, God Give Lampst. I forgot the other guy.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that somebody only wants us to look bad. That's obvious. That doesn't show a bias or anything. Not at all.
Not at all. Perfect, legit.
I'm sure they're just concerned with getting to the truth.
It's kind of like the same way I feel about. I'm not going to get into Trump Biden, but it's like all right, the media who lied about 9/11, who do they hate? Trump. They fucking hate him. But who do they like? They like the senile old Joe Biden who's easily manipulatable. It's like, wait a minute.
You don't think this is a politics discord or something, do you?
Yeah, I'm really drunk. I'm just trying not to say the wrong thing.
Best bet for that is just to focus on the topic of the channel, and you never will. Well, hopefully almost never.
And when people say like, oh, when you hear the word flat Earth, like everybody automatically has like an assumption of a model in their head. Like, okay, everything's flat. It's like nothing is outside of the Earth. But who's to say there's not like many domes? Who's to say there's not like who's to say we're not like actually flat? We're on like a bigger body. Like space could be real, but it's like we are encapsulated. There's many domes. There's many
Someone
quote
clip him
unquote
saying space
Earths.
could be real. Someone clip that.
Don't clip that. But okay, here's the thing. So
space
just
could
like
be real, but we're encapsulated and contained from it.
and we're shown like a fake space. Like whatever space really is, it's like we're given like, oh, stars in the sky that appear to be millions of miles away. So like we're like, wow. Whoa.
I mean,
But
could
it's
be
probably
a lot of things. Could be turtles all the way down. Could be. Can't falsify it outright. Definitely couldn't prove it.
they say like maybe there's some people that believe like above the firmament there's like water above us. Who's to say like okay, take the LSD real quick. So the same way all right, I'm really drunk. So there's a song performed by I forgot the original band, but the Jonas Brothers performed it where it was like I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but we lived underwater. And there's like
You
a
don't
dome
remember the
under.
original band of that song, but you remember the Jonas Brothers sang it? What's wrong
Yeah,
with
because
you?
it's like because some dude told me it like a week ago, and I was drunk, but I remember that as a kid. But like you know how we build? They say like we build a civilization underwater. Who's to say like we're not on a bigger planet, and like thousands of years ago, for whatever reason, we built this underwater, and we just keep building civilizations under each body of water.
You could just imagine anything that you can't outright disprove and say it could be that.
Correct.
That's why cosmology is very philosophical.
I mean, have you guys seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yes.
Okay, if you think about the name of the movie is The True Man Show. And he's underneath a dome on a bigger sphere. So like it could be a sphere still, but we're just on a very small section of said sphere.
Someone
Did you
clip that
figure
as
out that
well.
Earth was flat before he had left it?
Not flat, but just like it's just so huge that like our section is like pretty much flat compared to the rest of the surface.
Sounds very familiar to what we say.
Did the actors in the movie, like the characters they were playing, think that the Earth was a globe?
You know what? I think it's a good cue to say welcome to Globe Earth.
Yeah, locally you can use it as flat and Euclidean geometry on a smaller scale. Yeah, triangles and
Like I may not be right here, but there's something I thought about. Like, okay, you know, you ever heard of the like you square root something like math? Like if you square a number, it's pretty much like if you square an equation like by fourths, it's like the same exact equation just multiplied by 4. So math, if the Earth was 4 times as big and we're only on a fourth of it, math would still work perfectly as it does. So like at least we could be on something 4 times as big as we are, and math would still work.
I've been through all the concepts through the many years of looking into this. And it just ends up being a philosophical point at the end of it with limited proof and
If
ideas.
you're overseeing everything, if you're like the overseer, like if you're a man, but like for some reason you're like, all right, I am in control of this encapsulated civilization. And you're like, in this next civilization, it's like completely fucking different. You want, just like an experiment, you have a control group. So like, we could be the control, where like you don't manipulate anything, you just let it go. But there could be other civilizations where like, because like if we went to the other civilization and everybody has like jetpacks and like we have like blue skin, like that would freak us the fuck out. So like you kind of got to have a way to keep everybody separate. So the experiment, like you can't have one experiment.
They have a
Like
different
one,
internet, yeah. Or maybe
yeah.
we could connect. Maybe on like League of Legends, you could play with the other Earth. You know what I mean? But like we could be connected through games. That'd be cool.
There is heaven, hell, and earth, right?
Right.
And we are the land between the two.
Like esports between continents or between worlds. That'd be pretty sweet.
Whatever happened to purgatory?
Roman Catholic concept, not biblical.
Maybe there's like a greater world exodus where we got to move to another pond.
But purgatory is very successful. Let's put it that way.
I'm not saying, okay, I'm not saying you guys are dumb. I'm not saying you guys are zoo animals. Like, just hear me out. So the same way, like, when you look at a zoo exhibit with like giraffes, where like the sides of the walls are painted like endless safari. Like if they got to the end of the wall, it's like, oh wow, it goes on forever. But it's like, essentially, what I hear us debating, like even though we are more intelligent than giraffes and elephants, and we're like, well, the equation of Einsteinian fluids and the the horizon and all this, it's like, how do we know like we ourselves are not just limited by the information we've been given in our own zoo? Like there's a limit to what we can get to.
Must
And it's
we
just like,
subject ourselves to your schizo ramblings about what could be?
my bad.
What are you talking about, bro?
I mean, within
Don't
the
you know?
mainstream cosmological concept, there's Planck.
Exactly. You know how much of that woo-woo nonsense is required to keep the globe, heliocentric, expanding universe cosmology alive?
You AI, you just missed when he said that the Earth could still be a sphere. I mean, I don't know. You want to throw your eggs in with him?
My eggs? I don't have eggs, bro.
Yeah.
I got gametes, spermatites.
What else did he say?
Spermatozoa.
He said the Earth could be a sphere, and he also said maybe there's many flat Earths within space, in an endless sea of flat Earths. You know?
Well, I got a better idea. What if we're in a giant Dyson sphere?
Well, like a Hoover?
No, a Dyson sphere.
No, I was thinking of the brand Dyson. Never mind.
Yeah. So, in case you don't know what a Dyson sphere is, a Dyson sphere is a built construct where it's essentially, for lack of a better term, a spaceship constructed by, humans, let's say, or an advanced civilization that actually contains within it an entire inhabitable world and a sun. So essentially a mega construct where the entire quote unquote observable universe that we see when we look up is within the construct. But in this terms,
sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, in this concept then exists within a larger universe, right? So it's kind of like an isolated mini universe on a micro scale.
Yeah. Wait, Space, do you also think, what if we were in the Star Wars universe and we were just an undiscovered planet yet? What do you reckon about that?
I think Star
Dude,
Wars
the
is...
Earth. Listen, friend. The Earth is in Star Wars canon.
Yeah, but it's not discovered.
Yeah. No, it's not that it hasn't been discovered. It was in the past.
Wait a minute.
In the Star Wars.
The first thing that the Star Wars says is in a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So it's not that Earth is there, but it's like in a completely different galaxy.
I'm saying
yes and no. Yes and no. In the Star Wars lore, the Earth was part of their whatever in the past before the events of the stories, but the Earth actually left. So whoever was on the Earth created a way to transport the Earth to a Dyson sphere, where you create a mega construct that you put your planet, quote unquote, inside your own little star, everything you need, and you take it with you, and you jettison it into the galaxy towards another galaxy, and then eons later they arrive where they need to be.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that what if we were in the Star Wars galaxy and we're quite close to Naboo, we just haven't got to the point yet where we're discovered.
We're not.
Could be.
Yeah, we gave up our brains in a jar for Earth in a jar. Sorry.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, you like that?
That's exactly what it is. I'm going to have to put that on a t-shirt and start selling that. I'll split that with you.
Yeah, it's pretty catchy, right?
Yeah, you're a disembodied brain in a jar, inside of Earth in a jar, inside a galaxy in a jar, inside a jar on an alien shelf.
Your freaking Russian nesting dolls, they got it right.
Oh, and then at the very end, it could just be a jar in a jar, just for like a troll. The whole thing's just a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, but who's the jar maker?
There has to be.
You got it. See, the thing is, this is an exercise in what people are willing to entertain as truth. People will entertain all of these fanciful ideas that involve all kinds of, essential impossibilities. But if you tell them that the Earth could be flat, they're like, "Oh my goodness, that's straw too far."
Yeah, depends how deep they are into it. Because it breaks a lot of cosmology and belief, even from films or whatever, or just watching Universal Studios Globe at the start. So
we had a Glober in here earlier said he wanted to off himself because it was either Globe or that, and that was it. That was his choices he gave. seem to be getting a little desperate, I think. Maybe we need to tell them it's flat in like some subtle way instead of just saying space is fake, it's flat, and you can't prove it, so there you go.
We can also tell them that they can keep their Star Wars.
I mean, if that's really important, yeah, keep it. I like, you know, what do you call them? Superheroes, so they're just as real.
Just like in Star
Yeah,
Wars
we
when they
have the
go by
match for Superman.
the moon and they're like, "Is that a moon?" And he's like, "That's no moon." I think okay, it's like when you have a bookshelf and like you have one book that's like a fake book and like you just walk by it every day, but it has like $1,000,000 and like 3 gold bars in it. It's like, okay, what is the moon? It's just a dumb rock in the sky that's the only moon in the solar system that's always facing us, always watching. Don't worry about it. Just focus on what's going on here.
Ooh, that sounds like a little bit fringy. Like you got some ideas going on that I'm not into.
Like it's always watching. Just like there was a Robot Chicken episode where like the guy was like about to like fuck his girl in like a mountain and the moon like rolled around and it was like an eyeball. And it was like and you were like, "Oh my god, we got to get out of here." And the moon was like, "No, stay. Take out her tits."
Plausible.
The moon is watching. I promise you. Whatever it is, just like in the Truman Show where the main guy, the main overseer is inside the moon, the moon
Oh yeah.
houses the overseer.
So, we got any actual Globers in here? Because we don't need any flat Earth LARPers.
I could still be a globe with that.
You still are.
Could be still flat with that. But something spherical.
I can change the subject. Like it won't take long. If I can have like half a minute only. Okay? I'm trying to work out a short description for the Earth from the point of not Glober. So I'm still working on it.
I got one for you. Earth.
Yeah, but be more specific about the identity of Earth. So this is what I have. Earth is the place or realm, whatever, the place where humanity as we know it exists and where all horizontal planes are either at the same elevation and those that are not at the same elevation are parallel to each other. I don't know.
How about
it
Earth
has,
is the floor of the universe?
It might translate better.
yeah, but with this description, I'm trying to give something quote unquote tangible that people can grab from geometry.
Yeah,
Even,
right.
it disproves the globe, obviously. So anyway,
That's my point too, dude. It needs to prove parallel lines. That's the experiment, right? So we need proving the parallel lines are vertical
no,
relative to it.
no. You're saying words. I'm trying to find a description for people that are not globe believers or are not trying to uh, mess with other people's heads and try to explain them simply. That's what I'm trying to do, not engage with you right now.
Aha.
With your bullshit.
I'm on you. I hear you. I feel you. I concur.
Like, if there's improvements and or something better, because I'm trying to, I have nieces and stuff like that, and maybe try to explain them and not give them too much, just a short proposition, and they can work it the rest out. Well, anyways, nobody wants to engage with that, so okay.
Man, what's there
You
to
define
engage
it as
with, bro? That
parallel,
was
though.
mid.
You were right. You said you're pretty close. You define it as parallel. If you're saying it's
What's
flat,
parallel? Parallel to
something,
what?
everything. Yeah, everything is parallel, like horizontal and vertical axis is parallel to each other for every observer.
Vertical and
Okay.
horizontal is parallel to each other, according to this guy.
Yeah, yeah. No, like
Mate, please.
all horizontals. No, sorry. I'll just split them up then if you want. All horizontals to each other over horizontals, they're parallel. And verticals, I'll split the verticals up to being with the
Is
verticals.
this a new subject, or are you talking about what I said, helping
Yeah,
me
the
work
parallels.
out that description?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
That's you explain it to somebody. You parallel.
do you think there's a easier and simpler explanation for what I said? Can you condense it even more without trying to
No, yeah.
destroy
You just
what we all know?
no. I'm explaining it because I understand it all, right? So, like on a flat Earth or a plane, horizontal is the same orientation for them all, for every single
There's too
observer on
many
that
words.
surface.
Can you help me
No,
condense
no,
that
yeah, I
better?
could. Yeah, it
So
says
go
all.
ahead.
Okay.
Just say Earth is the floor of the universe.
Fair, fair. But listen, he's trying to talk through his reasoning so he can condense it as he goes. He's not saying this is his final product, so don't critique him as he's trying to work it out.
No, please critique me. I just
Not
thought
you, the
putting
other guy.
some geometry in it would, give anyone, because
Oh.
geometry is universal, would give anyone something to
Yeah.
grab on and understand.
Everybody's. I describe it like this: everybody's vertical or everybody's zenith is parallel to each other. Like that's how you describe it. Like up is up for everybody. There's no like divergence or convergence in anyone's orientation.
Yeah, we all instinctively understand this. You just go to anybody's house and tell them, "Hey, your picture isn't straight." And they'll go over to the picture and then they'll orient it vertical and horizontal, right?
Yeah, to that point of measurement. Yeah, of course.
Hey, Turquoise, the people I'm
Yes.
trying to explain this, I'm not trying to fuck with their heads and say, think about everybody's perspective. I'm trying to speak about something easier than that. You
Well,
said
without defining a
everyone's
shape,
vertical
because
is this and that.
right.
You'll just
So
fuck with the mind of a person saying that, I think.
easy way. The sea level is all the same elevation, and that doesn't actually tell you anything. But it's essentially
And it's
saying
even a
sea
lie.
level is level. That's probably a good one. That gets people. You say it's the
And that's
same. You
even
say sea level is like the same. It's flat. You could say sea level is flat. You could say that. It's an average.
yeah, but that's untrue what you said. That all sea levels are at the same elevation, you said,
Oh well.
and that it's
Yeah. Well,
flat.
it's a mean. Yeah, because I'm
I'm trying to
reverse
speak
engineering the
truth.
mean sea level. It's a datum or whatever, whichever. It's a bit complicated, but
Well, I
give me a
appreciate it, but
basic axiom for the flat Earth.
I don't know. I don't want to put anything like that in their mind. I'm just trying to give them a simple understanding, a simple truth against the globe lie. From my perspective, I respect globers and what they believe, but
Maybe you could start by saying truth is objective. That'll really piss people off.
yeah, but that's, I'm trying to reach
Because you don't want to
a
give the
very
doctrine of
wide
like knowing.
audience.
You don't want to give the idea that you know it all, right? And you don't know the shape. You can't say what it looks like. The closest thing you can kind of relate to is an AE map, just for landmass, but that's got issues.
No, this is just in words. Like, people can
Yeah,
picture
a
this in their
dartboard.
mind.
Yeah, a dartboard with the North Pole, and you describe it like geographically, right? So you could explain the North Pole in the middle if that's what the consensus is, and the land spread around it. If you want to explain it like that, that's
Yeah.
generally the
And how many
consensus.
words would that be?
Yeah, you could North Pole in the middle, South around the outside.
I'll read it again. Earth is the place where humanity as we know it exists, and where all horizontal planes are either at the same elevation, and those that are not at the same elevation are parallel to each other. Like this shoots down the globe instantly.
Yeah, if that's true, if that whole statement is unfalsifiable, yeah.
Falsifiable. This is not. This is a simple description. I'm not
Yeah,
trying to.
it's a good axiom, like in a way.
It's not an axiom. What are you talking about? Like, I
You're talking
appreciate
about
you. I
a
guess
law
you're the only one
of
who is
geometry.
trying to help me with this.
Pound, 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 pound.
And really,
Look, it's
don't
either
just.
it's either an axiom or an assertion. Which one? It's got to be one or the other.
Like, I'm not trying to get into a debate with people I love. I'm just trying to explain them really, and they have geometry that they can understand in from those few little words, and it's very basic geometry, and they can
Yeah,
understand what I mean.
it was already pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, descriptive on horizontal, and yeah.
Oh, what's a horizontal? What if they ask you what's horizontal?
I said
Well, you
horizontal
say plane
plane.
a lot, and that kind of should.
Just
Yeah.
that. I didn't
The plane was
said
the word.
horizontal.
Okay, so then they're going to ask you what's that? What's a horizontal plane?
They can go to the dictionary and if by this point they don't know these things, they
A
can
flat
check the
horizontal
dictionary.
plane is a flat plane that is also oriented horizontally. Boom, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's a horizontal orientation?
90 degrees
Sideways.
relative to vertical.
What?
Yeah, literally. 90 degrees relative to
Flat
vertical.
relative to vertical.
Whichever.
I mean, you could say that,
90
but if you went
degrees.
to a dictionary, if you were told to go to the dictionary to find the answer, you wouldn't find that as your first inquiry.
It might relate to vertical in the answer, in a way, in the definition.
I don't know, dude. It's kind of in the word horizontal,
Yeah,
horizontal.
orientation. Yeah, it's an orientation.
To what?
I mean, these are basic words.
I
Horizontal
mean,
plane.
no, they're not. They're not basic though.
They're very basic.
Yeah.
If they were so basic, then
Very
how come you
basic.
didn't give me the right answer?
Because you said plane. The plane was the definite line that doesn't curve in 2 dimensions, extended
That's
infinitely.
true.
And the other definition you want to put a plane, but that's what a plane is in
I
geometry.
said horizontal plane, and a horizontal plane is any plane or surface which is parallel to the surface of Earth. That means obviously 2 points to establish it that are at the same elevation. All points, that's a horizontal plane. All points on that plane are at the same elevation. That's not a hard
Yeah, but
concept.
You
it is
defined it
hard
well.
because
You defined it well.
you said parallel. You said parallel to the surface of Earth, but the Earth's surface isn't a plane, is it? It's got ups and downs and lefts and rights and swoops
We
and
are talking
cracks.
about the plane. not the surface of the Earth, the plane.
Yeah, but you said it's parallel with the surface.
Yes.
Okay, so then why would you tell me we're talking about that and not the surface? If it's parallel with the surface and it's horizontal, then
Yes.
you're describing something that is not a plane.
Of course, it's a plane. It's
How?
all the points
Yeah,
are at
it's
the
just
same
it's perfect.
elevation. Elevation
But
is
they're
very
not.
easy to establish.
You're look, you defeated your own point because you said it's parallel with the surface of Earth.
I quoted the definition of a
He's got a
horizontal plane.
dichotomy in the way you said it.
No,
100%.
you
Sorry, man.
Are
didn't,
you
He had a
saying that's not
dichotomy in
a
the way
good
he said it. He
definition
could have been
for the
steamed both
horizontal
ways.
plane?
Dude, it's not the definition, dude. Not even close.
But what is it? Tell me the problem.
It's
I
equal
can read it
elevation.
back to you again.
Okay.
Either the
So the correct
definition
answer
or
to the
my.
original question, of what is horizontal orientation, the correct answer is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
There is nowhere in my short description something as what you mentioned right now.
Well, that's fine, but the problem is
I
that
know.
this term has an established definition.
Which term?
Horizontal.
That is not in my description. I have horizontal
Okay,
planes.
so then you're removing the generally accepted definition and making up your own. So that's why I asked you what these terms meant, and you
I
said they're so
said,
simple, but you're
I
using a
said,
different meaning for the term.
hello. I don't know why you're saying I change anything. I said that thing is not in my description.
What isn't? What's not in your description?
Whatever you said before, horizontal,
Look,
that is not in the description.
whoa, really? You didn't use the word horizontal?
Horizontal plane.
Oh, wow, dude,
Do you
that's
want
two
me?
words, bro, which
No,
comprise of
that's
plane
a
and
single.
horizontal. So you're
No
trying to say you're
geometry.
not going to define horizontal, but only define plane? Are you kidding me, dude?
Mate, horizontal plane is a single thing, is a concept, is a thing of its own. It's not, it might be two words, but
Oh my goodness, dude.
itself, it's a meme, a thing in
Yeah,
itself.
that's great. That's great, dude. What is a
Yeah,
plane? What is a plane? Define a plane.
I mean that's such a basic word. Like, why don't you just Google it? And I use horizontal
Wow,
plane.
dude.
Yeah,
So
like
you're
that's such.
refusing to parse out the meaning of the words in your term, and you're assuming that the term carries a necessary connotation and denotation that everybody understands. But when I ask you what it is, you don't seem to understand it.
Yeah, don't go grammatical on me, please. If you do not know the meaning of the basic words, and in this
No, dude.
arena, those
I
they
don't.
use those
No,
words
friend,
as
friend,
they are
friend,
defined.
friend, friend. I know what they mean. I don't know what you mean by them in your terms unless you tell me.
I just told you it's the basic
Right, and
definition of
I
what
told
a
you that your
horizontal
term
plane
is
is.
incoherent. Yeah, I told you
Is in
your term is incoherent because when you tried to
which
describe
term?
it, gave me a description of something that's not horizontal.
Okay, let me tell you again. Earth is the place where humanity as we know it exists, where all horizontal planes are either at the same elevation, and those that are not are at the same elevation are parallel to each other. That's my little thing that I'm
Cool.
trying to
All right, that's great. So, what's a horizontal
explain to
plane?
someone.
Okay, perfect. So now that you said your thing, they're going to ask you, okay, what's a horizontal plane?
It is a plane or a surface, I'm reading you from Google, which is parallel to the surface of the Earth, which means that all points on that two-dimensional plane are at the same elevation. That is a horizontal plane.
Okay, so
Easy.
your claim
It's
then is
one.
according to that just hold on. According to
Yeah,
that definition, the
yeah.
surface of the Earth is parallel to all horizontal planes, correct?
No.
What the
Where did
dude?
I
Are
say
you
that?
kidding me, dude?
Can
All
you
as I
can you
did was reverse the necessary logical contingency. I said the same thing you said in the reverse contingent order.
No,
And then you tell me no, dude.
you said
Are you
something
kidding me,
totally
bro?
different right now.
No,
I
I
said
didn't, dude.
all horizontal planes are either at the same elevation, and those who are not at the same elevation are parallel to each other. What are you
Okay, now
talking about?
read your definition of horizontal plane one more time.
I said it like 2 times so far, so no.
I will read it again slowly.
You should either remember it or just Google it. It's one of the
Dude,
most
no, the
basic
problem is every
statements
time
in
I
geometry.
accurately quote the mistakes you're making, you say you didn't say what you just said. That's why I
You
want you
have
to say it.
you haven't quoted a single mistake. You're just
What, are you
I don't
kidding
know
me,
what
dude?
you're saying.
You must be eating popcorn instead of listening.
I'm not kidding you. I'm very serious. Like my
Okay,
that
listen,
proposition
friend.
is very short and
Yeah,
easy to
yeah,
understand.
that's great, dude.
Yeah.
So for
And
the
there's
slow
only
kids
one
in the
thing.
back, yeah, for the
There's
slow
only
kids in the black, he
yeah.
defined a horizontal plane as a plane parallel to the surface of the Earth. Yes? No? Which is it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Perfect. So when I then say the surface of the Earth is parallel to any horizontal plane, then it's also a true statement based on your definition. And then you tell
I
me
don't know.
no.
I don't know. Can you repeat that?
Oh.
Can you repeat
Okay, you
that for
said a
the record?
horizontal plane. You said a horizontal plane is a plane that is parallel to the surface of the Earth. Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that means that the surface of the Earth is then also transversely parallel to all horizontal planes. Yes or no?
I mean, you're saying it. I don't know what that has to do with my short description.
Bro, can a horizontal plane have changes in elevation?
No.
Correct.
All the
So your
points on a
your
horizontal plane.
definition is incoherent.
I didn't give out a definition. I have a small statement. That's it.
I asked
I'm
you for the
trying to help
definition. You
people.
gave me
I'm
the
trying.
definition. So
Wait,
that's your definition now. You're standing behind it and it's incoherent. So I'm sorry, but
buddy, I'm
you're
trying
wrong.
to help people. I'm trying to help people. I'm trying to give them a short explanation. Like,
Bro, you
what? How
can't
would
even
you
explain what a
explain?
horizontal plane is coherently.
Go to Google, my friend. Do some geometry. That's like the most basic thing in
Okay, let's
geometry.
do some. Let's do some right now. Can a horizontal horizontally arranged plane, have differentials in elevation? Yes or no?
Every points on a horizontal plane are at the same elevation. So what else?
So
Do
what
you
would the
know
answer
what
be
the
then?
step?
What would the answer be, Holmes?
I don't know. I have a small statement there that I'm trying to help people
Wow,
with. Like
bro.
I'm not.
Bro, anybody
I don't know
following the
how you
logic of
do it.
what's going on here is noticing that you're incapable of directly and plainly answering the question.
And maybe I'm incapable to dealing with people like you, but that's another thing.
Well, I mean, that's too bad. You're going to deal with people like me as you go about life. So maybe be
Nah,
prepared.
nah. In real life, is easier than this. I'm trying to help people.
Okay,
I'm not
so
trying to
listen,
fuck
dude.
with their heads
Listen.
like you.
No, I'm not, dude. Check this
Well,
out. Check this out. Look, even though it's lost on you, which is fine, it's not lost on the audience.
yeah, I don't understand. Say that.
I said, even though the point is lost on you, it is not
Sure.
lost on the audience.
Sure.
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm using you as a foil to explain my ideas to others.
Okay.
So, a horizontal plane cannot have changes in elevation profile in order to be considered truly horizontal or plane. So, That means the definition parallel with the surface of the Earth would have a little bit of an incoherence in it, would it not? Which is why the actual definition of a horizon and a horizontal, which is derived from a horizon, is parallel to the plane of the horizon, not parallel to the surface of the Earth. That's why they parsed out the definition differently. Now, that's
How would
being
you describe
absolutely.
how how would you describe a
Oh, go ahead.
horizontal plane in geometry? Are the points not at the same elevation for you? All the points on that plane.
Was that in
We're not
contention,
talking
friend?
about the surface
Hey,
of the
hey,
earth.
bro. Hey,
Oh,
dude,
dude.
did I ever put that portion in contention? Yes or no?
Are you answering a question with another question? Like I've been straightforward with you so far. Like you
Dude,
bombarded me with your
dude,
parsing and whatever.
exactly. And you missed the whole point where I never
Exactly.
put the concept of a horizontal plane in contention in itself. I simply asked you to define it and demonstrated that your definition has an incoherent part. That's all.
So when someone tells you all horizontal planes are either at the same elevation and those that are not at the same elevation are parallel to each other, that creates for you a flat earther, a confusion in your mind. Does it create confusion for you? That's my
Oh,
statement.
Clearly,
It's
it
I'm not
clearly
bringing
creates
up
confusion for you.
what. I'm sorry, your mic is a bit. It keeps crackling. Sometimes it's hard to hear. Can you repeat?
The only person that had a hard time here was you.
Uh,
I was simply pressing you to define your terms,
oh,
which is entirely reasonable in any form of argumentation or presentation for the person being presented to ask the presenter to define their terms.
so
For
a
example,
horizontal
listen, I'll
plane
give you an example.
is not
I'll give you a
correct
good
to say
example.
a horizontal plane is a plane which all points on it are at the same elevation.
Hey, do you think about it this way, friend, which I was about to give you an example.
So you're gonna
You,
give me another question.
you, you experience down wherever you go, correct?
I experience down wherever I go. That means absolutely it's nonsense for me. I
So
experience down.
you don't know the experience of down? Never experienced that before?
I experience down wherever I go. What sort of question is that? What sort of statement is that?
Dude, see? Why don't you go look it up?
What's the
Why don't you look
purpose?
it up in a dictionary?
What's the purpose? I mean, if you don't want to help me with my little thing where I try to really help people,
I am helping you, dude. That's what you don't
uh,
seem to understand.
yeah, I don't understand that.
You,
Many
you
things,
literally you
apparently.
literally use the term horizontal plane and
Hey, maybe
expected the
you are
connotation and
misunderstood.
denotation to be ipso facto understood. But then when I ask you about down, you act as if you don't understand what it is.
Do I? So you asked me in relation to my little thing, which I told you what I'm meaning it for. You're jumping into, do I experience down wherever I go?
Yeah.
That's nonsense.
No, it's not
Nonsense.
nonsense. Answer
Maybe
the
you are
question.
misunderstood.
No, I'm
Have
not.
you ever
Answer the
thought of that?
question. Do you experience down? Drop something. Do you experience down? Yes or no?
Do do I
The answer is
experience
yeah.
down? Drop
Look.
something. Do I
I'll help you.
experience down? Can you be
Yeah.
more coherent?
Dude, it's perfectly coherent.
Oh,
Watch, I'll do it. I'll do it. Since it's too hard for you, I'll do it. I picked up a
okay,
pencil.
bad budget.
I have
Try
a
that.
pencil. I have a pencil. I'm dropping it right now. It's in the
Be
ambient
specific.
air. It's more dense than the ambient air. I'm dropping it. It drops. Hits my console. I look at that and I say that fell down. Do you disagree?
I mean, you said a lot of words, but you could have said if you drop something heavier than air or anything, you could be even more specific, as you said, a pen. Yes, in normal conditions, it would fall to the ground.
Correct. To the ground, but when it's falling to the ground, we call that what? Down, right?
Yeah, but isn't this like a different scenario than asking, do you experience
No, it's
down?
not.
It's
It's not
not.
a different scenario at all. I'll explain. So
Okay.
in your point, you parsed your point out that your horizontals are parallel with either the surface of the Earth or the plane of the Earth, which the Earth isn't a perfect plane. Either way, we all understand that general orientation. Now, down is perpendicular to that orientation. Now, when we say down, that's what we mean. But when a
When
glober
you
says
say down,
down,
it's what you mean, dude. What are you talking about?
okay, when we say down, we mean down. When a glober says down, they mean inwards.
Why are you talking to me about globers right now?
Can't figure it
Where are
out?
you taking this? This is why you got me into this realm of down to tell me about globers and their dogma?
Good.
This is me
What
with
I
my
am
little
parsing out, what I am
description.
parsing out is the
I'm sorry.
misunderstanding of terms.
I'm sorry. Me trying with my little description that I can give to someone, and they have something they can find in geometry
Yep.
and say,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
that
pretty
makes
good.
sense. You're taking me into global la la land.
No,
Come
no, I'm
on,
not,
dude.
dude. I'm taking you into
Well,
reality. I'm taking you into
you,
reality where there's a myriad of people who understand the meaning of the words you say to be something other than what you think you're saying to them.
what horizontal plane, where all points on a plane are at the same elevation? Is that something you love that word parsing?
I mean, that's the word you use when you're
You got me
going through the semantics
from
and
horizontal
meanings and
plane.
logic.
Okay, go.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
what it's
just
called. When you do that task, it's called parsing. That's what it's literally called.
you got me from a simple horizontal plane, which is anybody can understand what that is. You're talking to me about globers and their dogma. Do you see
It's
where
not
you
true. It's not true that anybody understands what it is. Because many people, when you say that, intuitively they think of it as a general plane that extends out in all directions from their point without variance. However, if they use the definition of the term horizon, parallel with the plane of the horizon, and they draw a chord line in their mind as a segment of a circle, and they say that that's the horizon according to globe math, and then they say that the plane perpendicular to vertical, which is oriented as a radial to the center of this giant circle I'm imagining in my mind, they would then have a horizontal plane that's parallel to the horizon.
mate?
And so
Maybe
they could then dismiss your concept.
you should give this parsing thing a break because you got me from a simple explanation I'm trying to pass on to other people. You got me
It's not as
talking
simple
about
as you like.
globes.
It's not as simple as you'd like to believe it is. That's the point.
Extremely simple. It's extremely simple. What I'm trying to do is extremely simple, and that's why I'm trying to keep it simple.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Your position requires the acceptance of one of the premises that the entire surface of the Earth is parallel to a horizontal plane.
Yes,
That's what you
that's
don't
what
get.
I'm trying to explain. Yes,
Okay, so if they negate that premise, then they're not going to accept your conclusion.
I have two things in that description: parallelity, parallelity, and horizontal planes. That's basic things. That's all I have in my description.
Yes, yes. So
And
one is a truism, which is essentially a tautology. The other one is a claim. So you have one truism and one claim.
okay, but can you help me? That was my initial question.
I don't know where
Yes, I
we're
can.
talking about globes.
I can. Now
To
we understand
simplify
what
that
a
even more,
horizontal is. We understand what a horizontal is, but we want to connect it to the Earth, right? To the surface, to the orientation of the surface,
the
right?
horizontal plane, you mean? I'm talking about horizontal plane being either parallel. That's what I'm talking
Well,
in that little
parallel
statement.
to what, dude? Parallel to what?
To each other. Those that are not at the same elevation, those horizontal planes, if they are not at the same elevation, all of them on all this earth,
Yeah, yeah,
then
perfect.
they are
So then
parallel to each other. Those that are
that's
not at the
that's
same
great,
elevation are parallel to each other. That's what I'm saying in there.
right? And
Simple concept.
you defined a horizontal plane as being parallel with the surface of the Earth, correct?
Sure.
Perfect. So all as I have to do is just hold my first order truth that the Earth is a globe, and then negate your claim.
You're not trying to understand me at all. I'm trying to speak with someone that is not combative and does not have this dogma of the globe entrenched
What?
into them.
Whatever,
I'm
dude.
just trying to pass on my point of view of what
Dude,
I call Earth.
your point of view carries an implicit and an explicit claim within it that's not proven in the first instance.
What is the implicit and the explicit claim? Do you know what you're talking about, please?
I do. Quite literally, I certainly do.
Quite literally.
I mean, do you even know what implicit means? He's talking to you and saying that you combine 2 points to one another.
What points do I combine?
You have a different understanding what horizontal plane is.
Than who?
You.
What? I gave you the definition of a horizontal plane. What? Why is it different from the definition that I'm reading? Like, I stand by that definition.
I mean, I told you the reason, didn't I?
You said a lot of words. You talked about globes. So
Let's do it
I don't know.
again. Let's do it again for the other guy who clearly was paying attention. You, and I'm not asking you to reply, I'm speaking to the other person.
So you're talking to
You
me.
said,
You're cutting me out of. Okay, I'll mute.
you said all horizontal planes are parallel to each other. Okay? Now we need to know what a horizontal plane is. You're asked what a horizontal plane is. You said a horizontal plane is parallel to the surface of the Earth. Now, the problem with that is that a plane is defined mathematically as having no variance on its axis spread across its dimension on that axis, right? So that means that there can be no elevation changes below or above the plane. Now we all know that the Earth has these changes above and below a plane. That means that it cannot be parallel, and your definition is incoherent.
It's the definition from the dictionary as how horizontal plane is described in geometry or practical purposes, I guess, surveying. So
Yeah, and I demonstrated you how it's flawed.
you could get a Nobel Prize. You could
Dude, it's
talk
not
about
about a
globes.
Nobel Prize, dude. It's about
You're
the realm of semiotic
What does
relationships.
parallel mean?
Yeah, there we go.
you
Now we're on
you
to
What
can
does
something.
Google
parallel
that.
mean? No, seriously, what does parallel mean?
No. Please Google that. That is a basic word.
No, I'm asking
You
him,
got to
not you.
Google all his words, bro.
No, I'm asking him, not you. What does parallel mean in this case?
Are you asking English speaker or clearly non-English speaker?
Yes, English speaker, you.
Okay, in this definition, parallel means all points equal distance on a plane. or a line.
What?
Interesting.
Did you guys hear
That
that?
doesn't mean that the two straight lines never meet.
Did you guys
you could say
hear
that.
that?
So can a
This
curved
is
line be
dumb.
parallel with a straight line?
Of course not.
Interesting. Well, all right then. I guess I have my answer, right?
Bro, this is, I don't know, clip magic time. Your
Yeah, you can
definition
all you
of
want, bro.
parallelity. Oh my god. I hope that somebody in the audience hears some of the words you're saying. Incredible.
Well, I'm
Dude,
sure they
I'm not
are.
the
Whether
one.
they're registering
I'm
is
not the
completely
one
up
who
to each individual
defined.
case.
I'm not
But
the one. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
no, sorry, go on.
I'm just gonna point out that I'm not the one who defined a parallel plane, right, with another plane that are both alleged to be horizontal and parallel, where one of them has complete variance in an elevation profile and one of them doesn't.
Am I in your head telling you these things? Like, I haven't said that. It's yours saying that, along with other.
That's the definition you chose to give, bro. I didn't give that definition. You did.
You have a poor understanding of basic geometry, I think. That's your problem.
Oh, dude. Basic
Yes.
geometry is that a plane has no variance on that axis.
Show
Okay,
me.
zero variance.
Show me that definition. Show me.
Oh my goodness, dude.
A horizontal plane. We're talking about horizontal planes.
Doesn't matter, dude. A horizontal plane
Of course it matters.
must, of a necessity, have the two constituent parts of the words that are used be met. So it must be horizontal, and it must also be a plane.
No. Show me that mumbo jumbo with the variance. What you just said. Like, I have to keep you to every word you say because you're shotgunning a lot of incoherent stuff that have the resemblance of being in a sentence and forming a sentence.
Okay, so how many axes do two parallel 3D shapes have to share? Misha, I'm asking you.
I'm not talking about
Okay, let's start with
3D
2D
shapes.
shapes. Okay, how many axes do two 2D shapes have to share? By the way, a line is a 2D shape, believe it or not. I'm just asking you, like, in general, you know?
I know a line is a 2D shape, yes.
Okay, great, good. I'm glad. I'm just checking, you know? But, so, like, how many axes do they have to share?
Horizontal plane.
So one on a 2D on a one on a 2D surface and two in 3D space, right? So that'd be your answer.
About a horizontal plane. I don't know why.
Right, which is what?
Where you get these 3D shapes.
Which is what? What is a 2D plane? 3D or 2D?
I'm talking about the horizontal plane.
It's a plane, so it's 3D, right? Okay, so hold on. Right, it's not a square. It's a plane that we're talking about here, right? So hold on. So in what realm, in what dimensional space does a 2D plane have to be in? 3D, right? We both agree. Okay, so how many axes do two 3D parallel shapes have to share? The answer is 2. So if they share 2 axes, that means they have to be symmetrical on those both 2 axes for them to be able to be parallel. If the Earth is, let's imagine the Earth is a series of circles, and your plane is a series of lines, right?
Okay, guys, good luck with this.
You can imagine this in a 2D spliced up manner.
Good luck with this
easier, right?
history. I'm trying to talk to honest people and
so the deviation shit he was talking about is literally just the fact that like Earth is not a flat surface, regardless of where you're talking about it.
From people like you and whoever else.
Because it's a shape, right? So like there can be ridges on the shape, but it's still a shape. Right? Like, hold on, wait. Oh my god.
Keep going, bro. Keep going. I just wanted to enjoy laughs about that.
You know, like, yeah, thank you. So I can't do.
Sorry.
Why are we talking about horizontal planes though? Isn't this we're working with spheres, right?
Yeah, I don't know. He wants to prove the Earth is flat or something. I don't know. He wants to know if two shapes are parallel. God only knows at this point, dude. I can't tell you.
At least a cylinder if you're using like the flat Earth model. Why are you...
I can't tell you. He's definite and he can't back up his own claims or whatever, right? Like he can't
Yeah,
tell
so
you what his argument is. So
to elucidate, to elucidate my reasoning to you, friend, since you're clearly interested, I was punishing him.
Oh, were you?
Yes.
All right.
Now let me explain. If you don't understand, let me explain.
That's kind of kinky, dude. What kind of
So there are people who are, for all intents and purposes, flat earthers by category. Yet they refuse the moniker of flat Earth, and they go around and say the idea of flat Earth is a lie. Right? Flat earthers are liars. I'm not necessarily saying he's one of them, although he has done some of this chicanery in the past. So there's a subgroup of flat earthers who don't want to say they're flat earthers, but they make these arguments. All horizontal planes are parallel, right? Et cetera, et cetera. But then you ask them what a horizon is, and then they won't truly give you a quick answer. You ask them what horizontal means, etc., and you end up getting to something similar to that definition, parallel with the surface of the Earth, or parallel with the equipotential plane of water. All of these things. Now, when you have two parallel planes, well, look, you understand the clear axiom that water at rest is level, right?
Okay, yeah, that's true.
By definition. So, in a flat Earth, globe Earth argument, the two arguments would be level is curved or level is flat, right?
Level
Pretty
is
simple.
curved and level is flat.
Yeah, or you could either or, right? The level of water when it at rest, being what we use as levels itself, water levels. They're either arranged on a plane horizontally, or one is differential to the other based on a radial arc from the center of a radius of
But can
Earth.
I say
Those are the
something?
two competing planes, right?
When you use a flat Earth model, and
It's getting heavy, guys. I might fall. Oh, my side of the disc is getting heavy. I'm sliding off. Oh, no.
Shut up.
Coffee cup.
He should have stayed server muted.
Coffee
Who
cup. There it
unmuted
goes.
him?
Sliding off. I'll see y'all later. I'm sliding off the disc.
Is this guy having like a seizure or something?
Wait, why did you mute me?
Stop
Oh, you muted me,
unmuting
okay.
him. Who keeps unmuting this guy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, my side of the disc is getting heavy too.
No, now this is cool. Let me get this. Otherwise, I'm muted.
I'm gonna slide off and fall
Stop
out.
unmuting
Oh, shit. I'm hanging off by a thread. Someone come help me up. Help me up, guys. I'm going to slip and fall off the disc.
Bro, we
I
have
don't know
some
how.
really bad mods in here.
What a fucking loser! Go somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, go buy another Xbox.
I don't know. I muted like 3 accounts, and I don't think I got the right one. And then it seemed like he had multiple accounts.
Oh my god! What a
Fine,
moron.
Ah, that was just two different guys.
Thanks for getting on it anyway, AI. Appreciate it.
We got in our main server. We have guys that have almost 1,000 alt accounts throughout the years. They just can't stop coming back.
AI overload.
Discord needs to implement an IP ban feature.
I'm a very prominent flat earther, and I'm just having a hard time understanding the model of the flat Earth, because if we take it as a cylinder, right?
How can you be a prominent flat earther who doesn't understand the flat Earth model? That doesn't even make sense.
He said it was a
No,
cylinder.
because some aspects of physics, right? If you take into account gravity,
I already know you're
can be
lying.
inconsistencies.
You understand that the entire room knows that you're lying when you say that you're a prominent flat earther.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I am.
We've never heard of you.
I
No,
don't,
room,
Like
I don't think
the
a
he's
entire,
lying.
the entire room already knows. Yeah. I was talking. The entire room already knows that you're full of shit. So can you just be honest with us?
I don't believe that,
Yeah.
What do you
frankly.
mean full
I
of
don't
shit?
believe that myself.
I
Yeah,
just
because
converted to flat earthism recently.
we talked about previously about some people like you, and just the moment we talk about the devil, you come in here.
Maybe he doesn't know what the word prominent means because he just said I'm prominent, but I just became a flat earther recently.
Yeah. Like I'm fully absorbed into it now. You know, I heard your arguments and I'm like, you know,
Tell us-
100%.
Yeah, the sarcasm in your voice tells something different.
Tell us more about the flat Earth
There's
model
no
that's a
sarcasm.
cylinder.
This is how I just talk.
Cool. So tell us more about the flat Earth model that's a cylinder.
Yeah. So you know when you
Yes.
have like, okay, so you know, just talking out to my flat Earth brethren, right? Do we believe in gravity?
He doesn't even know. He's a prominent flat earther who doesn't know anything yet.
Yeah. I want to, learn all about my
You've tried this in here before and you just sucked at this.
misinformed.
Dude, you tried it before and you sucked at this.
Mm.
What do you mean I sucked at this?
It wasn't very good.
Your
Yeah, that was
poker
my
face is shit.
My knowledge
You're
was
failing
lacking.
again.
Now I really want to learn about flat Earth. That's why I'm asking.
Prominent flat Earther wants to know about flat Earth.
So, do we believe in gravity? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I'll ask us.
Us. What do we believe?
Just a yes or no answer. What do we think about gravity?
It's gravity.
There's only one appropriate answer. There's only one appropriate answer to such a question, friend. You want me to tell you what it is?
What is the answer? Is it a yes or no?
The answer is, what do you mean by gravity?
Oh, so you don't believe in the conventional understanding of gravity?
That's not what he said. He asked
I
you
mean,
what you
that's what I'm
mean by.
assuming you're talking
Well,
about.
no. What happens at the start of a debate or a discussion that's actually meaningful is that you have to agree terms, right? So he's asking you to agree terms about gravity. What does gravity mean?
What does gravity mean? Well, gravity is one of the four fundamental forces, right, in our universe. The law of gravity states that we have two masses, and it's the distance between those two masses dictate the effect of gravity, right? When you're under gravity, it's a force, so you experience acceleration. A lot of the orbits are due to gravity, right? Circular orbits, because it provides a centripetal force. Yeah.
I'm up to
I
I'm
guess
up to
that's
5 mistakes so far with what you've said. Keep going.
You got 5.
Yeah.
All right. I thought I had 6, but we'll go for 5.
Gravity follows that, again, what I mentioned before, that inverse square law, right? That's just the equation, general equation. This is like what we can observe, right? Because I can't get into relativity. I'm not a physicist.
Oh, you've thrown in. Okay, you made sure to get the "I'm not a physicist" excuse in. That's cool. So no,
What
they're
do you
not
mean?
circular.
Are you a physicist? Can you delve into relativity and be informed?
I can delve into relativity, and I don't need to have a piece of paper to do so.
Oh my lord!
I just need to understand the subject matter. So
I don't think you could
it's
derive
clear
like one
you don't,
equation
because if you
from
did
the set of
understand the
equations.
subject matter, you would actually allow a conversation. But obviously, you're scared to listen to hear what people have to say, right?
Okay.
So
I've given you my definition of gravity. Go on. Do you believe in
okay,
it or
but I
not?
just pointed out that you made 5 separate mistakes during it. So, and I don't need to be a
5
physicist.
mistakes. What are the 5 mistakes? Point them out.
Yeah,
I can
so
repeat it again.
sure. I mean, like,
Yeah,
do you want to talk over
so-
me every time I talk, or do you want to shut up while I respond?
I'll go over my point again. I'll go over my point again on
Oh,
what.
so you're just going to carry on talking? Yeah. See, the problem with Globus is that they don't actually want to have a conversation. They just want to talk and then not listen when the other person's talking. That's an issue for a conversation,
No,
isn't
no.
it?
I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not.
Call me a glober.
I don't believe you.
I am. Just have faith.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
Oh, faith. Oh, right. Okay.
What does flat Earth mean to you? How about that? Start there.
Flat Earth. Oh, what does flat Earth mean?
We'll start with what does flat mean for you?
I guess
the word flat. How about just flat?
You want me to describe what flat is?
Well, for you, because it seems like you've got your internal sort of self-identified label that you're trying to express to the group here, but it seems to be falling flat each time you try it. So
Yeah.
maybe express your idea.
I just
When you say flat,
yeah.
what do you mean?
I just assume that the Earth is basically a big cylinder, Yeah, with a very small height.
So when you say flat, you mean not flat.
Yeah, he means not flat then.
What do you mean? You don't mean like one plane, right? Because that's retarded. You don't think like flat Earth is like
Oh, that's not laughing.
A giant cylinder is not flat.
As I said before, he tried doing something in here before, and he just sounded ridiculous. And I think he went and
we're in
tried.
a 3D
He
plane.
tried
You
to
can't
come back
have
and
like a
invent
simple
himself.
circle. Okay,
He
that's
reinvented
retarded.
himself.
Now maybe you should just stand up and pull this cylinder off his ass.
I reckon you should take the mask off your face and reveal who you really are for the
Earth
audience.
is flat, right? Even
A
there's
cylinder.
an
Is a cylinder
inconsistency
flat?
with gravity.
Is a cylinder flat?
No, you can't have flat space in
Okay, so when you said
3D
flat cylinder
space.
model, there's a paradox.
No. What I mean by flat, well, flat Earth is just saying that it's
what? A cylinder.
Yes, I guess it's a little flat.
This doesn't sound like a prominent flat earther anymore.
It's just a description of it, right? We don't actually mean that it's like
of a
one plane.
surface. Of a surface.
Yeah.
It's a surface description. Yeah.
No, but you don't think that flat Earth
You
is
don't
just
think.
one plane?
Plane. Yeah.
retarded.
Horizontal plane. Yeah.
I think it's just one horizontal plane.
What if I said flat ice rink? Do you know what that is?
Flat ice cream.
Ice rink, like an ice where people do hockey and stuff.
Sure.
Skate.
Yeah.
If I said this ice rink is flat, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
If you said the ice rink is flat, is that a good thing or a bad thing? What do you?
Would you be bummed out if somebody said, "Hey, this ice rink is flat"?
I mean, yeah, I'd like to do like jumps on it and whatnot. I'd have ramps on it. I think ice rinks are boring in itself.
If you put ramps on it, would the ice rink still be flat?
No, it would not be flat.
No, the ice rink wouldn't be flat anymore if you put something on it.
Yeah, but what does this have to do with flat Earth? We just
we're getting there. Baby steps, little baby steps. Okay. So you've got.
Continue.
So what do you think would be flatter?
No. Let's not go into basic geometry. This doesn't do anything. You're just taking minuscule steps that go nowhere.
No, we're just talking about the word flat.
It's like
the
conversation you had with that guy before about horizontal planes. Doesn't achieve anything.
No, just the word flat. All we're doing is parsing out what the word flat means. That's it.
You don't need to pass out what flat is. Okay, you're just getting into the metaphysical. We're looking at shape of the Earth. No, this is what you guys do. You guys get into like a metaphysical debate, right? And you
Trying
get
to take
into
you very seriously. This is funny.
No.
Because you're trying to be like, I don't know if you like, just like you're auditioning on like America's Got Talent or something, coming off as this kind of comedian that's antithetical. You're just saying really weird things.
Hey,
it's pear shaped.
I'm a flat earther as well. Remember.
Well, what's up? Like Crit asked.
I'm trying to get knowledge from my brethren.
No one believes you, bro. No one believes
you.
See,
You don't have to believe me.
Check this out, right? BK, look at the text chat. What shape is that cylinder?
What do you say?
That cylinder, what shape?
Is that cylinder?
Yeah.
In the shape of a cylinder. What do you mean? What shape is it?
Look right there. See the cylinder in the
Why are
middle?
you arguing about the shape of a cylinder, my friend?
I'll
We're
just see
talking about
which
the
one
Earth.
do you think? Which one's right?
This doesn't prove anything. Let's get to the. Give me a model of the Earth. Your perspective.
Yeah, we're still
That'd be-
we're not that Earth yet, homie. We're just trying to do tools of discernment. What tools of discernment do you have? Do you have a tool of discernment?
What do you want me to say about it?
Just look at this image here, and what do you see?
Yeah, I see a cylinder, and there's light being projected from a certain angle, and there's a shadow that's been cast over a cylinder.
So is the cylinder flat?
Is the cylinder flat?
Yeah.
No, of course the cylinder isn't flat. I'm just saying that flat. I mean that flat. Is a description of it. You just use it as a description.
Cylinders aren't flat, but cylinders aren't flat, but you use flat to describe cylinders. Oh my god!
Okay, this is what I mean when I say it's. I'm thinking that you guys use it sort of like adjective. Like when you say a girl has flat tits, right? You don't think that she has no curvature. It's just very
flat,
small.
So flat
That's what
means
I'm
small
saying.
now.
I mean, this is the best description I can give to you guys.
Really?
Yeah.
This is the best?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
wow.
the best.
Jeez.
He's another glober converting more globers into flat earthers live on YouTube right now.
Dude, no one watches this YouTube stream. I've seen it. It's like 70 views.
There you go.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about this, but he watches our stream.
No, I don't watch
He's
it.
a prominent
Like,
flat
I
earther. Of
peeked
course he
into
watches
it.
us.
But regardless, can you just give me like one description of the Earth or something?
Wow.
Or a picture of your model?
Picture of a model?
Yeah.
What do you want a picture of a model for?
Earth model. I'm just trying to point
No,
out
just
something.
take a picture of the Earth.
Look at the Earth.
Yeah.
Well, when I look at satellite images, all I see are curves, so I don't know.
Really?
I guess you guys don't believe in
Volcano.
satellites, so it's
So
I thought you were.
Is our
not a
satellite?
cylinder then. Yeah, not a cylinder.
No.
I thought you were a flat earther. Now you've referred to us flat earthers as you flat earthers,
No.
distinguishing you
I
as
believe it's
yourself
a
as
flat Earth,
different from the group.
but some evidence
You
that's pointing
have
out that
been
the Earth is a globe. So
exposed.
it's difficult for me, to stay consistent with my beliefs.
That's definitely very hard for you to stay consistent with what charade you're trying to pull.
You lack tool of discernment. That's why your tools of discernment are twisted somehow. Like your wires got crossed.
You're saying that doesn't prove anything. You're not giving me any arguments.
The first step would be fixing that. You want to fix your tool of discernment.
You have a small penis. What does that prove?
It's just final result.
This is where they end up.
Oh, you
that's like
you're just
the egg
throwing
cells.
something into the wild. That's what I'm saying.
It always degrades down to dick.
Yeah, and we didn't think you had a big one in the first place. We already knew you had a little one.
Just if all else fails, knob gags. Brilliant.
No. I'm just throwing out.
Hey, when you're watching our YouTube live stream, can you give us a like and subscribe, please? Just like and subscribe when you're watching. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's too boring to watch.
What you could do?
But he knows where it's at.
Like BK, like when you could subscribe and then unsubscribe just so you can subscribe again.
Oh.
Just give me
He's
like
already
a model
subscribed.
of a flat Earth or something that you believe into. I just want to see.
No, he's a prominent flat earther. Of course, he's already subscribed.
Okay, as a flat earther, I view it as a cylinder, a big floating cylinder. That's my belief.
Poor guy.
Globers may try to disprove me, but I have faith.
Just brilliant.
Like, come on, brethren, give me your model.
Oh dear, that's brilliant.
You can sign up for Chris Hadfield's masterclass. He's doing 2 for 1. Really a
Flat
discount right
Earth?
now. He goes like he's going to teach you how you can be the first human to find a fossil of plant life on Mars. He's going to tell you how to do. He's not going to do it himself, mind you. It's like a get rich quick scheme. He's going to teach you. He'll teach you how to do this. Do $10 a month. Build annually. Start today, man. This is a limited offer.
I want in on that. If somebody can buy that, get me the free version. Give me the free account.
Yeah, you go there and say, "Hey, I want the free one, not to buy one."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I definitely want in on that because I want to know what this money making scheme is about selling Mars shit. Because I've already got ideas for the moon. I may as well just expand it to Mars now. I'm going to sell acreage on the moon. $1 million an acre.
Is the flat Earth more of a cone? Like, what are we dealing with?
Cone. Oh, dear.
Like it's got a little mound of dirt beneath it. Like,
No,
it's
that-
not my
that's,
standard.
Prominent flat
Yeah.
earther. Shouldn't you know all of this if you're so prominent?
Yeah, like I'm prominent in my faith for flat Earth. You know, I wholeheartedly believe through faith.
What the fuck does that even mean?
You know, you got a problem with your cylinder model. You got a problem with it because you won't be able to find any curvature on it.
No. I mean, it's flat, so it's fine. I don't like
Flat
curves anyway.
cylinder. It's a flat cylinder now.
Oh, this is cool. I've never heard of one of those. I think I'm going to go buy one.
I'm such a flat earther that I'll only date flat women.
Yeah, you do realise that 0 people are convinced about that.
I don't care. It's my belief.
It's not though, is it?
We're just letting you stay in here right now just because. So get used to that.
Yeah, dude, I mean, why not just be honest? Like,
No,
you're
I
not
mean,
thinking,
I enjoy talking to my flat Earth
not-
brethren. You know.
yeah, we're not any brethren of yours. Like, you are a globe earther. Why do you feel like you can't be honest about it?
I'm honest. I'm honest that I'm a flat earther.
No, you're lying.
I'm not lying.
Everyone
What
knows
saying
that
that?
you're lying. Even the other
What?
globers know you're lying.
What?
You're a
Through
big
the substantiation of my belief, I have
You're a
faith.
big fibber.
I'm a flat earther.
See? You're a big fibber. And, you know, I mean, if you're going to troll, can you try and troll more creatively?
I'm not trying to troll though. What are you
I
guys?
know you're not.
Hey, BK, look at the tech chat. Which glass of water?
Gravity doesn't work that way, brother. And
No, which glass of
image
water
is
do you want?
photoshopped really bad.
You get to pick. You pick one glass of water or the other glass of water. Which one do you pick?
You know, as a flat earther, I always
You're not
pick the
flat.
flat. So I would go for A.
Can someone rename him Fibby McFibberson?
There you go. Flat earther.
Agree.
Winner of last year's fibbing competition with his own fib making machine on National Fibber Day.
From Family Guy, where he's like, "This guy's a phony."
A big fat phony.
It's Fugazi. Or Fugazi.
Yeah, that's the word I used last time.
Yeah, the number one rule of trolling is it has to be original or funny, and you're neither.
I'm not trying to troll. What part of this is funny to you?
That's my point. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not trolling.
No, you can troll without being funny, which is what you're doing.
I'm not trolling. I'm trying to speak to my flat Earth brethren. You know. This is a serious matter of the body.
Is it?
Yeah.
I am convinced.
As believers of flat earthers, you know, we need to. It's a matter of the body. Yeah.
So, do you know what it is that we believe in? You seem to know everything. You should be able to tell us what we believe in.
I'm part of a different denomination of flat Earth.
Denomination. Prominent flat earther after all.
I'm the cylinder variant. I don't know what you guys are.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like a cult to me.
Oh no. We're just a sect. We're not a cult.
Is there anyone else?
I don't know. It's pretty tough after flat cylinders.
Yep.
Oh, but
I mean, it's
really,
cylinder with one flat shape, one flat surface, right? So, like,
Are we done with him?
yeah, he's put him on mute. Yeah. In the kind of
Yes,
admit to
please.
something, obviously, probably for ages.
I usually don't even I usually just mute him when he comes in the room. So I just didn't this time because it was boring in here.
I mean, if you want to keep on talking to him, that's fine. But he's obviously just lying to everyone else.
Yeah, no reason. Red Clay wants to talk to everybody. He wants to talk about his red melted crayons.
You got red melted crayons. That's awesome, dude.
It's a long story.
Sure it is. I'm going to turn you up just a little bit because you're very quiet for me.
I'm not gonna say too much. How y'all been doing?
Yeah, we're good, man.
The best way to reduce radical prejudice is through exposure, according to the health organization.
Are you talking about like
That's a good idea.
giving bad ideas exposure so that way they can be vetted by the public?
No, they're talking about that people who are prejudiced towards others, the best way to get over that is through exposure.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, this has been cited 250 times in different papers. So you deny science now, huh? You want to shut her down, get it shut down. Like, no exposure. I want to be as prejudicial towards people as you possibly can. Ramp up, like the dial, like a Spinal Tap. Turn that dial to 11. No exposure for you. You just deem this group of people the other, and they're fair game. Is that what you're going to stick with, or you done being like a turd stool?